And good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup. My name's Over. I'm joined by DK Truman, and of course, we will be enjoying the fourth iteration of this tournament now, continuing on to the next stage, of course, which is the Swiss stage, the third round of it. And DK, nice to have you back, buddy. And I know it's a little bit of an early call for you, early morning call, but hey, man, this is the life, you know, this is the way it is. We will be watching a great game, though. On our hands is going to be quite a little bit of a matchup, and I'm kind of eager to see what you think about it. Apeks versus GamerLegion is coming up.
Yeah, definitely looking forward towards this matchup specifically. I mean, I'm a big fan of actually both these teams. They have some incredible players that I've been just a fan of for years and years and years. Of course, the Apeks lineup has their superstar Jacob, and the opponents have their superstar IM, which ever since the Nexus days was just one of my favorite players to always watch. But yeah, the Apeks lineup, a very interesting one. Like, players coming from all over the place. They've been in different teams for years, and they've grouped up together, and they made this team. And well, the team is so far working really well.
Yeah, I mean, it has had quite a little bit of success as of recently. You know, yesterday I had the chance to see that game against Big in the IM Dallas close qualifier. They didn't do too well against Big. Obviously, you know, Big is big, but overall, I think their past results speak for themselves, and hopefully, you know, they'll find a little bit of their stability moving forward. They have only been playing for about 4 months, give or take here, but as you said, GamerLegion is where it's at. It's going to be the team that bolsters its ranks with IM, the man from Nexus, the man that you and I both probably had quite a little bit of how to say this experience with back in the day, back in 2017 and 18. Then we have Veto, of course, coming up from Slovakia, and then the three Swedes, Rusty, Era, and Isak, all three being around the block for quite a little bit of a while now. And I gotta say, I've always been surprised by the quality these guys can kind of put out there. Whilst recently they hadn't had the biggest of success in at least in the major qualifier in the RMR for Antwerp. They've had good games against Sinners yesterday, I believe, and they had an even better performance against Bad News Bears 2 days ago. So we'll wait and see how it is here for the Swiss stage, how they will perform with the winners match, of course, that we have on our hands right here. So the winner goes to playoffs, and here is the whole table to kind of talk it through a little bit. And DK, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know which games you did, but could you perhaps give us a little bit of a, you know, a bit of a back and forth as to what do you think about the top 8?
Well, I casted Team Spirit, and they looked actually pretty good. They had a very successful showdown against K23, if I'm not mistaken. And I also casted Finest versus Isurus, which was honestly, like, both the teams struggled massively where they really shouldn't have. So that one is a little bit doubtful, but yeah, I honestly, Team Spirit, it's even strange that they're at this stage of the tournament, right? They're definitely like a playoff kind of team.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you here. I would definitely say Spirit is probably one of the better ones that we have around the block, but Veto is where it's at, right? The maps that we'll be watching here between Apeks and GamerLegion are the ones that matter. So let's first see what is going to be the ban phase here for both teams. GamerLegion banning Dust. I guess that's no surprise, right?
Yeah, no one likes Dust too.
I mean, that's as simple as it can be. With Vertigo being removed next by Apeks, again, that's not a map they really play, so it makes sense they want to avoid it. Going on to Overpass for GL, again, that's a go-to map for GL as far as I remember. They've always been playing Overpass, right?
Yeah, Overpass, I mean, it's one of their more favored maps. It's very even. Most teams are pretty reasonable on it. No one's actually really exceptional. I mean, there are some outliers. Apeks are actually pretty decent on it as well, but Ancient is something I really love to see, because I honestly don't get to cast enough Ancient, or nearly any Ancient for the most part, because most teams still completely, like, dodge it like it's the plague.
I mean, I'll be fair. I've had to cast, like, I've been casting a little bit of the you know, of the my language games, and we've been doing a little bit of Blast, a little bit of that here and there. And there's been a lot of Ancient. Like, higher tier teams do really like Ancient, but yeah, I kind of understand where you're coming from, because we're looking at these teams. Some of them don't really prac Ancient as much, or at least by the looks of it, they want to avoid it because it is a hard map. It is a very difficult map to play as terrorist. So as the T side, you're going to be very limited. You're going to have to be quite, let's say, quite imaginative how you take control of certain parts of the map. If you don't, you find yourself locked in. Alas, like Nuke, like Inferno, but harder, but even harder. And with that, DK, we are going to be live with Mirage being the final map on our Veto, of course. So we have Overpass, we have Ancient, we have Mirage, and we are jumping into our first map here, the pistol round, coming on Overpass. It is going to be, of course, Apeks versus GL.
Yep. Yeah, we didn't even throw out predictions. What do you think? Who's going to be able to take the maps, and what's the final score going to be?
That's a tough question, I would say, but, you know, given that I favor Apeks, I would say Apeks 2-1 or 2-0, really depending on this first map of Overpass. If they're able to win it very quickly and concisively, then I would say 2-0, but otherwise, probably 2-1, because Ancient is going to be a real big bloodbath. Like, it's going to be very hard.
I mean, the plus side on Ancient is the fact that, of course, Apeks shows it, so GamerLegion starts on the CT side, and well, you did mention a very important aspect about that map, which makes it near impossible to really play, though it is GamerLegion just dominating Apeks, walking into a free site, and not missing a single shot, take down the entire lineup, keep everyone alive, so they only have to spend a little bit of money for the armor upgrades on most of them. 4 kills for Era at the start, so definitely making his mark already.
Man, that was quite convincing. Like, that was super fast. I didn't think that would be even possible, but I guess, you know, that's the way it works here. Not a single frag coming out from Apeks, as GL just cleans the house quickly. Okay, so we do have a solid start here for for GL. It's as good as it gets, not losing a single player. We do have Deagles on the other hand for Apeks and a Scout, and I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing here. GL is playing slow, they're playing carefully. They've got 2 Mech 10s, looking for that B control of short, which kind of makes sense. Oh, okay, Chowsy with the Deagle. Now that is gonna put a bit of a dent in their armor, in their play. Oh, okay. Did they just miss each other? Right? They barely missed each other there.
Yeah, that's a little bit of luck going through. Josie gets even further aggressive, but Rusty will be holding down the ladder. Probably not a good idea to keep going. Oh, Jacob though, bringing that tier 1 flare to the game. Nice turnaround headshot. And now all of a sudden it is a man advantage again for Apeks, though he's struggling to get the kill in towards B short. Though he is still that nice anchor position so that they can't rotate away from B. He's even flanking all the way towards T spawn. And GamerLegion are completely huddled up. They are hitting that B bomb site no matter what happens.
Well, they are going to be taking it. Let's see if they can actually do so. Zero gets tagged, Esat gets tagged, but unfortunately Silliness got in a little bit of a weird spot. You can't really have a way out of there. You got to get a kill. Unfortunately, even Knock is not allowed to knock on the doors and try and break them down. And that shall be it. 2 kills for Apeks in this kind of scenario is not good enough in my mind. It really isn't. You got to be a little bit more consistent. When you're forcing up, you gotta have those crossfires set in terms of, you know, when you have Deagle and a Scout, you allow the Scout to do some damage, and then you just allow the Deagles to finish it off. Jacob doesn't even save. Oh boy, oh boy. Now that is a problem, I would say, DK.
Yeah, that was a nice round from GamerLegion. It looked very dicey, especially after Shouzy got that first kill and Jacob got that turnaround. But the B-bomb site, they were just overwhelmed by the weaponry. And if you don't miss your initial shot with a Scout slash pistols, then there's no chance. The Mac 10s will run you down no matter what. Right now, Apeks barely have any money to speak of. So they're in a little bit of an unfortunate position. in this round at the very least, but after this round you get to see most likely an AWP being purchased. Hopefully you get to see an AWP being purchased, and we can have a little bit of fun. Because that is one of the things on the Apeks roster that is a bit surprising to me. Like, a couple of months ago, before this version was completed, you had Xiaozi, who was always at a solid rate. Like, he had a 1.17 most of the time. He was a godlike hopper. And with the rest of the team joining in, he does not need to try as hard or something, because his rating definitely did plummet in that regard. Don't know what the exact reason would be.
I honestly wouldn't. I honestly wouldn't. Well,
I am the BM. Oh my lord, that is filthy.
That's a morning hello. That's a morning hello in Romania. So don't mess about with this guy. If you wanna be the sneaky guy, you gotta be a bit more careful there. Xiaozi didn't look at his back. Nobody was covering it, and well, he pays the ultimate price. He gets absolutely bagged and tagged, and that's gonna leave a mark. I mean, that's a mental mark it's gonna leave, and not to mention DK. Like, 3 players out of Apeks have yet to achieve a single frag, and I'm not saying this is something huge because it's only 3 first rounds that we're playing into, but this is the gun round. If they don't achieve them here, we can start to question, the stability of the current Apeks lineup. Again, as I said yesterday against Big, they had a few issues. Yes, they didn't have the best performance, sure, but it doesn't excuse the fact that today is a new day. Today is a new dawn, and you gotta play this. You gotta win this. I mean, it's the Swiss stage. It's 2-0 result for these two teams. The winner goes forward with a 3-0 into the playoffs. Surely Apeks have prepared something here.
Well, they are getting aggressive. I'm interested in their approach. They will find the kill nicely, and that's good information for the rest of the team. Xiaozi and Connector will be burned to a crisp. So 1-for-1 trade in that regard, but nonetheless, the advantage lies on the Apeks side, especially considering all the information they have. Look at the push from Asilian coming all the way from the flank. Knock with the AWP is a glass cannon, finds a shot, runs back towards the site. And the T's are completely being huddled in one direction. Asilian, this is a huge flank coming through.
Well, we're about to find out. Knock, okay, here it comes. Finally, Rusty will be caught, and as you said, the flank from Asilian would have been enough, but seems like already Era has taken care of matters. First of all, I'm trying to find out if potentially... Hold up. If potentially we have... well, my god, my train of thought just went completely haywire. I apologize there. Oh god. So I wanted to find out if he saw the second player on long, right? Because Nock was still watching long itself. So I'm wondering if, when he got Era, did he spot the last player too? Because I was almost certain that he saw his shoulder, at least an outline of it, but I'm not sure if he actually had seen it, right?
Yeah. It's always a little bit weird with the X-ray on if it's 100% sure that he does spot his opponents out. Nonetheless, Apeks, they finally do manage to get their first round, so that is a big plus on their part, but they still have to beat those AKs from GamerLegion that so far are not whipping up that AWP on the T side just yet. Not every team has an opera that really feels comfortable enough to do that. The Cillian gets caught out by Zero. I mean, he pretty much, after that previous round, of course, you're going to check every possible angle as cleanly as possible.
That is correct. That is correct. You want to make sure you don't get surprised by anybody. Now, as far as I can tell right here, it's going to be... Okay, I mean, that makes it work easily. Chowsy does take care of Era. Does not take care of Stairway. Jacob! Fair enough, he brings it back to a 2-on-2. Now the B site will be under attack. Jacob is tagged, but so is Zero, and he's already in position. He's got a molly and a nade. My god, this is a perfect combo wombo for Jacob. He prevents the plant. Zero is down. Now Isak. How do you play this, mate? This is going to be a difficult one. There's an AWP that could have been, but is not. Chelsea with the M4, Jacob with the M4, and let's see. He doesn't even get a single one. Isak does get the plant, sure. The money situation for GL is going to improve, albeit not by a lot, enough to get a full buy. The CTs find their second round, my dude, and this is what I was kind of, hoping to see. I'm not gonna lie, like Apeks and their start of the first 3 was a little bit concerning. They didn't get a single kill. Now they're back on track. They seem to be, getting the old engine huffing and puffing.
Yeah, they are definitely huffing and puffing right now. They are looking pretty decent. I was quickly checking, and it was on the Savage roster where I always thought that Chelsea was playing immensely well. But he played as an opera there, and of course you've got Nuke for Apeks, so he doesn't play the AWP anymore. And also the fact that the guy is 17 and he turned 17 last month.
Yeah.
That is what the frick.
See, that's the one thing I think many people disregard with Chelsea. He's still so young. Like, he already started back in Galaxy Racer, I remember, in January 2021, if not even earlier. And he had been quite consistent, so I think he still has a lot ahead of him, and no trouble to be had. But look at this, Stico this time peeking Monster. Zero and Era are like, yeah guys, you can try, but you will fail, as Nuke with the op has been hailed as one of the better Swedish snipers coming out of this for the scene. Unfortunately here, only a single frag is not enough. The bomb's down. And it's going to be a 4v3 after plan for GamerLegion to play with. And I already suspect Apeks will save because they're pulling back. They realize, our money, it's a little bit tight. We're a little bit tight around the edges. Let's not risk it. And they will not get the biscuit. Yeah, that's perfect. GL, they get the 4th. It's going to be a pretty solid start. And, I mean, if Chelsea gets his balls rolling, I can't imagine how good is it going to be for Apeks if Nuke as well delivers. But I got to mention, man, this straight out. Stico, yesterday, against Big, had been quite underwhelming, I would say. And I hope today will be a different day for him.
I mean, Big is a different beast. Big is a team that would win the entire Pinnacle Cup if they'd be in it. Are there still teams joining in the playoffs?
You ask a lot of me, but I believe you are correct. As far as I understand it, there are invited teams into the playoffs.
If Spirit is not even one of those invited teams, then I'm going to be worried for the teams here.
But I think we are already in the second stage where they were. But I mean, usually there's 4 invites to the playoffs, and I'm fairly certain they are today as well. I don't think they were revealed yet, at least not officially, so I can't say anything for certain. But I would imagine 4 invited teams are still to be announced for the playoffs. But I mean, man, let's be fair. Spirit hasn't had the best performance as of the last 2 months, we should say. Like, they did qualify. No, they didn't qualify for the Antwerp major, right? No, they did. They were the last one. Yeah, they were the last one. They were 8th. They did qualify. Sorry. Yeah, they went into the challenger stage. I remember now.
Yeah. Don't disrespect Team Spirit, my boy. They're still a terrifying team, even though, yeah, they, with the player swaps every once in a while, it does go wrong. I mean, look at Skade. It's been looking rough for them lately as well. A couple of matches that definitely should not have been lost on their part. Normally a team that you tend to expect to also be 2-0 at this stage in the tournament. Again, another round where Apeks they lose one and they immediately save with the rest of the team. That is couple of rounds completely given away. I mean, of course, it's an awkward position that you lose the sight and that's it. But still, you can't always keep saving. Sometimes you gotta risk it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, it was a position where they could have tried. They've had the op, they had the weaponry, but they've decided that, perhaps it'd be better if they throw it to the sidelines and hope for a better day moving forward. Although I don't know. It's a hard call to make because if you're coming only from CT, so you only have bank and stairway, aka dumpster, to come through, you're really going to be limited in your approach. And I understand the risk and obviously the reward. Usually, you know, it's going to be a lot harder. In any case, let's focus on what's ahead of us here. Knock with the opt through short. Asilian's got the M4 controlling short B, but the rest of GamerLegion is focusing towards A, and they will put their hard focus on that position of long and toilets. And I like this a lot because now it's going to force Chowsy to show us what he's made of. He's got 3 frags so far. He's going to need at least a double here. A multi-kill is a minimal. Oh, no. Oh, boy. You needed to be careful with that peak. He just went wide. DK, I'm not sure what to think of that. That doesn't give me too much confidence there.
And it's on the T side as well. Right now, GamerLegion getting a couple too many rounds on the T side of Overpass. Stiko, he's going to have to be that absolute monster, though they are grouped up to pounce on the A rotation coming through. Because Jacob is from behind, not the greatest gun, but the rest of the team is nearby. Stiko wants to go for a little bit of a peek. But it is all timing right now. Stiko goes for the peek and Zero is just holding it down. The patience on GamerLegion before they execute is actually phenomenal. But the problem is the flank. Can Jacob get it done on that flank? MP9, not the greatest gun for that range. Oh no, that looks like it's all done. Knock 1v4 with the AWP needs to go God mode to try and secure the round. But it is going to be pretty tough. 10 seconds left though. They're running out of time. But he is still going to get taken down regardless. That is GamerLegion on 6. And Apeks, they just get cleaned up on their CT side.
That was almost too easy. The odds starting to shift as well. We saw them at the start. They were favoring Apeks, understandably. Now they're going into the favor of GL. We do have a 1.74 odds by Pinnacle of course, in help me out here. In advance to GamerLegion. Words are hard. And Stiko is 007. Well, he doesn't have double zeros, but he is at 027. So, you know, if we consider that's 2 as a 0, it's not looking good. And look at Chowsy. He doesn't have glasses on. That's interesting. Oh, I love the green screen. Bro, look at this guy. Buck Hunt. My God, this guy has an amazing assortment of green screen behind him. Of course, that was IM, if I'm not mistaken. I'll need to double check that. But in any case, okay, 4-man boost. DK, this game has been very one-sided so far, and it's going exactly the opposite of what I thought it would have go, or where it would go. I
mean, you can just call it early morning CSGO, you know.
Yeah.
10 a.m. games tend to be a little bit rusty for some teams, and I guess Apeks had a late night.
Hey man, I went to sleep at 1 a.m. and I still got my beauty sleep in, as you could see in the camera. So no excuses. I say no excuses.
Oh, they are getting crushed though. Like, they need that warm-up round, you know, a little bit of DMing before you start playing a game, and I guess they kind of need to use the first map as their DMs.
That is correct.
Oh, this is a struggle.
But, by the way, I have to correct myself. It was Stiko that was with the green screen and all that bamboozle behind him. Just to point it out there, I blurted out IM for some reason. You know, the beard kind of got me off guard. But it was Stiko, so he's got a good taste in background green screen. Meanwhile, yeah, this is a disaster. Like, I think we both agree here that this is just an unacceptable amount of loss. Oh, knock! Hold up. Can he knock on the door? Is he the one that knocks?
So close, I am.
Oh, knock! Yes! Yes, he does knock!
Oh my lord, an ace clutch in that situation, that's pretty nutty. His team needed some magic to happen, and he steps up big time, carrying his team by the hand, but what a clutch coming through that. Beautiful.
My God, I am just like this is too early for me, man. I'm not gonna lie. I am not used to these early shenanigans, and Nuke has just given us a reason to believe in Apeks. And one of the reasons why, you know, I did say initially that he is one of the most prominent oppers coming out from Sweden, and in general from the northern side of Europe. He's been absolutely amazing. Asilian finds himself a piece of the pie. They finally start off with an entry, and this round seems to have given them, this ace seems to have given them revitalized lifelines, and they are back on track, seems to like be the case. Stiko, please don't fail here. Okay. Oh no, oh no. Okay, okay, he's got two!
Okay. That's his first 2 kills in the game. Let's go, Stiko. He just needs to struggle jumping up on top of a wall, and then he is ready to go. It's going to be air out in a clutch scenario, but he does not have the same flair as Nuke has with that AWP. Apeks win another. GamerLegion's money is looking like it's a little bit busted in the process, and Apeks might just be coming back alive after that godlike round from Nuke.
That was really a god tier round. I mean, we can say that definitely GamerLegion screwed themselves over by giving him those 1v1s, but Nuke was the one that delivered at the end, and that's what matters to the statistics. That's what we're going to be talking about, an ace from Nuke at the end of the game, and not about how GamerLegion screwed themselves over. In any case, it's going to be an AK for Isak. We've got Jacob very aggressively through playground. I'm not particularly fond of this. He is alone. Where's the support? Where's the second player with him? Nuke with the op to at least check that ramp push, but no. He will lose the M4, 4v4. They've got 2 Kevlars, 2 rifles. That's enough for GL to make something out of it. If they can get a bomb plant even, I'd say that would be very successful.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit dicey once they've lost that gun over. And yeah, I do completely agree with you. If you go for such an aggressive play, at least have 1, maybe 2 extra CTs guarding you, and so that they can't just run you down with pistols in that scenario. Nonetheless, it looks like GamerLegion are headed out towards the B bomb site, but the flank is being held by IM, however. Oh, that's all about timing. P250 in hand, gives himself another M4, and Apeks are walking right into GamerLegion's game plan, which is so problematic. Nice flash comes over though, Stiko. Great change up, 2v2, but they've got guns on the T side. So this is all very doable for the side of GamerLegion to still clutch the round in their favor.
Yeah, not a single mistake is to be allowed. No, oh my god, the timing here, isn't it? The timing is horrible. The problem is Nuke is going to scope and unscope, potentially. And when he does that, oh no, he missed them again. Oh boy, oh. Oh, but they're waiting too long. Oh no, he misses the shot! No, Nuke, no! You can't do that to me! No,
Oh my god. And
you were the chosen one. You're supposed to join the CT side. Not fail them.
This is honestly, like, I love one aspect of the Apeks CT side, and that's their aggression. However, they have had a couple of rounds where they went too far with their trying to get in their opponent's face. Like, almost every round they're pushing somewhere, which sometimes you just need a little bit more patience to try and secure the round. Because this time, like, the flank is great, of course, but it's great if you're up against rifles, because now you're just giving away M4s to everyone on the opposing team, and that makes it a lot harder to try and control the game. And yeah, GamerLegion, they pounce at the right opportune moment, a round that they had no business in winning.
It's just unacceptable in my book, really. It shouldn't be. I don't know. I don't like it. I really don't like it. Shouldn't be this difficult to win rounds when they've only got 2 players with Kevlar and weapons. Just doesn't make sense. And here we go, onto full eco. What do you do now? How do you react now? Like, what is even the... I'm a little bit disappointed, not gonna lie. I am. I expected more.
He's a disappointed dad right there.
Yeah.
I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
Which is even worse, than
If
angry.
they say that, they're absolutely more mean. That's just cruel.
That's just cruel. Yeah, you shouldn't do that to a child. So any newfound dads there, don't do that. Or mothers, you know, depending
on their gender.
Oh my! Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would think, yeah. Meanwhile, I mean, we do have Isak finding the first and pretty much confirming that this is going to be an A take. Whilst we have a little bit of downtime here, we gotta mention we've got a giveaway going on. It is going to be lasting until 5th of May, so 2 more days to sign up. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a link in chat available to y'all, and you get all, well, you get more and more details about that once you click on it, once you check it out. So don't forget that. In any case, what do you say the odds are for this round? 30 seconds to go that they win it. Apeks, that is.
The odds, probably a solid 5% chance.
Okay. You would give them 5%. That's
I have
admirable.
seen teams do worse.
Okay. I mean, you do stand correct there with the fact that as GL could screw themselves over here. That wouldn't be the first time. Absolutely. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh god. I was afraid you'd be right, but you seem to be almost right.
Okay.
As they do lose 2, but don't lose the round. It was a close call.
And that was one of the 95%, but there's 5 times out of 100 where that works. Got a little bit dicey there for the T side, but they do manage to recover it in time. And now we get that AWP onto Knock again. Get us another ace, please.
I mean, I'd love to see one more. You know, you've got any more of those aces somewhere in there? You know, yeah, you don't. Okay, never mind the meme. But in any case, it's gonna be 2 players towards short B. We do see GL is focusing towards B itself. They've got utility for days. I'm wondering if they're just gonna go for a straight execution or gonna be going contact. Well, there's the pop flash. Nobody checks Monster. Stiko only gets the 1. This potentially is not enough. A good counter flash. Asilian mindly blinded, still gets the kill as Jacob burns IM, leaving only Era alive in a 1v3. This should be really easy for Apeks to clean up. Like, I'm having a hard time seeing how Apeks could lose this. Whilst they still get the bomb down, the round is lost. And yeah, as I said, Apeks, that was a good hold by both Stiko and Asilian. I expected Stiko to fail, but he didn't. He at least got 1.
Yeah, well, it is looking pretty reasonable, but nonetheless, Apeks still 2 rounds down on the CT side. That's the only thing that is really worrying for me in the remainder of this first half, that they are definitely going to lose it on the CT side. However, you know, to make up for that, they can, of course, get themselves some nice skins. And don't forget to check out cs.money if you want to get some new skins. cs.money is one of the largest and most trusted skin marketplaces in the world. They have both a store and a trading platform on their website, and also a mobile app. So don't forget to check it out for all your skin buying games.
Man, you just make me want to go on CS Money and buy some skins, or sell my own skins. I heard that you can do that too, right? You can sell your own skins and buy better skins, or get money out of there, you know, that kind of thing.
Well, better skins is always a little bit, you know, a preference kind of thing. Personally, Frontside Misty is the better Vulcan, but hey.
Hey man, Damascus Steel M9 Bayonet. Oof, so good.
Falchion Knife, Marble Fade. Actually, Falchion Knife, Slaughter.
Falchion Knife is disgusting.
It's the most beautiful knife in the world.
No,
it
no,
has
zero
that balance
taste.
effect
No.
on the hand. It is
No.
so gorgeous.
I will stop talking with you now, sir. Oh my god, no.
You go get
Well-
the butt plugs.
Oh no, why? Oh man, they might just be you know, what's the name of the camo? Sandbag or a dirt bag, or what's the name? Like, you know, I forget because I don't own any of those low quality skins. It's the worst quality of
I don't have those horrible skins. I'm a rich man.
Oh yeah, I mean you're Dutch, man. That makes sense. Whilst we are talking about Dutch people and Dutch rich people, we've got the 9th round for GamerLegion, and well, they seem to be having a pretty good time. I mean, they kind of cleaned out through short A, had no problems, pretty much singling out a few opponents, I should say. And now it's going to be a pretty difficult last round. Man, it's the 15th. We're already here. Knock on a glass cannon. We've got an MP9 for Cillian. Yeah, that's the way. That's the way to do it, Knock. Glass cannon, but expecting that boost.
Oh, that one was, you rarely ever get to see someone going with the expecting play, and they're going to boost on top of the sandbags as well. This is so risky. They've tried it previously as well, got wall banged off that angle. Now, will they, okay, they bailed out from their move, but nonetheless, the push comes out towards the A bomb site from IM. There is only one player in the area, the Xiaozi, who has been prone to dying every single time he gets pushed upon, and indeed he does fall this time around, but Naka is there quickly with the rotation, back on a 4-on-4, but still in doable territory for Apeks considering their map position.
Well, I mean, this is definitely a good point to start on. Stiko has a chance here. If he plays it right. Knock this time around, though. No Kevlar, no chance, as Jacob has to hit the deagle shot. If he does not, this round quickly dissipates into what we already expected to happen at the start of it. A victory for GL, as GamerLegion are just an unstoppable force right now. Stiko, unfortunately, still gets a kill in, which is great and all, but he falls down on his knees and has to pray to whatever deity he believes in order to save them in this second half. Ladies and gents, 10-5, a very convincing first half coming out from GL, and it's all eyes on Apeks, I guess, this time around. T-side, let's see if they can prove us wrong and give us the performance that I expected to begin with.
Yeah, it's looking all GamerLegion right now. Apeks definitely in the struggle bus. And it's curious to see if at least GamerLegion can continue on their CT side, or if Apeks will be able to bring some of that T heat that they I mean, it felt like they were playing the CT side kind of like terrorists. So maybe swapping to the actual terrorist side might be advantageous for them. Ooh, that's a nice open the door into boost play, but they held on to the boost a little bit too long. Isaac, nice fadeaway. That was completely stuck right now. Cillian pushing him down. However, missing the shots. This is a little bit dicey for the side of Apeks. They're getting crushed on the T side. Luckily, Cillian will be able to get the kill. Can they fall back with the bomb on the back? No, they cannot. It's going to be GamerLegion on 11. And Apeks, yeah, they just did not hit their shots.
Oh man, yeah, that was hard to watch, especially with Cillian having a clean shot. Just couldn't make it work, and well, Apeks having to say goodbye to the pistol. We see an immediate force buy. I am not a fan of this given the situation that they're in. I certainly support the idea of force buying when you have a bomb plant going your way, but I mean, this is just over the top lackluster buy. Like, you've got 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs, like a scout and 3 deagles with 4 Kevlars to support all of that. For me, does not make the scales tilt in favor of Apeks. I really don't see them having much of a chance of winning unless somebody from GL really royally screws it up. I cannot see this being a lost round for them, really. Like, this is... It's a buy that doesn't really make sense to me. End of story. Like, if you plant, sure. If you don't plant, go for an eco. Go for that gun round, and then make it work. Oh, no. That's sad. That's a 6 shot.
Yeah, but it's back on a 4-on-4. They have heavily fortified the A bomb site. Though they haven't really gone yet, Apeks. They can fall back all the way towards T-spawn, but they are running out of time. 40 seconds left. Zero is on the flank, all the way towards the back side of Apeks, and they're being pretty much peeked upon from multiple angles at the moment. Era's keeping them at bay, will be traded out, but does anyone check the backside? That's the problem. Zero can be getting himself a freebie or not. Gets tagged up by the scout, and he needs to be careful. Does get a huge double, and that should be the round completely said and done. Chelsea rushing towards that B bomb site with the bomb on his back. Might be able to get the plant in. And yeah, he does get the full stick. 1v3, it is doable, but it's really tough to make happen, especially that he gets dinked at the start of the retake scenario.
Yeah, it is. Like getting tagged at the start of the retake, it kind of puts the whole domino effect on his head. And Chelsea, the young man, the young lad mad. Let's see if he can do it. Oh, boy, he finds one. Oh, Chelsea!
Okay.
Oh, no way! Rusty just screwed himself over. Oh, my God, Chelsea. Well, it seems the dominoes this time around do not affect him as he clutches it, man. DK 1v3. He pulls it off, pulls their pants off, and just sends them home slapping. Man, Chelsea, that was sick.
Yeah, that is definitely a big, fat, juicy plus. But the problem is Apeks, they've had 2 of those rounds where one player just goes nuts. And that is not the most...
It's not enough.
Yeah,
it's not enough.
You can't just have one player getting an ace clutch and the other getting a 1v3 big, fat, juicy clutch to try and win the round. That's the big problem that Apeks currently has. That's 2 of their 6 rounds where one player just goes ham.
Yep. That's the thing. Like, it's the same when we talk about pistols and, you know, low amount of round wins. It's like, yeah, you got 2 pistols, for example. That's 2 rounds, and then you probably got 2 more after that, and you only got, what, 5, 6 rounds? It all coalesces together. And definitely, Apeks is going to have to start winning some rounds without having to have, without having to have to play as a single entity monster where they win engagements 1v2, 1v3 consistently. So the whole team is gonna have to step up. Oh yeah, Jacob's like, oh, is there somebody there? Oh boy, let's just...
Someone's a little bit too stressed at the moment.
Yeah. It's like playing Resident Evil and you just shoot at everything that you see because you don't know if it's moving or not. You know, don't know if it's gonna come at you or not.
Well, to be fair, in Resident Evil, you can't, like, I always spared all my bullets as much as I could. So I didn't shoot at everything. I just held on to my bullets in the end of the game. The last boss, he was like, just going ham and spraying your entire inventory empty.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you and I do differ in that regard, very much so. I remember I played a little bit of an older Resident Evil where you're playing the long-haired guy. I forgot his name. Like, not long-haired, but, you know, like he has this cup hair, brown hair. Claire and somebody else was the name.
Yeah, I've only played the latest to The Village.
And The Village. Oh god, Village. I watched the Village gameplay. It didn't really give me like a. It didn't really give me a chance, a want to play it. I'll say I prefer the original ones.
It is really good though. Like the story is
I can
really
imagine.
good.
I can imagine, yeah, but they can keep those horror things to themselves, I'd say. I did play Fear. Do you know Fear? Do you remember
Oh
Fear?
my god, Fear 1, 2, and 3, the good old Sierra games. Oh.
Oof. Now that is a proper horror gameplay game. Now that I had to, yeah, I'll stop talking right there because I just don't want to go through it. 11-7. How about them apples, huh?
Yep, exactly. It's looking like Apeks are finally on a stroll, but GamerLegion next round should be a bye. They're just going to save their P250, 5.7, and 2 USBs. A bit of armor onto Isaac and Era as well, though. So we can continue discussing about Fear and why it was the greatest horror game ever in a time when, honestly, games were not good yet. But that slow motion scenario, like, they had everything in the first Fear. They had the slow motion gameplay, they had superb horror, great fight scenes.
Yeah. You know what really got me with Fear was the fact that you couldn't really move too quickly. You ran out of bullets very quickly, and I will not forget ever a situation where you were going up a ladder in some sort of an industrial complex, And once you get up the ladder, or once you start going down the ladder, there's a little bit of a girl that shows up and then just scares you. Yeah, that girl, and then just goes into like these ashes. Just these kind of effects really put like a strain on my young mind. Like even Max Payne. Have you played Max Payne?
No, I have not played Max Payne.
Oh, well, Max Payne, guys, you gotta play it. The baby scene, oh god, that was horrible. That was horror, live horror. But horror is no longer in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 8-11 as we see it, round 20. Apeks have been able to bounce back. They're only 3 rounds behind. Let's see if they can close the gap here and find themselves on a potential tie or an advantage. As right now we've got AKs across the board. We've got a Galil on Jacob. That does fail, unfortunately, as Era brings him down. 0 at 4, but so far it's looking good.
GamerLegion with a man advantage, though still a little bit of a threat, of course. AK's on the opposing side. T's have plenty of cash. They can buy 2 more rounds if they would lose all of their players in the process. So GamerLegion definitely need to be careful not to give too much space here to Apeks. Otherwise, they might just get their ball continuing on the roll. Isaac is going to get mollied off the angle. They're pushed towards the B bomb site. Not immediately coming through, though, so it's taking quite some time for these terrorists to start their pounce. But the remaining executes should be flying in right now. A second molly in the angle. Zero, a very interesting off angle here.
I kind of like it. It's not usually
no.
that you would see this. Oh, he's not spotted. He's not spotted. Oh, Zero. That was sexy. Asilian doesn't even take to look at it as Zero now takes a bit of an aggressive stance. Chelsea will find Isak 4v3. This is still doable for Apeks if they play their cards right. Unfortunately, Zero is going to be a little bit dangerous. Chelsea finds Zero, but look at this. Stiko is left, and Zero, well, he goes from 0 to hero, as that will be the 12th round for GamerLegion, closing it out at the end. And I gotta say, that was an angle I haven't seen very often from Zero.
Yeah, that was a very interesting angle. I mean, it works well because of the smoke that they had. And the fact that the player that jumps through the smoke has no idea that he's even there. So that was, I really liked it. It's of course something that you can't run too often. But, yeah, it's always nice to see, especially Overpass is a map where after so many years, there's still something new that surprises me. A map that keeps on giving.
Yeah, many people would really, would really dislike Overpass, but I personally am I'm not hugely opposed to it, and I find it to be sometimes a fun map to play. Oh boy, Zero though, meanwhile, finds it very fun to go through short, finds the entry in a Cillian, takes care of his head, and, well, just pulls back. Not a single hair touched on his head. Chelsea at least takes some short control, so they've got that short B, they've got that con. I mean, the problem is... Oh, he hears it. Yeah. Yes, definitely.
Oh, he's actually... Oh, This is, I don't know. This is like trigger discipline, but too much. Too freaking much. Just kill him.
If you could see my face right now, you'd see the palm, the palm just going through the face, the actual proper face palm. I don't. Like Chelsea, I understand what he tried to do. He probably wanted to get more information if there's a second player in there. I kind of get it. But I have to agree with you here. I don't think there is time to play like that. You've already lost one player. Take the shot. Take him down immediately. You'll deal with the repercussions later. Instead of that, they're just losing players and they're losing rounds now. They're already down 4. They've lost 3 players. There is no room for such plays in this scenario. And he was alone in the in the toilets area, so further reason to just make it quick and easy. Knock, meanwhile, is he gonna pull another knock, or is it gonna be the end of the line here for Apeks, and will they have to go for a full-on rebuy with basically very little left once they do so?
Well, they lose everyone in the process. They could afford another buy at the very least on Apeks, but yeah, it's looking rough. It's looking very rough. GamerLegion destroying them. A couple of mistakes here and there. It kind of felt like with that trigger discipline kind of moment where he was thinking, I actually want to get behind him towards the A site, because he was like making sure that his own vision gets obstructed from like the head of the Opper, and at that point he goes, oh wait, no, maybe I should actually kill him, walks back, and you know Oppers, they turn around for half a second, they hit that flick every time. You gotta nail them quickly before they nail you.
Yeah. Like, and again, if he had at least 1 or 2 players around him, I could see that being an option where he tries to get more information and then they all pounce together on the site. But he was alone, right? So he's the man that's lurking. He's the man that's trying to get the damage, trying to get the confusion in. Instead, he just gets absolutely destroyed. And yeah, I mean, there's not really much else to say about this. Error here on long. He's pretty much just ready for the first contact. They've got a player in toilets as well. That would be, of course, I am controlling that angle. Isak finds Chowsy. But look at this. It's going to be Zero that's going to be re-engaging. Zero, oh, he goes for... Okay, he gets tagged, he gets a kill. And then he still goes for a re-peek. That kind of doesn't really work with me, but fair enough. Stiko comes to the monster. They are going to be going for the B-take. DK, this is a good chance right now for Apeks.
Yeah, Rusty gets overwhelmed as well, and the 8K immediate headshot comes through. The bomb 2B planted, 2v3. The CT economy is actually completely hideous, so they kind of need to save their guns unless they have enough faith that they can make that retake work. However, oh, missed shot means it's over. Fall back, save the AWP plus M4, so you have something to work with in the next round, but it is going to be Apeks on towards 9. They're not letting go of this game just yet. A couple of mistakes here and there, especially the one that you did mention, going for the repeak when you're at your health is in the red. It's asking to just lose.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to throw it away here. Okay, I gotta say, GamerLegion, you know, perhaps a little bit of a, how to say, a bit of a mistake play there by Zero. He certainly got the, you know, the numbers back on even grounds and then decided to still be aggressive, which is a little bit unlike him. He does usually play very smart, very tactfully, and well, hopefully we'll see something different here from GL moving forward. Timeout going to be called out. I believe this is the first timeout, I want to say. I don't actually recall any timeouts in between before. Let me double quick check it. Help me out here, but I believe this is the first timeout, isn't it?
I honestly cannot remember. I have a horrible memory when it comes to timeouts. Fair enough. It's a nice gap in the game where I'm like, oh yeah, what, did that happen? Okay. Nonetheless, it is.
Oh God. Okay.
It's the buy for that CT side is not great, to say the least. Deagle, MP9, FMAS, 1 kit on their side, utility a little bit. They're actually all keeping a little bit of extra cash, which is an interesting approach instead of going for the full util. But I guess they want to eco in the next and then have a full buy thereafter.
I kind of, I mean, yes and no. I guess they're counting on, an eco next, and you know, maybe having some chances or having some options in winning this round. We'll have to wait and see. I guess the op on era can still make a difference. This is something that I usually bring up immediately, is the fact that once an op is alive and around, you can't really ignore it. But that was pretty convincing. Like, there goes one.
Rusty drops the MP9. He knows he's going to pick up that M4. It doesn't matter what happens, he's going to die trying. And he does at least achieve it, but they're falling away from the B-bomb site. And that's going to be a free one for Apeks to achieve, with the rest of GamerLegion most likely saving their guns already.
Yeah, I kind of like the decision here for GL, right? They know they're at a tactical disadvantage. They know that they've got a lack of a few players. You don't want to risk having one player on B, one on middle, one on A. You want to go for the gamble of, okay, let's stack up on A, or let's all move to A. If they go A, we'll hold it, we'll survive, or we will die together. Or, you know, we basically go the other way and just save immediately if they don't go A. So that's the case in this case, the latter one. Apeks take the 10th round, basically. But you know, GamerLegion, they keep 3 rifles effectively. That's beautiful. That's better than they could have hoped for, given how they started off the round itself.
Yeah,
and
those
it's a
are
smart
the 3
call.
most expensive guns that they had.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, they'll at least have a fighting chance in the next round, which should be an eco on their part, and then they have full buy thereafter. If, of course, they lose the next one, they still have Era on the AWP, so maybe he can make some magic happen, but I really want to see a little bit more of that aggression from GamerLegion's side, because Apeks was like hyper aggressive on their CT side, a little bit too much, but GamerLegion are more very defensively positioned most of the time, and I want to see some semblance of in your face. Maybe go for the playground play, for instance, or connector push once in these rounds.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I mean, honestly, I'd love to see some sort of aggression, not gonna lie. You know, trying to stop the early progression or early push from Apeks, absolutely. But this is gonna... Oh, did I... Yeah, I saw that correctly. He jump spots, and I believe he saw Era on balloons. I'm fairly certain he did. So this is gonna force Apeks to be a little bit slower, a little bit more careful. I kind of like it. Meanwhile, we do have Rusty at... Of course, a tree at long. And there will be 2 players in towards toilets. Kind of makes sense. GL is trying to focus their efforts in controlling that toilets con area, potentially. I would have preferred to see 1 more player in con, but oof la la, Stiko somehow spots 0. Well, the smoke did dissipate, but still, that is a good pickup as Isa goes wide into Monster to peek it. And that is going to be enough here for Apeks to find the 11th as well. And that's... great stuff so far.
Another round to be saved for GamerLegion, and again, that AWP has been alive for quite some time, but they don't manage to find a single kill in these rounds, and that means that the T economy is also looking pretty reasonable for Apex's side. GamerLegion not going to get any freebie rounds going forward anymore. So that's a little bit of a struggle on their part. And Apeks is getting very close right now. But GamerLegion next round is a round where they all should have themselves M4s and utility to work with. So that is where they will really be able to put their foot down. Yep. However, they kind of need to start doing that right now. Otherwise, Apeks might just be able to catch up to the GamerLegion side.
I mean, in my opinion, they've already caught them. They've already caught them. I kind of want to see a little bit more out of Apeks in terms of aggression towards short B and connector, if I'm honest. Because Overpass, not Mirage, excuse me, is heavily focused around those 2 parts of the map. If you don't take that as the T, you're kind of locked in informationally. But there is a problem, you know, or there is a bit of a kind of like, how to say, a hand-in-hand play. The GamerLegion is not playing aggressively on those parts as well. Therefore, they don't have that wide aspect of info, and yep. This is a risky play. Yep, Era, he is alone. Where's the flash? Where's the support? Now, he does have IM at balloons, but he has been completely inoperable. No. And now he is down for the count as GL is losing quickly. I am not liking these plays.
I mean, they play aggressively, but they play alone. And that, like, no one is backing them up. And that is kind of the big issue. Whereas GamerLegion on their CT side, even though, Apeks on their CT side, even though it was horrible for the most part, they did actually always have backup behind them. They pushed 2-man towards Fountain every single time, and the like. It's a nice kill coming through, but Rusty does not expect Jacob behind him. The A site is lost, and that is going to be GamerLegion forced to save again.
This is, like, these are some mistakes that we didn't expect. I mean, this is unacceptable if you're GamerLegion. As you mentioned, as you pretty much pointed it out, having to play solo really puts you in an awful spot, because basically you're then you're then relying upon yourself, and that's it. You don't have any backup, you don't have any crossfires, and I would have loved to see some crossfires through toilets. Like, why does the Opera have to peek alone on long? Why does he not join the player at balloons or the player in toilets themselves? Why is the player in toilets and the player in balloons? Like, why are there so many discrepancies on the defense of GamerLegion where there is literally... Oh, excuse me, my throat kind of gave in there because it's not liking this so much. There's literally no crossfires, no buddy system, as you mentioned here by GL, and it's showing. Apeks is basically playing a very defaulty style. Like, they're not even doing anything special. They're literally just kind of being careful about that early peak. They're trying to find out where the op is, you know, where the initial tag will come from Era, and once they get that, they just continue down their path, strolling completely and utterly calm. And again, I hope GL switches it out, otherwise we will be seeing Apeks making a full-on comeback. This is looking splendid already as we open up on round number 26. And again, it's a 3-1-1 split by Apeks, aka a standard default, where you just look to control a little bit of Con, a little bit of Monster in case somebody's pushing. Oh god, no. Thank god he's not dead.
Oh my god, like, this is nerves right now for GamerLegion. The fact that they're losing all those rounds, you're getting rusty on everyone, no pun intended, and it's starting to be a real struggle. Especially, like, in that round, they boost towards B short. When have we seen Apeks take B short in the beginning of the round? They never do.
Yeah.
Like, you boost, you're like, okay, we'll catch him here. They haven't gone there yet. You have B short control, but they're now out A long. They're completely on the other side of the map.
That's the thing.
Oh, this upper battle again, Era. Last time.
I mean, he's got a good angle. He's got a good angle, but they know where he can be. They know how they can look at this.
And they should have spotted
that
him.
was a bait. That was a bait. Like, that's a full-on bait. Now the close range. Look at this close range pick as it's about to come out. IM is on the wall of toilets, but Jacob has already pushed him out. Oof, what is this? Pulling out nades? What are you doing, Jacob? You know better than that. As IM and Stiko defend, excuse me, Rusty defend. It is going to be IM that finds himself the hat trick, and Jacob with a Molotov to be pulled out. That is an unacceptable mistake. Now Nuke in a 1v4, 1v3, but he is about to be singled out from long, and there you have it. It's going to be the 14th coming out for GamerLegion. Also, what the hell, Jacob? Seriously, what the hell?
Yeah, standing out in the open towards the A site. There's like 3 angles that can peek you down, and you're standing there with a molly like, I'm gonna molly out truck, that'll teach him. Yeah, no, that's asking to just get domed.
That's a very basic, that's a very amateur mistake there that I do not expect Jacob to make. Seriously, that is not good. You gotta throw it earlier before you get onto site, or you just don't throw it until you're certain somebody does not peek you or can't peek you.
He doesn't have backup, but I do commend the aggression here. Jacob, does he know that he's right behind the smoke? This is so sneaky. Coming in from behind. I am beautiful.
Oh, that is sexy, I'll say that much. Rusty finds Chelsea, and it seems like GL have found their stride. They found their calling, and it is to be an absolute nuisance here to Apeks. And just to kind of put it into perspective, this is what Chelsea tried to do in the first half, if we all recall, or, well, at the start of the second, I guess, where he tried to get that shot on the upper in toilets, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the trigger discipline in that case wasn't as thought out, as well as, you know, basically you're alone. Meanwhile, we could see IM in this case playing very thoughtfully. He was like, okay, I'm pushing in, I know where I'm going, if I fail, I fail, we've got the advantage, the rest of the team can handle whatever comes their way, let's see if I can do this. Sees the upper deep in playgrounds, just goes for the headshot first, and then clears it out immediately, and this was just sexy. Look at this. So he goes crouching a little bit here, so he doesn't make sound, and then bam, knock first, Jacob second, easy as that. Absolutely sexy. This is what you love to see. And 15-12, Apeks, luckily they've got that money from previous victories, but it's not going to be helping them win rounds. It's going to be helping them just get a bit of a head start.
Apeks, they need to win 3 more rounds to take it towards OT. By the way, frontside Missy, nice. But it is going to be pretty tough. It looks like GamerLegion have been reinvigorated. I mean, especially IM. The last 2 rounds, I think he got 5 kills in total. So definitely coming up big for his team. Flashed completely, and Jacob was not even aware of the possibilities that there was a player there. But luckily enough, does get rid of the top gunner in a the GamerLegion side, drops him inside connector. The boost on site, I like this play. Can he get the kill though? Zero just off the mark. And Jacob does stay alive, but they're going aggressive in towards short. Nice moves. They're finally playing as a team.
That's perfect. Like that's how you gotta respond. Go for the pop flash, peek it out. You see a player, you take care of him, and pull back. You don't re-peek, you don't challenge again. And we see Asilian. Asilian has made his way on towards A site. It's a little bit of a weird push by Zero. He doesn't even consider that to be an option. So I kind of get why he falls easily there, as Era is about to be baited. Jacob shooting through that bangable plaster, a wall of wood. Oh god, but what has happened here? Era and Rusty they just make it too quick, and Knock will fall. My god, as GamerLegion, they were down a man, but now they're up around and up a map. Ladies and gentlemen, it is GamerLegion that pull it home at the very end, and Apeks unfortunately failing quite bigly.
Quite bigly, indeed. But yeah, that was definitely a very interesting first map. I mean, a bit of a couple of mistakes on both parts. Hey, that guy looks a lot like Anthran.
Oh, yeah, he does. He does. I believe that is Isak, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody please correct me on that case, but fairly certain. It could be Rusty as well. Could be Rusty. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming out here. Pinnacle Cup number 4 continues. The Swiss stage right here that we are watching and enjoying will continue into the second map between Apeks and GamerLegion in a moment's notice. As we get ready for Ancient, we take a short break and we will continue in about 10 minutes time. See you real soon.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
welcome back into Map 2. GamerLegion riding the highs of a home map victory as we head to Ancient. In the past, hasn't looked so great for him. Now's their chance to turn it around.
Absolutely, it's going to be GamerLegion that's going to have to find a way to win this 2-0 or face the wrath of Apeks on the final one of Mirage. With me, though, is no longer DK, guys, it's Anthron, and, well, my dude...
Rusty.
Well, let's see where this one is headed. Zero finds the first, and it's going to be a good start for the pistol.
I like the smoke on the left side, though, so it's going to provide them some form of sanctuary to get this bomb down. The problem is, it's a 5-on-4. The opening pick's been found by GamerLegion, and they're starting to make their way in with a whole hell of a lot of numbers, but that wouldn't matter if Rusty just finds two like he does. Smoke provides absolutely no cover is through it, a kill is found, and almost no success is found on the post plant from Apeks. They get the bomb down, they take the site, but from there forward, it is all GamerLegion.
Yeah, and that smoke really kind of, got my attention, because it's a lovely smoke to use, but why push through it is beyond me. It really kind of struck me odd there that Apeks decided, you know what, let's plant the bomb, but then instead of going for the after plant, let's push through the smoke and see what we can find afterwards. Well, the answer was quite easy. You find yourself dead. That's what you find yourself.
I'm kind of with you, right? Especially considering that right lane was open, and even if you didn't want to take that, I mean, you could have gone into caves, back in towards B-ramp. There were a lot of ways to play that post plant that I'm not 100% with. I'm sitting with you there.
Exactly. That's what, kind of got me a little bit curious and kind of raised my eyebrows for a little bit. But we do see a reply here from Apeks. It's a bomb plant that gives them that extra little bit of cash flow, the cash money. They've got Galils out in force, and I kind of like what they're doing. They've got two posted towards B. We can expect this to be an A take, yes, but this B fake out, this B chaos play has to come into motion soon, because if they play A quickly, and those two players on B are kind of left out in the cold, they're going to be useless, and this is what I hate most on the T side, that you kind of divide the forces and then do nothing with the team that is supposed to be the basically chaos maker, or aka distraction.
I think they're going to wait out this smoke and see what they can't get done towards Speedway. Soon to fade is that one of the B doors, but right in front of it is Zero and a whole hell of a lot of reinforcement. GamerLegion really trying to chomp down on Speedway control and maybe backing away as soon as the temporal cover has gone away. With 50 seconds left, Apeks soon to make their mark into the A site with the bomb currently on the back of, I believe that's Shawzy, but the biggest question in my mind is utility, because right now, GamerLegion have two players on the A site. There's not really much that's going to be able to go against them, and rotations are going to be quick, so it's really all up to what these players can do over in the B doors. If you get 2 for 2, if nobody else is spotted, then this round should just be all done and dusted, but through the wall, a perfectly timed spray sends destruction through the Apeks T side, and now as the Gambit's been sold, they've been spotted. This round's done. There is no Cinderella story to tell. Apeks, maybe a bit overthought on that one.
Yeah, the glass shoe just broke, man. That's all I can say. Apeks, this is not what I expected. I had hoped to see a bit of a better coordination between the two sides, but unfortunately, they seem to be a little bit lost in their own heads as fair as it is. One thing we can say about Ancient, it's the fact that on the CT side, you're looking to take control of that Speedway, of that Leopard. You're looking to take control of Donut, potentially stay away from H, because you don't know really what to expect there. But Donut middle and that Speedway really kind of find a nice harmony once you find all those three places to control. Once you find all three, you are in a good spot to pretty much just react upon what your opponent throws at you. You don't need to risk it, you don't need to do anything, you just play on information and continue playing from that point forward. Meanwhile, a little bit of an aggressive style, and I kind of like this, not gonna lie.
If there's anybody you want pushing, it's the MP9. Let them farm up some extra cash, but that's... It swings in, it's still 1-for-1s around the board, and finally it looks like Rusty's going to put a hasty halt to it as they all come sprinting out. The switch to the pistol is good enough for him. A 3-0 start from GamerLegion, and I always stress how big it is to win the CT pistol on CT maps like this, because when you look at a map like this, you're only expecting 4, 5, 6 rounds on the T side, so when you win that initial pistol, which is the closest you're going to get to a 50-50 round, might I add, you take 3 rounds right behind it, that means you have an entire half to find 1 or 2 rounds, so it's very big that GamerLegion are the ones that started off strong.
Yeah, that's a good point you make. I would tend to agree here, absolutely. But then again, it's on Apeks to make sure that even if they don't win the pistol, they do have a plan behind them. They do have some sort of plan they can make work. And in this case, I would say mid control that ramp control, aka B control, Speedway. That should be their focus. Instead, they're playing super defensive. Look at this, and they're giving space to Era. He's just making it work time and time again.
I'm so glad to see this too, man. I mean, the reason this map is so CT-sided is because of how easily you can contest it most parts of the map. And GamerLegion, so far, have been running the gauntlet down mid. Apeks have yet to give them a reason to respect them and stop doing that. And it's paying off big. They only have one player on the B site right now, but that's fine because they have an easy retake come through in Cave.
Exactly. I mean, it's not even just about the retake of B. It's about the fact that you can leave one player on A and still have enough of a rotational force to be in there in time if in case it is an A take. Instead, we can see here Zero. He's got the M4, smoke's down. Here comes the play. Jacob, good start, but this is not looking too sweet right now as IM continues.
Yeah, this guy's just a menace, man. And when you leave him around the pillar, when you give him these 1v1s, he is really going to make you pay for that. 35 seconds, and Apeks now need to change around the game plan as the A site seems to be the intention, but not when Era's still posted up. It's all up to Sticko, and he's got the bomb, and he's got a little bit of a safe passageway to get it down, might I add, so it's not like you're going to be completely speechless in the grand scheme of this round, but you'd still like a little bit more. Though Rusty denies, it's too strong for GamerLegion CT side right now, man.
Yeah, it seems like Apeks doesn't really have an idea how to handle this. I'll be honest, man. Again, you kind of painted the picture beautifully. You gotta get at least 4 to 5 rounds. Let's say 4 is the bare minimum, 5 is the okay-ish, and the 6 is the golden standard you're looking for. The thing is, Apeks so far have not really shown us any sort of reason to believe in them even being able to get 4, because they are not taking control of B step, aka control of B ramp or Speedway. They're not taking control of Cave or Leopard, trying to force GL into a defensive posture. They're pretty much giving up too much space. Here comes the B push. Oh god, the nade as well.
It's so beautifully played. They pepper on the utility to utter perfection, and now they're going to be charging into a B site with so much damage ticked off the health bars. Yeah, you've got the bomb plan, and maybe you don't. I'm really not that sure. There's still a 2-man setup in Cave, and GamerLegion are playing this to a T right now. Even when the quick rush comes through, the utility was there to stop them. They play the post plan perfectly and ensure that nothing too badly goes awry, but apparently Asilian makes some chaos of the situation as he finds 2 in through the smoke. But still, health bars are low, and Nox going to get caught here shortly.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one. I just wanted to say Nock there in that open space towards Stairway. He is a little bit wide in the open and unfortunately, as you said, gets caught and that's the round gone. Apeks, a good idea. Again, their rush towards B, it makes sense. They've got the Mach 10s, they've got a little bit of utility. It was a well thought out plan. You know, make it simple. Usually simple things work out the way you want them because there's not much to go wrong. The problem was, Asilian got 2 kills, and that was the only thing they got. That's it. 3 players survived on GL, and that's what really kind of gives me the creepers, because Apeks, guys, what was the afterplant like? It wasn't even present. That's what worries me, and Apeks, they seem to be still kind of bedazzled by the previous map and how they lost it.
I was gonna say though, I think Apeks are starting to catch on here because GamerLegion, while I'll applaud them for their very early round map control, they've wasted a lot of utility. Like, look at their belts right now. You got Eamon Era with nothing left but a flashbang and a nade, and even that nade is about to be used up. You've got 1 molly left on the entire CT side, 1 smoke. They're really holding on to the fact that they're gonna shut this down before the bomb comes in. And I mean, I guess rightfully so, you've got a good bit of map control to do that, but if you were to have a couple of picks not go your way, Apeks could really steal this round.
I gotta agree with you here, but the problem is, look at this. IM uses those little bit of, those secrets, those little bit of wall bangs that you get to see on Ancient quite consistently through Gepard. It's one of the easiest ways to get a confirmation if there's a player there or not. And I gotta say, I'm not liking the way they use their utility, but they're changing it for map control. And look at this, on A site, who is there? Mr. Jacob, he's ready for the take, but Mr. Zero is controlling Cave to the back, or aka Leopard to the back, and of course in Cave it's going to be IM. And as long as they play their cards right, this should be a very hard take for Apeks. They're all coming through B ramp. Here comes Era to connect. The first shot is missing. The second as well. Chowsy with a great headshot to begin.
Oh, Eam, is he going to slip the net? It looks like he is, but he's lost inside of his own smoke. Oh, it's so perfectly played by Apeks. I thought for a second Eam was going to try and deny that plant, but now we head back to a 3-on-3, and we know about a couple of players' Cave presence, so hold on here for a second. Isaac's just gotten shut down on the flank, and things get all the more tougher for the likes of GamerLegion to convert this round, especially when you walk into a lineup like that. Apeks, finally, a glimpse of success comes their way, but how can they extend that gap?
Well, it's all about that map control. We've talked about it extensively. We saw how much GamerLegion is committing when it comes to utility to make sure they keep it in their hands. Now it's time for Apeks to recognize that, to basically abuse that against them, aka let them throw those nades, let them throw those smokes. You know they're going to push back later on. Let's just take it as a slower approach. Make sure you've got that op trained on Era or on, you know, whoever is going to be first contact coming up for Knock, and make sure you don't lose those players too quickly. Era, that is a risky play, but he does survive. And look at this mid control. Oh god!
The Deagle can be a cruel mistress, and Rusty now knows that Era. No, that's a couple of crucial whiffs he's now given to them. Another opportunity granted to the side of Apeks as they have a little bit of map control to work with once again. Jacob, he has been a nightmare to deal with in the past couple of rounds over towards the B ramp, because even when he's getting traded out, he's finding an opening pick, and usually those favor the T side. I still think Apeks need to do a bit more in cave, but this is a great start.
Oh, this really is. I mean, Jacob, as long as he's keeping that control of B ramp, they've got the eyes on cave, they've got the eyes on deep CT and stairway, so they pretty much know everything and anything that's going on. Zero, he's going to reveal his position. He doesn't really have a choice. He sprays wildly, of course. He's going to try and get some lucky shots in, but I believe GamerLegion might recognize, yo, boys, we're in a bit of a distressful spot, but Chowsy gets killed in the back. Oh, boy, that's a problem. That's a huge problem now.
No.
With Chowsy down... No, they're not going to try it. I mean, I was certain they would try it. I mean, they had the position to work from. They had B ramp, they had cave, they potentially had a player coming in from CT. But I respect the choice here. The grind is real. GL knows the money is low. They want to play it safe. I get that.
I don't even think they didn't want to go for it. It's just more in the fact of the chaos that was going on. You could already see it was a 5-on-4. Two players were still kind of MIA and going for that retake. You had a man back in Donut still. You don't really have that many kits. You've only got the 1-on-0, so it's like, even though you go back to a 4-on-4, things were a bit cluttered. GamerLegion weren't really together. They weren't ready to go for it, so they don't. It's kind of smart. It's kind of weird, though. So, you still have the lead to work with, but I always like to say, leads are so liquid on CT sides, because you start this game off 5-0. You looked great, but all of a sudden... Apeks are 2 or 3 away from just completely wiping that from the table.
And let's not forget, the CT side heavily dependent on economy. So every round they lose and lose more than 2 or 3 players, they're going to be the ones picking up the scraps from the bottom of the barrel. And they are not looking good already economically. We can see here it's going to be, you know, the expression on the face that says it all. We're a little bit worried. Let's just get our heads back on straight, and let's make sure we do not lose too many rounds too quickly. Here we see, of course, quite a few convincing expressions that they are ready to win this, but they are not looking happy, and I can't imagine they are with the previous 2 rounds being lost. Then again, FAMAS out for Rusty, and let's see what is in store for us as Apeks is looking for that mid control. I kind of like this, Antron, not gonna lie. You know, Apeks is seemingly recognizing how they have to play this, and they're doing a pretty damn good job at it. Although Isak, no way, bro! He gets Tico and the damage on Jacob. Does die, but that is a favorable trade in my eyes, because he only loses the MP9 comparable to the AK of Stiko and Jacob's HP.
Yeah, teams don't do this enough where they put pressure in on A tunnels. It can really limit the success of a T side. It can limit what they're able to do, especially if you're GamerLegion with how comfortable you felt in middle in the past couple of rounds. No reason not to try to put the pressure on somewhere else, because Apeks are just respecting you there.
Yep.
So, I'm with you. It's a worthwhile trade. Probably could have gotten the second, but they'll be taking that.
You know, maybe bolster it with a second player supporting, since you're already committing, right? At least have some sort of a refrag available to you if you fail the first. But then again, let's see if GamerLegion recognize what's coming their way. It's a B take. Apeks, they are going to go through cave and B ramp. I kind of like what I'm seeing. Slow and steady seems to be the race here. Kind of makes it even better, because GL is out of utility. What, 2 flashbangs? Make it 1 flash, 1 nade? That's not going to be enough to stop the full push here, as the full force of Apeks is about to dwindle down on B. Oh boy, beautiful flash, and all 3 fall in a blink of an eye.
And now I'm starting to get flashbacks to Overpass, man, where GamerLegion were struggling to find consistent success, but they came out of the gate a bit lackluster. Later into the half, it was questionable whether they were going to take the game or not. They were able to come out on top, sure, but it just kind of seems like rinse and repeat now. And it's Fascinating how quickly this game changes from, wow, GamerLegion look uncontestable, to wow, it's right back to the same old, where GamerLegion don't look that great on the map. They can't really find that success. And Apeks are on the brink of 4 rounds. Like, at the very worst, your job's already done.
Yeah, like at the very worst, they only lose 1 or 2 players. Let's be fair. Unless you know, we see some crazy headshots like we saw in the first map, where it was, I believe it was Zero and Era that got some crazy deagle connections. Already Jacob again playing his standard position on to B ramp. Era, there's the headshot I was talking about. This could get dangerous. Nobody checks Rusty. This is a huge mistake. Rusty don't misses all of his bullets. No! Oh man, that was a failure and a half, and that just pretty much confirms what we already knew. 4
seconds. Not again, dude. This is 2 times in a row this round. The op bomb, though, that was still the big question. I mean, look, it was low. 1 lucky bullet connected to the wall, and this round's outcome potentially changes, but it just doesn't get more unlucky than that, man.
That's a bruh moment right there, isn't it? Oh, man. That just hurts to watch, I'm not gonna lie. And I mean, Rusty had the golden goose. He just kind of slaughtered it a little bit too quickly. I gotta say, you know, he wanted 10 eggs at a time instead of just going in 1 by 1. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It really is. It was an opportunity that GL missed out on, and they do have a rebuy. They've got full utility. A single defuse, though, is what I'm really kind of worried about. Not gonna lie. I would have preferred to see 1 more, and there's the solo peek in H. I'm not liking this. Not liking this at all.
It's getting desperate here. You can tell just by the way GamerLegion are playing. It's not really coordinated attacks. It's 1 by 1 aggression where people are trying to luckily take swings and take fights, win the round single-handedly, and that's just where the T side's going to pick you apart, especially a team like Apeks that are so good at coordination. But this headshot angle is so nasty. Isaac only good for 1, but it might be able to buy some extra time for rotations. The question now lies in the fact that do GamerLegion want to go for this? They have no kits and a lackluster set of util.
There was a kit on, I believe, on Era, if I saw correctly, or it might have been on ESAC. Either way, it's somewhere near A side, so they need to make some headway towards the A side if they want to do something with that. But never mind. Rusty walks into the crosshairs of Knock, and that's pretty much the end of the road here. GamerLegion, the rotation was a little bit slow, yes, and as you mentioned, you know, it was a good angle that Isak was playing from with that headshot position from side. The problem is, once you start playing these 1 by 1 moments, these 1 by 1 plays, aka, you know, let's say Era goes to peak H, gets absolutely obliterated, then Isak's job is to find at least a multi-kill of 2 or 3 players bare minimum to make it look like it's a doable retake. Instead, you know, single frag, okay, it puts you in a bit of a weird position. But then again, the retake is where it's at. 3v3, already at a disadvantage. Not going to happen. 5 rounds in a row is where it's at. And, oof, things are getting a little bit heated. GamerLegion certainly do repeat the mistakes, or at least the outcomes that we saw on Overpass. Just simply put, not enough and kind of lackluster.
I guess there is always that T side that they look pretty damn decent on an Overpass, but it's like this is a completely different ballpark, and this first pick could decide everything. They know Isaac's been the solo A player every single round. They're just going to put their foot on the gas and take the site. I don't even think GamerLegion bother if this bomb goes down. They now get in their own way, and that could lead to the undoing of them as Rusty has a chance on the flank, but again, the Deagle just can't connect today.
I'm kind of confused as to why they're continuously doing this into H. Why is there only 1 player? Let's say you want to kind of join those strategies together. Get 2 players into H, get 2 players into middle, try to make something off it. And yeah, sure, they get Stico, but that's a minimal loss for Apeks. That's an acceptable loss, a marginal loss that they are ready to take in a situation like this. And it feels like GamerLegion is kind of forgetting about the basics here. I mean, you know, you mentioned, and we kind of talked about this a little bit, how, yeah, you can surprise your opponents if you go H and aggressively try to take control of it. But that's maybe 1 or 2 rounds, not consistently trying to do so. You got to be far more focused on that B speedway, on that middle position, and then you have that op trained through Temple or through CT entry into A for that H, whilst you keep the rest of the team occupied on other sides of the map. I'm a little bit confused that GL, you know, consistently do the same thing, thinking that it will change, you know, because that's madness. That's the definition of madness. In any case, let's see if perhaps, it will be a bit of a maddening round for Apeks now, as a full buy, op out for Era, and an attempt here from GamerLegion to try and make the best out of it.
I honestly think a little bit of the scoreline falls onto the reason that Era just can't hit a shot right now. We saw a couple of rounds ago where they dropped the opening round, where they gave Apeks their first and got them on the board. Era had missed a crucial shot on the cross to the B site. That's what things started to unwind at the seams. Then we look a couple of rounds back again, where Rusty was in middle. He finds a kill, he gets traded out, and Era is still posted up on the op and gets 2 whiffs. Like, I mean, I get this map isn't necessarily super op heavy, but still, when you have your name player just not able to connect on some of these easy shots, I mean, case in point, things just get way more difficult to find success upon.
I mean, I would say that at least attempts are made, and if they fail, you're not losing too much, right? You go a little bit aggressively, you try to find that entry, doesn't work, fine. At least you haven't lost the position yet, you haven't really lost the round yet, or a player. Oh god, Rusty going into the smoke. Now this is something that, whilst it's not a bad idea, it's very, very dangerous. But Era, talking about the man, he does deliver at least.
Good stuff from him. Now a man advantage fielded within 40 seconds left of the round. GamerLegion, they don't really have to contend anymore. They can just back up and turtle on these sites. You've got a man advantage, and Apeks still don't really have a game plan. They're split up 2 and 2 right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't know that, but you can take a gamble here, surely.
And it will force the rotation off of Era towards B. This is a good fake. Like, Apeks is selling this full front and center. They're taking this hook, line, and sinker. Jacob finds Rusty, and that will convince them, yo, it's possibly still B. As IM finds a Cillian, but in this scenario, it is gonna be enough. It is gonna be enough, potentially. Or is it? Oh god, Isaac. That's a very vital frag now, as it turns it into a 2v4.
Now you gotta start using up this utility. Nog, one's already crossed in front of you, and even going through a Molotov of their own, Isaac's gonna fall. Not impossible, as Jacob makes it a lot more easier. 1v2 left on the table. Probably the most legendary player of this Apeks lineup, but they give him the heads. That's all he wants. He wants the 1v1s. That's the way he's gonna eat you alive. Even spotting his shoulder, he's trying to be a nuisance on the timer, but he might have just done it. There's a kit down, but does he have time to get it? Yes, just barely. He's able to steal that round away. GamerLegion on the brink of annihilation.
Clutching it. Thanks to IM, they saved themselves from utter defeat, and, well, not just that, economically they would have been absolutely devastated. And, you know, even though that fake kind of worked pretty well, because Era was rotating halfway through towards A already, it was down to Isak that was able to hold the front, hold the kind of the ball in the court of GamerLegion. In the end, IM to score, and it is a bit of luck involved, of course, in that victory, but then again, skill as well. And GamerLegion, perhaps this is what they needed, some wind in their wings. And let's see how far this is gonna get, as we have Rusty. Oh, he's expecting Zico. This is so good. So well done by Rusty. And already 2 down for Apeks.
Thankfully so for GamerLegion too, because remember, I mean, if you lose this round being as a CT side right now, you are still right back to square one. But I'm not going to count my eggs before they hatch, because there's still a chance they bring this back. It all falls on how the 1v1s pan out, and so far it's not that great. Yeah, they find the trade, but a 2-on-4 seems more unlikely than anything else. Maybe you take the B site, maybe you get the bomb down, but it certainly does look like this is going to be a GamerLegion-sided round.
I would say GL should win this, unless Jacob goes ludicrous and absolutely smashes 2 or 3 players towards deep CT. Right now, good Molotov. This could prevent them from peeking into this corner. Knock a few shots through the smoke. They're going to go through and through here. Absolutely. Knock still finds 0. But Jacob! It's not enough. Doesn't hit that spray transfer. Era saves the day. It could have been a 1v1, though, and, you know, back on Apeks.
I still think I had GamerLegion favored in that 1v1, though. I mean, there's so many places he could have been coming from.
Yep.
I just don't think it would have been realistic to expect him to pull that off. But still, again, Jacob is almost a hero for Apeks.
I mean, he's done some great stuff so far. He's been playing that B ramp very well, consistently being a nuisance. And I gotta say, the economy for GamerLegion hasn't really improved, so they're still in the same kind of boat. They lose this, they're gonna be broken in the next round, basically. And let's see what exactly is this plan here for Apeks. It seems like they're gonna be hard focusing towards A. And I kind of like this. They know that there has been consistent pressure from A from GamerLegion, so they might be striking the gold vein here, as there is nobody but one player. That would be Era. I am already down.
They smile more than you can imagine. I have said so many times, teams don't put enough focus on A. I don't think it's as CT-sided as people make it seem. And look, Apeks, 2 smokes, a couple of flashbangs for your own fancy, and all of a sudden, GamerLegion look lost for answers. There were 2 players there for GamerLegion. They just couldn't get anything going. And Apeks abused to utter perfection. Era's even going to get caught here in the middle as he tries to fall away, or maybe not. No, Jawsy gives him a little bit of respect, and he'll take it a mile, thankfully saving the op as a win condition in the next for GamerLegion.
Oh yeah, I mean, this save is a must, especially with Era in the op. You know, he can control a single position, basically A or B, almost by himself. If not, unfortunately, Zero gets caught, and that's going to be a problem, because all of a sudden you've got 2 players left. One of them is critically damaged, and that's going to be Era to fall. Why is he so wide open? I do not know, but Isak is the last player alive. He will have enough to drop a single M4, potentially an MP9 behind it. But beyond that, this is the end of the line here for GamerLegion. They have lost quite a few rounds in a row. They have lost their economy, and they have lost their confidence, it seems like. That A play, as you said, it's really easy to take it. Like, the A side is usually held by 1 player, at max 2 players, both being in donut, that kind of focus on middle more than A. So if you play your cards right, if you play your timings right, you usually have an easy time getting onto site. It's the retake that's more difficult and dangerous. But look at this, Asilian. I like what I'm seeing. Aggressive through middle, the rest of the team taking their time. And it looks like Apeks has a plan in mind to potentially split B here. And if Asilian gets into deep CT hallways, I could see this going very well.
He just misses
it.
That was
he
the bomb
misses it.
carrier too. It could have been so big. He'll take the kill on Stico regardless, but that could have changed the round. That was the bomb carrier.
I suspect they will rotate, and as we can see, they are doing exactly that. Though Asilian, oh boy, this is going to be dangerous. Never mind.
You'd think it would, especially considering he went in for the left eye peek, but no matter for him. It's still the weaponry advantage, and a health advantage now falls onto the shoulders of Apeks, even though they don't have the manpower to work with, and they almost did, barring the 2 of them lined up. But now the task is left to Asilian, and one of the most winnable 1v3s I've seen in a while. Less than 100 HP is a combined total across the CT side. And with a lackluster set of utility again, this isn't impossible, but it's certainly difficult.
I mean, it's...
Is he lagged out?
No. I think... Oh, that's weird movement.
No. I think he's doing the whole bop thing. Alright.
Maybe his mouse died out.
No,
yeah.
I think he was doing that thing where you pretend to be a bot.
Oh, yeah, where you look at random positions on the map. Yeah, it makes sense. I haven't seen that in a while, so for me it was like, oh, wait a second. Oh, no, he is disconnecting.
Oh.
So it could have been more than just, you know, being a bot. Maybe legit lagging as hell. But to kind of go for that, to kind of break down that last round, Apeks had a great idea, right? They go with Asilian quickly through middle. They take that advanced position towards mid doors, aka CT doors, but they don't really do much with it. Asilian, obviously now we know because of the tech issues. I guess he had some issues at the round, during the middle of the round as well. But what really caught me off guard was the fact how Apeks played the final moments of that round. They had a player in cave, they had a player on B ramp, and they never really came together to push. They went in 1 by 1. So first the player on ramp dies immediately. Then the second player from cave goes into peak, unfortunately has the unlucky aspect of having to face 2 players that do line up, but he doesn't hit the spray down. And then it's just basically a back and forth, and they had already lost Stico before that in that middle cross position towards Speedway, so they started off with 1 less than they initially wanted to. And I guess Apeks kind of gave in to the tech issues and decided, you know what, let's play solo, let's try and get as much damage done as possible, and maybe we can get the site without having too many issues. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. 8-7 as GL kind of saves themselves on this first half, but let's see if it's enough, because 7 rounds for T-side, that's amazing for Apeks, as the pistol is about to kick off here with a B push.
Stock standard stuff you'd see from the T side of an ancient player. Well, they take the B side again, met by little resistance, even better so than we saw in the first half, but now we have to see if they can't pull off the post plant, which is where things got tricky initially. Very slow and steady as Apeks on this retake. He puts that turd all around them, but now the Crossfire's walked into a pawn in cave, and it's not favorable trading whatsoever. 2 on 3, and they know where both of the remaining T's are. Somebody's going to have to hit some insane shots, and it's not going to be Eam nor Isaac. GamerLegion, a big drop on the pistol means Apeks have tied it up early on.
Now that was a express round itself. After going for the retake from Apeks, I guess you and I both had a few doubts in our minds, especially the way they were posted, only coming in through CT. But at the end, it was the headshots that mattered. Stiko saving the day with the final 2, but before that already, we had quite a few nicely posted ones by Jacob, and pretty much finding the 8th and the tie here, winning the pistol, as you mentioned more specifically at the start of the game, of course. Winning the CT pistol really gives you a bit of a better start. Now that sucks. Stiko getting knifed. I'm not sure who did it, but that just absolutely sucks to be Stiko right now, especially when you know there's going to be Galils in play here, and you bought that helmet explicitly because of the Galil, and you know there's going to be a scout up on Era, so you're already in a bit of a weird one.
I was gonna say, usually that's not that big of a deal, but when you're rocking against a scout, it essentially turns into an op with better movement speed, so maybe that's a bit of an oopsie-whoopsie from Apeks on the CT side, but they still make up for it by taking some good map control. Asilian even tucked into the corner here ensures that to get into Speedway, you're gonna have to take a gunfight.
Let's see, Isak. Wide peek by Jacob instead. Isak does not expect that from his left side, and Asilian will not be expected in the corner. He still finds a kill. That's a valuable trade. Nock will take a bit of a firefight, but he makes it happen for Jacob in the end to take down 2, and that door area had been locked down. The doorman has arrived. It is Jacob, and it is the end for GL and their push towards B, and what an end it was.
And we're soon going to see these odds start to heavily swing back in the favor of Apeks. They started off this game as the underdogs, 3.2 or something, 3.4. It wasn't good. Nobody was favoring them, but now all of a sudden they're starting to turn heads. They've taken the lead back, and it's only going to extend from there. GamerLegion are on an eco. This T side has so far not lived up to the task that it did on Overpass, and unless they start kicking off the rifle rounds on high gear, we could be easily seeing Mirage.
Oh man, I think Mirage could very well be you know, about 80% there, but again, we'll have to wait and see how it kicks off for GL once they get those guns out. As you said, the gun rounds will be vital. Albeit, I like this from Nock. He's playing aggressively with the MP9. We saw pretty much the same from GamerLegion, but a very different approach. He had been a lot more aggressive at it. I believe it was Era at the time that played it towards middle aggro. And I'm doubting that this will be successful for GL at any rate. And yeah, I mean, this is, you know, simple.
Yeah, I mean, again, I always like saying you want your MP9s to be the one doing the heavy lifting here.
Yep.
You want them to be farming up the cash. Nock's only going to get like 1,800 bucks with SMG kills, but still, I mean, you just start to increase the funds, and now you go into a bonus round. The first rifle for GamerLegion, and winning it doesn't actually mean all that much.
I mean, it kind of creates the space that GL need, but for Apeks, it doesn't really turn things on its head too deeply. For Apeks, they're going to have to make it into quite a few consecutive ones. As you said, you know, you're still not going to break the CT economy. You're still facing off potentially the op next, which is 100% coming out if, in case Apeks do lose. Even then, you know, even if they don't lose. Oh boy, Rusty D style. Okay.
That is so smart from Rusty. You know, those 2 kills are going to be the only Cave players. I'm just surprised they didn't put their foot to the gas quicker. You find those 2 frags, you know there's only going to be a max 1 or 2 more on B. Way easier of a time getting in a 4v2. But they take the advantage, they slow it down, they now look to work with this little gap they've been able to create. But Asilian just gives it right back up. Still taking fights though. Caution thrown to the wind, says GamerLegion. Era is not confident with just this.
No, Era needs to be careful. He does not have the room to die for free. As Asilian stays on B, I'm not liking this rotation towards A. They have no information. They have no reason to rotate A. There was a smoke thrown towards middle, but that doesn't confirm anything. And Asilian, as I said, he is low HP. He's the troublemaker in this case. He needs to stay alive, and unfortunately, it pretty much confirms what we already know. Apeks is saving. GamerLegion, with 4 survivors, you know, they will bump up their own economy a little bit. But as you know, as mentioned, it is the bonus round here. It is the round that doesn't really take Apeks out of the game just yet, or at least out of the rebuy. I would expect there to be an AWP bought up for Nock. He's going to drop that MP9 probably to, I would say, Jacob or maybe Asilian. And I'm expecting some sort of shenanigans coming out towards B from Apeks. Like, you know, the classic take of B ramp or Speedway.
Ooh.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts big time, actually.
Not really. I mean, look, I think it was a good play from Nuke. I just don't really like the angle, to be quite frank with you. He had 2 advantages, though, and it still just didn't matter. Like, he didn't even fire off a shot. That was crazy. Not only did he get shadow advantage, but he got the angle advantage just in the fact that he was receiving a left eye peek, but
Yep.
destroyed. Like, sit down.
I mean, that's an AK for you, and the MP9 obviously, you know, as you said, didn't even get the shot off, so perhaps his attention was elsewhere, but not sure why it would be, given that he was intentionally in that angle, in that position. Meanwhile, a timeout for Apeks. I guess they have a lot to discuss. As I said, I'm expecting some shenanigans. I would love to see Nuke on the aggressive side of the opping this time around. You know, get those peaks in, try to take that B ramp, try to take middle as well if you can. Maybe not necessarily go as aggressively as they did previously with the MP9, but look towards, you know, at least being posted in a direction where, in case GamerLegion decide to go for the mid take, you're ready to receive them full front and center. Okay, I like this. Look at this. They're going to be going for that B play. 4 players. Meanwhile, Nuke on middle misses the chance. That's an issue. We've said it before. Missing those shots is gonna be a problem, especially for the CT side. Era had the same issue on the first half, and seems like Nuke is taking some plays out of his book. Meanwhile,
Still really want this Speedway control, and Eam takes it by force. Another double entry comes through from the K players, and Chawsy's only lucky to find the trade back, but still, it's the exact same situation we saw in the previous round for GamerLegion.
I am just surprised by the fact that a single player can achieve this. Where's the rest of the players watching towards that middle? You know you've lost it, and for some reason Apeks completely ignore the position. Meanwhile, goes for the tap, misses the headshot, but it is going to be Mr. Zero that's going to be nearby. Stiko is taken down, and look at the C4. Oh god, Chawsy, no! The C4 spotted, now Nuke 1v3? What does he do in this case, Anton? I mean, he can grab onto his breachers and just get the hell out of there. Or
Well,
is
don't
he?
count him out of it just yet. It does seem like he may have found some newfound interest with that kill on a 0, but it's a 50-50 right now that you're taking, and he's not going to win it. So as soon as this bomb goes down at the A site, if you're not, you're just saving the op.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta save the op. There's no point in even trying, I think. There's no kit available to him to pick up, at least not the one I see. Beyond that, just the fact that Apeks had been bamboozled by a single player, that just leaves a deep cut. Deep cut in the mindset of Apeks, I think. Like, we talked about how important it is to control Speedway here. We talked about how important it is for the CTs to take matters into their own hands. And they did. For a moment, they did. But the fact that IM can come through middle, take down 2 players without having to be contested at all is a concerning fact. And Apeks need to really improve on that. Because, you know, this happens once or maybe 2 times more, and that's pretty much it. You're going to be losing this map. You don't have the space to play this carelessly, I would say. Especially with the economy that you have left over. You're now entering the final 10. You know, basically, this is it. This is do or die for Apeks. You cannot afford to have more than 1 or 2 ecos anymore. Even then, just a single eco is perhaps too much.
Yeah, this is starting to get a bit rough for Apeks. He started to look really good in the later parts of that half, too. Remember, in the first half, they find 5-6 rounds in a row. They ended off 8-7. It's really good from them. They come into the CT side and come out swinging. But that just seems like it's smoke and mirrors at this point. GamerLegion have toppled back over that lead. They're about to take one of their own, unless the op of Nuke goes absolutely crazy, which I don't imagine it will. And this is just starting to be bad news for Apeks, who probably won't even be able to afford an op in the next round.
Yeah, that's the issue I'm kind of having here as well. You know, the thing is on Overpass, it looked pretty bad for the CT side of Apeks. Then on the T side, they had about 7-8 rounds that they picked up, which kind of correlates with what you would expect. The problem is, you're playing the favored side of Ancient. You're playing the side that you should be the one to win, at least a lot easier than what we would expect, and yet still, it's just all falling apart. Nuke, as you said, he's trying to save it. He's already lost 2 of his teammates. He's running away. Like, basically, Nog, just take your knife and run fast as the wind. They're going to be hunting him down, though, no doubt. And they've only got a few angles. My God. Now, that is a sexy shot by Era.
Clean.
That's John Wayne kind of shot, just without the revolver.
Dude. This guy.
Oh, man, I'm old, I know.
That's not what I was hinting at, but sure. Apeks, though, this is probably one of the last well-put-together buys we'll see from them in this game. If you don't win this right here, all of a sudden, 11 turns to 13. You've got maybe one more decent investment left in you. And GamerLegion have this game by the balls right now. Apeks are the ones that have to respond, and that puts you in a really bad situation, because when the pressure's on, you don't want to make these aggressive plays. And when you don't make the aggressive plays as a CT, you don't take advantage of why this map is so CT-sided, and you just continue to be stuck in this downward spiral where nothing is going for you. You can't get opening picks, you can't find advantages, but now Jacob, he's going to try to hold hell on this B site. Finding 2 is good enough, and it buys time for rotations, but with the bomb dropped in Speedway, a fork is now found in the road.
And this is gonna create a few issues, but just as I say that, I mean, come on! Can it get any worse than this, Apeks? How are you losing these rounds so quickly, so convincingly? I mean, they get it off so well. They get the C4 control as well, right? You even mentioned it so beautifully. They get the control of the C4 on Speedway, the best part of the map that you can kind of hold down, fort it, kind of, you know, build the fort around it, basically. But then, bam, a second later, Zero's like, nah, mate. Keep that C4, I don't need it, I just need to get those headshots. Isak finds Knock, and well, Asilian, how do you respond? Yeah, I mean, not respond at all. This is disastrous. This is just falling apart at the seams. 12 to 10. They have one more buy left. It's going to be coming up next, but even that buy is going to be limited. I do see an AWP for Knock, which is vital in my mind, but even then, it hasn't made a difference. It hasn't been enough. The rest of the team is not supporting either Knock or Jacob enough. And even then, Jacob or Knock haven't been having the best of performances, missing a few shots here and there.
Yeah, again, Apeks, you're just starting to show them a little bit too much respect, and that's where GamerLegion shined. We think back to Overpass, that T-side looked so deadly. 10 rounds on it. Look, man, it doesn't really get more one-sided than that. And they're starting to become that force once again. Apeks just don't have an answer.
It's just falling apart. Apeks seem to have lost their, not just focus, but more than anything, they've lost their confidence already. It felt like this on Overpass once they got that ball rolling, when they made that comeback possible, got onto their 12th round. It looked like they could be potentially pulling it home. You know, it was one round away from tying it up, but then just absolutely got smashed. Okay, you know, it happens. But now, on the second map, I guess they expected more. I guess they expected more out of themselves. Unfortunately, it's just all on the ground here. And, you know, they're picking up the pieces, what they can, but just getting glass shards stuck in their hands, and that's it. And this is 13-10. There's no point in even trying this. I mean, save the Kevlars you have, guys. They're going to be valuable more than you think. Also, I disagree with the fact that Jacob is the one who buys the Mech 7 in Kevlar. He had like $3,600 in the bank, so he had the best choice of the op buy. He could have gone for full utility and everything. I mean, this is just, for me, this is just a, you know, delicatessen, how do you say, like an open buffet, right? When you have an AK and you have players like this jumping up and down and with your backs turned to you, just go for the tap. Or just a 3-round burst. Easy. Oh, boy. I really don't like this. I really don't.
It's not looking great. It's a bit bleak right now. Apeks, they call a timeout. They finally look to go back to their old game plan. That's what they need to do. You can't throw it out the window at this point. It worked before in the first couple of rounds. Hopefully it'll work again. But we're once again going on 5 concurrent rounds for GamerLegion. This is crazy.
Yep. I mean, they're making it work. They have the better idea as to how to approach their opponent's CT side. They certainly have a better idea as to how how to play their own T side. Like whilst they don't react as much, they already know, okay, this is the plan, you know, this is kind of like the general plan, let's make it happen. If we fail along the way, we'll kind of correct that as we go along. Rusty definitely calling out correctly here. He's got the ideas, he's got the, you know, he's got the machine churning, and he's getting everything right so far. Not to mention, they're all hitting their shots, and that's the difference maker right here. And again, we're gonna have a B push. Is it gonna go through the smoke? I doubt. I mean, this would be a little bit too much even for them to go pushing through the smoke towards B side. Speedway gonna be taken over. I like this, Anthron. I like this a lot from Apeks.
I don't think it's that unsmart of an idea, quite frankly, because now, time and time again, Apeks have had only one player on the initial site defense. Just unfortunate the utility that comes raining in, and it seems to put a quick halt to their aggression. Yeah, only one kill responded upon on this one. Looks like it's already done and dusted. That Sicilian pulls a nade out like that. Now the bomb can be retrieved potentially and be planted down. There's even spots to go in for post-plant angles. You've got a couple of split apart CTs right now. This is not impossible for GamerLegion, but if you keep giving away those 1-for-1s, it is. Era's left in a 1-on-3, and Jacob's got the angle. I don't hate that. I really don't. Because, again, every time that they've gone up towards B, there's only been one player actually on site. The majority of their hold's been in cave, so they try to really push the envelope and take down that one player, make them play retake, get the bomb down quickly, but it's just really well-placed utility from Apeks that wins them that round.
I would say, you know, Chawsey also being on Speedway, he had the opportunity to perhaps find 1 or 2 kills. He did get the one. Could have been a secondary or a third even. Now for me, the only reason why I'm not particularly fond of that is because you're relying on the fact that nobody's going to be coming to peek you from middle or from cave, aka leopard. So for me, that's the concern I'm having, right? But then again, you know, they're basically taking the chance, taking the, how to say, the risk, and making it work. That's the beautiful part of this game. Sometimes you just got to take that chance, and you know, they do.
Yeah, if you're Apeks right now, you have to take these chances, and I guess that one's good enough to pan out. But again, you've now let GamerLegion establish themselves, so you're going to be going through some buys for quite some time. But now it seems like they're back to their guns of taking some map control. Chawsey and co, they quickly took mid. You have cave aggression coming through, and finally Apeks are starting to remount their high horse, and you can see how well it's panning out for them. Chawsey catches in completely blindsided and gets the hell out of dodge.
I kind of like this, you know, play it safe, get the kill, get the hell out of there, absolutely. You don't want to risk dying for nothing. You got the advantage, try to keep it as long as you can, try to basically keep GamerLegion guessing, not make them not sure as to where the next attack will come from. They've still got leopard control, so that's really important. They've got that informational game on their side so far. So Apeks, if they make this round work, they've got one more to deal with. Smart. And potentially then later they could actually force GL into an eco. But this is smart from Rusty. He's not peeking in. He's just basically waiting for the second player to join him. But let's see if they actually play this. Molotov onto entry. Yeah, that makes sense. Good flash. Cillian still finds Rusty, though.
Wow, there's no way they expect 2 players in the corner. That's why that entire setup was genius. You bait it out for the first player, you find a Cillian in the corner, and you think, okay, now we've cleared the left side of cave, we don't have to worry about it. But Zero checks all his little nooks and crannies, and if he didn't, this round's done. Now all of a sudden it looks doable as they transition back into a mid-take, but you've still got Stiko posted up in the cover with a couple of low HP members. He could be eaten alive here, or maybe not. 15 seconds to go. The bomb has to go down. Notch going to be the first responder with the open hand. He's the one you want to be doing it anyway. 1v2 as he has to stick the plant, and they may come running in. No. They'll give him the room he wants for it, and they line up for him. He gets one, but he can't get back in the cave. Chawsey thankfully finds the trade. The clumsy movement from Era costs him.
Oh man, if he had not jumped, Era could have possibly evaded into Temple, and then things could have really gotten a little bit heated. But Chawsey saves the day at the end of the day. At the end of the round, 12-13, and as I said, with the bomb plant, it's going to be another buy here for GamerLegion. They will have to pretty much exhume all of their saved funds, basically. But alas, it's still going to be a round difference in favor of GL. But I liked what they did at the start. Chawsey is the one to open it up, then they fall back into a safety kind of net, and they just keep falling in that safety net continuously. But it got a little bit crazy. I'm not sure why they allowed that plan to happen. I guess they're playing it safe still, so it's not the worst part. In any case, Chawsey this time round, oh boy, Era just goes for the white peak. I kind of like the idea here. And Chowsy unfortunately getting caught out in the open on middle. That is not the best of decisions he could have made. He pulled out the smoke, trying to smoke that off, and well, the timing got him. It's unfortunate, but it's what happens. And Isak now, he's got support by Zero, if I can see that.
Oh, I love that. They flash back in the middle, and all of a sudden, we keep exchanging kills. I for sure thought this was going to be an Apeks-sided exchange, with them finding both of those kills completely uncontested. But I wonder if GamerLegion know about two players' presence there. Right now, the B site's left pretty naked. You've got a rotation coming through from Mystico and Asilian, but
surely this is
frag is found, then it turns to Chaos. He gets away with, I don't know how he's able to find that frag.
I mean, he does, and I would have imagined GL to suspect that, but nope, they're absolutely oblivious. Do they go B now? They've got 40 seconds. They can still turn back towards A if they really want to. Two players are posted up in that classical CT deep. And of course, stairway. Oh, Stico, he does not prevent the plant, but it's Asilian through the smoke. And that should be enough. That should be clearly more than enough. Good flash to at least blind one, but the boost. There's the boost, and oh boy.
I don't know yet, man. The op is still in play, and Rusty just made the job a little bit easier. Now you can give it the cross if you're Era, and they may be a little lopsided actually going into the side as he tries to take a peek. He knows that's not him. He knows who the last member is. Plays around the smoke, and even fires a shot. It looked on to me, but no. Apparently it missed him, maybe a little bit to the right, but Stico, he's wiping this one off his forehead and getting the defusal in as we go back to a tie game. But here's where things start to get interesting, because they got the bomb plant. They're going to go for another investment, but the money's not really going to be there. These buys are going to get weaker and weaker from Apeks.
Likewise, from GamerLegion, it's not looking too sweet. Era's going to have to make do with potentially either a Scout or a Galil. And I do have to agree, it's the bigger loss here on the side of Apeks, though. They're losing players left and right. You know, they keep one player alive for 2 rounds in a row. You're going to start to feel that effect of low economy, low amount of grenades, a low amount of utility, aka, more specifically, diffuse kits. Now, I'm not liking the fact that they're going for M4s across the board. Perhaps I would have preferred to see them risk it a little bit. And I know this is perhaps blasphemy, but basically risk it with an MP9, risk it with something that's a little bit cheaper, go for more grenades, and perhaps change it up a tiny bit. You know, put that MP9 in towards Scave, aka Leopard. You can still play those close corners very easily. We've seen that from GamerLegion, how well they utilize those MP9s. But in any case, let's first see what exactly is in store for us as we open up round number 27. We are tied up, Anthron. This is amazing, to be honest. This has been one of the, one of the more exciting maps we certainly had this morning comparatively to Overpass. Albeit mistakes here and there, but still acceptable ones. And, well, Chowsy this time decides not to go for the deep peek in towards Speedway. I kind of like that. Wants to be careful. He knows that this is the round that's going to make or break Apeks, and absolutely. Oh, he gets tagged through the wall there.
7 HP. If I'm Eam right now, I'm trying to get back to Era and throw that AK over to him. I want to make sure this rifle stays in welcoming hands, or at least is useful. But as the flash comes through, there's not really a response you can acquire to that. Thankfully for the likes of GamerLegion, Rusty's been able to lock himself down in caves. That rifle is retrievable, but look at Era! He just swings in without a care in the world. But going for the repeat might have been a bit audacious. He could have gone back, gotten the AK, and tried to continue that advantage, but again, Rusty thankfully bails them out of a sticky situation. We're back to a 3-on-3, but the health leans in the favor of Apeks.
Yeah, in this case, Nuke with the op is the man to be really scared about if you're GamerLegion. You don't have anybody that can quickly take him down. Sure, an AK can help, but if it's not going to kind of hit that headshot, you're going to be pretty much locked out. And Chowsy with a double. Chowsy holds the fort. He gets himself what Apeks was already hoping to do before they got to the site. And, well, that's pretty much it. Chowsy takes the risk, gets away with it. Now Rusty doesn't even expect Stico to be in donut. Beautifully done. 14-13. And Mirage is looking ever more possible now.
Yeah, you at least needed a bomb plant in that round, because now you have to throw it back to a save. Put a couple of pistols in play and really let Apeks start to dig their heels into what should be a converted map. You'll have 2 map points. And with how GamerLegion are looking, well, it's not that great. And it's funny because we saw this exact same situation in the first half. GamerLegion, 5 rounds in a row, look confident to close it out, and Apeks respond with what very well might be 6 back.
Pretty much. I mean, it seems like GamerLegion is having some confidence issues, I would say, and in this round, I would have expected them to be a little bit faster on the approach towards either B, A, middle, doesn't matter, but I would have expected them to go together, pick up that C4, and just absolutely yahoo their way onto a site. I'm not a fan of this slow play with deagles, with weapons that are not made for these kind of contact solutions, especially not when you're facing off M4s. Chowsy's going to check the corner absolutely every single time he should. It's a basic of CS, and this is starting to kind of fall apart for GL. They're going to have to go for overtime if they want to win this. It's as simple as that. It seems like Apeks have found their stride, and, well, they are most likely going to be the 15th. Or on the 15th here, more specifically. And I'm gonna be fair. I don't like this delayed beat play. Like, it makes no sense.
Especially
really
with
doesn't
how
make sense.
strained it was. Like, there were so many individual gunfights being taken across the map. You see only one player at B ramp, you see one in a house, and then the remainder of the force is in cave. I understand the, you know, stacking in cave, trying to take down those players and overwhelm them with pistols. It's how you should play it, but it's just the question mark in the fact that, here's how I like to put it, okay? So, if you are, I believe it was Eam, I'm not too sure, but I'm pretty sure it was Eam, who in the early round went up into house, got a super aggressive angle deep. If you get that kill, then what? Right? That doesn't help you. You're not stopping them from defending the B site. Even if you get that rifle, you're still trapped there. You're not going to be in any vicinity to help your team. That's the way you got to look at it. Even if that goes well for him, what does that do for you as a team? And the answer is, it really doesn't do anything.
Well, my theory would be perhaps Apeks would rotate one more player off of B, make it easier to take it, but then I still agree with you, absolutely. It doesn't really change the fact you're still having to get onto site, and you're having to break at least 2 players, or at least, you know, 1 or 2 players with M4s. In any case, it's going to be round number 29, gents. We are entering the final stage of this map, and 2 rounds in a row is what GL need. They've already lost quite a little bit of HP. It's not looking sweet, but they might be able to make it a little bit sweet and sour if they get a few shots early on and get rid of a few vital players like Nuke, potentially like Xiaozi on middle. But again, alas, look at the way GL is playing. They're not really doing anything at all. They're not focusing on A. We talked about this. Now, I love the boost, sure enough, but I mean, they already know about it. And look, yep.
No, dude, no. I wanted to say it so bad. I've seen that boost a couple of times, but he missed his opportunity, and that actually might be the game flying behind it. Nuke, especially with Yop in a position like this, it's almost uncounterable, and now they just decide to turn their way into Donut. But again, it's these 1-for-1s that GamerLegion are giving up that are the bane of their existence. Era, again, trades it out before things get too dicey, and Isaac's just made it a bit more manageable, but it's still a 3-on-3 that doesn't really favor you.
No, absolutely. Luckily, there is no utility for Apeks left over. They've got 1 nade on Asilian. And it seems like GL is indecisive. Like, I'm really not liking how indecisive they seem to be at all. 20 seconds, they're still playing so slow, not really doing anything at all. I'm not sold on this. I'm really not. Nuke is the one to be the first point of contact. Good counter flash though. And this time around, he repeats, but Sneeko gets a double! And a 1v2 now. Isak to save the game. Let's see if he can do it.
He's found the beautiful headshot on Sneeko, and he knows where Asilian is, but spotted himself! He has to go for the peek! He can't play a passive angle, and Asilian wanted that! The low health costs him 16-13 right back at you. We head to map 3 trading blows, and Apeks looked pretty sharp at the end there.
Yes, they do. With that, Mirage is confirmed. Gents, we will be going on to a 10-minute break and return back with the Pinnacle Cup IV Swiss stage here. And this is the winner's match, don't forget. Mirage is coming up next.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Where we find ourselves on Mirage with a very surprising finish to Ancient. Apeks, look, they looked a bit down and dusty in the first half and the second half. There were a lot of points where you could have pointed to GamerLegion stealing this series 2-0, but as it stands, we
Yes, we do, my friend, and we are going to be watching the knife first to see who starts where, and this is the most balanced map we've had so far in this series, and hopefully this time around there won't be too many issues to be had, and well, we can see that right now GL is the one to choose the side, most likely CT, I would imagine. Though there is a tactic, there is a reason to choose T side as well, but that is, you know, depending on the team, depending on what you're trying to achieve. In any case, after the devastating loss for Apeks on Overpass and how poorly it went after their initial comeback on the second half, they bounce back on Ancient. They force GamerLegion to pretty much close the gap down to, you know, 2 rounds remaining, only to be absolutely manhandled, some would say, and pretty much lose it all 16-13 as Apeks close the victory on Ancient. Moving on to Mirage, and well, the pistol is here, my friend. We've got, what, 4 Kevlars? As far as I can see, 0 goes for the utility. Yep, there will be the diffuse and smoke. And we've got full utility on Asilian and Chowsy. I kind of like the idea here. They've got 2 flashbangs, 2 smokes, and a Molotov. And it looks like a solid fake towards B.
Ooh, I love this fast boost in the first round. He's going to be able to get all the way deep into the apartments without even being close to spotted. Now, he can just either push forward, get more kills, or just stack up the other side of the map. Asilian's going to get caught blindsided too, so the Gambit Soul, they know exactly what's going on, and even spotting a couple of players on Underpass, that's cemented. Now they quickly rotate in, and Zero has a beautiful headshot on the knock. Still yet to be over as Jacob responds, but we're going back and forth with this one.
Okay. Fair enough. That's going to be a little bit of a hard one to make a bit of a victory cruise out of Apeks. Chowsy, good shot, sure. But those were some clean shots coming out from all 5 players, 4 players technically from GL, and it's down to Chowsy in a 1v3. He's going to have to make it for his own book, Death Note, if you want to call it. Now, Zero is probably the easiest target without Kevlar, but he is also a dangerous target in this position, but the off angle doesn't help him. It's going to be a 1v2. Chowsy makes it happen, pulls out the USB, but Era crouch peek and gets the headshot.
I like the Death Note reference thrown in there.
Hey.
I think I'm going to ignore that. Of course I'm not.
Gotta...
Show sucks, though, because of the
Oh,
ending.
dude, the show is disgusting. And the well, not the show. The anime for me was okay, but the ending was eh. The movie, goddamn, was bad. So bad.
Ah, I've heard that. I've heard that. I've not decided to indulge in that. Anywho,
Don't.
We...
Just don't. Just you'll thank me later when you don't watch it. Oh, man. In any case, GL, I mean, what now? Apeks go for a force spike. Do you like this? I'm not particularly fond of force spikes without C4 plants. Like, I'm not gonna lie. There's a reason why the economy was changed up for it.
It's not awful. I mean, I've seen rounds like this work before. I also don't think it makes that big of a difference, to be completely honest with you. Because it's like, it's the difference of starting off 2-0 and 3-0, and especially at early stages of the game, I really don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it's more important to set the standard of a weak CT economy early on, and that's exactly what Deagle's doing with headshots like that. The Deagle apparently is only favoring the likes of Apeks today, but not for long.
Well, I can get behind that, absolutely. Though the issue is that, unfortunately in this case, GL is gonna have a tough time with the second loss. Rusty, yeah, going to peak, Asilian being ready. The FAMAS certainly helps out, and well, Apeks have just gotten themselves the advantage they'd hoped for from the get-go. And look at this, bomb moving through on the pass and towards B. This looks like it's gonna be a bit of a B house hit. And I kind of like this. Isak will be isolated. Rotation nowhere to be seen. This is all eyes on Isak. He's already down to 47. It's going to be a difficult one. Here comes the play. Here comes the push. And all 3 coming in fast. There's going to be Jacob to catch the rotation on middle. But in comes Isak with the 1. That's not enough.
Well, still, we're back to a 2-on-2, and health starts to cheat towards the favor of Apeks, as less than 100 HP is the combined total. but they have a Scout and a FAMAS to work with. There's no kits on the likes of GamerLegion either, and that tag could start to cause chaos. The retake all of a sudden becomes way more one-dimensional. Both angles being held to a T as they continue to try to maneuver back. These frags knock! That could be a big whiff. If they lose the round now, he'll be kicking himself for that. But Era calls it a day, packs it in, and this is why you force buy in the second, because you start to dismantle the defense.
Absolutely. I mean, yes, you do, but then again, you're also counting on the CTs to be a little bit careless, and certainly they were here and there. But then again, GL, they've played it beautifully. They win, Apeks win the round, and with the bomb plant as well, get that extra little bit of cash at the end. In any case, you were correct. Getting rid of the CT economy early on really sets the standard for the whole half, and if you can keep them at this low amount, these bad buys consistently, you really set yourself up for a nice little win and a little bit of a bow tie on top of this first half. Now, 3 players in the middle, kind of standard. Apeks really looking for that default 1-3-1. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I do love GamerLegion's force buy and a push in towards pit. They've got a lot of information here. I kind of like it. I really do. I just hope they make the right decision now and not throw away their lives for nothing.
The only problem is, if Apeks decide to speed it up into A, the round's done. If they don't, if they give them a little bit of time to work with, then all of a sudden, they can make a round out of this one, especially with Stiko having his back turned to Palace. This comes down to timing entirely. There's nothing more to it than that, but the shoulder of Arrow's been spotted, so there goes the round.
I love this. I love this. Stiko's being careful. He's going to be the one to control the back. He knows what his role is, and he does exactly that. Checks out Palace once again. And the info is now clear. Yo, they pushed pit. They know we were on A. They knew all along, but we've got it under control. And Apeks, they're playing a beautiful game of CS here. I love what I'm seeing. Very meticulous, making sure they're trading continuously. This refrag, vital that they don't lose the AK. And so far, so good. Just absolutely schooled on this anti-eco, well, anti-force buy round, depending how you want to call it. Oh, even the boost here coming on. Look at this. They're going to be a bit cheeky. They're trying to make sure they don't lose any more players, and I respect that. You know, they want to make sure that the economy is supporting them all the way till the end, and certainly with this kind of game, this kind of play, it will.
I love that boost. It's so cool. I love it. It's so impractical because it barely ever does anything, but it's pretty cool.
You don't get to see it at all. Like, I don't recall the last time I saw it on Mirage being utilized and actually doing anything, yeah. I could, technically, I could see it being used by the CTs if in case they were to save running from B side and then doing this and expecting them to be hunted down through kitchen and murder hole. But beyond that, yeah.
I do that a lot. I personally do that a lot.
I mean, it's a great way to get rid of a few.
Well, this round seems to look very one-sided just when you look at the weaponry, too. At least they stacked on the right side of the map, and oh my! That could have turned really badly there. Look, that flash was perfectly placed from Era. They almost find the opening pick. They get a lot of damage added up, though. And I'm not going to count this one done just yet, because look at all the damage that's ticked away from them. Stiko and Jacob still have to be on high alert as they continue their onslaught into the A site. Now the smoke's faded. All that cover's gone, but still, seems like the lower weaponry and the pistols just can't get the job done. Look, I saw a lot of ways that round could have flipped on its head.
I am there with you 100%, 110% even. I've seen one too many Deagle shots and Deagle rounds being won like this. It was a nice little boost over the smoke there we saw in jungle towards stairway, where they know there's a gap in that smoke if you don't throw it correctly. Even when you do, there's always going to be a tiny little bit of a gap if it doesn't overlap with the smoke from stairs. And they use that. They get the shot off, but unfortunately it's not enough. Apeks are the ones that still have control with those weapons, and here comes the gun round. Here comes the round that's going to decide the fate of GamerLegion for the start of this first half, as we do have round number 5 already in full swing. Mid control going to be contested, but nothing really coming out of it besides damage, which in this case GL is going to be very happy with.
Well, yeah, of course you will. Look at all this room you've been able to take your zero. You've got so many players with their knives pulled out, but they all thankfully don't line up. They were for a second, and I was worried. But Jacob just jumps away from the pack, pulls out his gun in time, and only allows that kill to go good for 1. But the damage, I say it every round because it's just always a big thing you got to worry about.
Absolutely. Like, the damage is the biggest part of this game, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending how you look at it. If you're the one taking it, you're certainly going to be unfortunate, but Stiko and Asilian, you know, one bullet and they're pretty much gone, or as good as gone almost, and I'm eager to see if they're going to check IM. They have Molotovs for days. They've got full utility here. Apeks certainly has the advantage when it comes down to the grenades. But Chelsea, he will get rusty. This is big. This is real big. But will they check Sandwich? Of course they will. IM still not being expected. How is this possible? You throw the molly for that exact position to be cancelled out. You can't then ignore it. What is this? Apeks, please put your game face on.
I don't know. I still think they're going to win the round. I don't think this one's close.
They will, but...
Oh, actually, hold on a second. This flank's still being attempted. They're not done with this round just yet. And with Isaac finding that kill, again, chaos starts to reign true. Jacob is the man to worry about right now if you're GamerLegion. He sits behind the smoke in jungle, but Era, he's got a niche. He's got the expectation of a man doing this. There's no kits right now, so you've got to stick this one early on. And Era's just found another pick.
Oh!
Last man's in ramp, and Isaac's been able to find a kill. There's plenty of time to get the diffuser through in GamerLegion. Rob around from Apeks.
And that's all thanks to I am not being expected coming out of Sandwich. That's it. It all comes back to these small mistakes, and once you culminate all those mistakes into one big round, you get to see, okay, a mistake there, a mistake here, a mistake there, and all of a sudden, you kind of realize, damn, if we had only done that, maybe things could have been going for the better. Because imagine if they had not lost one player coming out of pit, they would have had not only a two-man advantage, but they would have probably had a much better afterplan set. Instead, it is GL that bring it back home and drive it to the point where Apeks are forced into this weird afterplan, having no sort of control over the round itself. And all of a sudden, it's going to be a 5v5 with full utility on both sides and weaponry. But I am, unfortunate, getting caught early through under window. And all of a sudden, again, Apeks back on the horse. Can they keep it up, though? It's going to be a bumpy ride.
I doubt it, especially with how this round's already starting to pan out. The utility's not favoring them, the map control's not favoring them, and neither is the kill feed. Rusty, it seems desperate, but he's got to bring something back here shortly. And even Isilian's been able to creep into the smoke somehow, though. Era expects it. And we're back to a 4-on-4. Who takes the map control now, though? It seems like it's the apartments player. You've got Isaac running it down, and nobody's home. GamerLegion again can be comfortable in this 3-man A-sided stack, but they're going to have to find the kills here sooner or later, and Era's just on that. Footsteps being heard back,
no.
and a barrel spotted. Isaac gets taken down, and the B site's naked. It's compromised. GamerLegion, they can't get players there in time. They need this kill in middle, and Jacob denies it.
And look at this. As soon as they get the kill on Rusty, they rotate back from under towards B. That's it. That's what they want to do. Well, that's the best case they can kind of go for. Although, Era has been able to slip away. And the M4 of Zero through short. He still gets the kill. It's a 2-on-2. No way. If Era gets a single shot off, that's going to be enough to potentially secure the round victory. And that was a close call. Very close.
He doesn't hold his nerve, though. Flashbang comes through. He's not respecting it. He almost finds the flick, too. But 1-for-1's round. The board favor Jacob. A hat trick to end the round gives Apeks their 4th.
And that is where things really go wild for, of course, for Apeks. And what a round here. Era really went out as basically as a cowboy there, just jumped out through triple. He knew he had support coming up from Zero from jungle, so they tried to time it up, but unfortunately the accuracy was a little bit too much. Apeks get the round, and well, we're back to where we started with the CTs. They're forced onto an eco. They'll have to play with a few pistols here and there, but beyond that, it is going to be 5-2. We should expect, at least in a degree. I mean, so far it's been convincing from both sides. Not gonna lie, the rounds have been close, and you know, GamerLegion, they are performing far better than they did on that second half of Ancient. Beyond that, economy for Apeks is kind of dwindled down to almost nothing. I mean, Nuke is the only one left with any reasonable amount of cash left in the bank.
Yeah, this is looking a bit bleak in the beginning parts. But again, I've said that a couple of times now, and they've been able to swing it back. It's really just been the ending parts that have screwed them over. And it's funny enough, because the difference I always say that there is between Tier 1 and Tier 2 in Counter-Strike is just mentality, because you see these teams consistently get 5, 6, 7 rounds in a row before being answered back upon, but you don't see that in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. It's just way easier when you're able to stay focused, stay concentrated on the mental game. It's way easier to swing rounds back in your favor, to not let all those ones get, you know, all that momentum get accrued up.
Yeah,
That's just an interesting thing I like to point out.
it's actually a great thing you point out. I would add on top of just mentality, consistency, obviously, but yeah, absolutely, mentality is key. Oh my god, prevents the bomb plant. This is dangerous. with the Deagle, he can certainly make it happen. We've seen far worse positions come out on top in this kind of play. Oh no, Knock. Woo, the timing. Knock gets tagged. This is not it over. Oh, he gets it. I'm getting the op. Entron, this is a 1v1 with I am on the op, and he just...
Why didn't he pull out the op?
What?
Why didn't he pull out the op, bro? We were rooting for you, homie.
Bro.
What are you doing?
Oh my god, I was convinced.
You had the Zoom banger. You had the Kenny.
Oh,
Pull
man.
it out.
The magic stick, he had it. He had it. I was convinced, like, he has the op. I was convinced he was gonna take it and try and challenge, but no. He's like, yep.
This guy is so bad at pulling out. I mean, I'm surprised he's not a father. That was crazy,
Oh,
man.
shit. Oh, man.
Why didn't he pull out the op? Oh, well, I guess it's an eco, but now they're going to need to try to ride the highs of that attempted clutch from Eam, and they do, with 2 kills instantly found towards the B side of the map. Apeks set packing in the early parts of the run, but we've seen them bring these back before, especially with kills like that. Never mind. All right.
I mean, they gotta start paying that round support now. I mean, come on, man. Not pulling out, that's a tough cookie to crumble, and, well, yeah, the round seems like it's gonna be crumbling for Apeks on the other side. I'm just perplexed after that one. I'm kind of lost in the wind here. Like, what is going on? What is this round and what is that previous one? I don't know, but it works out for Apeks at least to win it to 5, and all of a sudden it's back to GamerLegion with all 5 surviving. Seems to be the case. Cillian, what can he do? Hopefully get a kill, maybe 2. Try and dwindle down the economy that's been occurred. aka try and make sure they have to rebuy as much as possible instead, but no. 3-5, and we have an eco now coming up from the T side, or is it even? There's a double eco for Stiko and Chazzy, so I'm expecting this to be a investment, a full one at that.
Might as well. You have about $1,500 a pop. I guess it's a bit more, like, forgiving on the T side of the economy, but I still understand the force.
I think it's more about the fact that, you know, they're thinking to themselves, as you mentioned, you want to dwindle the economy of your opponent as much as you can, and this is one way to do it, and if they have a good plan behind it, why not? Utility is thrown on A, and here comes the execution.
Trying to path up to the left side, and it almost goes well for them, but opening damage does not favor the bold. It's tacking down in the favor of the CT side. Still looking to take some of these fights, though, behind their own smokes. It's chaotic on the A site right now. It's a war zone. But somehow everybody stands to tell the tale as it stands.
Yeah, they're still picking up shrapnel from a few of those bodies, but they are alive to speak about it. Chelsea, oh, fight I am. 0, good replying, at least through the smoke. Still gonna be a 4-on-4, and oof, 3v3, fair enough. Trading back and forth. It's 0 and Knock. I mean, what is this? A 2-on-2 now? This is some sort of a cartoon we're watching here.
Oh no, this is how you get the clutch done, Eam. Take notes, pull out the notebook, Knock's about to show you up. 1 bullet's the difference, 0 gives him the shadow, aiming for the head, you don't have to, and 0 catches a lucky break. If Knock knew how low he was, that's certainly an Apeks-sided round, but GamerLegion again, by the skin of their teeth, sneaking away.
This is a really dangerous position to be in, but they get it done exactly so. And I guess if you look at it from Apex's perspective, they had to force either way, or at least they did force either way, and their goal was done. They got 4 kills, they got the bomb plant. That's perfect for their T side. They do the damage that is required to make sure once, you know, they get those AKs out, they can absolutely smash home the economy of GamerLegion. And we're about to find out another force. Okay, I mean, this is ballsy, but they know that the money is right now low for GL, so they want to abuse that as much as they can, and I get it. You know, they don't want to play child... I'm gonna keep myself quiet. Tech9, Mech10, AK Galil, not particularly fond on the fact that they don't go for more grenades, but fair enough.
Ate that nade like Thanksgiving dinner, damn Chazzy, and he just stands there. He does not... Is he lagged out? Is he good?
I hope not. That would be...
He gave us a little flinch, so I'm thinking he's just chilling, but can't say the same for Cillian. Is on the initial beat take. It goes not the way they expected. But that Tech9 falling is too difficult to deal with. There's still Jacob on the A side, and he's still stomping around. What is going on here? I'm so confused. It's a 2-on-2 at B. The bomb's down. Jacob, bro, clue in. You're on the wrong side of the map.
maybe he understood wrong. You know, maybe he understood. Yo, guys, we're gonna go actually A, and it was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm already going through.
Yep.
I'm going
It
through
reminds
the
me-
motions.
Reminds me of that one SpongeBob clip where he's like, "Oh, East? I thought you said West." Come on, homie.
Come on. Oh man. I mean, maybe his compass is not working. You know.
It clearly isn't, bro. What do you mean, maybe?
It isn't.
The bomb's down B. They're playing post plants.
I mean, I'd expect him to run into jungle, not over towards A site and then into CT. Like, go through jungle to try and catch maybe the rotation, maybe, you know, get in the back. Sure, I could see that being an option, but going all the way around, it's like, come on, man. What are you thinking here? He's certainly not the fastest runner in the block. 5-5, technical wow, okay. Technical pause being called. Chowsy seems to have... perhaps it is Chowsy that had some issues there, possibly.
Yeah, it did look weird. It looked like he had lagged out for a second or something.
Just like myself right now. My tongue. Having some
Are you
input
lagged
lag.
out?
Yeah, I mean, I thankfully
Input delay
corrected
is the
myself.
worst.
Oh, don't...
Take it from a Smash player. I hate it.
Oh, bro, it's like, the thing is, there is so much input lag on your Windows when you just freshly install it, and you know, if you don't have Windows that is like properly configured, you have so much input lag just by sheer amount of cluster that is on your operating system. And then having to get rid of all of that, you will notice a considerable difference in your CS gameplay, like the way everything responds. It's just crazy. And yeah, it's actually a killer for players. Like, I'm not gonna lie, in CS especially when it's all down to milliseconds. Not to mention Unreal Tournament or Quake. That's even worse off than CS when it comes to input lag.
Homie, I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. Either I have never fixed that issue, or you bought some bootleg copy of Windows, because I have never had that issue.
I'll let you in on a little secret.
Yep.
I never bought my Windows.
Dude, this guy, man.
Hey, man.
I wonder why you've got the input delay, homie.
I've got no more input delay. Oh, no more input lag. I got rid of all of it, you know? Just pulled out my mouse. It's fine. Works fine now.
No.
Well,
Hope there's no input delay on this site take, because going through a Molotov, there's no chance to back off now. Zero's already gotten all of the info cues, and the rotations have been quickly pulled. But as soon as one kill is found in the flashbang blinds at the T side, it seems like they're hesitant to go out, but that's really what's gonna get you. You can't pull the pin now. You've already done it! And now Zero's taking the ace because of it. There's no trade potential. They're just a little bit too strained on the spacing. And maybe some cluttered comms there. I assumed that they wanted to pull it back. The first kill comes through. They are gonna be walking into a stack at that point. Then a couple of players go forward. It's just completely different. Like, you got two players trying to go out, you got two trying to go back. It's chaotic, man.
yeah, I mean, they allowed Zero the space. He just goes through the movements and basically just defends from under Palace. This is the one of those spots which you have to get rid of consistently. So you gotta get rid of that spot every single time you go towards A. Nobody did it. Nobody tried it. And, well, there you have it. It is Zero. My God, is nobody gonna check him? Come on! You can't be... No! What are you doing? Zero just gets away with 3? Are you... What? Where's the
8
spot?
kills in 2 rounds!
Who's spotting?
Bro,
Who's spotting
We're watching the
Stairway?
Terminator here, bro. This ain't Counter-Strike anymore. We got Arnold in the server. He's cleaning house.
Oh man, that's the T1000, no man. That's just, or the T800 actually is the Arnold model, and yeah, just too good. Zero. I mean, truly, he could earn the license of 0-2 hero, and that's gonna be 7-5. Apeks just have no response, and I'm thinking they are as equally bamboozled as we were right now by the fact that they just completely forgot about the underpass thingy. Just like Daenerys Targaryen, didn't she?
I think now's a good time to say, if you're referencing the Terminators, I've never seen them.
Oh god. Oh, what? No, I didn't reference the Terminators. I referenced Game of Thrones, but
Oh, I
you
haven't
haven't
seen
seen the Terminator. At least watch
There's a lot of things I haven't seen, bro.
God.
I've never eaten bacon, man.
Well, I mean, I can get that. I can get behind that, not gonna lie. Bacon is not healthy for you. It's tasty, but it's not healthy for you. I'm not a big fan. I like prosciutto better. You know prosciutto, right? Probably.
Sure.
Yeah?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. you know, the thing they put on pizza that's like thin, reddish kind of looking.
Oh, you mean sauce?
No, that. You're fucking with me. I mean, if they put only sauce on your pizza, then I guess that's one way to put it.
Who's gonna break it to him? Who's gonna tell him I eat my pizza with extra sauce like cheese?
Oh God! And now tell me you put pineapple on top of it.
Oh my God! Who do you take me for?
I mean, you are American, so you know you never know.
What's the correlation there?
Wasn't it the USA that found out the pineapple is good?
Forget this, bro.
Never
Forget
mind.
this. We ain't gotta go into pizza preference. GamerLegion. That's not looking that great this round. They lost the opening pick, the trade didn't favor them in middle, and now Era's got to be the one to crawl him out of a sticky spot. He still wants to take this frag and underpass. He knows Shawzy's there, but he doesn't want to scope in. You're not too sure if there's a member in chair, and you really don't want to force him to not peek because of an off scope. He'll take the no scope. No scope headshot. Jacob's ragdoll is crazy with it.
What the hell? That's What are you doing, Era? How are you making this possible? He's hitting no scopes as if he, you know, he has an AK. What the hell? Okay. Steaker knock. Do you even dare go out of your corners? I mean, at this point, I'm trembling if I'm them. I'm just trembling.
Oh,
see?
man, Stiko, you don't test Zero, bro. He's on one right now. What are you doing? Nox got to pull off a 1v3, and it's been clutch attempts on clutch attempts. They've all been so close, but just barely out of reach. Now it's going to be another one as Nox AWP could do the trick again. It's the weapon you want. It's the master of working the 1v1s, and Zero's giving him the pick back. He's got the bomb with 3 kills to his name. 26 seconds, the timer is everything as the flank soon to be activated. Rusty now spotted. Oh my God, his res stopped him from seeing it, and nobody called it out. Rusty, he knows he's in CT, but now it's up to Nock to change around the place that he's going. Does he expect him to be ramp? He does. Sees him in Apeks, but can't hit the shot. And again, it's a 1v3 turn 1v1, barely not converted, and GamerLegion once again come out on top.
All I can say is, hot damn, that was beautiful. That really was beautiful. And, I mean, Nock tried his best. He had a chance, but didn't really make it happen. Unfortunately, loses the 7th round in a row. And in the replay, we're about to see this Era move. Like, just the fact that he gets away with this, it's crazy to think of. The fact that he gets 2 headshots, 2 no-scopes that easily, that quickly. And, well, it is going to be a rebuy, Galil's, AK's, limited utility, and it's an A play, a split it looks like. I'm kind of liking this, not gonna lie, but you gotta get rid of Stairway and nobody's checking it! And that's the C4!
They dropped the bomb! Now they can start to rotate over. Aim's yet to be cleared! And he's about to double down in Connector! When Zero's not fragging, when Era's not fragging, when Rusty's not fragging, you always have somebody delivering the multi-kills. Apex, there is no weak point in this defense, and GamerLegion are putting that on a silver lining display. Even a foot spotted, but Rusty falls. It's back to a 2-on-2 with the bomb now planted.
This is a chance for Apeks to at least bring out the 6th one and give themselves a pat on the back and say, okay, we dealt with some crazy stuff right now, but we're still alive, we're still in this one. As we can see, Isak is waiting for that one little pixel, for that one little info. He sees the shoulder, but okay, Nock goes out wild as IM is left alone in a 1v2, but can't make it happen. Nock finishes it off.
I mean, I couldn't expect him to clutch that one out, especially after what he'd done, with how low he was, with them knowing exactly where he is. It was just impossible. You were really relying on your ramp player to win you that round, but I don't know if jumping up was the play. No. Caught out for it, but still, you walk into the T side with a 3-round buffer. They looked good on the offensive Ancient. Let's keep that in mind, because right now, if they pull off similar results that we've seen from their T sides today, this game might be done and dusted.
Whew, you know, my blood is pumping right now. This is really getting very heated, very interesting. Apeks, I love this boosting towards the apartments. You stand on a little bit of a difference between the site and the balcony. You jump on top of the player, the one that's running behind you. You jump on top of the player that's in front of you, obviously from the site. You get a nice little boost of speed. Zero, meanwhile, just destroys Steak. I was just like, yeah, but you're not even contending against me. And look at this rotation towards A. They're all thinking this is A. The commitment, even through T-base, Jacob doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know. Oh, man. Yeah, this is...
You're stretching for that one.
Yeah, I know. It's too much.
Guys, it's B. Guys, it's B.
But
hey, guys,
they don't even
B.
realize. They've lost 10 seconds. They don't even realize.
Who's still here? He gets caught for it. All these footsteps are going to be heard. You've got one hit on Chausey. And if that falls, so does your chances of winning this round, man. There's just no way you're getting into this B side. It's a perfectly placed crossfire. And who better than Zero to find a triple? 24 kills, top of the server by a long shot.
The dude is just taking this one to town. Like, this is easy. This is too easy. They're just giving in themselves to him freely. It's like, you know, sacrificial lamb to the slaughter. This is 10-6. We have a force back from the CTs, which definitely I can kind of understand why they go for it. They know they're in a tough position. They got to make the best out of it. But this is just, it's not going anywhere at all. Im, as you call him, it is Im, I guess. That's a good way to put it. Just, he has a mech 10. He can just keep on running through short. Era finds Tico and... Oh, okay, finds Chausey as well. It's a classic pre-fire you do towards short, nothing out of the ordinary. But still, you know, you'd expect a bit more of a careful approach from Apeks rather than this wild west shootout. I'm not a fan when you buy up with Deagles that a few players are like, yeah, we're gonna try and, you know, pull a simple with, you know, 5 headshots, but then they pull a Nico with none, and a minute on the clock. This is 11-6 most likely. I dare say.
That's crazy. Like, how you used to think of, like, when you would say Nico on a Deagle, like, you would mean going literally ballistic, but one play, and now Nico means flubbing it.
I mean,
that's crazy.
I know, and I use it as a reference to, like, you know, it's not that he doesn't hit, it's more about that he loses a round that is so vital that you can use it as a, you know, as a slipped up mistake. In this case, the reference will remain, unfortunately, for him. And yeah, I mean, so shall GamerLegion remain. 5 survivors. Dude, Apeks forced up everything, and they are left with not even a single kill.
Yep.
How do we break this down? What do we even? How can you even break this down? Like, there is nothing we can say that will make it better. Apeks is just being smashed. Tell me.
GG, go next.
That's one way. There's one big problem though. There ain't no next. This is it. This is the last one for this series, of course, for the 2-0.
Oh my lord! How did that work? How is this working somehow? Like, this is 4-on-4, and they are almost about to take this AK out of their hands. Like, they had a decent stranglehold on mid there. But I guess, at the end of the day, it is just USP. Maybe I'm blowing it a bit too far out of proportion. But still, like, 2 kills. This is potentially weapons recovered. You know about a man in top mid, but apparently they forgot about him. Knock falls low, and now he requires Asilian's assistance for him to get out alive.
Yeah, I don't think Asilian can do much. He's an underpass caught in a bit of a trouble of his own. And look at this. Era is just on the hunt for Red October. Ooh, Asilian still gets away with the kill, so that's a decent amount of kills, actually. 3 frags. Apeks on an eco, that's good enough for me. I mean, it's acceptable. You kind of diminish a little bit of the bank that the T's are going to be building up, so you make your life easier in the run for the future, for the comeback, but you got to make the comeback first. And oh, I like this double AWP coming out. I think this is desperation rather than, you know, confidence. But then again, I think it's a good choice. It is Mirage after all, and it's not the worst choice to go for a double eco. Did Chausey fail, or did he just... Yeah, he failed the jump, absolutely. I now realize.
Oh, that's a sick flash into connector. I'm surprised they didn't try to abuse it. Both players were blind, but they at least had the info on a man scoped in. Eam's going to use that to get into window this time, and nobody's here. This is so big. Soon as this smoke fades, if Rusty finds this kill, it's round done. But it might just be that way as it stands, because Eam's crept the net all the way into the B site. There's 2 players here, but they're both going to be in the open, and this op has no clue about a flank coming through. Does he play trigger discipline? He does. He might just be able to win the B site single-handedly. He calls for the reinforcements. He calls for the rotations. He sees the second man on balcony. You're both done. See you later. Catch you next game. GamerLegion are about to steal 13.
And this is not just 13, this is 14-2. Apeks have nothing to work with in the next when it comes on over, and it's a huge oversight that they completely forgot about window. Like, they should have been far more careful. They know that mid was taken over. They even heard the steps under window, yet they ignored it completely. Nobody even realizing maybe there's a chance somebody jumped or was boosted into window, and therefore potentially having the flank on us. That was beautiful. That was technical. That was school-like, you know, by the book, by IM. Going for the trigger discipline. First of all, going to check where the second player is. Because you can kind of break it down when you know the op is watching short. You can expect, okay, so the second player is somewhere watching apps. Where could he be? He checks forest, sees nobody's there. Oh, okay, at least they get one, but that doesn't really matter. And then he checks car, and as soon as he checks car, he sees that there's the balcony player. Poof, he lines up the shots to make them perfect, and that's the end of the road. As you said already, he already called as well. Guys, I'm on B, get ready to push. As soon as I get them, you're going to push in. They do that. The round is gone. 26 frags for 0. If he gets 30 in less than 23 rounds, I will lose my cool. That is just next level.
Yeah, dude, he is looking like a menace right now. 0 just can't be touched. He has got well over a 3 KD.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. Definitely one of the best performances I have seen from him ever. And I used to think Eam was the star fragger of this roster. Same with kind of like Rusty, but he has been MIA today, I feel.
I mean, yeah, he has been a little bit MIA. I do agree. I would say rather than that, the rest of the team has taken the star spot or starlight spotlight, if you wanna say it like that, rather than anything else. But in any case, 13-6. It's gonna be a minute and 30 seconds. With already the B side falling down. I mean, it's not just a disaster; it's an absolute catastrophe, and there is nothing, absolutely nothing they can do about it. Not a single kill, even. Like, there's nothing you can really pull off here besides just hope for the best in the last round that is to come. And in that case, you know, it's going to be pretty much what? Pistols, Kevlars, maybe a FAMAS here, maybe an MP9, a Scout.
Look, I don't think we highlight the problem in this round enough. Like, I understand that the GamerLegion haven't done anything that quick, like just instantly pop out and get in your face and fight, but this is a full rifle round. Why do Apeks have one player on B backed up on Catwalk? Nobody is caring for them to potentially come quickly into the apartments. Nobody's spotting. Nobody's close. So even if that Cat player wins his duel, you've still lost this round the same exact way. So why is there nobody holding for that or even caring for it in the first place for Apeks? They haven't gone to A that much.
I don't think there's really an answer to it. I think it's counter-stratting here. I think they're trying to basically respond. Asilian is trying to call as much as he can in terms of what he thinks is the best choice, but I don't know. I feel like they're just lost in their own mind, and they're basically just being swung on a spindle here and not really having any sort of idea what is happening around them. Nuke finds 0. At least they bring him down. You know, at least for a round, it's going to be a little bit better. But again, this is it. They've got M4s. The loss bonus was higher than I thought of, and at least that's the, at least they've got the M4s out. Again, Rusty, look at this good corner he uses. He waits for Stiko to make the first move, to make the mistake, gets the kill, 4v4, and here comes the A play.
It's a good trade, though. Jacob, he'll be taking that, especially with the op to combine from him and CT, but oh no, that's an overextension, and then some. Bomb to go down, or at least I assume. The spam would not surprise me, but you really got to look towards Eam, who's got the flank of a lifetime again, this time in middle, and he's once again going to send shockwaves through the CT side as Asilian falls. Now Chauzy's distracted on mid. They're killing time away from this timer, and Chauzy's the only one with a kit, so if he falls, you're probably losing this round, but a barn burner of a shot from Nuke keeps them in it.
I mean, the bomb's still planted, that's the thing.
Where's planted for?
Did he forget? Yes, he did. They forgot about it a little bit, or at least he did. Kind of didn't realize it's not default, it's actually for short. And well, that gives Apeks a bit of a lifeline. They're grasping at straws, but they are grasping. They're still holding on, barely, but they are. The strings are, they're very tense right now. Just a single prick, and it will be enough to completely break them. Nonetheless, timeout for GamerLegion. I kind of like this, not gonna lie. GamerLegion realized the last few rounds have been a little bit hectic, a little bit chaotic.
Yep.
Let's slow down. Let's get our heads on straight. Let's make sure we are keeping ourselves composed, and let's not repeat the mistake of Ancient.
Yeah, again, you do have this commanding, menacing, dominant lead, but when you start to be like, okay, it's okay, we can mess around for a couple of rounds, we don't have to take it as seriously, maybe we have a couple of gifts and gaffes here and there, that's the only way you let a team right back in. Because think of it this way, 10-14, that's not all that unwinnable. So it's like Apeks, you win here, you win the next, you probably send them to an eco, there's double digits, and I know a lot has to happen, but I'm trying to paint a picture where Apeks may not be out of this game if they start to wake up.
Oh, this is... yeah. It's certainly a reality about to come true if they do not get their heads on straight. But let's see, a Cillian, good start.
He knows.
Get Isak, and yeah, they know about Rusty, of course. I mean, he made a lot of sound to get in towards ladder, and this B push, it's... for me, it's a little bit too divided. Good flash, Zero and Rusty both. No, wait, you're making it happen. Jacob turns into the wall just as the push from IM comes through. And down to Cillian and Stiko it goes. And this retake is a must.
Yeah, it's another one that you have to pull off, but Cillian's just thankfully brought it back. Still 2-on-2, and is he ready for the Skull Pillar player? No. Good damage, just not enough for the kill. It leaves it to Stiko. One of the newer pickups to Apeks as he tries to claw this one back. He's got no kit, so time is of the essence, and sees one on the ground, but Eam won't let him get close to it. A beautiful headshot with a triple once again means GamerLegion have 8 series points to steal this series away and send a heartbreak through Apeks.
At this point, I'm just hoping Zero gets the 30. I'm not even gonna lie. I just want to see him on the 30, man. Like, he has had a splendid game, and he has not been stopping anytime soon. And
you know what's
yeah,
crazy?
I mean, yeah.
Right now, GamerLegion house the bottom fragging player of the server and the top. Rusty's at the bottom of the server with 4 kills. 4 kills.
Oh god, I see. That's a thing I don't even notice because I'm like, yeah, you know, he's got 0 at 30 or 29, and yeah, that's actually pretty. The discrepancy is amazing in this case. Absolutely, it's not something you get to see very often, but you know, it's reminiscent of Nico and Simple back when, you know, they would carry their teams while the rest of the team would just be sucking balls. And not that they do suck actual, but you know what I mean. To clarify, so people don't take it out of context.
This guy.
You know me.
I didn't even think of that until you brought it up.
that's the
Let that
beauty
be
of
a lesson.
Well, you know how it is.
Now it's even worse.
No, I'm just making it worse. I realize. I'll just stop right here. Right
Jacob,
there.
boom,
Jacob.
kill. Yeah, let's go back to the game. Good opening pick, but oh, dude, Isaac. Why is he waking up now?
No,
That's
Stiko.
scary. That's dangerous. Jacob's opening pick means literally nothing, and it doesn't look like we'll be getting that dreaded 30 bomb from Zero because everybody else is stealing the show. It's Jacob, 1v4. He'll need an ace, but at least he's delivered on one. Though with his position now compromised, anonymity is not a factor that he can work with. Still utility to go through as well. This one's done. This one's dusted. GamerLegion have stolen it away, and of course Zero finds the 30th behind it.
He closes it out with the 30 and pretty much confirms what we know already. GamerLegion will take the victory. They will secure themselves a spot in the playoffs a lot better, or a lot quicker and simpler than the rest of the teams. This last map, like, it felt like it took for ages to get where we were, but they at the end closed it out. And as we can see here, they seem relatively unresponsive. Pretty cool. Pretty like just completely calm and collected. Like, look at the expression on their faces. They're just like, yeah, it's fine. We won. 30 frags. That's how it works.
Got a couple of head boppers. Some people are partying, but some of them are just like, I really walked away with 4 kills from that game. That's Rusty right there. You saw him. He was salty. He was upset.
Yeah, I mean, both of us would be if we were in his shoes, and I think anybody would be in his shoes. You know, your team is leading, your team is carrying hard, and then you're the one that's kind of lagging behind. You feel the pressure getting and mounting, and I mean, imagine how he would feel if they were to lose. That would make things even worse. But even with a victory like this, you're not going to be happy with your performance, absolutely. But GamerLegion, they win. That's what matters at the end of the day. Nobody's going to be talking about the 4 kills of Rusty. They're going to be talking about 30 from 0. And they're going to be talking about how GamerLegion made it 3-0 out of the Swiss stage into the playoffs.
Yeah, that's insane, right? I'm not doubting GamerLegion's skill by any stretch of the imagination, but when you look at some of the teams in this lineup, in this group stage, I'm definitely shocked to see GamerLegion emerging as one of the 2 3-0 candidates.
I mean, it definitely comes as a surprise to me as well. Spirit, of course, and Finest being the other 2 teams that will be contending for the top spot here. We will not be going into those 2 games right now, though. And I gotta say, who did you think would be on the top floor here in the Swiss stage?
You know, I take a look at that Swiss bracket, and for those of you who don't know, I'm an NA homie, I'm an NA representation, and to see Bad News Bears in that 0-3, while I may not be the biggest of fan, definitely hurt. But if I gotta say who's gonna be the next 3-0 contender, I honestly want to say it's Finest, man. When they are in their form, when they are looking great, they're such a scary team, and I just don't think Spirit has really proven themselves too much that yet, at least for me to say that they're going to steal that series.
You know, I kind of have to agree with you. Finest have really looked very solid. Shocks and Anarchist have been doing a great job at, you know, that firepower role that they've been assigned. And I feel like they really work well together with Twist. And then you have obviously Craze and Pleasant that have been doing splendid support work. But overall, I could still see Spirit winning this. It really depends on the day how Anarchist will show up and how Shocks will show up. So I gotta say, perhaps I would give it favorably to Spirit a little bit, but definitely can see Finest being the one to push on to the 3-0 as well. With that being said, Antren, thank you very much for dropping in here, and hopefully, you know, we'll be having more chances like this in the future. In any case, that is it for this series. Ladies and gents, we have another series coming up in about 10 minutes time, so stay tuned. We will continue on the stream with Sinners versus K23. It is going to be the 1-1 mid-match matchup, so stay tuned and we'll be back soon.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
You got
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We have returned for the second time round here, and this time it is the man that was supposed to be with me already in the morning, but he is here at least. Hello, Nexus, and hi, buddy. How have you been?
You know, a bit stressful. 2 years and counting. This is the first time I've actually missed a game. I'm very upset. I'm shaken to my core.
Well,
not the way
worry.
I was expecting this to go.
Don't worry, I don't stress too much. We got it handled with DK and Anthron, and we had some nice games. We had some nice, we could say, some nice finishers. Apeks versus GamerLegion, of course, going in favor of GamerLegion at the end. But we have a series that we are about to enjoy even further and even more, man. It's Sinners versus K23 coming up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is a matchup that I don't think even needs any introduction. You just look at the teams, you know who everyone is here. Like, Sinners, they've made a somewhat recent roster change, but even so, they've been looking really good despite losing a powerhouse like Oscar. Because Forcey's been just really good. Like, there's no way around it. He's been really good on that roster. He had a great time there slotting in. Even read an article that kind of talked about how the differences is, and main part of it is that Oscar is more reactive, more productive. He does kind of like whatever he wants in a way. And Forcey is more structured. That is something that maybe does bring a new side to Sinners as well, you gotta consider. And then, you know, maybe just furthers their own talent pool, right? Like,
Yep.
They can have different things to do, and maybe Forcey's got to be learning how to play a bit more fast as well. Maybe he's got to be playing a bit more adaptive every now and then.
I can definitely stand behind that. I feel like Forcey, of course, ever since he joined, like, what, 3 months ago now, after the leave or the absence of Oscar, things have looked to improve for Sinners, and they seem to have found their stride. Kind of finding a little bit more firepower as well helps out Oscar. You know, I'm not gonna say he was not performing too well, but he certainly hadn't had the statistics to support in that case. But moving on to K23, the team that is going to be facing them here, it is the Russian squad that we know them, that we love them, that we've been seeing them all around the block. And as you can see here, Norbert, Neelan, Fame, X5, and Zaypower in this lineup. Going to be pretty damn sick to see how they fare. For me, the highlight player, Norbert, absolutely every single time. But also Zaypower and Fame, more specifically, have been doing pretty well as of recent.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right about that one as well, right? Like, Norbert, hands down, he's the most consistent player in this roster. He's been on it, well, since the creation with Neelan. The two of them have been on this lineup for such a long time now. And they even rebuilt, you know, ever so slightly with X5 and Zaypower, like you mentioned. Everyone has been looking really good. Like, even despite, like, 2 players joining the team, they've been looking really good. They've made strides. They've surprised a lot of teams, and that is the biggest surprise to me as well. Like, you come out, it's like, okay, like, they're kinda getting towards, like, the tier 1-ish level. Like, you can see they can challenge them with teams every now and then when they get the chance. And even so, like, okay, we lose 2 of our plays. Okay, what do we do now? You know what? Let's just pick up 2 players. Let's not worry about it at all. Let's just do what we do. You pick up the 2 players, and it doesn't even you've had any sort of a drop. Instead, you've got Zaypower, who's been a fantastic opper for a long time. Everyone knows this. One of the better oppers out of Russia. And he's slotting this team extremely well. Just made the team overall more stable, more solid. And the same goes for X5. He's very good in clutch situations. He's very good at anchoring down bomb sites. What more do you need?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. He has been a good addition to the team, and I feel like they have found finally a stable roster they can keep with for at least a few, let's say a year, to see how far they can go with this. Of course, the core have been together for about a year, 2 years almost for Norbert and Leland. Beyond that, I think it's going to be the Veto that's going to be very important in this case, as we just saw the overview of the Swiss stage, how the games have been going, how the matches have been going for some of these teams. This is the 1-1 matchup, so the mid-tier matchup. The winner here or the loser is not going to be going either out or moving forward into the playoffs. They will have another chance tomorrow, be it either for the progression or elimination. But the Veto, as we see it as we go, Vertigo does going to be banned, moving on to Overpass and Inferno. And I'm going to be fair here. I love Inferno, and I love that we see it picked from Sinners.
Absolutely as well, me too. I love the entire Veto, actually. We get to see a bit of diversity. You know, Overpass we might get to see moving parts as, or in comparison to Inferno, right? It's going to be a bit more, maybe it is going to be more of that structured playstyle where, you know, one thing goes wrong, the T side to take advantage of that. You kind of get to see how those things slot in together. But Overpass overall is going to be a fairly interesting map to me. Looking at it for Sinners, they know how to play the map, but we haven't really seen them have that sort of success on it. We haven't seen them really get those wins after wins, and that's the biggest issue for me. They played it a few days ago, and even before that as well in the tournament. They had a win, they had an overtime loss, unfortunately, as well. But we're not going to have to wait around anymore, because we're going to be going live the first map. It is Overpass 3, where all eyes are going to be on Sinners to see how they can match up against them right here, right now. So,
get ready for this pistol. Indeed, it is going to be Overpass, the choice of K23 as said, and the advantage is clear. The statistic is clear. Let's see if Sinners have learned anything in the past from their losses and made a difference in their style. As we can see, the pistol for Sinners starting on the CT side, a diffuse for B-Stick. We do have a few flashbangs, but overall, it seems to be pretty solid from K23. A B push, single player, that's going to be Nealon with the support.
Like they go, bursting out. Zedko, though, has not been checked. There he goes with the first, and only the first, because the T-side are going to be trading that. But now we can see the CTs, they're going to be flooding in, trying to fight for the bomb site. But it's the trades, the only thing they're playing for, and Shock has been left down to the 1v1. Against Nealon, who has that bomb, has a minute to play with. He can go all the way around if he wants to, but no reason, no need. Just plant that bomb, play for the 1v1, wait for Shock to reveal himself. Not in heaven. Narrows down to time, narrowed down to the idea where he might be, and there you go for the swing already in one bullet, all you need. And a Shock, a well-placed headshot is what he gets.
And well,
CTs of Sinners picking up that first, and that is a chaotic pistol.
It definitely is. When you look at where the T's have died, they mostly died between Pillar and Barrels, aka Toxic. So they had quite a few issues here and there to get across to the site, cross to the water line. At the end of the day, it is Sinners that win. They do lose 4, but it does not matter. It's the pistol. It's what matters that they win. As we can see here, FAMAS's M4s and MP9 for B-Stick. We even have a diffuse for Shock, so that's a nice little touch on top of that. But on the other hand, we've got an AK, 3 Galils, and a Scout. Full set of Kevlars as well. K23 is coming up big time here to play to win, more specifically. And a nice little boost. I like this from Forsi. He's being supported, of course, by the one and only. I believe it is Neofrag right below him, or it could be a B-Stick, actually. Oh, well, yep, it is B-Stick, but Forsi does fall, and so does he. Oof.
Not bad at all there for the T side. The K23 start their way into the round, and it's going marvelously ever so after as well. It's down to 2 versus 4 before you even know what happened. Mid control goes wrong, CT's the boost. Overstated their welcome by quite a bit. And here's the question, how do you get back into this? You gotta try and find these T plays that are isolated. One man would have been connected, that's X5, it has been seen at a Shock. Thankfully, at least, gets them that sort of a lifeline, but at the same time, they're just gonna avoid going connector now. Leaving Zedko alone to deal with the entirety of K23.
I mean, they are going to be committing A, that's for certain. Zetko, he's moving through that little bit of a light bulb that he can be easily spotted from Nealon. He's definitely keeping an eye on that. And look at this. Yeah, they're going to go back B. They realize, you know, there's somebody there. Do we want to risk going through a smoke? Nah, let's go B. It's going to be probably safer. Well, Shock is here. And if he delivers at least 2 frags, one is there. A second is possible. A 2-on-2. There is player in heaven now to support it. Shock still finds a kill. And it's a 1v1. Zetko, does he do it? Yes, he does. My god. Okay. Zetko. Nice little clutch to pull it off. I gotta say, Shock and his defense is what really saves the day. Without a double, Zetko would have had quite a difficult... oh, he's searching for the defuse. Okay, he finds it. He would have had a very difficult retake here.
Absolutely. Right, Shock, just a miracle he performs there, and that is the way he's back in. It takes all of their manpower, all of their weaponry to get it around, but the second is on the board, and guess what the T-side are going to be doing? Another bomb plant, only one survivor. You know what that means. That's an immediate buy from the T side. Absolutely no way around that. So let's see if they can now knock down the wall of the CTs. And this is going to be interesting to see how long this sort of thing can continue for. Right, like how long are we going to get to see the Force by Wars, essentially? As long as they get a bomb plat, 23 are happy to go for it. Unless Sinners do get one of those complete wipes where they don't lose anyone. There's no real ward to it.
Yeah.
By the way, we'll find out.
Well, let's see first of all what K23 have in mind. They're playing very slowly, very meticulously. They want to make sure they're going to be safe from any sort of early engagements, aka aggression. And I love the fact they're playing a 3-1-1 setup. This is the old alternate attacks play style that we used to see. It's definitely one of those more stable styles for the T side, where you go for the control of A, toilets and long, potentially long, not always. And then you basically force your opponent to play very defensively, usually pull back to a site, and then you have pretty much half of the map to your own desires and the way you want to play them. Meanwhile, it's going to be back up towards Zay, seems like the case. K23, they're not going to be expecting B-Stick. A nice headshot, but he does not die. That's a Galil for ya. B-Stick still does a lot of damage. Forcey supports, and look at this. 3 players are down before anything even happens for K23. 35 seconds. What now?
The answer seems to be something along the like of not much to be done, Norbert. Sung his praises earlier, but oh, tag through the wall. And Neofrag heard that tag, it chases him down and collects the third, and just like that, you've got, well, a near clean sweep for Sinners. No bomb plant either, so that means they're not going to be fully forcing into this. Maybe a few deagles, maybe some pistols with the T, but that's about it. As round number 4 is going to be the chance now for the CTs to stabilize their economy finally. Avoid any further losses, but you can see, there you go. Armor, a few pistols for the T side. Extra power going for a bit more util heavy tactic, but either way, seems like it's going to be a bit of a faster round, so make sure not to miss out. I think the Molotovs are already out, but look at the T side running through connector. Getting up there with the MP9, looking to farm as well as V-Stick. Collecting quite a bit of money, stuff like that. Oh, near frag though. Takes quite a bit of a beating. Either way though, now they know what the T side is, what the plan is, and out from connector they go as well.
This is a bit tough, but still, as long as they don't lose more than one more here, Sinners should be fine, right? Surely. I think economically, they will bounce back from a single loss of a player, potentially 2 players lost. Yeah, you can still bounce back, albeit a bit harder, because you gotta then commit from 2 players, economy or bank. But K23, not gonna lie, they seem a little bit distressed in these rounds. Obviously, basically a semi-buy, or almost an eco if you want to call it that. Not gonna work out, but hopefully this is not gonna be the same for the gun round. All in all, it comes down to these individual plays, and yeah, here Neofrag, nice off angle, finds one, knows where the second is, and well, Shock will take care of that, making sure that nobody else falls. Neo with 9 was in a dangerous spot, but alas, not gonna die. Okay, Nexus, I mean, we've got the op out for his A power, we've got the AKs out for the rest of the team, full utility. This is the time to shine, right? I mean, K23, they're letting this one slide quite quickly, considering the odds, considering the chances that they have here on Overpass. It's potentially their best chance to at least get one map out of it.
Yeah. For, like, overall, it's going to be a fairly important or interesting matchup, because it could go either way, but I think Overpass is got to be something that is required for K23 at the same time. So, I'll depend quite a bit on that, but look at this, though. Heavy monsters set up from the CTs, and as the smoke phase, they decided to push through, but now, because Norbert is still here, takes down one at least, and that gives the information away. 2 plays towards monster, let's just go ahead and take over something else on the map instead. They can't be everywhere at once. Overall, this fairly passive playstyle, actually. Yeah, they threw a few flashbangs out towards long to try and get a few eyes from Sinners over there. but besides that, they've not really done anything.
Yeah, they really haven't,
Norbert,
they?
I think they are thinking of now headed towards B.
It certainly feels like it. But,
Well,
I mean,
perfect time as well.
when you look at Sinners, they've got only Shock here, although... Oh, no. The timing. I mean, you were speaking about timing, and he certainly caught it there. That is beautiful. Shock with a double. It pretty much destroys K23's attempts towards B. Not only that, they drop the C4, and well, good luck getting it back, mates. It's 20 seconds till the end of the round. X5 and Zaypower have nowhere but to save. And this is a disastrous start for the map of K23, given the fact that they chose it, given the fact that this is the best map for K23. It definitely starts to beg the question of, where are the issues coming from? Why are they having so many troubles getting any sort of control even?
Yeah, the first 5 with the side of Sinners, and the last one as well, being as, well, simple or as one-sided as it was, it is going to be quite the good start for them now officially as well. You see, a few players as well, they've got a bit of money. Forzy almost at 7,000, Shock at 7,000. And Zedko is hanging around 5k, so they've got at least the base established now. They've got a safety net. So let's see if K23 can somehow shake that up with the pistols they have and saved weapons and exit power as well. Looking to do that already. Which, when you have an AWPer as good as him, you definitely want him to make some moves. Looking out for connector though, and your frag doubles down on just casual too.
I mean, this is too easy. This is really easy. I don't even know how to try and take all of this in. Zaypower hits one shot, sure, but is it enough? No way. Beastic is already on the flank. Look at Norbert here. He's not even ready for the engagement. Shock just goes out wide quickly. I mean, he does the classic move where you wait before a corner and then you go, you stop on a corner and then you basically speed out of the angle, just taking shots as you go. And Zaypower and Neelan, again, I think it's a save. Like, they don't really have a choice. And the flank from Beastic will be the matchmaker here for this love-hate relationship between Sinners and K23. Because he now knows they're not going A. He now knows they're not going con. And if they try to push B, he's going to be there in a jiffy.
Yeah, that molly as well is going to signal that. So they're relying on the one entry here from Neelan, but it doesn't go his way. And like I said, the save probably should have been made as well, but they at least tried it. And you can see what that now means. Exit Power is going to have no money in the bank. Someone might be able to drop him an AWP, but that means they would have to forego the armor on themselves. So it's not going to be the greatest, but either way, not even happening. AK's out for everyone besides him and X5. But a 6-0 start for the Sinners. This is a, honestly, pretty surprising start considering what we were kind of expecting from this, maybe. 823, slow start, maybe something that is, or something that happens every now and then.
I mean, it does, but also they've had 3 gun rounds so far, none of them having any sort of actual success. The op from Zaypower hasn't really connected, and Norbert just gets headshotted through the wall there. Classic angle that you usually see CTs take pot shots from, and he gets away with a nice amount of damage considering they haven't even seen each other at all. And Sinners, I mean, I would just want to point out the fact, look at how they're playing that A defense as well. They're not holding in toilets, they're not holding in towards con, they're basically playing long in sight, and I kind of like this. Beastic will be hearing them all the way through and through. Forzy with the op has an angle towards toilets itself, they're rotating Neo-Frag over, and they kind of expect this to be an A hit, which, by what we're seeing, certainly seems to be the case. Oh boy. This is going to be disastrous, isn't it, Nexus? Because it certainly feels like it yet again.
Yeah, it does. It really does. The fact that as well, Neon goes down towards long, and here's the next one as well. They just don't realize it. Exit Power might have made a crucial mistake in the round, and there's no time left.
That's the C4. Like, I am I'm just kind of wide-eyed right now. I didn't expect this. I expected much more. K23. Like, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I expected a lot more than what we're seeing here. It's not looking good. And it's all eyes on Fame and X5. I mean, they're gonna be saving, what? This is the third time in a row they're saving already, if I'm counting correctly. That's insane. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the 10 rounds in the map, and they've already saved 3 times on the T side. What else can I say besides it is disastrous, and well, hopefully it is not gonna continue like this. Oh boy, also 006 right now we have on Fame. So Sean Bean would be proud. Hopefully he's not gonna make Sean Connery proud. I mean, I would want to make Sean Connery proud, not gonna lie. You know who that is, right?
Oh, of course I do. Come on.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. Whew. Would have given me a mild heart attack as well if you hadn't.
Oh.
Oh, come on.
Again. Oh,
Bye.
insult to injury. Bye-bye. Oh, my God. Last round, he got down to 37. Now just out of it.
Yeah.
My God.
This is just...
It is brutal to watch right now.
Yeah, it's like, you know, taking candy from a baby. That's how easy it is. I mean, you don't want to give a baby a candy, but, you know, that's how easy it is right now. And it's... K23 seem to be lost more than anything. That's what I'm feeling. Like, they just seem to be absolutely lost and not sure what they should be doing. Oh, God, trigger discipline. Perfect. Absolutely splendid. Neo frag! Goes Neotic and absolutely destroys it.
Another round for the Sinners that it looks so easy, it's so dominant, and it is. Look at the deaths they have. Like, Beastic's got 5 deaths, that's because he's playing so aggressive. Everyone else is just vibing. They're just waiting for the CT or T side to make a move.
Yeah.
And they are not giant. You just cannot take them down. 8-0 the score.
I mean, look, Fame at least prevents the James Bond reference, so there's that. But it's not improving anything really for the side of K23. And it's all eyes on K23 here, because this is their map. We've been saying this time and time again. Statistically, they should be the ones in a far better spot. Norbert, good start. Zetko out and about, and he will be caught out in the wind, in the open, cold. Beastic, though, true to his name, the beast within strikes, and 2 players dead before they blink with their eyes. K23 lose a big chunk of the map. Nexus, yeah, I mean, I'm just stuttering. That's how bad this is.
Yeah, it felt like they had a chance towards B, but as soon as B-Stick strikes, all of that is taken away. Now they have to only go B, and the flank just keeps on going. CTs, they're stacked on B.
Yeah.
Like, they've got no reason to go anywhere else. And this might as well result in a mowdown.
Yeah, it will. He's gonna check it, so there's that, thank God. They checked the flank.
Okay.
They could go A. They have the option here.
The mind games, yeah.
I mean, let's start thinking as to what K23 need to do to win this instead of, you know... I feel like they perhaps need to put more pressure on towards Short and Con. Just try and take it out of the hands of Sinners. And, well, Forsey this time, missing 2 shots. That's going to be a bit of a problem.
Oh, wait. The saving? I'm actually a bit surprised they're trying to save here.
Kind of honest, yeah.
Yeah, I would assume they would have at least punished them a bit, but maybe not. Huh.
Okay, I mean, I can kind of...
Interesting take, yeah.
Yeah, kind of surprised. I would have expected them to try this. They've got the money, 14k on Forsey. That's like, you know, best you can have. But yeah, basically, this is really good. Like, this is really good for K23. First round, at least. That's, you know, that's the start you need to make. The first one is usually the hardest. And yes, continuation, aka, you know, to have continuous success like this is not going to be easy, but it's the way it is. You just got to make it happen. And I'm like, oh my God, I just noticed 11-1 on Shock. This dude has an 11 KD. Man,
I mean, he's such the B-side hero at this point.
Seriously, I mean, 10-2 for Neofrag, 5-0 KD. Like, what else do you want from your first 8 rounds? And they take a timeout even additionally.
Yeah, for K23 as well. By the way, the one play that did save the round was X5 turning around.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
Had he not, they would have just walked towards B. They would have walked to their deaths. But has it happened? Not the case. 8-1. Looking to get that second. Looking to continue from this. Like you said, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be the opposite of that. We'll see if Sinners can shake things up again. Or maybe it's time for K23 to get their chance and their time in the spotlight as well to do something about this one.
Like I said, I think they need to focus their efforts towards B short and con, if you ask me, K23 that is. Because if they force Sinners to play more defensively and not really give them that much information or room to expand over, things can really take a turn for the better for K23. But you can see how afraid they are. They really are afraid. I mean, they've got a man in con and they're not taking B short. It's a no-no for me, or from me. And again, we can see that K23 have technically forced Sinners into a very defensive posture. But K23 are playing this intentionally now. They're not playing this because they were forced into it, but because they want to play it. Whilst K23, how do they run this? It's a B split, that's a guarantee, 50 seconds or so. And Forsi, first point of contact with the op, not watching short anymore. Nobody is. But still hits it.
Well, the second as well makes things a lot easier for his teammates who now know what's happening, what's coming around the corner. The T side finally enter, but still Zedkov is down, and he's going to be the last man as well. With him falling, now that gives access towards the site. Even if Neofrag is spotted in heaven, he can't really do much about. Actually, could have. The bomb was not planted in any sort of secure spot, but that means that the aftermath for K23 has got to be so much better with X5 as long as he stays alive.
They're not going to check it.
But he could end
They
it
forgot about it. Easy.
Oh, one flash, 2 kills, an easy end to the round. K23 finally back to it, and I like the change. Like you said, it's not that they were forced to play that way, but they wanted to. That means, like, the initial game plan they had is, you know, just try and spread around the map and, you know, maybe go for a bit more of a default playstyle. It didn't work. Then what does? Because you were losing all your plays before you could even approach a bomb site. That means just keep all 5 alive and just hit a bomb site. It's easy as that, and finally we might see K23 get on the board. Like, actually on the board. 2 in a row is definitely a great start, and now keep that up and you've got a third as well, but it might be a bit of a change from Sinners as well, and I think they are. You can see the 2-man connector set was already saying that, okay, we're willing to challenge this. We play by our rules, not yours. And that's the way you want to have it every single time. But let's see what Forsi can do.
Exactly. Forsi here is going to be the vital part of this success, and he finds fame. And not that that's, you know, going to be affecting K23 too much, but it is a player down. It is one less number on the board. The chess pieces are falling, and, well, the chessboard is starting to look pretty good for Sinners, given how they're posted again. And this is what I spoke about earlier, right? That con control, that short beacon control, that banana control, it all comes in play for K23, and they seem to be rather afraid of taking it at all. And, again, I understand their sentiment. I certainly feel them for it, but it is not going to make their life any easier if they continuously remain afraid of these kind of plays. And oh, I love this. Neelan's gonna go through the smoke. Yes, he is. Meanwhile, Neofrag abuses that. Here's the spray through. Oh, close call. Oh boy!
Perfect play. Perfect play. Neelan runs back at easy with a flash. Just like that, they take him down. And again, we seem like we might be headed back to the original type of playstyle here. And Shock, the one to defend the B side, will be taken care of. That opens up avenues. Access is granted, but Zed goes on short and Shock covering from the other side as well. Excuse me, Neofrag from the other side. The flashbangs, anything would be useful at this point, but no, but still dodging that one, and the CT side to get closer.
But the flank.
He's
the flank again.
Where he is, but look at this, played above the boxes. And Forsi covers for the second mat as well. The Sinners, they are not going to let K23 have their way again.
The biggest issue I see here is the fact that Beastic was allowed that flank, and K23, by the time they got the bomb down, they'd already lost 1 or 2 players, and, you know, they leave it down to a single man alive. It's not enough. It's not enough 9-2, and it had been 8 in a row, then 2 back-to-back for K23, only to lose it again on a round that seemingly started off maybe a little bit better for Sinners, but definitely looked like, you know, it could easily be brought back by K23, absolutely. Unfortunately, it all goes down swinging, and well, here we go, round 12. Again, I'm a little bit perplexed. K23, they take short control, sure, they take short B control, they take con control, but they're expected. And this is what we talked about earlier. Sinners are allowing this to happen. It's not that they're being forced into these positions. They're simply wanting to play them like such. And good stuff. At least they get rid of Shock. That's a starting point. Let's see if they can take the B side now without too many losses.
Yeah, let's find out. Zedko playing a bit on an off angle, and the T-side, they're getting close. He could get overwhelmed real fast here, but thankfully now has at least someone to help him out in this position as well. Fake that bomb once, see if the CT is fine on that one, but not just yet. Finally they do, and there's the trade they're playing for, but Norbut's still alive as well. Not gonna let that go, but she's ahead either, but a T-side 4 versus 2, and that's gonna be enough for the Sinners to fall away from this now. Entire game plan of this round was the 2 players on water. Didn't work out, and that's it.
Yep, they got them both, and that's what we needed to see. K23, they get another round. That's how the cookie crumbles here. The Sinners perhaps overestimated their defensive capabilities. And not perhaps, they have overestimated their defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Neelan on the hunt. The duck hunt continues as Forcy will try to survive with the op, and I'm certain he'll give chase, but they won't be able to get him in time. He is just too far away from anybody to be seen. So, we have at least 3 rounds here. T-side overpass, I'd say minimum of 4 to 5. Let's say 5 is the bare minimum I'd call here for K23 required to salvage the second half then. Because anything less than that, I'm not going to be happy with, and I'm certain that K23 won't be either. What say you?
I wouldn't say I agree. This, I was thinking of how to put that smartly, you know, how to put it in a funny way, but no.
Simple is usually the best.
Exactly, yeah. Let's just keep it at that. The CTs, they're definitely keeping it simple as well. 2 kills so far. Neofrag has taken a bit of damage, but he's okay. And K23, this is now looking a lot more like the other rounds we've seen again. They've lost a few players already. You kind of wonder, okay, what do we do to get back to this? Also, I like this jiggle from Beastic.
Yeah, he's spotting both short and then toilets, which is really nice. It is.
Yeah, he's got head protection on as well, essentially.
Yep.
And 40 with the wall, but AK does the trick. That's the first. Forza, you gotta watch out. Take the challenge. Do not miss, otherwise you might be a dead man walking.
Oh!
But he does not. And the second one as well, legged. Close up. You gotta jiggle. Gotta somehow bait out the shot, but it doesn't work. Got a last man's behind you.
I mean,
1 tap, a 4 more to go.
That was really good from Forcy. The way he also angled that op angle when he was pushed by Zaypower, I believe, is he wasn't going to run away too long. He just went a little bit back with his back to the wall, on the outer wall, and then basically waited on an off angle. And you could see Zaypower was expecting him to be going wide to long, and instead, bam, 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 baram. That's how you have it. That's how he does it. That's how he does it. I mean, I know it sounds stupid when I put it like that, but honestly, Forcy is thinking so smart in this scenario. He's like, okay, even if I get to long, I'm still going to have to engage with the AK probably in a second or 2. So let's take the fight anyway. And if I die, I die. The rest of my teammates can at least potentially clean it up. I hit him already, so that's going to be easier. And honestly, I like the fact that he took the fight and forced K23's last player into a 1v3 that was really uncomfortable and basically almost impossible to win.
Yeah. The way he did play that was really smart, like you said. And overall, again, I think that is a testament to how well Sinners and Forzy overall have adapted to their to this new team. You see, Beastic every now and then, I mean, he is playing a bit forward, yes, himself. That might cost him a few times, you know, his own life mainly, but the team itself is thinking on how they want to play together. You had seen the tricks, you saw the two-man B set up as well with the water. Didn't really work out, but there was a thought behind that. They had a flash, then they swing. Just weren't ready for the one-man monster, was still watching it. They've got ideas in their mind that is a good thing to look at. As for K23 right now, it's very simple. They've tried a lot of different things, and again, grouped it up. This should work, and I love to see it as well. Norbert doubles down, that's the B entries they need, and Neo Frag as well. Gotta stay alive out of utility, just like that. He's already here. Beastic goes down, it's down to 2 versus 4. But they know Neo Frag still on the bomb site. He's got the biggest issue, the biggest hurdle to get past. He's got to try and fake the bomb plant once, but the second time he goes out before that happens, takes down 2 more. And what a play to give Forsey a chance in a round like this.
And the thing is, the bomb is not even yet being planted. As I say it, it's about to be picked up, and Forsey, he is wishing for a little bit too much. He certainly could have waited longer, but then again, you know, I get it. He wants to be quick. He wants to be having let's say, an easier time getting onto site, so understandably tries his luck. Okay, we finally break down the CT economy, or at least K23 does. It took them a while. It took them basically the whole map. We're on the 15th round, the last one of the first half, gents. We have a Scout on Forsey, a Deagle on Zetko, MP9 on Shock. Meanwhile, the other side for K23 fully equipped and ready to take this one head on. 5 rounds, as I said, is bare minimum what I see here required for K23 to make a comeback on Overpass. Can they make it 5? Can they make a comeback? We're about to find out.
Exactly. That 5th round would be very much so needed. Well, 11-4 as well. It gives them a chance. The CT side is the favored one of this map, and every now and then you do have these sort of performances as well. Thinking maybe K23 can do the same, but so far the first half has been fairly odd when it comes to these rounds. Another tag from the Scout, by the way. So that's over the 2 players low to what is the Deagle and what is the M4 as well. There's a nade as well to try to finish the job. 3 players low. For K23, they've seen 1 man and a nade, essentially.
Well, I mean, K23 are at a big disadvantage. Basically, a fart in their general direction will bring them down. Or a sneeze, depending how I look at it. Beastic, meanwhile, he's got this Alpha angle. He's played this before already. He's been a little bit more to the right side, but still peeks out wide. Gets bolt. No way, Beastic. He does the job. He does what is required of him. And Forsey, as long as he does not die without a kill, he should be fine. Neofrag, meanwhile, doesn't even need to see anybody. Just nades it to oblivion for Zay Power. And it's down to Norbert and X5. Let's see if Norbert or X5 can do it. No, they cannot. And that is the 11th hour for Sinners. Man, what a game it turned out to be, hasn't it?
Absolutely right about that. Now as well, we get to see the second half. By the way, one more thing I have to mention again. Fame's still not doing too well, and he's not the only one. Exit Power, those are the... Well, Exit Power, Fame, and Norbert, those were the 3 you were looking at to say are the big 3 on that team, and only 1 performing so far.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Exit Power, the Opera, he's... You know, as an Opera, we would imagine him being the one to spring the best of the best, but he is just absolutely devastatingly not performing. He is not performing again, and...
My God.
Here comes the second half, here comes the pistol. Exit Power already takes 24... Well, goes down to 24 as he takes damage with a bullet to the head. Yeah, it's not looking good. K23 seemingly having a lot on their mind.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. The CTs, they've got the long-range advantage, but that's about it. And Exit Power currently as well, or well, no longer anymore, but was alone for quite a bit. They have made the rotation now for Neil to come back around well, and now we'll get to see the T-side attack as well. Charge from long. Flashbang is coming around the corner as well. Smoke landing at a CT side. They're going to be forced to play this retake style. They've got no place on the site. They've got no control at all. And it's there to go. Just like that, he jumps in. Hello, says he. And 3 more CTs around the corner as well. The bomb finally being planted as well. And this is going to be turning out to be quite a graveyard.
Oh boy, this is going to be difficult. Though Norbert finds one, that's a good start. Zetko, no, Zetko, no way! Does he pull it home? Yes, he does, with B-Stick supporting it. It's enough, and Zetko has the final say here. As he cleans house, it is 12-4, and K23, well, I hope they have got a Roomba, because there's a lot to clean about.
Yeah, this is honestly turning out a lot different than I expected. I was thinking, looking at the match, okay, fairly even, but K23 at least should have the first map. Spinners? Nah, no, they've not come here to play around, they're here to win. And my god, are they doing that right now at a rapid pace? The pistol as well. There's nothing that seems to be stopping them.
No, really. There seems to be no end to their success. B-Stick. How does he play this? Well, it's Neofrag that gets him, but B-Stick's the one that takes a little bit of damage. In any case, it seems like K23's force buy is not going to start off on a high note. And I doubt it's going to end on a high note either. As A-Power needs to hit some amazing shots here. That's it. All I'm going to say, he needs those scout shots more than ever. Right here, right now. He gets the first, good damage. Gets the second. That's what we wanted to see, A-Power. Let's see if we can keep it up.
Assist from his teammate as well, but still alive, still kicking into the next one as well. Shock finally here, but in a 1 versus 2 now. 30 HP remains and up against a Deagle at a 5-7. One bullet from the former would be enough to take him down, but look at him playing this close and sneaking up and that's that first contact. But where's that second? That's the question, but through the smoke they go. Both now pushing him and immediately with a headshot as well. K23, they managed to win their round thanks to the heroics of that scout, thanks to X-Power. And what a time to finally wake up as well.
Yeah, it took them a little while, didn't it? It certainly... You know, they were grasping at straws, but they were able to pull it off. And now we have ourselves an interesting little development. A force buy. Deagle's out in play for Sinners. As I like to say in my language, I like to slay in my language too, but you know, as I like to say, Digli Uigri. It is going to be B-Stick. First contact. K23, they need some hope. They need hope that the Zapar gave them the previous one and just ride on this as much as they can. Otherwise, not going to be looking too swell.
Ooh.
Oh god, no. Oh no, this is not how it's supposed to happen.
As soon as we see the Eagles get a kill, we know what's happening. It's a curse you and I live.
It
See
really
if
is a
Norbert
curse.
can do something about this. You hope at least. He's got Nealon on the bomb side as well to help out, so there's a chance they could bait him in. And not only that, but hold on, I believe Fame as well. He's playing in Heaven, so he's got another fast rotate towards A, if that's the case.
Yep.
So Syndra should not be able to easily overwhelm at this point, but we'll see what they do end up doing. It's 35 seconds remaining, and one smoke's the only thing they have to commit to this. That's got to be going towards the dumpster, I'm sure. The question is if Forsey will clear this angle or not, because now they know they're coming close, and there it is, the B-Stick Deagle. And here comes the danger around the corner. They walk at this one at a time. Finally a trade, but Neofrag, the pistols.
This is just too
cannot
much.
be stopped.
It's just too much. It really is. K23, you knew what you were up against. You knew what you had to face off, and yet, at the end of the day, you allow it. I dislike the way they were posted, not gonna lie. That close toilet play certainly wasn't the right choice. It would have been better to be on site. It would have been better to play together for crossfires. Rotations were quickly available, but they were not quick enough, my friend. And Nexus, this is a disastrous continuation here for K23. They win a round and then they lose it back to back. The thing is, now they're left with nothing. Absolutely nada, nothing. They will force buy, meaning if they lose, it's 14-5 on an eco most likely next, meaning it's 15-5. If they force up the next, it might as well be called as the end of this first map.
I mean, it really seems like it as well. And you know what? Neofrag as well, by the way, I'm going to mention it. He's 21-7, going plus 14 in KD right now at a solid 3.
I mean, if he can pull a 0...
B-Stick as well, like, he's up there. Look at him, 17-13. He's got deaths, but a lot of those deaths count for something in these rounds.
Bro, if Neofrag can pull a 0 from just the game we watched between GamerLegion and Apeks, where he had 30 kills in 22 rounds, I'm just gonna be losing my shit that we're gonna have that twice in a series. On the same map, mind you.
My god. Oh. Thinking maybe there could have been something, but the timing doesn't work out for Exipal instead of down to 22. But at the same time, that should confirm the CT's landed. Yeah, you can look at the rotations. They're all on B now.
Yep.
You can see where Shock was headed. You can see how he was moving. Now, it is going to be a B commitment, so it is going to be down to an all-out brawl. The Pistols, they have a chanted around like this, but not what he max in to clean up like B-Stick does it. There's nothing. Come on, man. He's got 3 kills already, and here comes the clean-up crew.
20 frags for B-Stick. That's all we can say. Too easy.
He's leading with style at this point, man.
Yeah. Lead by example, lead by style, and in this case, K23, I think the decision will be clear. They're going to go for an eco, of course. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if they tilt by, but I hope that's not the case, because then they might as well just, you know, type GG and quit this first map. But it is going to be all or nothing. They're going to be aiming for that overtime, and I support that. You know, this is pretty much the only hope they have left in this series. Overtime. 10 rounds in a row is what they'll have to grab. Oof, a lot of flashbangs, or at least good flashbangs. A lot of damage potentially to come out, and they will get one. But that is not nearly enough. And here we go, 15-5 predictably into a very meager buy from the CTs.
Yeah, my god, has this been a one-sided show, and it still continues to be as well. The second round of on this half, it gave us hope. It gave us a chance to think, okay, maybe they can do something. But then just deagle headshots. Nothing else. Like, that takes away every strand that K23 had to think they can still come back. And now 10 in a row, it's not unheard of, you know, in some cases, you know, in some very ridiculous cases, but you know, it does not seem likely at this point again. Because K23, they've got players who are just not online right now, they're not really hitting their shots. And in comparison to Sinners, they look like they've been wide awake, they've been chugging some red gold.
Oh man, X5 though. X5. He might have an X5 in his mind, an ace in his mind, potentially. I hope so, at least. Let's see for certain. Forsi. Oh, he's gonna go forward. No,
just
no,
let the
never
gun.
mind.
Yeah, what's the AK, I think?
Yeah. Oh, I love this from Norbert, though. The flank could work, but he has to be very careful how he plays this. He cannot afford himself to die, and well, luckily he does not. K23, they are still alive for this series, gents. Or more specifically, the map. Still losing 2 players, which is not the best, but then again, acceptable. So, instead of 10, it's going to be 9 rounds in a row, gents. That's Nexus. That's 9 rounds in a row that they need. Do you believe?
You know what, we'll start talking if they hit double digits,
Okay.
but as for now, it feels like it is still
A
still
big
bit
fat
too
no.
late.
Yeah.
But if nothing else, it at least gives them a chance to now get things, you know, rolling, get a few confidence rounds headed towards that second map, because God knows they're gonna need it. On a map like Inferno, which, you know, it's not their best. Overpass is the best. And it's not looking like they're doing halfway decent, right?
Nope.
So
Not
they
even
would
close.
need they would need a miracle. They would need Fame and Exit Power both to just start shooting like there's no tomorrow. Like, their life depends on it.
Honestly, it might work, you know? You never know. Get some threats in there. No, that's
Exactly.
a joke, people. That's a
Guys.
joke. Please don't do that. Thank you.
It's the coach right there. Is like, trust no one, not even your teammates.
Yeah, they might kill you at any moment. Just get those 30 frags. Norbert finds one. Good
That's
start.
actually cheeky.
Yeah, that's a very nice angle to take. I've not seen it at all, actually. Could have gotten away to a kill. Zay Power, nicely done. Gets himself one more. And it looks like K23 will find some success in the absolute worst time, but you know, better now than never. That's one way to put it.
There you go, Molly, force him out. Zedco.
What? How?
Too many shots missed, unfortunately. He's going to have both the CTs backed off. He will stick around at least. I believe X-Power at least did hear this. The flashbang just got to go for the swing. But,
I'm a little bit surprised how he didn't hit that shot, and that it wasn't even the first, nor the second, nor the third. It was a lineup. Could have been a collat, but okay. B-Stick finds Z-Power as we turn this one on its head. 11 seconds, not enough to do anything. It shall be the 7th. And slowly but surely, the comeback is becoming a reality here. It's going to take a little while longer, but let's see if K23 have the energy to persevere through these turmoilous times. Surely there will be a rebuy here, I'm thinking. They saved 2 weapons. They've got enough for an AK, for shock and neofrag. Yep, they're definitely going to rebuy, as we can see here.
Yeah, around like this as well, you might just play balls to the wall, Counter-Strike. Just go all out, see what happens.
I mean, it's equally risky as it is beneficial, yeah.
Yep. But I think you want to try and get ahead of K23 and don't let him set up too much. But then again, there's the other side. If they do manage to counteract a play like that, or if that even would have happened, the confidence would just skyrocket from that alone. Instead, we get to see what this does, as Zedco does go through the smoke with a flasher too and comes back as well.
I love it.
X5 immediately down, and that's the way you would have played that. That's the K23 playstyle we didn't get to see happen because it just didn't work out. They tried to go for the early kills one at a time. Yeah, we saw how that happened, or that worked. And there's at least the entry. That's how it works.
We saw how it
now
didn't
got the
work.
rest on the other side of the map as well. It's making moves overall.
I mean, they're pretty much just standing at this stage, still and steady, waiting for any sort of reaction. K23 is going to be the one that's going to be very jumpy right now. And I'm wondering if they actually commit towards B. They've got the C4 in towards Monster. There will be contact towards A. No rotation yet coming out from K23. They seem to be convinced this is a B play, and they are correct. Their intuition tells them the right thing. Oh, Fame, you are lucky to be alive, mate. There is no more flashbang. There are no more flashbangs available, though. That is a problem. And look at this peek from Zedco. He gets the first, the second in contact. It's Neelan, but he does not get anything done. Norbert needs a triple. He does get a double, but is it enough? It's a 1v3 Z-Power. He takes the shot, misses the chance to defuse, or to get the plantee. And, well, he will remain planted. This is 16-7, unfortunately, for K23. They will have to give this map to Sinners.
Oh, the tag as well, it hits him. That's the audio cue they need, and there it is, a 16-7. Sinners, my god, have they had themselves a fantastic opening map in this best of 3 as well. And imagining that's K23's map pick, and now they're headed to Sinners' best map, Inferno, after a break. I don't even know what to expect, but hopefully we get to see a bit more of K23 either way, and we'll have to break to figure out what it is going to be like as well. So, tune right back, because we are not gonna go anywhere.
Paying online with AstraPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstraPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstraPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's a map between K23 and Sinners. My name is Nexus. I'm still joined by the wonderful Overseer as well, as we now get to see what Sinners can do on their mapping after completely wrecking K23 on theirs. It's Inferno, and we've got no time to wait. The pistol's already began.
It is my favorite map, Nexus. That is what it is. And, of course, as you said, yeah, K23 got absolutely shreked. Not just wrecked on Overpass. Hopefully it will not be repeated here, as Sinners seemingly too good and already to kind of kick off the pistol here. I love what I'm seeing. We see the dual Berettas coming for, of course, Neofrank. We've got Zetko here on top middle alone. Support coming in by B-Stick's hand. And it looks like there will be a bit of a B play in mind for K23 with a bit of a backstabbing maneuver on towards A itself. But this is too much for Neofrank as he loses his head. Here comes the potential take towards... Ooh, wait a minute. It's going to be a potential take towards A now. Ho, ho, ho. And it will be. Definitely an A take.
Yeah, well, the CTs, not much they can do about this one.
No. Not much.
Yeah, nothing, actually. Let's put it that way. Neofrank and Zed go down without any kills. And just like that, it's done. The first round goes to K23, and a good start.
I mean, it's a start that you would hope to see. Though, one thing to mention is the fact that they keep two players with Kevlar alive, meaning that we will be seeing potentially a 4-spy coming up for Sinners. I wouldn't be surprised. It is Inferno after all. There are a lot of close corners you can play with. They've had great success on Overpass, so why wouldn't they try it on Inferno? And as I said, additionally, to have two players on Kevlar means you've got 650 already invested in two guys that could potentially buy up SMGs, could potentially buy up scouts or anything of the like. In any case, there are a lot of options available. There's a 5.7, I believe, on B-Stick, is it? Or could be dual Berettas that were picked up. Really not sure in that case. But yeah, here comes the FAMAS. Even better, actually. Not something I thought of. And it's going to be double the trouble here. And I love what I'm seeing. Deagles, dual Berettas, and FAMASes. I kind of love it here. A lot of utility considering the round. And this is looking pretty scary. If K23 play it wrong, they could easily be shut down.
Yeah, early util going out already as well, but you know the CTs they've got a bit of their own as well, however not nearly as much. At last you see them playing more passive and looking for a cheeky boost like this that can turn the tables.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting, isn't it? Because they don't have the C4 on their backs yet, so they potentially go towards either B or A. Really not sure as to what side they decide to push, but if they go B, they're certainly going to choose correctly, because they will have a chance to break through to two easier players, or to two of the easiest players, one with a dual Beretta, one with a Deagle. And, well, as you can see right now, Molotov flying, flashbangs flying. This could prevent the T's from pushing on forward. Fame gets tagged. This could absolutely convince them to fall back, but no, Neofrank still only finds the one kill. There goes the B side, and now it is a 4v3 after plan K23 have set up, and I think this should be, no doubt, easier for the side, of course, of K23, and nothing too surprising. Just to point it out, guys, it is Sinners that chose the CT side, as this is the map pick of K23, and wait, it is, right? No, surely it is, or am I wrong? No, oh my god, no, my bad. K20, no, I completely fumbled that. K23 picked Overpass.
Yeah.
And Sinners picked Inferno, but K23 decided to start on the T side. Now that is a surprise. Something you don't get to see very often, and this is actually something I touched upon on the last map of the last best of 3 that we had, where me and Anthron were kind of discussing a little bit here and there. As I said, the thing is, with the T side, it's a lot easier to make a comeback on the CT rather than the T side. So if you know you're not too good on the T side, or you know you're not going to have too good of a time, you go T side, you do your best, you find as many rounds as you can, and then you have the CT side still to play. Whilst on the CT side, if you lose it, let's say 10-5, are you really going to make a comeback as the T? How many times have we seen that? You know, it's a lot harder, especially on Inferno. In any case, let's see what the plan here is. Pop flash on towards Banana. 3 players entering. This should be 3-0.
It should be. But if you pick up weapons, at least as a Galil, the CT side can get away with it. And also, if they make the rotation fast enough, they can still challenge the A side as well. And, oh, especially if extra power does not turn in time, because that could be a huge issue, but Neofrag instead waits for the confirmation. It is going towards A. The attack is here. Molotovs are there as well. No more flashbangs. They can't really afford to throw, but of course I'm mistaken. The shock is still here. And they don't spot him. They don't see him right above him as well. There you go. Finally taken down with him, and now the CT side begin their own retake with Neofrag in from Partners Galil in his hands. The bomb planted it freshly. CTs see if they can get ahead with this, but no, there's the first. Only a second, no, but beautiful stuff.
Okay. Okay, never mind. There we have it. There we have it. Fair enough. I was a little bit surprised because I imagined Forsey would be the one making noise for the flank there. I expected Beastic, or in this case, the player that was the Naps to, how to say, to be the one to go for the side player first, and as soon as he shot the player at Broken Wall, I was a little bit bedazzled because I imagined him letting him go. As we can see here, though, it is going to be a 3-0 start, K23 off to a glorious beginning, albeit there is a buy for Sinners available. K23 seem to have a far better understanding of the T side of Inferno than they did of Overpass, even though it makes little sense when we put it like that, since Overpass was their pick. In any case, here comes the play towards Banana. Taking that control is vital. When we talk about Inferno, we talk about Banana and Apps and how these two positions are the most vital of all. And I think you would agree with me here, Nexus, that right now Sinners are in a bit of a tough position, especially with the fact that they've got very little money and very little utility to work with, considering everything.
Yeah, funnily enough, by the way, these teams, they haven't played each other since January. Is a fun little fact here for you as well. And the last time they did play as well, it was K23 that did win on Inferno, 16-8. That's a little nugget for you there as well. Something to keep at the back of your mind, but recent form and everything else would indicate that Sinner should have this as well as the previous map score, but more on that later. Right now, we're looking to find out what the last 20 seconds of the round can do with the B-side attack underway, and Norbert might have found his perfect timing here as well, so the B defense needs to stand here, needs to be good at least the first few, and maybe even drop the bomb once if possible. But he's now in a lot of trouble. Thankfully, has Force to help him out as well. There's that second shot as well, and the bomb as well. He's going to go down. And the first round is done just like that. Sinners, they're on the board. All because they couldn't take care of one pesky man at the back of the bomb site.
That is gonna be a little bit problematic. Technical pause immediately gonna be called. Hopefully not too many issues to be had. Just to kind of bring it out there for a little bit. Thing is, when they tried for the B take, they didn't get rid of triple, as you said. You know, as soon as B-Stick stays alive in triple and the op comes for the cross, you're going to be having two positions that you're going to have to watch out as the T. So the bomb goes for the plant. Obviously, they deny that. All of a sudden, you're left with 2-3 players that are pretty much out in the open, nothing to really do or nothing to really work with. And how do you react? Well, you've got to be a little bit more careful on that approach. Certainly, you got to be a little bit more on point when it comes to clearing the site, because they let B-Stick live for far too long, and the reply, or at least the round for that, clearly ending. Meanwhile, we have the cameras here from Sinners. They seem to be fairly composed. No real, no real Cheerios or nothing to be worried about. Normal expressions. Definitely looking happier than what we saw from GamerLegion when they won their series against Apeks. But a tech pause that could go a little bit further, hopefully not too long. Trying to discern what the issue is, I guess we'll find out in a moment. Right here. Apparently some issues with a keyboard for Shock. But let's kind of break down what we expect to happen. K23 on the T side, choosing to play on the T side, whilst being an awkward, well, not an awkward, but a weird decision. For me, it kind of makes sense. I think their logic is sound in this case, that they want to play T side because they know they can get at least 5 to 6 rounds early, and even if they only get 5 to 6, that is for Inferno more than enough. Turning onto the CT side next, I feel like they have far more confidence, especially in a map like Inferno. And here comes Norbert, probably looking at his phone. Norbert, stop scrolling through Instagram. I love his sign, by the way. I hope he would have turned it on. That'd be lovely.
Yeah, it's real nice.
That's actually really, really sexy.
That's a really cool thing I wish I had.
Man, Norbert looks so clean. Like, he looks so prepared for this. And, oh, Neelan laughing. I love this. I love the fact that he is happy. Even though things are not going exactly as planned, he is content, seemingly. This is Zaypower, as we can see him here. Of course, this is X5, if I'm not mistaken. He's the only one with the longer hair, comparatively to Neelan. Tech pause still in effect. We hear a lot of writing in chat. A lot of talk between the players, back and forth. We can say...
Just making sure they're, they're ready, and maybe
Yeah.
if there's something else they need to...
take
need to
care
fix.
of.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, again, what are we expecting here? Like, for K23, they've had pretty good defaults. They've had a lot of success with them. I would love to see some runabouts towards apps, potentially some mid-pressure, more than Banana, rather, because they know that Sinners like to focus on Banana, and as we can see here, it's exactly the case. 3 players going towards B, with already Shock going back towards A. Seems like he only threw grenades on the floor. Meanwhile, Fame already tagged, and Sinners are starting this one really early.
I'll find out what they can do here. What exactly this will turn out to be. The Orb is looking for the first one, and even with the miss shot, it does force 4Z back off because he doesn't have the weaponry to fight this one. Can't really afford to stick around, but the flashbang coming around the corner, and just like that, he's going to be caught down to 40 HP. Now Molten as well to slow down the T side. That's going to be a well-placed one. Nate side going down to the CTs. Now they have to think about this. Do you want to commit to the A stack here? Do you want to make that rotation or not? Because you don't really know just yet, but now they do. Flashbangs are coming over to the T's that are flooding in, but 2 quick kills with the CT side, and now slows down K23. More to come as well. Still one more round from Long. They still know it. And look at it.
Oh.
It's like Doctor Strikes, and they still have no clue. Finally, they realize what's happening here, and it's too late. In a 1 versus 5, it doesn't result in a single thing. Instead, you've got Forzy, or excuse me, Shock collecting a 4K.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit... I'm a little bit disappointed. I expected more from K23. They kind of just died in the middle of their attack without really having any sort of reply. Shock setting that defense from Graveyard was perfect, and well, he could be the Gravekeeper. As we have K23 going onto a Nico, moving towards Banana with a few players trying to get that early pick. Certainly possible. The P250, excuse me, is a great weapon for those quick pushes. But unfortunately, it doesn't happen. Beastic at 14, he will be staying alive. And somebody call the BGs, because they might want their song back as csgo. Yeah, tap, tap, tap. And there we have it. You know the BGs, right?
I know the BGs.
Okay, thank God. Whew. That's another sweat tear from my brow. In any case, let's wait and see what K23 have prepared for us. We've got AKs, we've got utilities, we've got everything. As I said, I think A control should be a little bit more expedient here by K23, but 4C blinded, gets the shot. Okay, a second as well. Oh, Nexus, what is this?
His 4Z styling is 4Z hour. Let him have fun. It's going well right about now. See if they can continue that as well. Because right now, the CT side, they've lost at least one of their players towards A that gives them an avenue as well to attack, but the big issue is the fact that they're currently, you know, kind of isolated. Not really, too much, but there you go.
Yeah.
Again, another one for 4Z.
Oh, he saw him.
Another one he knows is going to happen. Well, the timing nearly there.
Yeah, it's all falling apart here for K23. Seems like as soon as we started with the gun round, the CTs have picked up the pace and have really scared them into submission. And look at Neelan. He's going to be going close. He's going to be trying his best. But it's not going to be possible. 4-3. K23 get 1 kill in a bomb plant on a gun round. That is not enough. That is not nearly enough. And K23 is in trouble if they continue down this line of fire. This line of... well, I guess resistance, perhaps better yet put. And you know what's funny? Nobody's really popping off like crazy, right? We are now 8 rounds in, and nobody's really going off the charts crazy. Especially not on K23. Meanwhile, we've got 2 players with 7 kills on Sinners, and it's starting to get a bit heated.
Absolutely. Okay, a bit of a faster play. The first kill already, though, does put a bit of a stop in their plans as well as the Molotov. So the team said they can't really afford to rush it just yet. And at the moment, Fame as well, all alone, waits for his teammates, and there you go, 1 flash, they're in it. Bracker's control now belongs to the side of K23, but it's all just a ruse at the moment. You can see them walking back at the seat as well. They're biting this. They have contemplated maybe Neofrag goes toward A, and comes back towards B. Not entirely sure what the flashbang does now confirm their ideas. Let's stick towards B. Let's see what we can do to defend this area of the map with a minute left on the clock that he's at. Not going to do anything in time. Timing. Instead of running through that wall, that is perfect, and so is the spray. Good for 2, and a famous Tech Knight will finally put into an end as well.
And Neofrag getting the 2 kills. That's perfect.
Yeah. Oh, the timing. This could be actually insanely deadly here.
Oh, yeah.
4C doesn't know. If Beastic doesn't turn back and check this angle, if
surely
csgo
csgo checks.
Check it, there you go.
Yeah. For a second there I was in doubt, but Fame deciding to slow walk down, just the decision making here wasn't exactly the soundest, but you know, I get it. He tried to make no noise falling down from dark boxes and trying to get himself into a better spot. And voila, we are in a very good start for Sinners. Yes, 3 rounds lost with the pistol included. You know, you can say this is a good start that Sinners bounce back easily from. And K23, they better pick up the slack once again. As I said, I think 5 to 6 would be bare minimum. If they can't get that, they will be in trouble. Ooh, good nade, good molly. Damn. Why still pushing? Do we know that? Ooh. Meanwhile,
This is turning out to be quite the dangerous round for K23. Even with the initial kill or two. Or nearly two on the Zedgo as well, I guess, but... they've lost quite a bit of control towards B already. And for the CT, you can see now they do decide to make a move back towards A.
Oh, lovely. This is a great little move. I mean, K23 is committed towards A right now, and they don't really have a choice to go A. But, well, they don't really have a choice but to go A. And I mean, Sinners are on point. They've got long control in their hands. They've got 2 on site. They've got 1 watching Banana, which I would have preferred Forsey pushing down deeper. But the risk of dying is quite high, so you don't want to risk, you know, getting picked up apart. Meanwhile, Neofrag finds 1, and that should be enough. Or is it? Neofrag gets shut down by Zaypower.
Yeah, maybe not enough. Finally, Util comes through, and Zedgo finally out of the picture. But look at this, though. Mystic nearly takes down both. That is Ult versus Ult 4Z against Exipower. He finally might be getting his own chance to do something here as well. 2 kills in the round, looking for the triple. And 1 man to deny round number 4 as well around the corner. But beginning to walk in as well, and there it is.
Oh, he didn't see him.
All that it comes down to before, so he should have this one. He should have this every day of the week, and Exipower doesn't even think about it. And just like that.
Man, those were millimeters. Those were inches away. He was a mere millimeter truly away from spotting Forsey just as he crossed from Chain towards Vespa, and he didn't catch him. And that is going to be 6-3 as they continue. Sinners lose a great deal of their players, yes, but they still win the round. And at 10k a pop per player, they will not be concerned about their economical state. Meanwhile, for the T side, they are in, you know, in quite a weird way right now. They need this victory. They need this bomb plant. And oh my God, Forsey, he was blinded. I saw the hand in front of him. Yet he still takes the shot and wins the duel. Nade on Fame as well. It is all going according to plan for Sinners here.
Kind of slow start for the K23 side here in this round. Finally, they try to make a move, but they do get something out of that as well. But now they're controlling the forward B-stick going down at smokes as well, trading back and forth. But now, what do they want to do? Yeah, they are going to send a few players towards A, but
nobody checks.
It's looking a bit like Overpass, right?
Yeah.
They're sending players out in the open, and at least this time there was a trade, but there's very little that actually seems to be somewhat tying together here in this plan.
It's certainly not looking too swell, yeah. Gotta agree with you. Also, whilst we have a moment here looking like a beat take, don't forget we have a giveaway going on. The channel bot will post the link in giveaway, by the giveaway. So go check it out. Free skins, y'all. Meanwhile, Neofrag, he might get free kills. He's standing very wide in the open, but he's in a good spot that usually gets, well, does get checked, but when it's too late already. And yep, speaking of too late, he's still alive. Rotation is coming. It's late, yes, but the flash by Forsey has just saved his life as he gets the second. And it is looking absolutely fantastic. And look at this. Just unstoppable force.
That's what Forsey is. That's what his team is right now again. They had a bit of a slower start, but 7 rounds in a row definitely does tell us a statement that they are here. They're not going to let this one slip if they have anything to say about this one. So now, again, we're all eyes on K23. Especially after a first map like that. And now 7 lost in a row. You begin to wonder, where is the K23 we were expecting?
No. K23. They've got 3 smokes. They've got 4 flashbangs. I hope they utilize them before they absolutely get... Oh, I wanted to say something nasty, but I can't. Fame, meanwhile... Oh, Fame, yes!
He's doing something
Fame.
nasty.
That is what I love to see. What you love to see, and thank God finally some lifelines being shown by K23. They're grasping at straws again, but they are grasping. It's what matters. They're trying. And I think this is already a saved round for Sinners. It's a 3v5 retake of B with 2 players only in CT. Yep, it's a save.
My god, that is a quick turnaround. What? A few smokes. They fade. And then you hear their heads rung. Even a bit of a timing miss there as well. Shock X5 did traded places. But the question is, can X5 do any more damage here? Opa Force is somewhat looking, and okay, does turn around in time. In the meantime, Zedko gets another one on the C side. Now they begin their exits onto the Opa Force, and he takes another one with him. Go over the T side to give them nothing. Collide as well, collects a 4K, eradicates all of K23 with a round goes their way at least.
Okay,
Perhaps this is the start of something great now for the Russian squad.
Man, K23, I hope you don't stop at one round. I hope you don't stop at one such moment. It is time to show us what you're capable of. As I said earlier, nobody's really popping off in comparison to Forcy, who's at 14 currently. The whole server is sleeping. And here comes the commitment as K23 decide for a default. 2 players going into second mid apps, 2 players going into banana most likely, I would imagine. In a pretty standard style of play.
Ooh, look at this though. This is interesting. I've not seen this before, but
Oh god, no.
maybe this is something they can do.
Oh,
and
no.
Definitely, yeah, because X5 doesn't check it. Another 2 kills for Beastic, and suddenly K23, it's been 30 seconds in the round. They're down to 2.
I want to kind of point out the fact that usually when you check boiler, you check it from the balcony room because you can see pretty much most of it. You can go on that little bit of a ledge of the couch and you can see the edge of it. You won't always see the player if he's crouching or really watching the wall, but for the most part you kind of check it. You see how nobody's there. Then you always check your right hand side corner for that stairway position, because if there's anyone in the house and you haven't had contact yet, they are 99% of the time gotta be standing in that position towards stairway. And unfortunately here, I feel like it was a little bit too much of a convincing, or too much of a convinced player that just kind of, yeah, he's in boiler, I got him, and well, no. And meanwhile, Zetko, nobody checks broken wall. They might have gotten B-Stick, they might have gotten Shock, they will even get Forcy, but it's a 1v2, and Zepar, he actually plants the bomb.
I like the T-Tils, gotta immediately flush him out as well.
Yeah.
If not, then, yeah, use that smoke, but 19 HP, 1 bullet will do the trick. But, extra power, he's looking for the 1 versus 1, just gotta try and isolate the duels. The flashbang, he knows where they're coming from. The question is if Neofrag heard him.
Oh ho ho, well, now Zepar. Let's see, my friend, how far you can push this. Oh, he's gonna defuse it.
Yeah, Zedgo's got a kit. The bomb is not planted for exit power. Needs to rely on the wall, but needs to rely on quick skills, and there it is! But, does get it right on time. Exit power with the 1 versus 3, not bad at all.
Oh boy, that was a close call. That was a very close call. Zepar, well played. Exit power, that's how you do it. And hopefully you can continue this performance moving forward. 2nd in a row here, 5th in total. In totality. K23, they've got a chance to actually win this first half. It's no longer a dream, but it is potentially a reality to make happen. Let's see if that's possible. Meanwhile, Forcy's ready for Zepar. Is a late push, a late peek. Fame. Meaning to say that the mean green fighting machine is here on Banana, and he's not giving up. And Fame will fall back. Good start. They got the refrag, which is vital in this scenario.
Yeah, Forcy again.
No.
Dancing around the pillar.
What?
My God, he's in bits here.
That's
Triple.
sick.
A quad in the round as he's done nothing but just dance around a pillar, and the last man is Fame, and he's got to be backstabbed any second now. What a round.
It's insane. It's
How
absolutely
the hell
insane.
can you just do that?
You're just that good, ain't ya, Forcy? No, but seriously, that's insane. 18 frags, we're not even at the end of the half. Dude, we might have another 0 here.
We're getting so much out of these plays right now. The first up, Neofrag, he was absolutely just cracking heads here. Force,
Yo.
he's doing the exact same. Like, this is, again, a testament to how well Sinners are reinventing themselves with a new upper, with a different type of an upper completely. And, oh my god, it's working.
There's gotta be something in the water of the Czech Republic, because Zero's Czech, right? Oh, excuse me, not Czech. Zero is Slovakian.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, I mean, even though Sinners might be the distant cousin of Slovaks, you know, they're pretty much somewhere, well, they're near them in terms of geography.
It's time to give up this analogy.
Yeah, I know. I tried to pull something, but, you know, basically, it's working out for the Slovakians and the Czechs today, and they're doing a splendid job. Zetko finds 2. This is it. This is 9-5, and well, it's a dastardly start for Sinners. I'll say that much.
Yeah, there's nothing much that can be done again here. The 2 versus 3, and Zetko removed at least gives them a chance for the afterplant, but it's just a chance. They actually have to make something out of it right now. The CTs, we know how good they are at these. But the problem here is that I'm seeing is the fact that they're all coming in from the same angle. They can overwhelm Norbert, yes, but they need to be quick about this one because he can tap heads as well. The first one found, the second one down half. Now it's his teammate's chance in a 1 vs 2 Fame Tech 9, but the bomb's timer is ticked already quite a bit, so he finds Beastie here. If he drops him, if the Tech 9 tells us this, a round can be won. 1 versus 2 tap heads. No matter what gun it is, it's K23 to take the round.
Saved by the bell, saved by the Tech 9, and saved by the man himself, by Fane. Everybody's been, you know, kind of questioning him, questioning his quality. Well, there you have it, people. He just saved them all. In any case, 8-6, and I'm kind of eager to see what the, you know, what the play here will become. What the play here will be from Sinners. Are they going to go aggressive? Are they going to be playing the same as they were? Just perhaps a little bit more on the defensive side. Let's first see Neelan's going to peek out towards Banana. Towards CT, trying to get some info. There is no AWP on B, so he doesn't need to worry that much. But as far as I can tell, Forsey has just arrived in CT. Yep. And will you peek now is the question. Yes, you will.
As well as the Oper, but exit power still quick. Even if Forsey holds a bit of an off angle, it still comes down knocking. It has begun at the K23 comeback is here, and now they're looking to get as close as they can at halftime as well. Still a few players who can put an end to this as well. The double pit setup as well. This is going to be something that is very, very powerful when it comes to it. The fact that there's a smoke on Zetko as well, he's going to throw down a Molotov his way, perhaps. Or maybe just wait, because now that he's out, they go in, and like I mentioned, the double pit setup is going to be difficult to take care of as well. If both of them survive, if even one of them survives the retake, it's going to be that much more easy. And there's that first as well. Neo Brian will go down, but Shock and Zetko both still alive, and now
Vital.
Yeah. But now it's got to be a bit difficult to take care of as well. 2 versus 4. Positions known at the T side, they've surrounded you on the site.
Nice bait from balcony by X5. He's doing a really good job at keeping them occupied on Library. There's the first peak. Now Neelan finds the second, and Zaypower cleans it up on Zetko. And K23, they bounce back off to a relatively healthy ending of the first half. It had been a very problematic beginning, but they are able to make it 7, which is an acceptable ending. Considering this is Inferno, considering they started T-side, as I said, the fact that they are able to bounce back like this really is a testament to their quality on the T-side, and perhaps even to potentially Inferno itself, given their past results not being the best.
Absolutely. Now, though, an 8-7.5 gives us a chance to see that third map, but again, it's K23, all eyes on them. It was a fantastic streak from Sinners. I'll give them that. 7 in a row. But kind of let it go at the end, and let's see if they can now do something on the second half as well again. And if Forsey keeps playing the same way he did on the CT side, which it is going to be difficult going from CT to T on Inferno, especially when you are AWPing, but even half that transitions over. If his teammates get some chances to do something, they could be all over before you even know it. But now begins the round already just like that. It's 1-for-1 trains on Banana. CT's forced back from that area as well. So Sinner's taking at least control over there. But the question is, if they want to finish over there, because now they've got the bomb in T-spawn, players running up from apartments as well, trying to take contact in brackets, which is not going to really be resulting in too much for 4Z, surely, but Neofrag might solo fake, might even go all the way to A if he gets the chance, but...
Oh, they're going to rotate from B. They're going to rotate from B.
My god, he's actually staying alive. Nope, finally dead. Here's the B player, and just like that, it crumbles.
Damn. That's some mind games right there, yeah. And the crumble is real here, as K23's Norbert is left alone. He's going to try his best. He's going to do the best he can, but it's not going to happen here. Norbert, he's going to have to check... yeah, he's not even going to check sandbags. 9-7, pistol going for Sinners, and I worry for the side of K23. Both Neelan and X5 have 4 kills, man. That is not good. Not even close. I mean, it's going to leave a pretty bad aftertaste in their mouth if they fail to pick up the next gun round that's about to come their way. Meanwhile,
beautiful stuff from Neofrag, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, just snuck up towards B. No one knew he was there, or due to how patient they were playing the bomb site, how passive they were. Okay. Expower did not even see him. Could not shoot. Like, 4Z, by the way. Again, you got what, a double in the last round. Opens up again. That's 21 kills now in 17 rounds. Potentially more, and 30 of the A side as well. Now basically in control of the Sinners.
I mean, they can play it slow, they can play it fast. At this point, it doesn't matter. Sinners, as long as they stick together, they have the man advantage, they have the weaponry advantage. Keep the Mech-10s in front, keep the AKs in support behind. You should be fine and dandy to win this round, no problem. Probably no, there's somebody in long, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the smoke kind of confirms that. But then again, do they care? Nope, the bomb's planted. And here comes the 10th round confirmed. K23, hopefully they'll keep those Kevlars alive, and not just that, hopefully they'll keep the FAMAS in the hands of Fame as well. I'd expect them to go for a full eco next, aka, well, eco, a save, if you will. Because I don't think they can mess about with these rounds anymore. I don't think they have the commodity to force into a buy in the next, even with the Kevlars that they have and the FAMAS, because they'd be pretty much just shooting themselves in the foot.
Like, the best they could afford is actually, yes, so
FAMAS,
no,
if you want to call them.
But... yeah. But yeah, no, they're not going to go for that. Instead, they're going to play it safe, surely. Also, by the way, real quick to mention the odds as well. You can check out all of those at Pinnacle using the code CUP22 when you do sign up as well. We'll give you a bit of a bonus. You can check that out. One of the wonderful partners we have with the series, as the title would suggest. Keep this going as well, so big thanks to them. Make sure you know exactly what you're getting into. It's real money you're betting, but make sure you're over the age of 18 and actually responsible when it comes to gambling.
Be a responsible teenager or an adult. Don't throw money you have for rent or food. Or if it's not your money, your mother's credit card, then you shouldn't be betting at all. But be responsible, mainly. Be responsible. Meanwhile, K23, they're responsible in their buy. They, as I said, go for the eco as expected. I like the fact that Fame picks up the CZ and gives Neelan the FAMAS. Albeit Neelan at 4 frags and so X5 as well. It's not potentially the best choice, but you know, you give him a chance to frag at least. You give him a chance to take a shot. If he succeeds, it's fine. If he does not, well then it is what it is. Not to mention, obviously, Fame being tagged as well kind of makes sense. You want to switch it to the next guy that has the Kevlar next to him. Beastic, meanwhile, first point of contact, checks flowers, gets the kill, and he is literally the player that checks for the stack.
Yeah. I mean, he had a back 10, makes sense. sending back a sacrifice. Now, you know, the sacrifice, it's paying off something at least for the CTs to get themselves an AK and a FAMAS. So, those to be saved, I believe, and it's going to be 11-7. The gun runs are going to start for the next round, and that's when K23 is going to have the most pressure on them.
No surprise.
You don't want to let them get to a good start.
No, you don't want...
They did lose a few rounds at the end of Overpass, but it was, what, 2-3 rounds? And after that, they finished the job with, what, 16-7, 16-8. So you kind of see, they don't really like to dilly-dally. They make sure things get done easily. Yeah, 16-7.
Yeah, 16-7.
3 rounds at the end of the Overpass.
Yep. It was a convincing performance from Sinners. There's nothing else to say beyond that. I mean, 11-4 half, then, you know, they just closed it out with 5 rounds and 3 lost. That's an acceptable difference, an acceptable margin, I would say, in anyone's book. But here goes all or nothing, right? This is where K23 either win or they're going to be faced off with the music of 13 for Sinners. And do you really want to be in a position where you're basically consistently left in a perpetual state of guessing, of insecurity, I guess, for your own rounds? Good pre-fire by Fame, not gonna lie. He did a lot of damage on Shock. He's able to kind of draw the best out of the round that he's gotten. Meanwhile, Norbert goes out wide, finds Forcey, and well traded out. Zetko taking the space of Shock, or the position of Shock. And here comes the attempt, taking top middle. Oh, Norbert is gonna get 2, doesn't he? Yeah. That's enough. Should be 8 to K23.
Yeah, it all comes down to crumbling real fast there. Not much they can do, but you can still see they still got a minute left, and they're not going to give up. With B-Stick having a bit of util, if he can find the entry towards B, or even if he does, you know, even if he stays alive here and causes a rotation from the CTs, that's going to be something, but not anymore. Positions, no. They've got a smoke towards CT, 2 flashbangs, and that's it. But Neofrag is... No? Okay, he's not what he's going to be, actually, so this is going to be interesting. Might be wanted to make a run for it if he gets the CT, but 25 seconds, time's not on the side of Neofrag. He's safe now. Instead, opting to play it safe, because actually makes sense, yeah. When you look at it, Forcey's got money, Shock has money. They can drop Zetko, or he can buy for himself, maybe. Thinking about it, Shock probably would have to drop him a gun. It's going to be another buy for Sinners, but one thing we know again, that's got to be that K23. The first gun round is theirs. That's a good sign for the future.
Yeah.
Now just got to keep that up for a few more rounds, or maybe one more, and then just down to pistols next for Sinners.
I mean, technically, one more round would be enough, yeah. One more round is enough to break Sinners and force them onto pistols. And K23, I mean, this is what they signed up for, guys. You wanted to play T-side. You've got your 7 rounds, which is far better than, you know, most teams can say for Inferno. So there are no more excuses as to how far you can push it. I love this from Norbert. He's throwing nades forward so he can drop them to his teammates, and they can use that later on. But oh my god, no. What is going on? Neofrag, oh, what the hell? He's getting away with 2 kills that easily. That is an unacceptable mistake coming out for K23, and now they know there's a single player on this B side, and Norbert, he cannot stand the test of time here. And Neofrag in a bit of a dangerous spot, obviously, but then again, Forcey with the bomb already moving in, and that's 12, and so much for that second round victory where you break the economy of Sinners.
Yeah. It's just one man who turned the tables, right?
Yeah.
Neofrag, it's all 3 towards B. He did have a teammate there to help him out. He did have a lot of utility. That's just kind of like an exemplary way of how to deal with B. When K23, they were just surprised. The player who was burning at the in the corner by sandbags, I believe it was maybe Nealon. He did not even realize it until it was too late. He thought it was going to be safe. Then there was just too much utility, and Neofrag, he swung the first play in a way that was no help from the second. not even care about sandbags. He didn't even realize what was there until the smoke came out. And then, well, just offered himself up in a plate to jump in through a smoke. There really is not much K23 can do at that point, but when it comes down to it, that's the way the cookie crumbles. The round of 21 begins, and we are headed back into it. Another buy for the CTs.
Here it goes. I mean, this is K23's probably, I would dare say, second to last chance. They win this, they still have a way back into this game. Not too much of an issue with that. They lose this, and they are pretty much on the edge of their seats. And not elimination, at least, because it's the 1-1 matchup here in the Swiss stage, but definitely on the edge of this series. As Neelan burns Beastick. Yeah, single tick he had. Well, certainly starting off well. That's the core of it.
Ooh, that second smoke actually leaves a gap in mid, I believe, so they gotta be a bit careful, yeah. They could either exploit that running through, or just wait for that to fade, and I believe it's gotta be the latter. They all gotta try and take control of Apps first with Zed go here, make sure no one is around the corner. Tell his teammates to begin approaching, because right now they do want to pop out here, and if they take down Fame, it's gotta be all down to the AWP to try to survive for as long as they can. There's one flash. And just like that, they're out. Didn't spot the open site just yet. An extra power still alive in just a second as well. Fame finally taken down through the wall if need be. Heals are coming through the T side to work their way, but it's down to Forsey. 1 versus 4. And extra powers on the side. Forsey thinks about it twice.
It's gonna save, yeah. I mean, it's logical, but he's about to die. Oh,
Nope, don't say that. Spoke too soon, perhaps, or maybe not. Okay, still alive. Still kicking, but he's gotta be hunted down completely here. No one's giving him a chance. So nearly takes down Norbert as well. But a 9th for K23. That means, again, the economy is got to be on the line for the side of Sinners.
That was definitely an unexpected turning point here. Sinners perhaps a little bit too eager to take that A side through balcony. Didn't have a battle plan in mind, but just kind of went with it as it came along. I'm kind of concerned about Neelan and X5. They're still at 5 frags each, which is not good enough for 22 rounds. Of the CT side now for K23, it is definitely a solid L here for both of them. But hopefully they'll pick up the pace and, well, maybe their teammates will do so as well. In any case, 12-9, 3 in a row to tie it up. Can they do it? They have to deal with Deagles, an AK, a Mech-10, not much of anything really. So I suspect this should be no doubt 10-12. Albeit yet K23 playing a solid A defense. So far they've been very conscious as to what is possible and what could come upon them.
Exactly. We'll get to see a bit more of the T side right about now as well. You can see the util comes through. There's a short smoke as well. Good Molotov from Norbert as well in time. If there would have been a bit of an A play there, but as we can see, it's more or less gotta be going towards the B bomb site here with the util now down. Figuring out if they do want to commit to that is a different question though, because Shock, he's still here trying to find 1, maybe 2 if he really gets lucky, but nothing being shown. He's gonna fall back T side with 30 seconds left and now gonna have to commit towards B. They've got 1 smoke on the B stick and that's it.
I mean, that 1 smoke
that's
could make all the difference.
I love the smoke.
I love it.
No, C try and challenge CT instead. This could give them a real good chance in 12. Because that is the only thing they have to go for is through the smoke. The T's something can funnel in. They can overpower them or maybe overwhelm. Nope, not happening. Those shots still have another one in him as well, but that should be the end of that round. However, from the position they were, a fantastic play with the smoke.
Yeah, the smokes they throw can usually be coincided with another smoke thrown towards that grill area, aka what used to be grill is now basically the default plant towards rockets. And you have 2 smokes to cover the whole of the site, then a deep smoke in CT, and you can go for a basically a rounding attack through ruins into site itself. And that creates a lot of space and definitely is a scary way to start off your execution on B. But the thing is, once you have limited amount of utility and firepower, you really are going to be having a hard time breaking the defense, especially through triple. B-Stick here will refrag X5, getting his 6th kill. 7th, excuse me. Meanwhile, Neelan alone on B now. He must survive. He must stay alive for as long as possible. Otherwise, dire tidings are upon them. And look at where B-Stick is already. He's posted and ready to take this fight. Neelan will fall 3v3. And oh boy, Nexus. It's looking like we could be seeing quite a turning point and soon.
Coming down to this round here. K23 again, they're looking to take care of every single bit of economy that T-side have. And it's now the Zedico to deny that, keep in the running. Keep them
What is
stacked.
up with these jumps, though?
I don't know. It is something that you get to see. A bit here, maybe a bit too much as well, but X towels him down. It got a trick banana as well, and Zedco's not ready.
I don't know, it's weird. I'm kind of perplexed what is up with these jump attacks that they've been pulling towards the ruins. It doesn't really make much sense in my mind. It's like you've got the bomb planted, you've got the position to work with, and then you just jump to attack. Like, come on, guys, you know better than that. But okay, 12-11. We are tied up neck to neck. This is looking to be quite the game ahead of us, and it took them a while. It took K23 a while to figure it out, but it seems like they finally got the gist of how to play defense against Sinners as they take their time out, actually.
Yeah, seemingly so, and you know what? It's good they're using these timeouts as well. Sometimes you kind of tend to forget about them, but the fact that K23 is now using one shows that they're still nervous. They still know they can screw this up in a way that, well, would put them out of this match. So making sure they're we've got a gorilla in the mix of vape. Not sure what that was, but. Either way, entering around with 24. Chance to tie things up. But Sinners as well, I like this buy. It is restrained. They've got a few nades. They've got a chance to do something with these. But the CTs, they're getting ahead of it already. Push down mid, limit what the Sinners side can do. Don't give them that second of hesitation. Don't give them a second chance. And so far, it's going A-okay. Neo Dragon Force, but look put an end to the CTs by any means. But another kill for the Deagle. Is a third too much to ask for?
No, absolutely not. But then again,
Yes.
it's Zapar that you're up against, and the answer is yes when you face him. Fair enough, fair enough. We see what happens when you let K23 have a bit of free will. And hopefully they'll keep on going here. As we have a 12-12 scoreline, this Pinnacle Cup is certainly turning into quite a fun one. Not gonna lie, the Swiss stage is very much more, I would say, contested by all teams rather than what we used to have, where there were far many more. I would say 16 zeros almost. Well, not 16 zeros in actual terms, but 16-5, 16-4. Here we have quite a few close games, and oh boy, a close shot by Neofrag as he brings down one. He's dropped to 34, but he is still alive, and Zapar this time using the position that Forsey previously showed us how to play it. Oh la la, okay. What? Wasn't he blinded? I'm just pretty certain he had his hand ahead of him, in front of him.
That's the question we don't ask.
Yeah.
We don't worry about those things.
It's Harambe question.
Exactly. We ask about what Neil can do. The answer is at least the one. I'll try to spray him down as well, but the bomb will be planted. That's something at least. Oh, maybe not, though. The CT smoke's no longer there, or is not there, so chance to do something about this fourth. He will look first, but another man is still in
he
CT,
gets away.
but it does get away. Ever so slightly, just barely out of trouble. But the bomb's stuck with the side. That's the biggest issue here for Sinners.
I mean,
if they think
the
about
thing
it, is there a
they can
chance
mind
Beefy
game
could
them.
have snuck out?
They can mind game them they can convince them that this is actually an A play. Like,
Biggest
they have
issue
15 seconds
is the one
left.
man in CT.
Yeah. They need to check him out immediately out of this hotel position. If they do, they're good to go.
But it's on.
Fake. Oh, they're not fake
Time.
planting. Never mind. Yeah, no time now. Never mind. I thought they would fake plant. Like, I think that would have made more sense. Try to draw the player in the ruins. I don't know. It's weird looking at this kind of spot. And they didn't really do anything for 30 seconds. They waited a bit too long, perhaps. Now, again, they tried to mind game them. Sure, that's a good way to try and at least get rid of one. But you still know there's at least one in the ruins bare minimum, and then you know there's one more probably in CT or somewhere close to watching. So you gotta make sure you somehow distract those two players. How you do it? Well, that's on them. In any case, it's gonna be 12-13, and this should be 14-12. No trouble for K23.
Well, exactly, and yeah, it starts up fairly easily. Norbert just sprays down 3 just like that. The up as well. Out of the question, or out of the picture. And, well, they basically have to save that up, by the way, as a bit of a side note as well. If you look at the money on Forzy, he just doesn't have any. The price of saving the up, carrying that over. So if they take care of Neofrag as well, which very well they could. If Beastic dies here, there's got to be a minute left on the clock, or around that at least, to hunt down the last mana. But if they do decide to tag the team the B bomb site as well, that could work out here. So let's see if they can do that. Beastic. Deagle in hand, and the Oper right behind him as well. Gotta start taking a few challenges. It's gotta be the man in combat as well, who's gotta be tagged out as X5, but in the meantime, there you go. That's 1. Here's 2. 14-12. No op saved. Money on 4. It's gotta be kinda bad. It can kind of be bought over. And the odds, they are starting to shift, and we are at an even score with the odds.
I'm still perplexed about the fact that Neelan and X5 have 7 and 9 kills, or 9 and 7 respectively, and they're winning this K23. That's how much power they're bringing into the table, and that's how much of a difference just a few kills can make on each player. As you can see here, it's going to be the last buy for Sinners. This is it. They lose this. This is a third and final map coming up. There is no doubt about it anymore. Zetko. Oh, he misses Fame. Look at this, Fame, you monster. This is lovely. I love what I'm seeing. Zetko should realize this, but he's not. He's too late. X5 falls, but no, Zetko does fall back to feel it out and gets the kill. A 4v3. K23 need to be very careful what they do next. This is a round that will decide the fate of this game, potentially. Because K23, whilst they have the money, they cannot afford to give anything back to Sinners. Not even a round, not even a frag anymore.
No, nothing. They cannot give them a single thing, like you said. So if X-Power gets that early information, that means his teammates, they're going to rotate. If he gets a kill here, that's even better. Round he goes, and down he goes. 4 versus 2 for Sinners, and K23, that's a sign to stay still. Staring at the scoreboard's got to be turning from 12 to 13 any minute now. This Beastic plants that bomb, confirms the score. And like you said, this could be it, or this could have been it, what decided this second map, but Sinners, they want to hang on longer. They want to avoid that third map if possible. They don't want to go to Nuke. K23, they're the ones that need that third map. But at least something now to notice, at least, is the fact that we are seeing K23 play here again. First map, they were out of it completely. No other way to put around it. Or no way to put around that. As Norbert, he was the only one who was actually doing, well, anything really on the first map. Now he has his teammates to perform as well. He's still up there as well. What, 20, 25, 26 kills?
I think so, yeah, 25, yeah. He really raised the bar.
He's got his 2 trusty sidekicks. Got Fame and Exit Power. The other 2 we mentioned.
Slow but steady seems to be the name of the game here for K23, which is not bad, but let's hope that they do not end on a steady and dead end, as K23, you guys are 1 round away from being tied up. Not only that, you are 3 rounds away from losing this map, and luckily X5 has a different idea how to go about this. Beastie gets got. Great start. Exactly what you want to see. We've seen Sinners have trouble before finishing maps, and this seems to be no different, as they are literally getting tagged one by one. 2 in banana. Now top middle going to be taken over. Not even sure what the plan here is for Sinners. They don't seem to know what they want to do. Kind of lost.
A lucky flash behind forcing Neil out. Having heard, he realized he could not stay there not any longer, and Zedgo doubles down. Fame stays alive. Takes out at least one of them. That's going to deny the immediate A play here. But the fact that Zedgo takes those 2 down, he knows one of them is the B player.
Yeah.
Neil usually the man who sticks over there, so chance now to walk around all the way from CT. But of course, there's got to be inner clock starting to think or think about. Maybe
they gotta go.
One's got to try. Maybe they gotta try and do something. But
Force is gonna die.
Think about this one, because if not, the Op's gonna die. And there goes the bomb
That's
as
it.
well.
They take. I don't know what the hell are they doing. Like, why are they taking such a long time to even decide what they want to do? It's a 2-on-3, mates. You don't have time to think about this as you know, as a Greek philosopher. You gotta go. They are not going to make a statue for you. And, well, they lose the round because of it. 13-15, 2 rounds to overtime, 1 round to victory for K23. Let's see what and how they pull it off as we go into round number 29. Once again, we finish it off with almost all 30 being played out. The full aspect of these maps being shown. And, of course, the full, I guess you could say, palette.
Good
for
flash
these 2
bangs.
teams.
Yeah, the CTs, they gotta try and put an end to this already. You can see the stack they have towards mid in case of fast play. People try to push out. It immediately pays off as well, and here's another one they get. I think you might have been correct. We might just be missing that 30th round, but we're going almost full in a 3 versus 5, unless Sinners can turn the tide. If there is something, if there were ever time to now show up what you can do, if there were time for you to show what you can do in an AK, it's right now in Neofrag as well. Well, let's find out, because Beast again from Apartments 40 has got a whole lot of utility on his belt as well. It's another smoke towards Moto as well now. But ZT's a double pit setup. This is what we saw from Sinners on their CT setup. It didn't work out back then, it doesn't work now. Such a difficult one to deal with. The first one has already come through, and here's the second well. Trying to jump onto him. Norbert stays alive, but not for long. But here's the AWP, but the sight is down, now down to the 2 versus 1. Neofrag, he's been the highest rated player on this team for a long time. Now at 42 HP, against the odds, he goes for the first and remains Nealon. He's come all the way around from B. Flashbang as well, signals his position. Trying to play it off the side, trying to wait around that wall. That's not going to force him into a fight, but he's got to take a different angle anyways. Nate as well is there.
What a position. Oh, he's
the
about
wide
to be
angle.
spotted.
Didn't see him, Nealon jumps up, but still gets him as well. That means
I was convinced.
Going to a third map.
Yes, we are, and I was convinced that he saw him, but unfortunately, at the end, he actually did. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, we do finish off here and move on to the third map, which will be Nuke for this final battle between Sinners and K23. Stay tuned, you're watching Pinnacle Cup number 4, which is myself, Over, and of course Nexus, and we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes time as we get ready for the final one.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
We are back, everybody. We're back with our third and final map, Nuke, here with Sinners versus K23 coming up. My name is Over. I'm joined by, of course, Nexus, and jumping into the 9th round to bring us the action here, of course, the teams from Sinners, the Czech Republic, of course, and K23, the Russian-Kazakhstani organization that is bringing up the heat in this series.
Yeah, with a knife round already here as well, and looking like K23 are the ones who are going to get it. They are the ones who are going to surely start on the CT side as well. It's been a quite a ride to get here. A complete dunk on the first map, a 16-7 side of Sinners, and then a closer match on the second map. We now find ourselves on Nuke.
Yes, we do. This is going to be a fun map, to say the very least. It's probably going to be one of those where, you know, we're going to see the CT side, of course, again take the lead, but then the way K23 played their T side of Inferno, I have a few high hopes that they will perform equally as well. In any case, it is the pistol. It is a B ramp rush, as we can see it here. There will be 2 defenders, 3 more exactly, but they all get absolutely destroyed. And look at this, they're chasing, giving chase into CT as Fame will bring down Neofrag. The damage has already been dealt, Nexus, and this looks like it could be the end of the road for K23's pistol of the CT side.
Absolutely. Nealon doesn't have much to do here in a 1 versus 3. He can find the one who's alone currently. Instead, nope. He's wasted a bit too much time, and just like that, I believe Zedko just runs out. No longer alone. He's got a teammate and 1 man on ramp as well to make sure the crossfire sticks. Well, that's not what you want to do. Far from it, actually.
Well, Nealon will survive with the Kevlar, but that's pretty much it. And Sinner is off to a glorious start, to be honest. I mean, this is as good as it gets, really. The fact that they're able to pick up not only the pistol, but, you know, 3 survivors with a very convincing play towards ramp that usually is not as successful as some might think, right? Because we gotta be honest here. How many times have we last seen the T side succeed on a ramp rush? I actually honestly don't remember it.
Yeah, it is something that doesn't happen too often, is it? Like, it kind of goes both ways most of the time, but it is what it is right now, though. Running towards A, XM defending, and I love the XM. You know, going for a swagger by, basically. But he just fairly easily leaving it on a few versus 3 as X5 already mini as well. Oh, hold on. He's got to try to do something to be here already, and it gets that first. It's going to make them reconsider the bomb planet and how they want to do it. But another fake on the bomb planet while extra power from above snipes down another one. There's a gap in the smoke as well that can be utilized by X5 at the moment. Still it goes down, and now he's looking for the AK, looking to find both these places. But look at X5 where he has gone all the way around. Power. Smoke fade to the first up 4Z. Tagged, and he's looking for the second, but a USP pulled it out. He knows he's tagged. K23, what a round.
That was a close call. That was legitimately a very close call that could have ended a lot differently than it actually did. And let's see what exactly is in store here for us once we kick off with the gun round. Now, of course, the T's will most likely force back. I would be surprised if they wouldn't. Yep, there's the Galil. There should be AKs coming out in a moment's notice as well. Meanwhile, the CTs, I mean, hit by the luck of the draw a little bit. Definitely at the end there, X5 saving the... excuse me, Z-Power saving the day, bringing it home. In any case, it is going to be, of course, our 3rd round right here. Ooh, nice little run boost, giving a chance for Forsey to take the engagement a little bit more aggressively, a bit more openly. XA Power on the AWP. And I'm surprised that he wields it that comfortably in towards Garage. Usually you want to be a little bit further off to the edge of it. I mean, he is technically on the edge of it, just doesn't look like it. But But Sinners, I mean, they've just lost a round that technically they were supposed to win. They've had all the upper hands they could have hoped for, yet still at the end come up short. Meanwhile...
Yeah, like I said, it's...
Smoke's deployed, right? This is where things could take a wilder look.
I have no flash. I was sure there was got to be a flash, but apparently not. So X5 down a lot of damage with the M4 there. Well, the side of Sinners, they are going to continue their stampede towards the lower bomb side with the AWP awaits. X5 is ready alongside his teammate. From above as well, Norbert like that gets that first down and got control of the bomb, but not for long. Yes, the next challenge is B6 takes 2, not a third, that's going to be too much. The MP9 is instead of stepping up and at the right time. Bomb collected 25 seconds, they can go up A. But as that smoke fades, another kill for the MP9 instead. Neofrag all alone and knows where his opponents are, knows one of them is the AWP. And with 15 seconds, basically a faraway dream he's reaching for at this point. And Expert as well decides to push up as well, because why not?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably possibly the best decision he could have made in this case. Save his teammate whilst also getting the kill on the round, you know, great stuff. Meanwhile, Sinners, the force buy absolutely failing. Like 3 kills, that's good. You know, I would say that's a positive if nothing else, but it's a force buy. You've just invested a lot in order to get to the B site and then fail up downwards, unfortunately. That does not really account for the fact that now you're forced onto pistols only and should be a big bounce in the economy of K23 if we continue like this. Good stuff. Look at the nades. Look at the shots. It is all coming together for the side of K23 as they pick up 2 kills immediately. Third falls to his knees as well. And I gotta say, Nuke is not to be trifled with. It is the T side that is a lot more difficult to play, and you cannot be underestimating how easy it is for the CTs to take away at least 9-10 rounds, and quickly at that. I mean, Sinners, gun round is here. They, well, will they have an up? Nope, they won't. No AWP. Could be glass cannon, but I don't think they want to risk it. Yep. Just AKs. Keeping to those utilities, smartly enough.
Yeah, let's see what the Sinners can do now. Let's see what they are going to be getting themselves up to in a round like this. The outside smokes earlier as well, they were a good sign for them. Maybe there's something they can do with those weapons. Or those sorts of strategies, considering where K23 played that and how they played it. Keep that at the back of your heads. Maybe we get to see that happen later on, because right now, instead, it's more of a lobby-focused play, more towards ramp, perhaps, where Norbert is waiting. And he's not alone, either. His teammate joining him with the AWP. He wants to take a deeper challenge, which I do like here. It is a huge risk to take, but will pay off in the form of the first at least, so just like that, you've got a control towards ramp. You know the teaser, they're not going to be pushing it immediately, there's no reaction. So, where could they have gone? Are they still towards lobby? Are they outside? Beastic is here. He's got a teammate joining him as well. I believe that's before two have tried to go down the vent, but it does not fit. And Fame instead of Teu just like that. There's a third, and here's the last as well. Easy enough for the CT side, all from the back of the first kill of Exit Power as well. Because just like that, you know, no one's towards ramp. Watch out outside, watch out lobby. And it's a quick play to end it.
Exactly so. And quickly they do. Okay, so moving forward into this meat grinder, we can say K23 certainly are ready to make some sausages. Sinners, hopefully they've got a few plans in their mind, a few ideas how to challenge this, because it's getting a little bit out of hand, this early take of K23. I mean, yet still manageable at the moment, but as long as Sinners will be playing this discordant and pretty much solo, I guess, in a way, they will not get very far. And as you can see here, Zaypower, he has an easy time ticking away a few shots, and he's expecting this close push. So smart. Norbert helps him, and that shall be the end of the road of another round. Great anti-eco, keeping all 5 alive. And there we have it.
Yeah, as round number 7 gets started, one more reminder as well for those of you guys that are interested in getting some new skins. CS Money, they've currently got a promotion with a 40% top-up bonus. Then if you put in, let's say, 10 euros, you get 14 in total. And if you put in 100, you would get 104 total. Upgrade your skins. This may be the time. You can click the banner in the description if you want to get to use the promotion as well. If you are looking for it, have fun.
Well, that's nicely put. I mean, I put some skins in there, not gonna lie. If I put 1,000 in there,
Yeah. Do you have 1,000?
I
to
do.
put in?
I do. Just the one skin, but it is. It's the Karambit Doppler. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Phase 2. But yeah, without Phase 2, let's see if Sinners can get the second round rather than anything else. Second phase here for Sinners would be getting the second one. Although they've already started off on a bit of a low note. Zetko at 13, Shock at 72. Getting a bit tagged. Oh, he sees that. Oh! Oh! Oh, dude! He hit that. He actually hit. Okay. Whew. Fair enough.
Ooh,
And what do
look
you
at
do
that.
now?
Not much, oh my. God, at least get still fighting bombs suddenly, 2 versus 2. Out of nowhere, Famous got at least get shocked, but the bomb's been planted and now he's on the B stick. Position is known and bomb being defused. Result in his death, his demise, his downfall. A 6-1 the scoreline for K23. A fantastic start to the third map now.
Honestly, best possible start you could hope for here at SK23. First of all, if we just, you know, kind of scroll back for a second and think about that beginning of the round, how he shot that bullet, basically whiffing it into Neofrag, I believe. He really made it a lot easier for the defenders to hold down the line. Norbert got a double because 2 of their players were extremely tagged. As Zaypower finds Zetko, look at this fast push. Neofrag, good answer. As he goes aggro through main, he at least finds a little bit of damage. Or more specifically, a kill, to be exact. Norbert, meanwhile, paying attention to Hell and... Timing is everything here, Norbert. Oh, okay, he just turns up for 90 degrees in the heaven and gets another shot. Fair enough. I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles here. What the hell? How are you supposed to react to that?
I don't know. I guess K23's got to show us what to do if that's the case. Looking to hunt down Shock on the opposite side of the map, and there he goes. Down and out from the round of the so they're still playing this very patiently. Because Beastic, he had the bomb in spawn, he had to go and pick it up. So they haven't really had the chance to a single site, but now they do. And Neofrag with him taken down, they know where Beastic is. And he's left in a very unfortunate situation. He can go down the vents. And probably should, considering the second man as well is outside of it. Looking for the challenge. There's that first, and now does he turn? Yes, he does, but with the bomb in his hands. Another round taken by K23, which is 7 in a row now. Sinners with the pistol, and they've lost every consecutive round.
You know what really confuses me is...
Do tell.
is why, when they have an advantage, they still decide to play very split apart. You know, that's kind of the one thing that I want to get my head around, wrap my head around, because it doesn't make sense to me. Sinners, you know better than that. We've seen you play better than that, and you still make these basic mistakes. I mean, it's a 3v2. Why, for the love of God, why do you split so much? Why do you look to play so aggressively across the map without having any sort of support? In any case, I mean, we can see that they are pretty serious, and I would be too in their place. They know that this is an important match that gives them a chance to progress towards playoffs tomorrow, or potentially be eliminated on in the tournament tomorrow. Meanwhile, here we have, I believe this is Forsi, of course, the freshest member to the game, to the team, excuse me. And here comes the attempt for Sinners towards the outside with one to try and fake it, whilst the rest get ready for the ramp push.
Yeah, Z-Power is already waiting on the lower side as well. So he's ready for the one man who's over there, while Norbert is kind of making his presence known on the ramp. Yeah, one has less loose for only the one. More damage, yes, but now let's see what they can do. The M4 is going to be collected, so next up you got to take care of Z-Power at the lower side as well. Well, this is actually... They're not going to be taking care of him just yet. Instead, they're going to let Beastie try to get the flank off, because they know there has to be someone else here. Someone has to have rotated. There it is. An AK collected. Now there's a lot more avenues open for them. They can now avoid going to B. They've got heaven control, so if they want to go up. And K23, they're playing this fairly split apart, where Nealon, he's the only one who's now watching heaven. He's got no one watching mini. So it's a whole lot of question marks for them, even if they do have lobby control. I believe, yeah, smoke as well towards Squeaky, so they're aware of that. But down B they go. So Z-Power still willing to challenge him, who's had no one come his way just yet. But now he has a lot of players making their way. But they snuck past him as well. They've not made a single peep just yet. Gonna be a real surprise when the bomb gets planted.
Yeah, this is gonna be Z-Power. Like, okay, I hear the bomb plant boys rotate over. And the only thing he needs to do...
Wait.
Oh, he prevents it! No way! He's still alive, and he prevents the bomb
Look,
plant.
there's a rotation been made.
And look, through short, there's a player. He prevents it again! Oh, man. That just hurts. It hurts.
They played themselves with the time.
Man.
They had it the bomb set at like 25 seconds. They spent every second clearing it, looking for Z-Power. But no one went towards... control. No one went towards it. No one checked the double doors.
That's the weird part. Nobody did go towards control, is what I don't understand. Why not? Why didn't they? Well, in any case, we are going to be entering into round number 10 with a very distinct advantage for K23. They don't really have any issue continuing their onslaught as B-Stick, okay, this time around getting caught by Z-Power. I mean, it's all just coming together for K23. They really seem to be impressing us and, well, everybody else alongside us on this Nuke map. Statistically, both teams are somewhere the same when you look at HLTV, but when you look at who K23 played against and who Sinners played against, the difference is, well, I dare say a little bit more marginal. At the very least, Sinners had a few more games played and perhaps a few harder opponents to beat or to lose. Oh, it's not enough. It's not enough. I mean, it's a trade 1-for-1 where they're already down 2 players. That doesn't really do anything, does it?
No, it really doesn't. There you see as well, you had a lack of the X factor that you had all players from the same angle, kind of.
Yeah.
Where no one had tried to come in from hot, you didn't really have or can't afford that when, well, you were already down 2 players. So no one was able to play down in heaven. No one was able to get a drop on the other guy either. So for the side of Sinners, that round, not as they were hoping it would go. Well, now we'll get to find out what they can do. This Neofrag, oh, by the way, he's made a lot of these sorts of moves already. And he's not the only one. Beastic as well, they've made a lot of aggressive moves, just off mini. I have to get those kills now, though. Fame gets his chance, and it had a 2 versus 4 as well. The CT stayed in every single olive branch they have been given.
That's pretty insane, not gonna lie. I mean...
that's information with the moment dropped.
Yep. And now, again, how does Sinners respond? Like, they seem to be wanting to go B, which I think it's the best choice in the scenario they're in. Alas, one mistake is enough to throw it all off its balance once again. And if I'm Sinners, I'm thinking about every single step I'm making here. X5 in vents, Fame possibly going through vents as well. I would assume that would be the logical decision. The smoke on towards bomb plantee, not the short position.
That smoke.
I mean, it's so that he can safely plant, which makes sense. I would rather see that than, you know, a foolish attempt at smoking something only to allow him to cross on over. Meanwhile, Fame, sure enough, realizes, you know what? Keep your second round. I'm good right here with an AK and with 6k in the bank. It's absolutely perfect. Sinners need to step up to the plate. I think they need to start to look out towards more communal attempts at taking over positions, be it either A, be it either outside or ramp or whatever they want to do. I think they have to stop giving any sort of free frags to K23 where they're not committing to. Because clearly they're losing duels, and that's as simple as that. They're not getting those duels in. They're losing outside against XA Power. They're losing inside for any sort of solo attempts. Just try something together, boys. Let's say an A execute. Clean, cut, simple, nothing to complicate things with. You throw the utilities, you go in. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, you know, okay, we tried it. Let's see how you can do perhaps for a potential outside take into secret or ramp split into B. But yeah, it's going to be 9-2, round 12, and K23 looking real solid still.
Yeah, and real quick to mention as well, you said Exit Power, who's been outside, who holds a KD of 4.25 at 17 kills and 4 deaths. Again, so every map so far we've had someone who's been popping off tremendously, giving their team that early advantage. And Exit Power right now, on a map like Nuke as well, right?
Yeah.
You don't really expect him to have that good stats immediately, but goddamn, if he's not delivering, I don't know what would be. That is utterly insane. Norbert as well, he's still being a nuisance to his ramp. He already got the first kill with the shock. Like, not even through the smoke, just spammed the wall. Heard the ding, he was like, okay, that's fine. And now he's choosing to play a bit more passive. Makes sense. You've already wasted a minute, you've got the entry. You've got a teammate who's joining you on ramp, that's Exit Power who's back around. And Sinners, they're kind of just fumbling. They're not sure where they want to go. Or how do they want to approach? It's about finally they've settled on an idea. 4Z throwing a Molotov towards the back of the side and then flashbang, and here comes the all-out assault, and let's see what they can do. As Nealon holds the line, as csgo now gets that burst, and here's the trade as well. Remove a few more T-side players and CTs alike. That's 3-on-3. Need to go out as well. That's going to be a fairly good one. Take that back, barely nothing.
No, you can't.
Smoke up heaven to the CT side. They got to finally make their move as X5 opens things up. But
Again.
a 2-on-3 for the T side. It's not looking too good anyway. You take it. Sinners, every single thing they've done has been stopped.
Again.
And now Norbert as well. Look at how patient he's playing this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he knows that he needs patience and he needs some time. And look at Forcy. He will get Zay power. That's great, but it's a 2-on-2, and there's a player coming in through Squeaky. If you don't check it, excuse me, through Hut, and if you don't check it, you're gonna lose it. As Beastic is in a 1v1, but he cannot win it. X5 has the defuse. He has the time. He has the time, guaranteed, and he will get it. As Sinners are literally robbed of another round. Down to the millisecond it goes. I believe it was less than half a second, even less than that.
It was...
It already started to be, you know, so it was 17. I mean, yeah, it's just crazy. And K23, they know what they've just done. They know how difficult this is going to become very soon here for... Oh, Norbert, look at his mom. Mom, the legend. Looking for stuff to make lunch for Norbert. That's lovely. Moms are great. Love them. Respect them, people. Tell them you like them. If you know, hopefully you have a good relationship with your mother.
Yeah, Mother's Day is coming up as well.
Hasn't that already happened? Like in March 8th?
Oh, okay. Well, then let's say
You're about
exclusive
2 months
thing here.
late.
It's an exclusive thing here, then.
Oh, fair enough. In Finland, yeah. But yeah, Norbert, right now, I think...
Sunday.
Oh, fair enough. He already called his mother's like, yo, Mom, I'm hungry. Make some lunch, please. Borscht. Maybe some pierogi. I don't know. but we've just been corrected.
Yeah, it was, yeah, you were thinking of Women's Day, huh?
Ah, yes. Well, Mother's Day
Yeah.
here is celebrated, I think, March 10th, I think? Or March 15th? I'm actually not sure. Now you got me. I got myself, actually. In any case, Forsi Beastic Shock. What doing? The answer is not much.
What they're doing? Dying, apparently. Because look at Norbert. That's a nasty angle to play, man. You cannot see above it, but well, he can see all those legs just running around. Like, you can play that same area to the double doors, and it still works the exact same way. Like, the only chance you have is shooting through the grating, and that's it. Like, it is such a disgusting angle to play, especially if you've got a team towards the double doors. You can only focus towards this one position. And then you've got Sinners now. Time out in a 11-2 position. I did not think we were ever going to see this. Especially after that first map, with how one-sided, how dominant it was. We're on the third.
Yes, we
Alright.
are. Yes, we are. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
guess you were right.
You're
It
just
is-
baffled by the Mother's
Yeah,
Day and International
I mean,
Women's Day difference.
We have a different date here in Slovenia, so I guess we have it. We're just built different. I guess I should say, just built different.
Exactly, and so is Exit-Power, come on. Like,
Oh man, yeah, yeah. He's like what, on 20 frags already, isn't he? Something like this. 18, yeah, close enough.
18.
Whew, man, this guy. Oh boy. Yeah, Sinners are looking real defeated mentally, I would say. I mean, they're still playing well, but they're not, they're not getting anything done that would give them a sort of positive outlook, I would say. I don't know. Yeah.
Again, look at X-Powers
Yeah.
go.
Just they keep on giving and
Yeah,
taking.
we're not
more,
really
like-
expecting much in a round like this from the Sinners, but a kill or two would be nice, but of course they're gonna be denied.
Sorry, I will have to. I just found out Slovenia celebrates Mother's Day on 25th of March. We are built very different than everybody else. So there you have it. There you have it.
All right, so you guys are just built different. Cool, that's fine.
Yep. Yep. I mean, I'm sorry. I knew it was something like that.
You just had to check.
I had to. It
You were
baffled
wrong,
me.
but at the same time you were not.
Exactly. Round 15, Sinners, they were wrong to push towards towards Vents because they lose Shock, man. Shock has 3. Oh god, he has 3 kills. I just now noticed. Oh man.
He's usually one that's very consistent as well.
Yeah.
This is just not a good half for Sinners at all. That third round is basically needed. Like, the only chance they have at the comeback, or even a chance of it, a slither of a comeback, is that third round. If not, they have to play perfect Counter-Strike the entire next half. And I mean, ask anyone, you know how hard that's going to be.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's not impossible, really. And Sinners, I mean, I think the question now comes out to be, do we believe in the Czech team to be able to put 12 rounds, let's say for the heck of it, let's say 14 rounds in a row to win this series? Do we believe in 14 rounds to prevent K23 from picking up a single one or any round at all?
I mean, the pistol's kind of up for grabs, and from there, maybe the next 2 as well. But I don't know. It's going to be really difficult either way. Sinner's not looking good. And at this point, it is just a fairly lackluster third map. Like, Sinners, they got somewhere on the T side. That's what really is weird about it. Like, they got to the bomb sides quite a few times.
Yeah.
But every time they either played themselves, the time was too low, or they just got slapped when it came. So, when it is like this, then there is very little you can do. Right now, though, they are being pushed and they're being given kills as well. Forsy does take a few more, and Shock finally gets his time as well. And one of us is 4 is exit power. Still over 4 KD, 4.25. He's still having a good time.
Imagine him pulling off a full-on clutch here.
Nah, no.
Nope.
Instead of Shock who collects a 3k, gets him, or doubles his kills actually. Now up to 6, and Zed goes still at 3 as well. So you look at something, it's like, okay, Shock's finally maybe started to feel a bit better. Okay, then you're like, okay, Zed goes also at 3 kills. There's not too much to write home about on the Sinner side, unfortunately.
No.
As much as we would love to.
No. It really is not.
Also the smoke effects as well, apparently.
We've got, you know, the classic environmental effects when you play D&D. That's how it goes. In any case, here comes the A play. Neofrag will only get 1. I'm not particularly happy with that, but B-Stick and Forsy will clean house.
Down.
And yeah, the C4 made it to B, but it's not gonna make it to the bomb plant, thank God. Because they should not have allowed that, and they will not allow that. Okay.
There you go, not bad.
Okay.
Not bad at all. Oh,
yeah, the odds.
The odds, by the way, not good.
The odds don't feel like they're right, do they? It feels like there's a dot that went the other way for Sinners.
Yeah, it is a weird world that we are living in. But you know, maybe a few things for Sinners to be happy about now is the last 2 rounds. Maybe this one. And from there, they will go 1 round at a time. As long as K23 don't get 14 or 15, the pressure is at this point is going to be fairly low. Yeah, they can still manage that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's low.
Yeah, 14 are going to be like, oh god, we cannot lose 1 more round, then we're going to have to play for overtime. And 15, you're going to be sweating your balls off.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, they're probably already sweating their jewels off. But in the case of, you know, the rounds themselves, there is pressure, but it's manageable, as we said, right? It's something they can still kind of hold on to. They still have hope. We've got 1 round to kind of fumble with a little bit. But let's not do that. Let's make sure we get, like, say, 10 in a row. And then we talk it out further as to what we need or what we can potentially do. Because if you get to double digits, if you get to that tie, you're going to feel glorious about yourself. So losing 1 round won't really destroy any of that, and it won't even give the advantage to K23, as we said, which is the most important part of it all. And Neofrag and Forsy, they're making it happen. K23, the comeback is legitimately now an option. And Sinners, as I said, it's all about their mental posture, mental fortitude, if we can say so. Can they hold on to these rounds without being overly exhausted, without having to make too many mistakes where they would potentially lose rounds? In any case, 13-5, a long way to go, but the start is here, and we should see an eco again for the T side.
Yeah, now a few more rounds just to get comfortable on the CT side. But then again, there's an idea here for the T's that if they do want to play this very slow and not let the CTs adapt, or not let them get comfortable at all, just keep adding pressure. Every single bit counts, every single piece, and giving information towards the CTs might just making them, you know, make a few mistakes. But that's for the future. Right now, though, they're playing this one very, very simple. Go ramp, eat that nade, and flash through.
Shock, smartly enough, as soon as he has contact, falls back down. Forsy gets 3, actually, and whilst dying doesn't really matter here for the CTs as long as they win the round. That's what matters right now. And, you know, one of the key plays, or the key positions, the ideas you have to play on ramp when you defend it alone, for example, is you never hold down the position. You're always there to just take contact. Now, if you die, it happens, but if you don't die, your role is to jump down and immediately rotate to B, or at least somewhere to entry of B, so you're ready for the basically rotation of your team. Plus, you want to make sure that nobody gets you before you can get them, or at least, you know, you're able to get 1 or 2 frags and buy additional time for the rotation. Because ramp is useless to the T side if they can't get anywhere from it, right? That's the beauty about the CT side on Nuke. And many teams I see make the mistake of defending it till the end, which is the biggest mistake you can make in such a position. Even now, you can see that he is still down on ramp. This is Forcey we're speaking about currently on ramp. And he's going to be kind of swinging up and down with the op, but damage has already been dealt though, so this is a little bit of a scary run for Sinners. Beastic and Zetko tagged.
Yeah, especially with the lack of map control they have right now. Outside is fully on the T side. And you can see Sinners, they're trapped inside. Neofrag did try to go for some sort of information. Didn't spot a single thing. That's not much you can really work off the back of that. Because you know they're already outside. If you don't spot anyone, well, you're like, okay, they were not there, but they could still be somewhere around there. And with K23 having so much time as well, they can now move around. They can do this, where they walk back towards lobby. They've completely abandoned outside my X5, I believe. They can take the challenge against Forcey. They can as well walk towards A, but that might actually backfire. With the lack of information for Sinners, they are stacked on A. They are gathering up here. And it comes down to how many can they stop as well here. But walking out, not making a lot of noise. Norbert as well. Norbert's such a rat here, walking out. In the meantime, Beastic will go down as well, and here's the bomb as well planted, or maybe not just yet, because Zetko does take it down. Jumped in the middle of the bomb site, 20 seconds left, and that is out of time. Pressure for the T side here, and they gotta now gather that, or either run back towards the or plant that bomb, but it's gotta be the former. Up the ladder, they're swinging it on towards A. He's completely free, but there's no time! And a shock takes him down as well with Zetko's help. That's 7 to Sinners.
That is amazing. Sinners are able to not only buy back a lot of goodwill and a lot of mental, I guess you can say mental fortitude, or at least steal it away from K23, but they're also now starting to chip away at the sanity of K23, starting to forcing them more than anything to ask themselves, are we really this incapable of closing out 3 rounds? Are we really unable to find any sort of success? Well, we'll find out soon enough, because it's going to be the 21st. It's going to be Pistols and Kevlar again, Beastic down in vents. And this is an A-take, a full-on at that case. Neofrag finds 1, but that might not be enough right now. Norbert finds Beastic. That's a problem now. The difference is starting to be built, and all of a sudden, as soon as I question their sanity and their capability, they seem to bounce back like a wounded animal fought into a corner where it will fight till it dies. And Shock and Forcey have no business searching for any further kills. The round is gone. 14-7. Sinners, this is one of those rounds, right, where we mentioned this is the round that you can afford to lose, but when are you ready to lose it, right? And I hope they were ready to lose it here, because now there are no more. There's no more room for mistakes to be made.
Ooh. I mean, asking when are they ready to lose a round? I mean, here is honestly kind of the worst situation. You lose to Pistols, that means money to go into the next round with, and the follow-ups. It's 2 rifles they managed to save here. Thankfully, Shock does take down 2, so that's not as many weapons taken over, but still. Now comes the question, can they deny them 15? Is this going to be enough, or can they now just snowball to the end here with K23? Approaching 15, and Sinners, the pressure becomes quite the idea here to think about. They manage that. They've been in more stressful situations than this, I know that much, but still. You need to think about these sorts of things. Oh. Shock, he's got to take a duel, somehow wins that one.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. And now, I guess, in a way, this leaves a questionable mark. I mean, Sinners they're doing a good job at handling all of these moments. Though Zetko perhaps a little bit too eager to get another kill. They allow them to traverse into secret. This is a problem because the C4 is joining the fray, and if Sinners do not respond in time, get a few players of their own down B, this will be a bomb plant by the time they realize what's happening. And I can tell that it's Shock that's searching for that frag down B, and Forsey with the AWP as well, Shock with the secondary. They seem to be kind of prepared, but oh boy, now I notice the big gap in the armor here for Sinners. They've just let go of B control, or excuse me, ramp B control, and it's all eyes on one man only, Shock. If he survives long enough to find a kill, he will. Where's the ramp? Control! Why is Norbert not checking out A B side? What is this? He does get forced at least, so there's that. Oh, he's gonna go through the smoke, isn't he? Neofrag. Yes, he will. Oh, Neofrag, you monster! He just sneaks on through, and he will get both. No way, Sinners! That is one lucky round here.
Absolutely, Neofrag. The fact that he has the balls to do that is insane, right? You don't know who's watching the smoke, where that might be the second, or where the second guy might have been. Still does that. He does not care. He's over that right now. It is a risk that pays off with 14-8. Only 6 the difference. And mind you, it was a 13-2 half. Sinners, they are trying to get this one as close as possible, but every round, K23, the economy, the loss bonus, as it's built up, every time they get a bomb down, they have another buy coming. So it's a cycle of never-ending violence for the side of Sinners, and even one slip-up means that it's map point and series point for K23. Every opening frag, every kill that K23 gets, just puts Sinners that much more back on their plans. This time the victim of the fall was Neofrag, nearly another one outside as well. And truly a tough position to be if you are here for the side of Sinners. If you are the Sinners yourself, map control, you've barely got any of it. You're playing passive, you're choosing to. All the way back in CT as well, but you've got a lack of information. X5 in Garage already as well. And for K23, this could be the play that is going to be absolutely fantastic, or it might get punished if he does walk out too soon. But alas, you do see the T-Shots as well making moves in the other side of the map as well towards A. They want to go with a B stick, waits for 2, and that's a good early start for them as well. Jumping, dodging bullets. Not hitting any shots. Just jumping, not a single shot is hit. That's 5 he's taken.
Okay.
Forsey as well finally gets X5 outside, but B stick, he's just too much to handle.
He is, isn't he? I'm just kind of looking at this game and thinking to myself, what are we watching here? It is 14-9, and well played. All I can say, well played, Sinners. They're making it happen. Again, it only takes 2 rounds to ruin all of their good work, hard work, but, you know, they still have a single round, how to say this,
Buffer, yep.
yeah, a single round buffer that is not the best, but it could be enough. It could be enough. Overtime is an option as well that we cannot disregard in this case. And 9-14, it's no longer just the difference of, you know, 13-2. It's now the difference of only remaining 5 rounds. Hot damn, this is something else. Sinners, they're giving us a show and a half, and I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to be here to witness it. And here comes Pistols and Kevlar. As they are
the last round they had was with the pistols as well. You gotta watch out. In the back of your mind, if you're Sinners, you hear the Tech-9, you hear the pistols. You are going to be afraid of them. Knowing what they're capable of. And add on top of that, Exopower who saved the AWP as well. There's gotta be a whole lot of things you have to watch out for. But in the meantime, Forsey opens things up. That's not the AWP, but it's still something. And from lower side as well, you've got Beastie having to defend, but the first kill is for the Tech-9s. And the B-side race becomes a real thing, but Shotgun thankfully at least stays alive and takes down 1 at least. But the one now should be able to be planted. The CT's playing for the retake. One man who's going all the way around and has the second one joining as well. It's going to be Zedko and Neofrag. As long as they can get at least one of these kills, that's going to help out massively when Fame's going to be put in the middle of it all if the T side. Joan managed to secure control of Secret, but it doesn't matter. Bench though, X5.
Thankfully they check
Thankfully they do, but there's that second as well. Neofrag again comes in clutch. And that's double digits for Sinners. And now we're talking about the... Now we're talking about pressure, the stress that's piling up on K23 instead.
I mean, absolutely.
We're talking about the... Yeah, you were talking about their Saturday, and maybe they might be losing it. And at this point, if they don't start winning these rounds, if they don't win this round, they might as well.
I mean, this is where we start to think about the fact that K23 have to go through this as well. I mean, whilst for Sinners, they know they're close to losing, K23 are the ones thinking, dude, we won 13-2. What is wrong with us? Where has it all gone wrong? Like, how is this even possible? This is now 8 rounds that they had lost, with 5 in a row being consecutive, then obviously 1 in between, but 3 again continuously on gun rounds, on anti-ecos, on force buys. Doesn't matter. K23, they're trying but failing big time, and I can imagine them not being overly happy. Zaypower, buddy, focus on smoking their heads. That vape pen, put it away until the game, man. We can see Norbert is not happy. He's like, dude, my mom just made lunch, people. I want to eat my...
I told him the game was going to be over 10 minutes ago.
Exactly. I want to eat my goulash. I want to eat my borscht. I want to eat my burek. Doesn't matter. Orche burek. Neofrag with a double. X5 brings it back to 2-on-3. Yes, but X5 is isolated. Where's the other... Where's this power? But X5 finds Neofrag. Wait. No. Oh, they find Forcey too. How is this possible?
How is X5 still alive? That's my question.
Oh, he's gonna die.
And they should finish him.
No, he fails this. No.
Shocker, they know where he's coming from. Look at the look at exit power. He's holding this angle. He's waiting. And 15-10 is a fast A play at X5. The fact that he stays alive and Neofrag doesn't get him. That's the end of it all. That's the catalyst of the round going down.
Dude, I'm telling you.
And 15-10, my god.
It's all thanks to Norbert. He's like, dude, lunch is on the table. My mom is about to beat the hell out of me. She's pulling out the rolling pin. She's pulling out, you know, she's putting her she's putting her socks off, and I mean, don't mess about with my mom, man. And you guys are gonna pay for it. And well, they seem to have gotten the message. As now 15-10. 5 in a row is what is required. Can Sinners deliver? Is about to be answered. And you know what's the worst part of all? Sinners, they cannot afford to lose more than 1 or 2 players if they win. Because they don't have the money to rebuy consistently anymore.
Exactly. And the fact they already lose 1 as well, that makes things that much harder to digest. Forcey has been great throughout the best of 3 so far, and to get 21 kills. It's been a huge reason his team has had a chance in this comeback, as well as Neofrag. He's been coming in clutch in rounds that matters the most. And now they need to do that again. 20 and 21, both defending the B-bomb site. And looking to feed on a few more of K23's players. As they begin to round the corner. The AWP waits. It's an easy target to hit, and there's that first. And here comes the A1S, but exit power guarantees the kill for himself. And Nealon, with him already here, the AWP cannot go anywhere. Forcey stuck. Nothing he can do. He has to have his teammates rotate. But in the meantime, shot going down to 2 versus 3, and this could be the end of this best of 3. With 1 versus 3, they know where Forcey was. And the bomb has been planted.
I don't want to say it, but I think we have come to the very end here of the game, to the very end of the map. Ladies and gentlemen.
Where's he going?
I mean, he's saving his KD. Or maybe he's thinking it's A, but it doesn't matter. Maybe he thought it's not the last round, you know. There's many reasons for it. But GG! 16-10 is the final score as K23 took 9 long rounds given to, of course, their opponents before they were able to close it out on their own accord. And I gotta say, it took them a lot longer than I believed, but it is the end of the road here. And they will be your victors as they bring up the result of 2-1 in comparison to the 1-2 for Sinners. But as we said, luckily they are not eliminated. They have a chance to still progress either tomorrow or, of course, be eliminated tomorrow. So for Sinners, it is not the end of the end of the day, or at least tournament.
No, it's not. No, like I said, they've got a chance tomorrow, but they are facing eliminations, while K23, they have a chance to 3-1 tomorrow or back to a 2-2 bracket. You see as well, GamerLegion, one of the teams that you already got to see as well, having made it through 3-0. And everyone else as well here, Bad News Bear for Glory, unfortunately, out of the tournament already as well. But for the morning games, for the first two, you and I, we will be done. And we'll be passing it back on to Anthran, who's going to be coming back.
Yep.
Alongside Exner, the Americans. They've got the next few games covered.
Yeah, we do.
And we will be
back on the
well.
on the 6th, though, so let's not forget. Oh, excuse me, on the 5th, let's not forget. On Thursday, myself and Nexus will be back for those morning games, so let's not forget about that. But of course, slight jab here at you, Nexus, I know.
Oh. It's fine, it's fine.
All in all, thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in here for the Pinnacle Cup number 4. My name's Over, joined by Nexus, of course, as you can see here. And moving forward, if I'm not mistaken, should be Isurus versus MASONIC next on this main stream, of course, as mentioned by Exner and Antron. Until then, be good, be well, and we'll be seeing you real soon.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Well, welcome back. A bit of a change on the talent desk as we head into our next best of 3 after seeing K23 pull off what was a pretty dominant finish to the series against Sinners. We head to our next, MASONIC and Isurus, both looking for a test of their own.
Yeah, I mean, excited for this matchup, right? I think Masonic have been really rising in form recently. They've consistently impressed. I kind of got aware of them not too long ago, like last year or so, and not in the greatest of form. They were lacking some firepower, but since then, man, they have been a team that's really proven themselves. And then Isurus on the other end, coming here over from South America, and they're taking some heavy names right now. They're taking close series, and they're looking really good.
Right, and I mean, it's hard to put a picture on them right now because a lot of people say coming into it, like, Isurus are definitely the favorites. They're in the major, you'd think, but they're 1-1. Like, there's a reason they're meeting MASONIC here instead of being in the 2-0 bracket fighting for instant qualification to the playoffs because they dropped a game. They lost it to Finest. So it's like, can we really hold them to that standard, or do we have to give them a look at? And I think we do. I think MASONIC definitely has more of a chance than people may initially seem.
Yeah, I don't want to count them out at all. I definitely kind of favoring Isurus heading into this matchup. I do think they had somewhat of a harder run of the bracket so far than Masonic so far in the current state, but definitely we can see some good stuff. I think Masonic are a team that can always take better rosters close. They can really use that strategy, that Danish calling to their favor, and that's really where they thrive. So you never really want to count this roster out. They've really proven that so far, as well as they've been able to take some really strong teams down.
And alongside being one of these teams, well, rather another one of these teams that has everybody as the technical star, these recent additions to MASONIC have made them so nasty. Noten and Cabby have both been killing it recently. They've been doing so damn well. I mean, I've seen a couple of tweets from them on Twitter saying, oh, I'm upset that we lost this game or that one, but they've certainly held up their own weight.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, the recent additions here have really allowed them to rise in form, right? They don't really have one standalone player that can really rise above the ranks right now, but these two new additions, they've kind of been consistently topping the charts, and so it makes this team really exciting because, again, that leads further and further into the improvement of what has been kind of a long-standing project with this core.
Right, but then we switch to the other side in Isurus, and again, the big glooming factor for them just is the fact that they've qualified for the major. Like, that's the pinnacle of Counter-Strike, so it's like, you gotta give them the leg up, but I just don't think I've seen enough recently to make me believe in them all that much. Because even when they're taking some series, right, to get to this point, they beat Skade 2-1, they beat FTW, they beat Kova. All of these games are close, and the ones they're losing are pretty big blowouts, right? When they went back to the Americas Armor, when they played Furia, they got dumpstered on. When they played Sao Catano, they lost it. Caius, I guess it was a close game, but still, the only team they beat was a bad-looking Party Astronaut, so it's like, I don't really know what I can hold this team to.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you right now. Their stint in Europe is looking pretty solid, though. I mean, I just have to say that the victory over Skade here to open up the Pinnacle Cup was unexpected. I mean, that's a huge victory right there, because Skade in these cups individually, man, they just look so deadly. So you start things off with that sort of confidence builder, and I think that can really go a long way. Now, they did take that loss, like you said, to Finest, and, that's a tough loss to take, right? But Finest is still a pretty solid team. They've proven that, and so, you're still taking these European rosters very close, and so we can expect some good things overall. I think that Isurus, if they really want to prove themselves, they have to do it in this matchup because they are, on paper, the better team.
Right, but I mean, I don't know. I'm personally starting to lean towards the favor of MASONIC. I've seen these guys in multiple different forms of rosters back when they had their original core up. I believe it was like, I think Queenix and Kragan are still here, but it was like Berzer, there was, I can't, why can I not remember? There was Matt, Berzer, and I can't remember who the other person was. But another reason that I lean towards the favor of MASONIC is taking a look at the Veto. Because while Isurus are a bit more battle-tested on Overpass, and I like them taking that map, it's the rest of the series that has me worried. They haven't looked that great on Ancient, and they haven't looked that great on Nuke. So the counterpart of that, MASONIC have excelled on these two maps. So I think if it goes the distance, if Isurus can't close this down in 2, they're not taking this series.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you right now, and I do like this Ancient pick coming out as well. They have a pretty solid Ancient, right, and it's always good to try and maybe pick into these maps when you're the kind of underdog in the series, when you don't have that necessary firepower on paper. You can use an Ancient to kind of catch your opponents off guard and take them down for sure. So I mean, I'm wondering if they can try and keep up this level again. They should be building up a lot of confidence, Isurus, and so this could be a potential 2-0, but I'm with you. You know, we get into the later stages, we get a Danish Nuke team, and that could be a little bit terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what they're known for. It's the calling for the Danish Counter-Strike, so I don't really know about that one. But I don't even know, like, I keep thinking about it to myself, and I keep just contradicting myself in my own head. I don't know if I can favor Isurus on Overpass, because I've seen Masonich there before, and I think it really all boils down to what Masonich we see today. Are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to be playing off one another? Are they going to show up in the server? Or are we going to see that less confident, things aren't working, turtle on bomb sites kind of Masonich that gives a lot of space for Isurus to work with? And that's a team, Isurus being, that will punish you for all the map control you give to them. It's kind of what they do.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to this initial CT set. I have to agree with you. I mean, Masonic are still very scary on Overpass. I think that's one of their strong maps. And back when they did have Breezer, they looked really good on this map. And partially it was helmed by his opping capability versus some of the teams that he was taking on. But Overpass is a pretty strong map for this team, even though Isurus are the ones picking it into them. So definitely excited to see that. Again, kind of leading into some upset potential here in the mix. But nonetheless, I mean, we should see some promising maps overall in this series. Again, a lot of CT-sided favor going on right now for Masonic in general, and if they can try and keep that up here and you know, start things off with a lot of momentum this first half, they'll be good to go.
100%, but we'll see if they're good to go heading into Overpass, because we're ready to start this game and get the action rolling again. CT side, that's where Masonich get to strike first. The question is, will they?
See if that's the case here. Start things off in the pistol round. You have those Pinnacle odds on the bottom of your screen. They are favoring Masonic here, so not quite agree with my my take that Isurus might be favored in this matchup. We'll see if that remains true here. Definitely got themselves a good chance to start things off on Overpass.
Oh, wow. Don't even need fire vision to see that first pick, but still you got Kragan to deal with behind the pillar as he doubles down. He continues to maneuver around it. Every kill found so far by him, but Noten now steals the show. As things start to become a closer on this pistol, Masonich are the ones striking first. A quad from Kragan cements that.
Man, that was super clean right there. That's exactly what you want. When things were kind of going wrong, that opening pick doesn't quite work. They were fully blind, but they still nail the headshot. They make it very easy in the recovery, just nailing those isolated duels right there as Kragan. A little bit disjointed on the inbound there, and Masonic, they needed that start for sure. Good pistol round way to kick things off.
Yeah, well, the force buy, I guess it's in effect. A couple of deagles and a scout, but it's not really that much of a force buy, more than upgrades. No bomb plant means you're going to be struggling when it comes to the finances, so it's picking up twigs to try to win this round.
Yeah, for sure. Not much to really write home about here in terms of the map control take. And they're playing a pretty passive over on the duo of A, and this might come back to bite them. We talked about this being a potential issue. You know, are we going to see a Masonic that's playing very slow, you know, deep into the sights, turtling up, and that's what we're getting right now. They do set up a little bit of a long controls. We'll see if that comes into effect right now. They're kind of heading in that direction.
I feel like this setup, I don't like it. I'm going to be 100% honest with you, because right now, you aren't really banking on, or you're not giving time for rotations. So if something goes awry for Masonich on the initial hold, then things might get even sketchier if we attempt the retake. But that's if you get this close with 50 seconds left. Isurus are soon going to have to walk into the crosshairs of Masonich sitting up at these angles. And looks like first blood's already drawn, wanting more. The scout only finds a tag before Kragan barely gets away. Come into the site, the timer will not be favoring them.
Yeah, they really got to make a move on. They're even going to send in a third rotate as well, so it's going to make this round super difficult for Isurus. And peeking forward there, this is not turtling. This is some aggression coming through from Jinsei. One last USP kill to finish things off, and it's flawless on the anti-force buy right there.
Exactly what you love to see, and it's surprising that it's not any of the MP9s, but it might be this round. You're not even working with upgraded pistols here, maybe a couple of P250s at the very most, but this is really just going to be a majority of Glocks, and I assume it's going to be a lower plate too. So you go to the B site, that's where both of the MP9s are lingering, and I wonder how well they'll do.
Should be, I mean, a lot of money to be stacked up right there, that's for sure. So far, I mean, not too many kills. I think they've gotten one blind kill, and that's about it right now. Again, that was kind of a full force, so ideally you're going to do more damage. They are trying to pressure in Gensi in this connector
What the-
setup, but just falls off.
Have you ever seen this? Everybody
What's
has a
that?
P250. I actually don't
not.
think I've ever seen this. They better
pretty
have one
cheap.
hell of a strat, bro.
Oof.
I know it's cheap, but like, damn,
Yeah.
y'all really want P250s that bad?
Well, I mean, I will say, every loss you get an extra, like, what, $400, $500 loss bonus, so they definitely could have afforded it. Now, maybe if they wanted an op or something along those lines, not quite, but I do like, I like the idea because Glocks just don't do it, right? They just cannot tear through the head
Sure,
armor.
that's fair.
So, maybe it is a good gameplay. They just didn't have the execution or utility, really, to back that up.
Well, they got the rifles now. All 5 AKs on the board. In fact, Masonich kind of favored with only losing one player there because you keep your extra rifle. The only thing you're losing is the MP9. And for it, you upgrade to the big green. Now they go for a con setup. I feel like we don't see this a lot nowadays, and I wonder if it's for good or bad reason. I feel like we're about to find out, too. Does Masonich have the perfect setup to try to counter what Deck was about to do coming in? Easy as you like. Doesn't get easier than that.
Yeah, that's a really important tripwire right there to hit, and that gives them the early 4-on-5. That also limits some of the map control that Isurus were looking to take. They really wanted to utilize that connector lurk to try and gather some of that bathrooms control, but now they're just going to gamble in towards long. That might be the right read. There's only Cabby on this A-bomb site left to deal with. You can see that he's really aware of this position, but he needs to do a whole lot. He needs to have a big multi-kill.
I don't even know if he needs that. I mean, you've still got Yenzi starting to cheat back in towards the site, and he doesn't have to worry about bathrooms at all. Shoulder soon to be spotted. This op could easily go in for a double, or maybe not. Alley, though, he's slipped the needle in through the scope. The flash comes in, and he misses both targets. That's a big L to take right now, because Cabby, now he's going to need a multi-kill that he just can't deliver upon. Kragan, though, again, they have a chance to slip the net. Can he find a kill? Yes, he can. But somebody's going to have to start delivering here shortly as the retake's fully inbound. MP9 in bank, can't find the frag on a Destiny. And now as Masonich lose the man advantage, the heroism is starting to flunder.
Losing grip on this one here. Smoke for the bank, though. This might allow for them to spam through it. Destiny gonna find another. Kraken left into the 1v2.
Oh, they
He's
jiggled
tapped
it.
the bomb, but they know he's off of it. Yeah, this one is gonna be really unlikely. Able to wall bang Destiny through the jump up there, and he goes for a second, but off it again. Knows it. Will drop Galfoil. This is enough time. It seems like it. He has it. The 1v2 pulled off from Kraken.
How does he find that? Look, I mean, I'd understand if he hit a nice little double dink on the headshot angle, but he just fully swung into him. Gave him his whole body. All he had to do was hit 2 bullets. Deco, a big blunder, costs them big time. 4-0 on the start for Masonich. And yeah, you've got a response. You got that bomb down and you got most kills. So you are going to be able to afford an investment. It's just the fact that you let them continue this win streak.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, that's also just a big
9-0.
momentum builder. That's
He has
crazy.
it timed.
Yeah, the big 4K on pistol, man. He's just been following it up ever since then. What a lovely map so far from him. This is very scary for Masonic. They're not looking back whatsoever. Uh-oh, though. Big
Oh, I had
gap
to
in the
say something.
connector.
I can't believe I said something. I had to say something.
That one was personally responsible right there. That's a nice turn at least. Wonderful angle there from the op on A. And needs to find a couple more, though. Try and swing things back your favor, and that's exactly what he's looking to do. He has that cutoff point from connector, off angle, tricky to expect, and he nails Deco.
Beautiful. Beautifully played by Enzi, and he just backs away with it, too. Man advantage now stolen away. It was in the fingertips of Isurus. Just too far gone, apparently, as they continuously dump in this utility. They've only got a Molotov left to get into either one of these sites, and yeah, there's not that much to respond upon if you're the CT side right now, but that's not going to matter when you just sit in a bomb site, when you don't have any utility coming in front of you, and you're not going to be flashed off of these angles. It's almost impossible to lose your gunfight, especially if you're a team like Masonich are. And as soon as this monster smoke expires, it seems like the lower site will be the intended game plan. You're only going up against 2. I guess that's somewhat of a benefit. You've got the man advantage. But how many players can you take away before disaster strikes? Apparently none, as this crossfire is just so deeply established that there isn't really an answer back.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen, is it? Unless they can pull off a 1v3 here. He has been able to isolate one of those duels, but no utility. He has to deal with the Opera, and Yensi just repositioning so nicely. Able to finish things off with a 3K. And again, I mean, we talk about these CT sides and how effective Masonic can be. Overpass one of the more CT-sided maps right now, and They are making it look very clean. A couple of clutches, a couple of good setups, and it's all working out quite well.
And now the big question on your mind, if you're Isurus, is do we half buy, do we force buy, do we eco? Because there's a lot of different things you could do here. You could throw in a couple of Galils, have Destiny upgrade to an AK, and try to work from there, right? You don't want to let this lead continue to get out of hand the way it is. You've already given up 5 rounds without any lick of success back, and you really don't want to let them take another eco. Keep that momentum up, keep them building their economy, because that was the closest thing you had to starting to break them. When it came down to that 1v1, you forced all those rebuys, you started to work away at the eco, but with them continuously winning these rounds with 3 or more players alive, that becomes more and more negated. So if you're Isurus, it's not just about winning rounds, it's about making it easier for yourselves in the future, and that's the discussion they've got to have.
No doubt about it. See if they're going for broke here. It does look like they're going for a half buy though at the moment. Just trying to get some early utility down. Cracking the same on that one. It's the dirt. There's no big deal. We do see a much more heavy B lean though. Something that's a bit atypical so far for Isurus. Nearly all 5 players have. This is just going to take an isolated fight there, but dinged down by the Tech 9s. Absolutely destroyed right there. No luck on that aggression.
That's crazy. That was a left eye peek too. He just annihilated him. And now with that man advantage, they come bursting into the B site, but so far unsuccessfully done. As lined up in Monster, they're not able to find much more than that opening frag. It lies on the ground in Sewer, but nothing past it. Craig, and again, the demon that he is, doubles down at the site, and it's a 6th in a row. MASONIC. They don't lose enough players to make it worthwhile for Isurus, so we go back to another investment to hope they can change that.
Just had so much presence there, ready to deal with that aggression coming forward, and they have no troubles doing so. That's lovely work. Masonic, again, just not looking back whatsoever. We'll get investments coming through. Gafoil, he does have himself an AWP, which I do like to see. Maybe that could be a potential answer to the struggles that have been this T side. It's a really nice nade lineup right there. Didn't go quite deep enough, but it was very close.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can count close anymore, though, bro. Like, I get it's still early days. It is still the beginning of the game. But still, 6-0. Like, this is looking bad.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Seems like a lot of their, control, their protocols not really falling into fruition. And Masonic, they just have so many different setups right now. I mean, you can see that they have that quad B start, just kind of entrusting one towards A with the AWP, but once that kind of doesn't spot out any early information, once they gather that there's not a lot of presence towards B, they're going to send 3 players towards that A bomb site and offer up a lovely setup in this direction, and it's the exact right read, and they've come in just in time.
And it's even worse off by the fact that there's no smokes left for Isurus right now. They find the opening pick, but I actually wonder if it's going to mean anything at all. You just lost the bomb. 35 seconds. They don't just need 3 players. They can send all of them for all they care. There's no time to go back down lower. You've got 1 Molotov left on your entire force of utility, and it just seems like it's been wasted and wasted and wasted. Still able to walk away with a couple of frags, though. Cabby's got to deliver here. One of the new recruits, and he's only able to find 1. Rotations seem $1 short and a day late, but the flashbang just barely won't assist in finalizing the kill. Denies the plan. 16 seconds to go. He leaves the task to Noten, and he continues to work part the picks. It's all up to Gafolo. 3 kills to his name, the hat trick with 8 left on the clock. He goes for the stuck in plant. Noten doesn't bite onto it, so it's an honest-to-God 1v1. He's got a kid. He goes above the dumpster, and another clutch conversion comes the way of MASONIC. The op easily recoverable, and they go up to 7-zip.
That is absolutely incredible right there, Noten. Keeping them in good standing. With the 1v1 on top of the jump up, the dumpster, man, he just is able to deal with a little bit of that one-way smoke. And again, that's a hard angle to anticipate right there. But coming out the better end of it, Masonic, they're winning every clutch. They've got lovely setups. And even Gafolo's AWP, that finds them 3 picks, 3 different chances to get into that A bomb site, get the plant down, and it's still not quite enough. It's so surprising.
It's crazy, but I think it's really just the amount of utility they're burning in the early round. I mean, you've got that smoke that you're almost deploying every single time because of that fountain Molotov. Then you've got the extra bits of utility you've got to use just to try to take into water, for example. And Past that, it leaves them with almost no smokes to actually get onto one of these bomb sites, but now they go for a quick B play, but the flashes don't land. In fact, it only blinds them up. Queenix abuses it for 2, and they still want more, pulling up the Deagle. Noten is hungry for frags, but Queenix steals 3 away.
Straight through the smoke, man. This is brutal stuff. The full-on B execute doesn't work out. At least Deco's able to spam one back through the smoke. Dragon is on the fast flank, but he still wins that duel. That is incredible. Getting that utility down as well. They're on the chase. Deco, there's no getting out of here alive, and Kraken will track him down 13-2 on this guy. He's having a monster map right now, and there's just no getting past this defense.
And look at the money. You've got to take another save. I mean, obviously, you can go for the half buy again, but still, you're at the exact same spot that you were four rounds ago, 6 rounds ago, pistol round after pistol. Like, there's just no weak spot, it seems. You've tried going up A, and those are the only times that Isurus have been able to work these 1v1s. I think if you're Isurus, you just need to talk it out, wait a little longer, don't waste your utility, and go in for a full execute on that A site with extra bits of utility.
Good stack. Oh, man, he walked away just in time.
How much you want to bet that's him being like, okay, at this time, that's when the nades are thrown?
People are definitely playing like that. Actually, this is a little bit of a tangent, but FaZe through a different set of utility for the player that's backing up, and it is wild to me that that's how good this map
like,
is.
In, like, the graffiti area?
Yeah. Yeah, or towards the wood wall, closer to that. They have a triple nade that goes straight towards that wood wall into pit. That's where players usually back up into, and it just makes me love Overpass every time I see it. The innovation, never ending.
You know another little tweak I saw recently?
What's that?
So there's obviously the 4-man boost that you do at the beginning of the round to try to find a pick in heaven, or on the guy jump spotting from wood. But I've started to see people jump spotting on the smaller wood section, like closer on bridge, so that's not spotted.
Oh, very smart. We do have some access into this B-bomb site, but it's so limited. It's just not happening, is it? Okay, we do run out of ammo though, Queenix, and he'll give up his life. There's potential here for a bomb plant. That's been few and far between. As numbers start to drop, you have to reload the AK. We've already established that much, and he still has to reload it. He does get it down eventually, but the chase is in. It's all over.
It's not just that. He pulls out the deagle after reloading, kills a guy, and whoever's on top site had to reload too.
Oh, man. There's just no bullets. You can't trust anything you pick up nowadays, I guess.
Oh, man.
Ridiculous.
At least you get a laugh out of that, because you can't look at that and not think it's kind of funny.
Oh, yeah. No, that's the point in time where you're like, oh, man, we finally got ourselves into like a winnable 1v2. This has potential. Picks up the AK, instantly has to reload. Gets a kill, though. It still makes it look good.
That happened to me in my league match the other day.
Well, then I'm sure you know the feeling, right?
It was hilarious. We won, but, you know, they eco-rushed out of Inferno apps. I got 3 kills with the FAMAS. Tried to pick up an AK off of my dead teammate's body. It had no bullets.
Let's see, that's your teammate's fault right there for not telling you. Always blame your teammates, kids. That's rule number 1. Never. Good op peek, though, coming through from Folo. Doesn't spot anything out of it. They do kind of run away from that aggression. They don't want to really deal with it too early on. Deco's going to eat that nade, though.
Oh, dude. This just hurts to watch at some points. And again, they're so loose with this utility usage. Look, they've used up 3 smokes. 3 smokes. And they don't get anything off of it. They threw that front bathroom smoke. They didn't take bathrooms. They threw that con smoke. They don't go deep into connector and take water. They threw the water smoke. And they didn't get in. Or they got into water off it, I guess. Sure. But still, what are you leaving yourselves to actually get onto this site?
Now, the good news is they do have forward positioning right now. You look at Ali, and they're already executing in. They're able to blindside Noden. And that's a big pickup right there. Again, they have this access point into the site. He finds himself a quick headshot onto Queenix. And now you finally have yourself in a somewhat comfortable post-plant situation. It's super winnable.
Oh, that's some good damage too, but the leg shot on Caddy needs to start to sway them away from attempting this one. There's so much utility left, but they need to find kills with it, and that's one of them. Gaffolo hits the dust. Are they aware of another player in water? It seems like Cabby is. He's so sketchy about going in here. Bit of flashbang. Oh, Reagan's really going to have to assist him, but Destiny better on the angle means this round's done. They tried to make it work. In respect to him, you wanted to continue to deal with this or at least limit the economy of Isurus, but finally they're going to get themselves on the board, albeit a little bit late. I guess better late than never.
Yeah, if they can make anything of this round and string anything off the back of it, that could be huge. Uh-oh, now they just drop with the AWP. That's super unfortunate. He was so far away from the bomb, but he still is going to go down. That. Yeah, that's huge. Brutal.
They just can't rebuy that. That is massive.
Absolutely tragic stuff right there. I mean, that's the one round that you win, but you're only walking away with a singular gun. That's the price that you pay when you kind of have to stick around. Masonic really forced their hand right there. But still, I mean, the economy's not too crazy despite 9 rounds in a row here for Masonic, as the CT side economy so often is.
Like, look at this. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, within seconds, almost 2 full sets of utility have just been used for almost no reason.
Oh, not even an opening pick right there. The flash was pristine, but it's not enough to find him. They're forced off the line there as well, and they're just able to get out of dodge. You've gathered yourself a lot of good information, but you find no kills off the back of that utility, like you had said. And now this is exactly what they needed to do. They need to gather forward positioning. Jinsi has to fall off here, but he doesn't realize that one's already slipped on by.
Well, you still got to crack into the site, and this time you've got to throw to do so. But on the off angle again, it's been a nightmare. This exact spot 3 times now it's gone against Isurus. On top of the dumpster, flashes go high as they attempt this retake. Ooh, try to stop it before it gets to that point. And in the blink of an eye, everybody falls. Queenix and Craig and the deadly duo shut it down again for double digits.
Yeah, that's just incredibly quick right there, man. God, they make it look easy. Again, they kind of consistently have this third player stacked over towards A as well. You know, you crack open the op, right? You think that there would only be one more, and when you find them on site, you know, that's kind of like the alarm bell. You know you want to kind of barrel on in. But there's still a player that you have to deal with in long, and that is the struggles that Isurus have consistently faced when they're trying to execute, when they're trying to gather that information on A. Go through the flames, though. They don't want to use any utility on that. And still, that doesn't leave him too good.
This round's an eco. You can't really expect that much to come from it. But I'd still like to see a bit more from the boys over at Isurus. I mean, if you end this half off 11-4, and I'm trying to make it look like there's a chance for them. If you end this half off 11-4, you get something going and get some new life inside of you with the remaining parts of this first half. It's not unwinnable, is what I'm trying to say. But I feel like anything past that, and you're really just chalking this up to Ancient.
No doubt about it. It's exactly what they're going to be doing here. But they need an 11-4. I feel like you can't really afford anything else. 11-4 could be, you know, a workable situation. Again, I feel like this map is really figured out on that CT side. It's pretty tricky for teams to really work well on the T side and look comfortable. Especially when you talk about building up that economy, in which Masonic have done so nicely. But, you know, if we head into, say, a 12-3, 13-2, that's scary territory, and you almost guarantee Masonic the win here.
Yeah, it's looking bad. And it doesn't help your case that you just gave up another one of these flawless rounds. Kragan has 21 kills.
God.
He's 21-3. Guys, it's been 12 rounds. He is averaging 2 kills a round. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh,
Don't
no.
do it. It's the forbidden sin. Don't rush through a monster smoke, guys. It never works. And they keep going through. They show no respect, throw care to the wind, and they get punished for it. 20 seconds into the round, and it is done.
The forbidden sin. What's worse than running through a monster smoke, though? A monster molly. And they tried both right there. That is such a heartbreaking round right there. I mean, obviously we're dealing with no momentum if you're Isurus, right? But that just is crushing. Look at that. Molly, smoke. They have to smoke the molly, so there's no trade potential. There's just nothing going right now for Isurus. I don't know at what point, you know, you start to set your sights towards the next map, but that's certainly a way to do so. Oh my god.
Like, what do you do? What do you do if you're Isurus right now? What do you tell your guys? Like, you've got like tiers of speeches you'd have to give. Like, you've got the, and I wouldn't call this a speech, but you've got like the I'm not quitting till I win a major kind of speech. You've got the guys, if we want to prove we are good, we do it now speech. But this still has to be a tier up from that, bro. You are down 12-1. Like, when do you just type exclamation point GG?
I don't know what you could say at this point. Again, just nothing going right now. Oh, but maybe a lifeline right there. Ali has been the one to knock open these sites quite frequently over towards B. So maybe he can be given the speech. These guys were not out of this just yet, and he's not done just yet. He finds himself another entry. Destiny the same. And this, well, obviously plenty of money to go for this round. How are you going to get past these post plants?
I mean, I guess you don't need a speech. Actions speak louder than words, says Ali, and he just double entries into the B site. That's what you need more of. That's what you need.
Yeah, I mean, so far the 2 rounds that they've got have been off the back of Ali's entries, right? So that's a really good lifeline, at least. You know, again, we talked about kind of being necessary to gather yourself a 11-4 here. You know, to give yourself enough wiggle room, some time for mistakes, potentially, and even that's a bit scary right now. But the best they can get is 13, or rather 12-3, and that's possible.
It is.
They definitely need it. This nade. Oh gosh, so clean. It looks so cool.
The trash can one, it's so nice. But I see so many people miss it. It's kind of funny. You ever see somebody accidentally hit the clipping and just nade themselves?
Yeah, no, it looks really cool when it works, and then when it doesn't, it's like, oh man, you just lost 40 HP. Look at this. Again, I've talked about the Masonic setups here. They've got it again, just, you know, starting the round off 4 towards B. Right read as well, peeking in with but it's an advantage for Deco. He had the right angle there.
And now they're just going to use that to come barreling into the B side again. You still got 3 members to defend up against, but they made clockwork of it last round, so why not try to run it back? Destiny, the first lead to charge, he's gone all the way up bridge, and it seems like he's undetected, but Cabby's got his teammates back for the time being. There's still more heroism needed, delivered single-handedly by the man and Kragan, who has been going off this game, but as the dust settles, it's a one-on-one. You've got 15 versus 19 with the bomb dropped in pit. It's in no man's land, and Nux has to get the balls of a lifetime to go down there and grab it. But it seems like he knows where Cabby is. The call's been given, and this timer is a little unforgiving, but there is some to work with, just not the timing that favors him. 13-2 is all it's said and done. This is just, like, how do you describe this other than dominant?
Yeah, I mean, Cabby just nails the timing on that peak right there. Again, that's another big clutch that they were able to win. I mean, Masonic have had a couple of those. They had a 1v3, 1v2 as well so far in this match. So, you know, you think to yourself, if you're Isurus and you're able to just close out on a couple of those situations, and this is a much better, much cleaner half. Actually, could even be, you know, an 8-7. But they failed those clutches. They weren't able to close those out. And so now they're put in a position where they really have to put on the Jets here. You know, full 100% CT side. They can afford no mistakes.
Funny, too, because if I'm not mistaken, Sinners K23 over on Nuke was a 13-2 half. Exactly like this. And it ended 16-10. So, maybe Isurus can start to chip something together. Obviously, as you said, it starts with the pistol. You lose the pistol, see on, ain't you? There's nothing more to it than that.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. You know, win the pistol and maybe you can build up a momentum. I mean, that's exactly what we kind of saw Sinners attempt, but even that wasn't quite enough to close out the map, right? They didn't give themselves enough room on that T side to work with, so we could see a similar case arise here with Isurus if they're able to close out this pistol. I like the setup that they got going on here, though. Look at this. It's so sick. They're moving in all 4 players towards long. They have a lurk in short, and if he can do anything right now, he does find a kill. It's going to cause the rotators to go towards A. Or B, rather.
I was going to say, I'm kind of with you. Kragan was a big dictator on how this round plays out, and him just getting one is so huge. With that extra pick found on A, yeah, you've still not cleared out bathrooms, but it seems like they're weary of that. The bomb goes down as Gafolo gets spotted, and you have nothing to work with right now if you're Isurus. They're even having a good time with it. They're jumping, and they put on burst mode. I don't know if you heard that, but he clicked this damn clock. This round is done. Isurus, you are done.
That is so insane right there, man. Again, you know, Kraken, as the extremity lurk right there, getting himself a kill. He causes a rotator to go at the worst timing towards B, and how could you not really make that read? They get punished on their short re-aggression in the mid-round, while 4 players are moving up long, and you have a player rotating off. I mean, that is just incredible timing right there from the Masonic team.
I mean, I wonder if that's literally planned to be the timing. Because that almost seemed perfectly coordinated. Like, you said it yourself. He gets that kill, he pulls extra rotators off, the A site's left wide open, and it was so perfectly timed that that rotator had just gotten to the peak of his rotation. He went to graffiti. That's when they're bursting out of the A site. So it almost seems like that is literally planned out for MASONIC. And I loved that. I'm with you. That was kind of sick to see.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was definitely... It had to have been intentional with Kraken's timing and the scaling of long right there. That's some incredible communication. Again, talk about this core having quite a bit of experience together, and you can kind of see it right there in that round alone.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you do lose the pistol, at least maybe you can bounce back with the force buy. It has to be the decision that they make, and it's just going to be a walkout of monster here.
So far, so well, as Deco and Al here both answered back with hits of their own. It's a 2-on-3, but it's not.
No.
What the hell? But Destiny, bro,
Wait,
what is
team
going
kill?
on? It's a team kill! I don't know what to say.
What? Dude, there's no way he gets away with that.
I don't think I've ever seen a crazier round of Counter-Strike in my life.
He only lived because his team killed him, and he didn't finish the kill. He let his teammate put him down instead, man. What on earth was that? There's just no way. Not with the scout that you can pull off this retake. Surely he's going to go through the smoke, wait for it to fade first. It's the quick scope, but that's going to be the end of things right there. I cannot believe my eyes.
That is a desk slammer right there. That is a, guys, I need a tech pause. My desk is broken moment.
Oh, no.
Like, that is... You're going to have to take your teammate on a couple of date nights to make up for that one.
Yeah. No kidding. Again, I mean, if he's able to stay alive there for barrels, you have a rotate coming in as well, but the fact that... Oh, man. He doesn't finish that kill. And he doesn't get punished for it. That's heartbreaking stuff for Isurus. Again, that was an extraordinarily winnable round right there.
Oh, they're just gonna end it with a monster rush. They're just gonna end it with a monster rush, Exner. Or maybe not. Okay. They backed away. I got baited. Baited. But it's crazy to think that the only spot that I gave Isurus a chance was on Overpass. If this is me giving Isurus a chance, I don't want to know what a MASONIC favorite map is.
Yeah. I'm with you. I mean, again, I thought Isurus were going to come into this off the back of, you know, a victory over Skate, a heavy hitter team in these Pinnacle Cups. And really utilize some of that momentum, but Masonic are dismantling them in incredible fashion. At least we do have a man advantage right now for Isurus. But I think it's all about building some confidence heading into this next one. You know, building some confidence really in your CT side. Necessary.
They are going to attempt the A site. Take Mac 10 dropped, and they know where the remainder of the force is coming through. They have a 4-on-2 to try to finish this one off, whether at least keep themselves alive. Smoke to extinguish the Molotov, and now there's no utility left with this defense. They look to try to set up I don't know, a barrier. Like, they did. MASONIC could touch it. Just well played. I love that angle from the scouter, by the way. That was pretty cool.
Ah, no, very sick stuff. I mean, you found yourself a little bit of a lifeline here. We'll see how long they can hold on to that because, of course, Masonic are looking to end things early. Just calling in a force buy here. Trusting, I think there's another rifle down. Yeah, Dragon will toss that one over to someone with armor, maybe? Yeah, they're deciding. They do drop it over to Queenix. We'll see. If they're able to close out with a force buy, that would be a great way to head into your map pick after this.
Of course. I've seen it before. I saw it on LAN. So did you. If you know what I mean.
It's true.
I think you know what I'm referencing.
Somewhat.
Oh.
I'll go with yes.
just for sake of simplicity, eh?
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Nice ankle here, but he's really gonna fall off. They're killing quickly. There's not a lot of help for him. Oh, yeah, he just goes down. Good for nothing right there. And there is a quick trade at least, but they're gonna swing him as well. Not extra help though. They have themselves control of the site.
Why was I feeling a 1D there? I don't know if that was just me. Oh no, they've got 3 weapons to work with. The need and allows for a double kill. They're gonna come walking into the angle. The Galil sprays the bolt down. He wants the Gabby. He's been quiet the whole game, and now he shows up at the bitter end. It's left all the alley. He's got 1 kill to his name. It was the original trade on the site from Long, but now, with only 1 flashbang to use and 2 players to find, they're set up so perfectly to counter this, he doesn't even care about Cregan from behind, and that's what's going to do him in. 16-3, Isurus gets stomped on their map pick, and MASONIC make it look easy.
That is just incredible stuff right there. I mean, what a map played out there. MASONIC, they're able to close things down 16-3. Then now they're heading into their map pick on Ancient, feeling confident as ever, smiles all around. We will be heading into Ancient shortly after this break, though. Make sure you all stay tuned.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Well, we come to Ancient after a very head-scratching finish to Overpass. The only one that I really thought Isurus would have a chance on got blown out of the water. 16-3, there wasn't a glimmer of hope for them. And now, I mean, I guess there's a chance for a rebound. You're starting on the CT side of Ancient. If there's any place to make a comeback in a series... Never mind. Scratch that.
Can't start the second map off like that, right? Like, just getting decimated by Yinsi. Makes quick work of some of this mid-aggression, and not only that, he's drawing out a lot of attention while the main form of approach is towards A. He's found himself a second. Dude, this is unreasonable.
Usually, I like to take, I like to take a roll call between you and me of what do you think the score is going to be. I'm just going to scratch that question. How many rounds do you think Isurus is going to get?
Well, I mean, they need to win this, right? And they cannot get off to a slow start on the CT side. As, their chance, we didn't get to see anything on Overpass on their CT side. They won one eco, I think, and that was it.
Hold up.
They have a chance to win this one here.
No
Noten drops as well.
No kit.
Oh, yeah. It's over. Dang. Got a little bit excited there.
I don't know why. I found that so funny. It's like, they just kicked ass on that retake, and it's no kit into the tech pause, bro.
Yeah. Well, I guess during this tech pause, you can go check out CS Money if you're looking for some skins. It's always a good option right there. cs.money/r/Pinnacle.
Nice.
If you're in the market. Yeah, that's a brutal way to kick off this one. I mean, you really were open for, a fiery start. You get that CT side, you give them a little bit of a taste of your own medicine. I mean, it's Ancient of all maps, right? So this is where you should really thrive.
Yep. And there's no smiles in the Isurus camp. I mean, that kind of goes to show you, like, they're not even happy with all the kills they got. Like, they fought back, and it's just not enough. Like, they're upset with themselves, and rightfully so. Like, you just got stomped on your map pick. You come into Ancient, and it starts out like that. They must have used that break to, cool down, to talk it out, or just maybe mentally reset, and they were hoping to come into this with a pistol win at least.
I think the no smiles thing is really a testament, but it has been a real lifeline for this roster, man. The guy is seemingly keeping them afloat in some of these rounds. He finds himself two. Cannot transfer there, though. Cappy will drop as well, and now we have ourselves an access point into the site. Noten going to take it back, but it's all in good standing there. Is the foil able to keep things in good positioning?
I've never seen, like, that clean of a Galil shot in my life. Those were really nice, but it won't amount them for the round, and it's a good start for Isurus. They clap back on the force buy.
Yeah, that's a much needed way to find their footing here on the map, right? Needed, Ali to step up to the plate here first of all, right? He needs to go big. He needs to keep being an effective force here for Isurus, and then you also have, the rest of the teammates stepping up after the fact of his 2-kill entry. So, lovely work from him. We'll see if he can keep that up throughout the series, because we are getting a force buy back in place for Masonic.
Oh, I don't like this. Some aggression comes through Isurus. They can't let this one result, that past map's result, scare them away from doing what you have to do on a map like Ancient. And Nox opens up the round with a pretty impactful pick. Kragan was an absolute raid boss on Overpass, and so far, he's been swept away.
Dropped out of here early. Good pickups. We do have that fancy Deagle animation. Maybe that can relight the flame here for this T side. Ooh, it does.
Wow, okay, of course.
There you go.
As soon as I say, I don't know, and I was going to doubt him, he just decides to take a head clean off. But you're still going to need a little more than that. He tucked into the corner. He's got the right idea, and he's got the right kill. Now things start to turn a bit interesting, as even though the scouts found a tag back, there's weapons to be picked up. There's Nox, who's very, very low right now, and it's still a 3-on-3 with the bomb on the back of Note, and they're about to make a B-sided transition.
He's picked himself up with a Moss here as well. There's some gaps towards mid that you're going to have to worry about if you're Isurus. You also have one of your players on 1 HP here, so a couple of things could go wrong at the moment. Foil, he needs to do a whole lot right now with the A1S and holding in these back lanes. He needs to at least find multiples. There's a smoke here for this position, though.
Starting to walk up. This is where the men are separated from the boys. What kills can you find on the site? Absolutely none. Gafolo doubles down, but still with a low HP margin. It's not impossible. Shoulder spotted, even tacked up through the wall, and he's made it a bit closer. Cabby, he's gotten all 4 so far, but he'll need an ace. With 3 seconds, there's just simply no time, and he brings the rifle into the next round as MASONIC fall flat on the pistol.
Nearly pulled that one off there. They were so close to closing that one down, but just didn't have enough time. Cabby, I mean, you almost expect him to be close by on the rotate right, so it's hard to really fault him for not sticking a plant. I don't even know if he could find bomb in time there either, but nonetheless, that's some great economical damage. You have Cabby holding on to an A1S, and really he just needs to find a couple of kills in this round if they want a chance at buying up the next pretty comfortably.
Yeah, he walks in with 2 picks. That's an extra $600, and you're about on the same level as your entire team. So there's that factor, and then there's also a couple of upgraded pistols. I say a couple, but it's really only the one on Kragan, and I think that was dropped from Cabby. So you technically have 2 guns to work with, and if you really want, you could try to raid boss around this A1S, see if Cabby can't lead the charge for a pick or 2, keep switching that gun's hands to the next owner, and try to find Fix that way, but certainly walking into cave with a Glock in hand isn't going to be the way to find Fix.
I think that's going to work too well for you, that's for sure, up against rifles here. Not quite. Do some damage with the Glock, though. And he's able to do it. Oh my god, that Deagle shot raining off there. There's bomb dropped. They need to recover that. And Folo's going to continue his reign of terror here. Now, Cabby, again, he's all about trying to find a couple of exits, a couple of kills on the way out, so that he can build up a bit of money here. He is on the flank and does have some fast positioning, but now it's being covered.
Timing is actually everything, and he's at least lucky enough to find the pick on the alley, and I really hate the response here from Isurus, because the response is instantly everybody spreading up. That is the only way to lose a situation like this, and now Cabby can try to work around in these 1v1s. Surely they aren't favorable, but still, don't give him a chance. 1 HP is the great separation between him and Destiny, and I still don't know if that was the greatest of ideas, but a 3-1 start still isn't that bad. You found as many rounds as you did on Overpass. It can only go up from here.
That's true. That's true. That's a good thing, you know, for Isurus to look forward to. Again, I mean, we saw on the cams that it was really nothing but stress for them. Now you have yourself a lead. You've already tied the record for this series so far, and now all you have to do is keep on winning ancient CT rounds. That has to be somewhat welcoming, right? We'll see if that's the case. A lot of utility expended here early on. They're going to go off the back of it, taking that quick map control. Not expecting Ali this far aggressive. He goes for 2. It's another opening round from him.
This is forcing him into the A site too. The op of Gafolo is ready, posted up for this exact play to come through. Shoulder given, but it's a big miss. I don't know if he'll be punished the full distance, but based on the response, he's able to find his shot. Only 1 though, as the trade comes through tenfold. But again, left up to Cabby, one of the new recruits, and so far he's looked pretty good here on Ancient, and he doesn't want to stop there. He doesn't want pretty good, he wants flawless. This 1v3 would pretty much give him that title. And even with the bomb on his back, he can try to work around in this site. And even walk into the open, Destiny again gave him a chance at that 1v1. But just couldn't pull it off. 4-1 start as MASONIC are sent back to Nico.
He's looking really good right now. I mean, picking up with the heroics of what were the only 3 rounds that really Isurus found on Overpass were off the back of a couple of entries from him. I mean, if he just keeps up this pace, again on that CT side, they should be really good to go, and he is consistently doing it, so that's going to be a part of the game plan. We have to keep an eye out here for Isurus. Do they keep on setting him? Do they keep on setting him up for success? Because so far it's been working so well.
Yeah, I mean, he's stepped it up coming into this map. I mean, it's hard to step it up because he was looking pretty damn good on Overpass 2, where almost every round that Isurus won, Ali was the sole contributor to it. I mean, even in the very end when they were able to convert onto the B-site play, he was the one double entrying in. But I'm glad he's able to carry that momentum over into Ancient because it's given Isurus something to hold on to, some life to grasp into, and it's working. They're about to go up 5-1. It's night and day, like, simply put.
Yes, indeed. They feel a whole lot more confident as well. I mean, you can see some of the angles that they're taking in. Swinging for the fences right there.
Clean.
To take down Queenix and just keep up this confidence. It can go a long way. Destiny is taking a lot of these individual duels, and they're working out as well. So maybe we can see Isurus really rally off this momentum. Yeah, he loves some eeks.
Well, while Isurus try to rally off the momentum, you can rally over to CS Money, where we've got a little bit of an offer running for you. You get a 40% top-up bonus. You put in $10, you get 4 back. Let me even increase that for you, because bigger number mean more. $100, and you get an extra 40.
Dang, how 40% works? That's a steal right
Yeah.
there, if you ask me. Good stuff. I like this play coming through. Again, the confidence is really showing. Oh, but the one-way smoke gets right in upon from Noten. He's not going to allow for that to go
Ooh, that was close.
Isurus' way. And a big opening pick. They're trying to take it back. The Destiny is very close to it. You're exactly right. Just not able to finish the job. And a little bit off the line here for the future spams.
This setup is really risky, but I like what Isurus are trying to pull off here. Usually when you lose this opening pick, even if it's in middle, you'd expect the A site to be weakened, so they're battening down the hatches there, expecting Masonich to try to abuse. And so far, I'd like to say that's the proper read, but this bomb could still transition itself to either side of the map. Ali and Co try to work these picks back, but with mid control now in their domain, they need to cheat some extra members on the B site defense.
That's what they're doing, and it's the correct read of the situation here. They've brought 3 players over in quick fashion. Destiny always clearing out this corner, and he does get peeked in upon the right timing. Gafoilo's able to trade things back, and they don't have any smoke just yet thrown down. Ali's been spammed out so low. It's going to leave these B players extremely limited, and they're going to continue to pressure as well with this cave control going their favor.
I think right now, if you're
near
Isurus,
impossible to hold.
you have to stack B. You just put all your reinforcements here. You move that go in, you say a big 08, you call it a save. Because right now, as it stands, you are battered black and blue. And yeah, Ali falling pretty much just cements the end of the round. Unless Gafoyo is able to pull off some crazy stuff. Maybe not. Nade to go through. Should get some extra damage onto the bomb planner. And he'll attempt the 1v3. Because why the hell not? You've got extra cash built up. It can only benefit you to go for this. With Yenzi posted up on the angle, it's an impossibility. Masonich grabbing that second round can start to lead to more.
It's lovely work done right. Holding on to 2 rifles here, and there comes the economy kind of collapsing. Isurus with these safe rifles might be able to do some damage here, but we'll see if they can even hold on to one of them. Why to fall off right there, and up to 3. And when we talk about benchmarks, I feel like we can, say that 4 is good enough. Maybe 5 2 rounds is even solid. You like a couple more here and there, but Sonic's kind of getting to that point where they can probably feel comfortable, especially with how good their CT side was over on Overpass.
Yeah, MASONIC definitely have a good back to rely on when it comes to that second half. So really everything you get here, it's just an extra little bonus for yourselves. And considering the score is this close, this early on, it's no welcoming feat. The money's starting to be established, or at least the opposite of for Isurus, as they're losing it. It is being established for MASONIC. They've started to break that economy. You've only got 2 rifles, and this is probably a save from Isurus.
Yeah, they're in that territory. They can fully eco into this one and get some decent rifles out in the next round with their loss bonus at the moment. So, pretty easy call to make here. Isurus might try and play around these 2 rifles. I mean, you got Kafoyo with the AWP in his hand, so he can do a whole lot of damage with that. Been having himself a pretty good game so far with the op. Just needs to keep that up, and you know, this round is still potentially winnable for Isurus. It's not over just yet.
It's not. But it might be now, as the op of Kafoyo has already been lost. Nox really wants to bring that bad boy back, but unless that flashbang works out for a kill or 2, it's in no man's land. And he just takes the loss and goes back into the ace site, or maybe not so much, as Deco still seems a bit antsy to get his hands on that weapon.
Got to lurk out A right now. And they're going to collapse quickly in upon this donut position. Has to be so careful about how he plays this one. Into with the molly. He's going for a second entry. He finds it. Both of those rifles down. Finally, Deco's able to find a response, but it might be too little too late. Op cannot be retrieved. He will make sure that he plays Overwatch for those ops, not giving it over into the hands of Isurus, but he might sneak by.
Nah. Kragen's gone through A. Still, though, it's like, now where do those 5 rounds go? Where do they get you? Because you can let one more slip through, right? You still got that one buffer. It's like if this half ends 10-5, it's not the worst. It could be worse. It's pretty decent, actually, all things considered. It's one of those score lines where you shake hands on it. But 9-6 or anything in that realm kind of starts to turn for it, as MASONIC would be one pistol away from tying it. With that strong of a CT side, I'd just be worried if I were Isurus.
Yeah, that's what they bring so well to the table here, is those CT sides. This being their map pick, I imagine that they'll be even potentially more comfortable than on Overpass as well. So this is a bit deadly here. This boost is pretty sick. Dragon's got to be extremely careful, but they disassemble it just in time for him to potentially make a move on. They're waiting for that mid-smoke to clear first, though, before the pressure's really applied.
I like this from Isurus still. With all the pressure that's on and around like this, usually teams would just play super passive and just turtle up on sites, knowing that any big mistake could cost them big time. But again, that just gives the T's so much of an advantage on a map like this, and I'm not too much of a fan of how Isurus have backed out of post parts of the map. They've given up mid now, even allowed them to walk into cave, and their rotations have been very, very loose, so I don't think this is that smart of an idea if you're Isurus. Oh, maybe it is.
There's the re-aggression.
Beautifully placed flash. I'm only mounts him for 1 kill. A trade is not favorable.
Just 1 for 1 right there. They know that. Folo's kind of tucked in around the corners. They're going to hard clear him. Cabby with the fiery entry. There's 1 more left to deal with on the site. They don't seem too aware of it, but swinging for the fences. Cabby will go down. He's able to tuck himself in towards a main, and now they have to really realize that this is where the last 2 players are. Donut's been called somewhat clear, so a lot of more comfortability taking place here for Isurus. Oh, he's been spotted.
That is the craziest timing I think I've ever seen. He didn't spot him. That's the thing. He looked back towards Donut because his teammate had given it up, and he didn't know where the remainder of these players were. That's also why they transitioned into B. But 9 seconds to go. This bomb has to go down. Somebody has to play protect the president, and it's not going to be Noten. 1v2 for Yenzi, and he's got his weapon of choice. But running out of bullets and running out of time, Destiny finds the frag. It's a 6th for Isurus, but still too close for comfort.
Oof, yeah, that was very, very scary. And Isurus were going to look down and out of that round. We had Cabby and Noten finding some very nice shots right there. Nearly cracking open that A-bomb site, but we did have some pretty quick reactions from Isurus. They were able to rotate quickly in towards that A-bomb site, and that's so key. Because if there was ever a chance for, you know, Masonic to walk out Donut and A-Maina at the same time, that's where the round could have quickly gone awry. That's where it could have been closed out right there. But the quick reactions do come through in Isurus. They somewhat stabilize here on their CT side. They just need to follow this up with, you know, a lights-out lockdown defense. Otherwise, that economy could be cracked again.
Letting it be cracked like that would be the bane of your existence. Like, Isurus, this round is still so big. They haven't been able to establish themselves yet, but again, they still have that op. They've been missing that, at least the impact from it, for a couple of rounds now, so I wonder if this can start to sway the tides of the game back into their camp, because they certainly need some form of defining factor to bring them back into this series. Hopefully that can be the trick. Maybe not so much, though, as the opening pick's not gone their way. Or maybe I'm just that wrong. Nox has found a triple with the op now dropped to Vienzi. They're okay with giving up the site. It's a 2-on-3 and you're playing retake.
Can't believe what Nox just got away with right there. He took fights up against 3 different players, and he won all 3 of them here. There's a pick though from Yensi, and he's going to drop the Opper on a 2v2. Now the flank is going to be pulled off. It was labored, but Ali finishes his job. It's so scary now. They know that
Oh my lord!
He's in this angle. Molly cannot finish him off, though. He walks away with so much. 4 duels taken, 4 separate 1v1s, and he wins them all.
It's still unfavorable. They can't reinvest that op. It's gone. It's lost to time. Well, I guess they do reinvest it, but it's dicey. You're missing a lot of utility because of that, and you are still at this point where 1 lost round means economic destruction. In a spot, might I add, where if you give more than 1 round to Masonich, this entire game turns to shambles. If you let them have 6 rounds, it's chaotic. And if you drop that here, you're almost certainly giving them that.
Yeah, these close rounds are so scary for Isurus. You want to build up some sort of foundation right now. They just haven't done so just yet. Money's always been on a nice edge for them, so there's no comfort. I mean, right to Masonich, they have really made this one tricky. Look at this boost going on. Oh my god, Gafolo is going to drop. How could you expect a move like that?
Well, now it's going to be the gamble stack as they leave this MP9 in Deco all by its lonesome. Somebody wants to retrieve that op, and it seems like it's either going to be Nox or Destiny. Just all depends on who gets their hands on it first. Are they going to fight mid? I feel like this is a big misplay right now. I think as it stands, you have to stack up one of these sites. If they go A, let Deco do the work. The utility's not there, so you're just going to need to put numbers at the proper side of the map to defend off against this Masonich offense. With all this extra bit of utility, Deco's got to take some space, which he does through a main, and finally gives them that confidence they need to stack 3B.
This is wonderful flanks from Deco. Even though the round is looking somewhat scary, they have that contingency playing that fast flank potentially here. Ali needs to do a whole lot. Swinging again, another double from this guy. He cannot be stopped, and Destiny does the same. It's all recovered. All off the back of a lot of information gathered here from Deco, and they just convert the kills needed. Saved up, surely.
I don't think hunting him down is the smart play. I think you just let him have the op. Every fatality you take here is so big for the money. And look at how low some of your players are. He pulls out the op, but thankfully, for their sake, he misses it. But do they want the double? I think they might. Maybe just put one on B, put one in A. No, they keep to their guns. They keep the rifles. They invest a double. Okay, I thought they invested a double op.
This is such a lights out hole. I mean, Ali's doing what he does best, just find 2 kills. This time he's able to stay alive. Destiny does the same, follow it up, and like you said, you really had to let that round kind of, you know, live or die on Deco's flank right there, and that's exactly what Isurus did. They made the gamble, and they made the exact right read off of Deco's wonderful information here.
And that round isn't only big in the sole fact that they keep 4 alive and build up their money, but now Masonich are in a bit of a sticky spot where they can force buy. They've got about $3,000 to $4,000 a player. It's a tiny bit separated when it comes to the money. They can buy, is what I'm trying to say. Or they could take a save and buy up for the rest of the half. Either way, you give them that 9th round that they so desperately desire. You give Isurus a little bit of a standing ground to work with, because even though I say 9-6 isn't going to work, we've seen it done before, is what I'm trying to put onto the table. So it's like, you either force here and try to steal that round that you need, or you let Isurus start to get a bit cozy with this. And now it's a big risk because it's not that great of a buy.
Yeah, they're going for broke here.
Wow.
And they already lose a man. Quick pick up there, and there's more. Just dropping everyone here. Destiny cannot follow suit, though. And will drop to the rifle. That HE looked like it was going to be right on the money to finish the job right there, but not able to do so. Get that smoke down for ramp. In a 4-on-3, they're just going to hold their ground. Pretty comfortable in this position. Isurus should be, at least, in Sonic. Left wondering what exactly the game plan is here.
Even comfy with what's going on. Isurus take mid control, so Gafoyo's got that unlock and key for Isurus. They don't have to worry about that. And they can waste all their manpower on keeping this B site defended, at least most of it. As Deco still lingers around in the A tunnels, yet to be contested back by MASONIC. 50 seconds left, and they have to make a move here shortly. I like this setup from Isurus. You're not necessarily playing for the site hold, because if things go wrong, if Nox doesn't find a kill, he backs up into cave, and they have such a strong spot for this retake. So, yeah, really well done by them. Again, just turtles in with that Molotov, and as soon as this bomb goes down, not only is he going to try to spam them, but he's buying extra time for his teammates to assist.
They're going to get these numbers punched in. They know that planning behind this pillar is going to mean they're going to get spammed through the wall. No scope in. He tries to entry with the op. They just all line up. Oh, ace coming through. Lovely work done right there from Nox. And yeah, as clean as you like on a site defense. Has to deal with everyone. Again, he's so good at just winning these individual duels right there when they're peeking and trying to trade him out. He just nails everybody.
Well played. Well executed. Isurus did that perfectly. Well, now it's the pistols that MASONIC were dreading having to go on. They're going to be given double digits up right behind it, or I say that, and the first pick goes their way with no trade found. No, once more, repeats with the AK and doubles up. That's so big. It's 4-on-2. The pistols so far seem to be the answer that MASONIC have been desiring. You still got some cash in the bank for Isurus, so the buy would come back, barring they win this round. But still, a little more work you've got to do. And Noten spotted another. Does he want to continue this peak? No. No reason to give up your life to Ali right now. Keep them in this desperate spot to claw back these kills, and it's going to make you get even further in this man advantage. 1v4 for Ali, and he's going to try to pull it off.
What on earth was this round? What a way to pull it back. Ali going to make the attempt, but getting thwarted by the first obstacle right there. And dropped 4 alive. What a clean round coming through from Masonic out of nowhere. They're able to find 3 entries within seconds. And then on top of that, I got to give credit to Noten and how he actually played that round. He's a guy jiggling in towards middle. He spots out the re-aggression of 2 players. He doesn't go for the swing after throwing that red room smoke. He jiggles instead and makes sure to spot out that information of the last 2. It's wonderful stuff. Really disciplined from him.
It's just something you don't see too often, because most people think, well, it's a 4-on-2, we've already got the site and I've only got a Tech 9, but it's like just being alive there is such a nuisance thing to do. Isurus, they have to deal with you, they have to try to pick you off because you're a solo player, and by doing that, they ended up walking into the aim of Kennedy, and it just led to the undoing of the round. There was no point to win it past that. So playing your life is so big, so vital, but as I said, there is a pretty decent rebuy coming through, including 2 AWPs, but I don't know if the opening pick will be so favoring if Ali gets loose with it in cave.
Yeah, that was a very close shot. Now that top shot actually baits out both of those smokes on B. Now look at the utility they have left in terms of the deterrence factor. And that makes this round quite scary here.
Isurus had to
For
do
the
something.
CT side. Oh my god, he got spammed straight through the smoke. They're making a move on towards this B bomb site, and they're doing it quick.
That's what I'm saying. When you bait up all of those smokes, you just say, all right, throw our stuff when they start to fade and take the site right behind it, and it works out perfectly. MASONIC, looks like they've cracked the code here in the final couple of rounds. In the latter stages, Isurus fall. They will not be getting double digits. It will be that dreaded 9-6 score, and a very, very real possibility that MASONIC start to close out this game.
Yeah, that's a very, very strong half right there from MASONIC towards the tail end. Able to recover in a necessary way. You know, when we talk about 4-11, that's good enough. You know, have a really strong CT side, which I'm sure MASONIC do. But you like a little bit of extra wiggle room, and that's what they've granted with these last 2 rounds strung together. They walk into this second half with the momentum as well.
It's a big pistol round. That's all we can really chip it up to. If Isurus are able to take this, then maybe all of a sudden that score becomes a bit less daunting, but doesn't seem like any respect's going to be given to them on the initial CT side play, because Cavi and Co have already gone all the way deep into the A tunnels, and even after the opening peak comes through, they want more, they want blood.
What?
Captain finds it, almost 2, spots out 3 players in total and takes one with them.
And not only that, that goes down to 1 HP. Now, good news is here for Isurus is they do have the movement. A bomb already planted. They don't check the right lane. No, not able to punish, but there is a trade delivered quick. And again, Deco on such low HP. It's going to be all in the back of Ali at the moment. He has to do most of the heavy lifting in this round.
I don't see a way to come back into this one unless they instantly find the kill on a Kragan, which I guess they do, but still a bit labored as Ali takes a couple bits of chip damage. Even using the bomb with a hit on it, there's no way you're getting this round. MASONIC, a beautifully played pistol. Even on the retake, they stay calm and composed.
Yeah, the smoke stick right there was always going to be the round winner. MASONIC. Yeah, it's just some clean aggression going through A. I mean, the fact that you're able to walk away with that kill doing a lot of damage, and then you're not even traded is crazy, because not only do you spot out a world of information, but you don't get punished for it. I mean, and sure, they make their move quickly in towards B, but even still, there's just time to recover there for MASONIC. They look very good starting off this CT side, but they have to follow it up against a force by here, Isurus.
There's still a world where they pull this one back and start to turn the tides back in their favor, but not if they give a couple of opening picks up to the CT side like that. Kragan, does he cut his losses? I think he will. Letting his teammate fall. You don't need an Avengance because Genzi's there right behind you.
Whoa.
Deco isn't ready to give this round up, though. Right foot to be retrieved. The bomb on the ground. Needed through the smoke. Kragan continues to fight back. Finds the kill through the wall as well. It's all up to Nox. And there's been a couple of times where he found big, massive multi-kills, but a 1v3, that's the only chance he'll have to bring this one back for his team.
Spotted. Nox is on the chase here, but he gets past the tunnel just in time. You gotta be careful here. He's chasing you quickly, but he's just so quick. No, not giving him an opportunity to find the trade. So many different angles is clear, and he's just gathering more information. This guy, he just never gives up his life, does he? He's such a nuisance to deal with.
I mean, I'm telling you, these new pickups from MASONIC are they're just so scary. They know how to play the game so well. For Noten, he's a great aimer. He's very capable of being a star of the show. But even when he's not necessarily the top bragger, he just plays perfectly. The game sense on him is so good. He's just such a well-rounded player.
I don't know where exactly you find a player this disciplined and kind of introduce him into a roster that is really looking to compete at the top level, but man, what a great pickup he is. It's like you said, the awareness is just there. And sometimes, you know, when you talk about new pickups, that level of play, that, you know, cerebral style of making sure you play your life and stay alive and be a nuisance rather than go for kills is just not always there. He has that down to a T.
Well, a couple of nades bouncing mid. They won't find a home. Isurus make their play elsewhere. 4 of them trying to get out of the A tunnels, but now met by a smoke. It seems like their plans have been foiled, and they're going to call it off.
I have to make an adjustment elsewhere after getting smoked off. There's still a lot of presence as well to deal with.
Look at this for MASONIC. Like, they have 2 on A. They use their utility to shut them out of A tunnels, but that does not sway away. I believe it's Noten and Kragan again, back in action over at the B stairway, or at the B ramp, sitting outside the doors. Like, there's just 2 of them, and they don't care. They're not scared to go for the aggression, but maybe they should be, because a couple of 1Ds demands respect.
Yeah, run becomes very scary here with the current control that we got going on right now. Queenix is going to get flanked in upon A if he's not careful. He's still looking at Donut. Here comes that flank, but 2 go down in the meantime. He finds himself a 3rd. He's holding it down. Queenix finally to be vested, but bombs in Donut. That's going to buy further time for these players to reposition. Deco now needs to pull off a 1v2 with an A1 and no armor.
And I like that they're not necessarily just holding onto the bomb. They want to try to reset the timing and play different angles. It works out, I guess, barely, because if that kill on Cabby comes in, who knows where the round goes. Though still, it's just really smart on the repositions from MASONIC.
Yeah, timeout immediately called there. There's some fiery deagle shots. They definitely made that round scary, which is a good sign, but here's where the saving grace is. Queenix finding himself 3 kills. I think for the most part, catching Isurus trying to jump the gun there and being a little bit lazy in terms of the clearing of Donut. Didn't expect another player to be around that corner, and somewhat of a painful giveaway right there for sure.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I wonder what Isurus are going to have left for us, because I want to see more from them. Just in the sake of competition, I'd like to see them put up a fight on the T side. But if we glance our minds all the way back to Overpass, 13-2 CT happened. 13-2. And we didn't get a taste of their defense because we didn't get to see any of it. So maybe this is similar to what we would have seen on the CT side of their Overpass had they gotten a chance to play it. But when you let Masonich get warmed up, it just doesn't seem like there's a way to stop them.
Not at all. It continues. Kraken misses his opportunity towards mid, but makes up for it by finding 2 kills towards the ramp. That is craziness, Ali. Yeah, needs to find a whole lot more, and they've completely gambled. All of the remaining players are towards B. Ali's sitting inside the smoke, though. He's going to let him pass on by.
Their heads through, but it favors the CTs. Queenix doubles down as well, and it looks like it's rinse and repeat of what we were seeing on that B side of Overpass, where it was just Queenix and Kragan fragging like madmen.
These are some extremely bold calls being made as well, man. You just love to see it. We talk about the setups coming through from Masonic on Overpass, and they just had so much at their disposal. So many different game plans that worked out well on Overpass for the CT side. And now that they're calling in 2v3s to triple up towards B ramp, sit inside smokes, flashbang for re-aggression, and Isurus, they're falling short at the wayside at every call being made from Masonic. It's really cool stuff.
It's crazy to see how well their CT sides are going. Because we've seen instances, and I really just continue to speak of Overpass, because that's where we saw a majority of the CT side success from Masonage, where if the setups failed, they'd make up for it for their individual, or with their individual talent. But most of the time, the setups wouldn't fail, and they'd keep mixing it up. They keep refreshing what they would do, keep Isurus on their toes, and they just weren't able to adapt quick enough. And it seems like that's what we're seeing again, because I don't think once have we seen the same setup. We've seen them take B ramp a couple of times, but it's always been in different ways, whether it's 2 players swinging in from cave, a combination of mid, cave, and ramp. We saw one time where it was just 1 player from ramp, 1 from cave, and right now, they even started off this round with a technically 4-man B lean. Like, it's just so weird how you'd have to play if you're Isurus right now. You have to be scared of every little angle, and they keep having to waste their utility because you don't know what Masonage you're going to be doing.
Yeah, I think it's just some serious proactivity coming through from Masonich that's making them look better than ever, really, on the CT side. I think you nailed it. MP9, though, inside of the donut, I mean, you kind of have to fall off now. Giving up a lot of space at the moment here. 45 on the clock. There's not a lot of utility, though, left. They're going to have to plant that bomb on the A bomb site with no smokes.
Queenix hide in the corner here. They found an opening kill in Temple, but haven't cleared the corner, and he almost doubles down. Ali, again, the hero that Isurus have needed time and time again. If he didn't find that kill, I don't think this round is anywhere close to their favor. Now we attempt the 3-on-4 retake. Masonic make it a little bit easier on themselves. Smoke to block off Donut, but both, actually 2 of the 3 players for Isurus are still in Temple. That's the hard. Goes wide.
Boy, he's almost done it all right here. Cabby left into a 1v2. Has to isolate these fights. He's found himself another. Spamming through the smoke. He's sticking the bomb. Well, you expect this. He goes for the spam through it. He has time to fake this one out, but as the smoke fades, he will find it. Cabby gonna drop. And here's just one a much needed clutch right there.
And the good news is, some of these rounds have been so close to where Masonic don't have a money built up for themselves. Like, they're right back to an eco after losing that one, even though they have dominated for the majority of this half. So a glimpse of opportunity emerges. They're going to steal the lead right back, and it's the first time we've seen some promise from them on the T side. Or maybe not. They force up because, screw me, I guess, you know? Gotta make me look stupid.
Of course, of course.
That's the game plan. I don't like the game plan from Isurus, though. Seems very risky to just go balls to the walls into the A side, hoping that everything goes your way. The flash is well placed, but still the kills come with it. 2, in fact, for Noten through the smoke. He doesn't need vision to find frags and kill power. And all of a sudden, it's Masonic in an advantage. 4-on-3 as the bomb site's falling down. Isurus should have a post-plant scenario, but not if they keep wasting time like this. And the smoke starts to fade. Now you're just going to have to kill your way out of it. It's 1 versus 3 for Destiny. He's picked up 2, but Cabby still finds the trade in the midst of the chaos. He stays composed, and MASONIC steal away the force.
The ammunition running dry right there, and that's how Cabby's going to close that one out. The force buy, a huge risk for Masonic. Again, you got to give credit to the calling going on right now for Masonic. Man, they're making every right read. They're making every right call. It's incredible stuff. Isurus, nothing working. Timeout called after losing that one. Tough decision ahead of them. Almost certainly has to be safe. You can get a good investment in this next one, but my God, does it hurt to get answered back so swiftly?
And especially in a round like that, too, where it should have been easy pickings for Isurus. It should have been them starting to make a story for themselves on the T side of Ancient. But now it's quite the contrary. Where we turn back to that same storyline of MASONIC can do no wrong. They keep finding these wins where they shouldn't be. They keep getting these opening picks where they shouldn't be.
Yeah, this is just wild stuff right there. Looking to keep up some of this momentum. They give over a round, sure, but it doesn't seem to stop MASONIC at all. As they made the protocol, the ambitious one, to just kind of answer back with a force buy here. He's only being thrown out towards the middle. Actually connecting a lot of spam, but the nade just tracks him down alongside the spam coming on forward. It's going to be a B-side play, and it's all up to Cabby to offer up the defense.
Oh my God, how does he find 2 there? They both
He
come
got
walking
2?
into the AK spray. Ali's the only trade, but he picks up the AK and continues to make work with it. Doubling down, there's a chance to get the bomb plant in, but MASONIC past that point should be favored in the exchange. So 2 rifles retrieved. Maybe they can put a bit of a fork in the road. Ali still holding for this setup in cave. Doesn't know about 2 players' presence, but certainly knows about 1. And as Yenzi spots him out, he'll deliver a dink. But how much more can he find? Lining up for him again, MASONIC! They gave him a real chance there. If he had more bullets, I'm confident he finds them both. But again, they're able to clap away with this round and upgrade themselves up to the AKs.
Like, so much of the game plan here lives or dies on what Ali can find in the opening stages, right? Man, the guy's an entry machine. But he's the only one that's really finding some of these entries. Someone, I feel like alongside him has to step up to the plate, but this is that second headshot. It's almost even hard to see. He just controls the spray so well. He still made good work of that round right there. Isurus, he done some damage. Got the bomb plant, so you're golden on the investments here, but you have to capitalize off this fact.
Doesn't seem like MASONIC is going to slow down anytime soon. Continuing this super aggressive playstyle, and it's working. 2 opening picks. They're not done. They want more, but they walk into the AK of Destiny. And we've seen so many times where people walk into each other's crosshairs and just hit shots like it's nothing. The aim, I will say, has been on point for, I feel, both of these teams. Almost any chance they've gotten to get a kill, they've not biffed upon it.
Yeah, I mean, both teams played quite sharp here. Destiny trying to offer up that entry support, as Ali's been dropped early, and he is doing his best Ali impression of finding 2 kills. But will it be enough? Yeah, they still have Yenzi to deal with in the back lanes, and some re-aggression going on from Queenix as well. They're soon going to realize that mid's clear, and they might even make a gamble off the back of that information. Yenzi has fallen back towards a more passive approach, so he's going to give up control of this B bomb site. Might get ourselves into a 3v3 post plant. They're gambling towards A.
Oh, I don't think it's the right one, and they're now starting to realize that as the flashbang guarantees it. They need to go back in for it. It's exactly what you said, a 3-on-3 retake. And MASONIC, how do they want to go about this? If they want to go about it at all. They have utility to work with, but they all decide to go in through the stairway area. And this first pick could be everything, but Kafoyo misses the mark. Destiny still set up to try to find the reimbursement, and he does. With the advantage now in their favor, they're still trying to work against this low HP, which they've done. Nade perfectly placed, but it's still a 2-on-2. Timer's starting to tick away from them, and I think they're just giving it up. Yeah, there's no way they're getting back into this site, especially against an op, so at least this Isurus are able to steal away 1 more round, but the lead still stands in the favor of MASONIC.
Yeah, I mean, they needed that. They needed someone to step up alongside Ali, and Destiny has done just that. 3 kills in a 5v3 right there, able to find all the success of the round in his hands alone. Decides who's going to close that one out, who's going to try and pull back the momentum, and they've certainly done that. Now, 2 saved rifles, They could drop that Tech 9 over to one of their teammates as well. They might be able to force around it. I imagine if we're Masonic, or MASONIC rather, we're going to go for that. And they do. Trying to keep the momentum back and forth here. That's some very sharp shots right there from Destiny.
Those kills were so big too. Because even if it's a 1-for-1 trade, MASONIC are still on a power course to close out that round.
This is a lot of space being grabbed here. He's able to catch him off guard. Can't capitalize on the kill. And now he's getting spammed back in place. Cabby to open up proceedings in a brutal way. But they've made a move. Destiny walking up the B ramp with free of charge here. Not spotting out anything. Timing, though, is everything.
No way he doesn't get that kill. Cabby is somehow able to double down. Now he has slipped the net a bit closer than he expect, but he's still prepared. 3 on the FAMAS, the best gun in the game, and he puts it on Silver Lining. Gafoyu now left all alone, 1v5 with the op, and there's a couple of players to try to take down with low HP, but with only a minute to work with and a flashbang in his arsenal of utility, seems more unlikely than anything else.
Just can't believe that he's able to walk away with 3 kills. He certainly is putting that FAMAS on beautiful display. Solo. Ooh, spotted ahead, but it's not enough. Gabby was the final nail in the coffin and destroys MASONIC, or rather Isurus' chances of pulling this one back, man.
That might be curtains right there. It really might be. It's a strained buy. It's really forced more than anything from Isurus. They've got some utility and they've got some rifles, but just not as much as you'd want in a massively impactful round like this, where if you drop it without a bomb plant, you're giving up 15. That's series point and 4 chances for MASONIC to close it out.
Yeah, this is absolutely wild stuff. We just have to deal with quite a bit, though. Folo around the corner. Destiny got a drop. Cannot find the double, but Cabby's right behind him, standing tall. 2-for-1 trade right there. They try and make that same play walking up the ramp here, and it's blinded up him. Cannot find the response. Deco, though, in the meantime, will. So we'll hold on to an even 3v3. We're back to somewhat of an equilibrium here, but it gets traded out.
Yeah, again, Z goes undetected behind the big box, and Deco pays the ultimate price for it. I guess it's not the most unwinnable I've ever seen, but certainly not favorable as Cabby still tucked into cave. You've got an extra man over in the back line as soon as the bomb goes down. It's just all about, at least for him, you're probably not going to swing on B site right now if you're Noten, especially with just an MP9. Your only goal is to be here to try to maybe work with a crossfire or play off a distraction given to you by Cabby. He is the real man of the hour right now, as with 50 seconds left, they're going to burst into the B site and not see anybody home.
Some promising signs here. Might struggle with this lack of cave control, but that's been taken right back. Cabby gets bested right there. And now we have a chance at the pose plant. There is a smoke and kits on both of these players alongside a molly as well, so that can make things incredibly difficult.
No way he sticks it. Oh, none of them are in cave right now. He could have definitely done so. And Ali doesn't know that that's not the diffuser, but with that op shot firing off, he can just park it back in that smoke. Tapping the bomb again, Ali takes the less notable angle through it and takes Yenzi down with ease. And I just wonder, why not smoke the bomb there? I mean, look, I do understand the fact that you don't want to have to worry about ramp, but if I'm a T right there, there's no way I wouldn't be, right? Because you'd expect there to be a player in cave. If there's somebody diffusing it, only one can be looking at you at most, and he's going to be looking at cave instead. I don't know. I think that smoke would have been way better expended on the bomb and then molly off ramp instead.
Yeah, I think so. I think alongside that, the ramp smoke actually ended up missing for the retake there, so
Yep.
you have a couple of things going wrong. The only caveat to that is if that ramp smoke did hit, it's much easier to throw that from a distance than try and, underhand a smoke on top of the bomb and try and deal with the cave pressure. Nonetheless, Isurus staying afloat here just a little bit on this T side. Masonic, they don't look too concerned, though, do they? Still look like they are feeling comfortable with their current lead. They should be. It's Ancient on that T side. You're still up around. We're getting late into the game here, and Isurus are proving themselves to be pretty lethal, but not the end of the world at all.
Well, they're forcing back into it. We saw them convert a round like this earlier. In fact, a couple of rounds ago. Wasn't too far away, but I'll have to pull off that magic again. Usually it's a lightning in a bottle kind of round, but they'll have to use it twice. And Isurus are running the exact same play back. It's a quick A hit with the smoke, well, used up. I believe that's going to cover off CT. But this time, nobody's actually in the site to try and defend. It's just a pistol of note and defend off before that cave smoke blooms. Destiny swings in and finds a kill too. It's an open bomb site, open for the taking. And that might be the end of it right there. A little too labored on the FAMAS spray. Cabby, if he was a tad more to the left in this round, is thrown into contention. But now they just keep their guns.
Have to at this point. Gonna call it into a save here. And here's where things can get a little bit scary. Nice pickup right there. Cabby with an excellent bit of awareness. And able to walk away with an A1S potentially. Nonetheless, Isurus gonna tie up that scoreline. They've broken the economy. Finally, it feels like they're able to win one of these force buy rounds as well. Which is absolutely massive. Are they gonna drop there? Oh, spots the angle. Has an advantage right there, Cabby. Caught unaware. So only one saved rifles. All Masonic are gonna bring into this one.
That's if that too. Ali's gonna hard clear this. I wonder if he finds the kill. He might. No. Yenzi, it's a big win to hold on to that one. You know what's crazy? I've just noticed the top fragger of Overpass was Kragan. He is now the bottom fragger. The bottom fragger of Overpass was Cabby. He is now the top fragger. We've really exchanged positions here.
Yeah, no kidding. Absolutely. All over the place here. Although this is a good start for the rifle to be in. Yenzi's going to be tucked in towards the corner. Needs some support. They're both back turned. He's able to find 1, 2, and not a third. Nearly finds Deco. Nearly equalizes right there and keeps things in good way for Masonic, but he can't find it enough. The USP is surely not going to close this one out in a 1v3.
I was so worried about that crossfire, man. I really thought they had what it takes. I really thought that he was about to pull it out of the hat. But normalcy starts to become restored, and Isurus take the lead for the first time in quite a long while. 14-13, to find it at the end of the map is such a big win too. All they have to do is shut down this one investment, this one buy from Masonic, and then they'd be sending it to Nuke. It'd be paving themselves a golden brick road to potential success in the series.
Kidding. Getting quite close to that mark. The investments are out. And now we'll see if they can lock things down again. I mean, they still have a chance to close this out. Manipulation. A lot of utility being hurt here. Getting forced to fall off as flames land on top of him. And I think they're trying to deal with what was hyper-aggression towards B quite frequently. You know, the silent walk-ups ramp. This time, though, they're changing the pace. They're going to be hitting that A site with donut control as well. Queenix left to do a lot of the heavy lifting here.
They're trying to bait in for him. They're doing everything they possibly can, throwing in smoke splashes and the whole 9 yards behind it, and it works, but he just can't convert the shot. Kragan, a 1v4 that doesn't seem like it's questionable whether you can or can't contest it. You need to keep your rifles. It's your only chance at staying in this map. Isurus, this entire game, no, this series they've looked out of it. It looked Mason excited the whole way through. But at the very bitter end of map 2, it looks like they found a glorying way to stay alive into it. 15-13 with 2 chances to go into Nuke.
Absolutely surreal stuff right there. What a showcase right now, Isurus. The bounce back is almost certain right now with this position that Masonic are put in. Only 2 rifles. You've secured yourself at the very least overtime, and certainly looking a little bit more comfortable on these T sides. It's really good stuff to see after what was brutal Overpass scenes. 1 round now to close things down. 1 round to give yourself a chance. Again, none of these teams are in a position to qualify nor get eliminated, right? We're standing at 1-1 for both these rosters. But you do want to get a little bit further into things. Build yourself up some confidence here as well. We're certainly needing that.
And they've delivered with it too. This T side is stepped up from what we saw in the first map. And that's a scary thing to think of if you're going into something like Nuke, where the defense looked solid for a good point in time of it. It looked like Isurus. We're staying on top of things. If they're warmed up on the CT side and looking like this on the offense, man, I can't imagine Masonic have too much to look forward to on that third map.
No doubt about it. Open for some connections. I mean, they do have themselves a lot of map control right now, Masonic. They've locked out some of the early aggression that's kind of been a win condition here for Isurus, so some promising scenes. The regression, though, coming through. The flashbang setup. Dodge flash played out here, but he goes down without a single kill. Cabby dropping. They spot out Kragan. B is wide open for the taking, and they absolutely know it. Yancy trying to make a quick recovery. He finds one, but quickly traded as well. Destiny to drop him. And the 2 fast flanks coming in, but it might be too little too late.
They've got to quickly get into cave. They can't wait. If they stall around, Nox is going to be here to spoil their day. Your best chance at converting right here and right now is getting this 2v2 win in the middle of the site. Because if you're able to shut them down, there's an easy smoke to throw on this bomb. Not cave control. They missed the chance in the first opportunity, but they're able to rebound. All up to Noxy. They know he's coming in from the D ramp and now spotted out. He takes them both down. Clean headshots to close it out. Isurus, very happy with the result there. They clap back on Ancient and say we're not out of this series yet.
A sigh of relief in the Isurus camp. There's no doubt about it as they look to take things into Nuke, looking in revitalized form. We'll be heading there shortly after this break, but Isurus feeling confident.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
And we're back here. We've got Nuke to finish things off here for this best of 3, and I'm pretty excited that it's taken us to a third map for this one, because these two teams have proven to be quite competitive. Overpass, not so much, but Ancient sure was there, and I expect Nuke to be the same.
Yeah, Isurus definitely stepped up their game and elevated it a little bit coming in from Overpass, so I'm happy to see that it became competitive, even after a super dominant map 1 from Masonic, and it seems like that high that they're riding off of Ancient continues into the 9th round here, because they're about to start out on the CT side of Nuke, and that is no small feat. Like, that is huge.
Yeah, I mean, was what I was going to come down to, you know. Getting that CT side start, Isurus were actually able to make a good run of things. They really improved their T sides when we talk about Ancient, because they only had that 9-6 half, and I was already kind of counting this as a 2-0 hopping into that second half of Ancient. I expected, you know, Isurus to struggle, but they improved that, and now if they just keep up that same energy, you know, they have themselves a solid CT side on Nuke, they should be golden here to try and pull off a reverse sweep, and especially in a strong fashion as well.
Yeah, again, a pistol could be everything, though, for Masonic. Again, starting yourselves off early on the T side can always be such a big thing to do. And they decide to try to do it with a quick A-bomb. Up through the upper site they go, and so far, it's not too shabby. 2 for 2, though. Things start to get a bit dicey, though, as the dust settles, the kills on Pan in their favor, and that's going to stay that way. A double from Queenix and Kragan. Again, these guys have been just a dynamic duo this whole series, but it delivers for them in the first round.
Yeah, that's a really good pistol right there. I mean, Isurus, they even had dualies on top of the hut. And I don't know if you know much about that, or they at least tried to get there, but dualies on top of the hut, and you got them raid boss, I think it's almost a meta right now in Nuke, with how effective they can be on pistol and how common A rushes are. And they still were able to deal with that pretty swiftly, so well done. Ooh, a nade stack going on here from Masonic.
Oh, I've seen this so
many times. Getting towards the back of silo. I did see it on Dweg's Twitter.
Yep. Yep. I saw that.
Very cool stuff. Nice attempt.
Well, I saw it beforehand, not to, you know, toot my horn. Kinda covered these guys before. Saw it. You know. New stuff.
That's it. I guess Anthron liked Masonic before they were cool.
I mean, look, they won. It's very well known that I love Danish Counter-Strike.
I sure do. And I can't blame you.
Jeez,
Danish Counter-Strike and Nuke.
Yeah, it's certainly a deadly duo, bro. These Galils, though, I mean, they have been on point today. I always like to toot the Famas's horn, but the Galil today has really been the star.
No kidding. I do quite like a nice crispy Galil headshot. This round is so well played. Look how they play around that smoke to perfection. One running through, one running on the right end of it. Know that Gafolo's down low. Cabby will chase him on the hunt, on the prow, and Masonic up to 2-0, able to deal with that force spy, which oftentimes can be scary on Nuke.
Yeah, that force spy is always worrying, but again, I like to specify how big winning the T-pistol is, because on a map like this, where you only need 4 or 5 rounds to call it all cool, all done and dusted, to win the pistol almost guarantees you 3 off rip. So it's like, that's your closest chance at a 50-50. You get 3 rounds for free. All of a sudden, you have almost an entire half where you need to find 2 rounds.
No doubt about it. I mean, they've set themselves up quite nicely so far. Again, you're at that point, if you're Masonic, that all you have to really do after this point is follow up off a little bit of that success. They are seemingly finding a nice gap here in towards ramp. It's free of charge. They've really stacked heavy presence, though, towards that lower bomb site. So maybe even if they gather this early control towards ramp, they're still going to have a lot to fight for, a lot to fight through in terms of the presence here. Isurus making the right call of things. We'll see if they're able to hold off with just the pistols. They need to land some blinding shots right now. Gafolo is going to be the first player at bat, first opportunity, and hits a couple of body shots, but nothing quite connecting onto the heads. Cabby going to be the first to strike blood. Does find a second before traded out. The stack is good, but it's not going to be enough to deal with all of the rifle prowess, all of the presence made here, and everyone will go down pretty swiftly. A couple of kills, though.
Not too bad. couple of guns that he can maybe pick up, but I don't think they're going to let him get too close. Still, like, 3 kills in a round like that is not bad at all. Like, Isurus are walking away happy in that interaction, but certainly not when you look at the scoreboard, because even if you start clapping back now, a lot of the heavy lifting's already been done for MASONIC.
Yeah, this is solid stuff right there. I mean, you're able to deal a lot of economical damage. I think that's mission accomplished for the stack they had in that lower bomb site. Made a gamble and it paid off. But op presence here from Gafolo. I do like that they're bringing that out early. Got double nades here. No, throws one down. Gonna throw the other towards the door here. I thought he was gonna try and nade back silo twice or something along those lines, but again, they get the Danes on Nuke, and man, they just never fail to innovate.
They've always got some stuff to bring out of the hat, bro. At a moment's notice, they are ready to just innovate a new meta. Like it's nothing. Round by round, they will change the meta of Nuke, and it will just be commonality. Geniuses, I tell you.
No kidding. A little bit of a L-smoke approach to this one here. You have to walk along this close wall, and I mean, you do have this good setup here. Player inside of Secret. That could be really worrying right now for MASONIC. They have to be careful. Volley goes deep as well, so that might go unexpected, but they're making their way in towards Mini. Instead, they found the pick towards Secret. They can't control the Glio in time, but Deco needs to do a whole lot more to defend this bomb site. Dealing with that squeaky player coming on through, picks himself up an AK so swiftly. The op can't find anything, but Deco continues to hold the line. Finding himself 3 kills on the A defense, it leaves it all on the shoulders of Cabby, and they have an idea of where he's coming from.
But this change of timing could change up everything. Maybe even getting in their own heads a little bit. You always got to be unsure about something like a squeaky door push, so yeah, you've got the vent player stared on it for now, and this crossfire is going to be pretty difficult to break apart, but he's got a good idea where the first is. Now peeking up for the blue bin! Oh my, Cabby, you never cease to make me scared about situations like that, but both of these teams, credit where credit's due, they have yet to allow a clutch. Well,
Very
at least a
scary
big
stuff.
one.
No doubt. I mean, that one right there was close. And again, I think that's kind of the difference that we saw on Overpass versus Ancient. You know, on Overpass, MASONIC, they found so many clutches. They had a couple 1v3s and 1v2s in that first half, and if it didn't go that way, we've been looking at a different game, a completely different, more competitive match from Isurus, but they just could not seem to find a clutch. And then on Ancient, it was kind of the reversal. We had a couple big clutches, 1v2s swinging in the way of Isurus, and they were able to narrowly close it out.
Didn't they close it
Now
off
they're
on a
finally able to
1v2?
put an end it. They did.
Yeah. Pretty impressive stuff. And it's good to see that everybody's starting to wake up now. Like, first map, there wasn't really anybody showing up for Isurus. I mean, yeah, he had a couple of big plays from Ali, but that was really it. MASONIC, yeah, everybody was showing up. Cabby, yeah, he was a bit quiet, but you really had star power around the board for them. And then it's not necessarily the inverse on Ancient. Actually, I'll hold that thought. It's a quick hit out into A, and they are showing absolutely no respect to the defense, maybe for the wrong reasons, too. Because they continue to find these trades. Back and forth we go. This is the second or third time this exact play has happened, or rather wound out. Now they need to tune their attention down towards the vents, but that's the wrong idea. You had a play in the A site. They went against it, and they get punished for it.
Good hold on that fast movement right there from Isurus. Needed to offer up a stable defense, especially, you know, if they want to build up that momentum on that CT side. They want to build up a healthy economy. To start stringing things together. That's the rounds that they need to convert. You know, being able to deal with the fast A pops is a huge key for really locking down a CT side, and they've gotten that first round, second round of the rifles over with, and so now they've got a real breeze in this one. Shouldn't be any problems. In fact, I think they're pushing through trophy. Uh-oh. A little bit scary. They can't connect. Kraken's pushing up in an interesting angle. They will start to recover. They do so nicely.
Yeah, but it unwinds as all should be. You recover an AK, though. No, he's still not going to shy away from making this one costly. Almost finds a third there, too. Look, keeping the economy limited for Isurus is your win condition right now for MASONIC. You can't let the cat get out of hand. Simply put, if they have enough money to throw in buys on buys on buys without worries, there's no chance that you're ever going to be able to find more T-sided success. At least consistently, which you might not need, but you still want. So making sure you find 3 or 4 kills in every one of these rounds is really your bottom line right now.
Like to play Gafolo. Got himself an aggressive movement towards the outer yard right now. He's trying to hold off a lot of space. He does so nicely. Sonic locked in towards lobby. Not looking to really deal with that op presence. And interesting reposition coming down. And Apop's coming quickly. The flashes aren't quite connecting though. Incy not quite setting up the teammates right there. And they all are going to drop the blinds, the flashes. They don't do too much to deter this defense. And so far, everyone winning their duels. Ali the same. A very clean round and so much damage on the Queenix.
It's been so ugly. They've now 3 times tried to go into the A site like that, and it just hasn't worked any one of them. So I don't really know where this confidence is coming from. They got to change it up. They haven't tested ramp room yet. They haven't put all that much pressure on outside, barring the eco rounds. So I just think they have to mix it up a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely need to try and come up with some other game plans. We saw a couple of rounds where they, threw some outer yard smokes. They were able to take that secret control. They had some variations of those smokes as well, and all of those are workable options at the disposal of Sonic. They just haven't really gone for it just yet, have they? They haven't keeping up the attempts. They've just been trying for these A-pops. They might do it again here, narrowly avoiding the spam and chasing him down the fence, but Deco's ready for it. He's waiting right behind him.
They're still getting a bit too close for comfort for my liking. In fact, that was a 1v1 that I don't necessarily think was required. So, respect now needs to be shown, at least a little bit of it, right? You can't get too overzealous right now if you're Isurus. Yeah, you've got the weapons advantage, but your hubris can lead to your downfall very quickly, and Queenix is going to put a halt to this right now. He's trying to just stay alive and be a nuisance. Give time for Kragan to maneuver around this heaven flank, but as that kill comes through, it almost seems like it's just a timer waiting to set off in the heads of Isurus, and oh no, Nico. You dropped the ball. Ali finds the kill on the turnaround, and this lead just continues to be extended.
Oh, man. Actually, such a travesty that, you say Nico, and your mind goes right back to the one time that guy's ever whiffed.
I said that earlier. How you used to look at someone with a deagle and say, like, if you were to say Nico, it was a compliment.
Good thing.
One play, one round, one missed shot, and all of a sudden he's garbage.
It's one missed shot on
love it.
Simple of all people too, right? Like,
it embodies my inner troll, and I love it. All
the
for
angle.
it.
Destiny taking that wide approach. He can't get out of dodge, but they maintain a nice, healthy advantage right there by finding a second kill there. Ali gets that volley down. He's going to play his life in the ramp room. Wise to do so, as there's a lot of pressure his way. He's standing tall, though he's holding his ground. They're going to jump in from multiple different angles, and maybe he needed to fall off a little more, because now he's just given over an equalization kill and a little bit of control towards B.
Really skimming it with that one, but you're not going to get away with anything more. Gafoyo's only chance to get an off shot has now been stolen away from him. Yenzi, oh my! I've yet to see a spam like that work out as well as it did. Still though, 2-on-3, it's not an impossibility, certainly unlikely, as they continue to make footsteps over in the side of the double doors, but not punished upon. Now Noxt and Deco have to make the call. Do they want to go for this? Do they want to give it a look in? No, they would rather just keep their guns. The AK is something... Wait, hold on here. Are they trying to fake the runaway? Maybe bait out some aggression? They've got kits, so it's like they can play with this time.
No doubt. I mean, they're still holding these positions. I think they're more so looking for exits now as the timer's dwindling rather low. Yensi will drop off his perch. And they found the first. They found a second as well. Time's going to be of essence, and the last is trying to buy it. Yensi is going to go down. Is there enough time? It's going to be so close. Deco on the defuse. He does have it. A 6th round stolen away by the high IQ play.
Why did he drop off? That's the single play that loses them that round. Deco, if he would have walked out, if he would have stayed on top of the silo, Deco was dead to rights. He walks out single door, and even though that first pick comes through in double, there's a crossfire established. He's not getting any further. It's just the fact that he falls off, and Deco has him pull that distraction. All of a sudden, that crossfire breaks apart, and frags are found at the very last millisecond. Masonic, that is a big ball dropper right there.
No, you had that round in the palm of your hands. 2-on-3, the best post plants you could ask for. They weren't really buying that fake until the bitter end. Yinsi, though, is going to try and redeem himself. Lands a touchdown off of Cabby's support. At least they have themselves into a 4-on-5. At least they have themselves a little room to work with. But again, I mean, you could have strung 2 rounds together. And that would have broken the backs of Isurus. That would have given you a great T side. Instead, you got yourself into a 4v5. I think you have to capitalize off of this man advantage.
Have to. I mean, you can't keep throwing away rounds like this, where you continuously get these advantages, you continuously find these openers, and then you just drop the ball at the final parts of the round. But this would be another way to do that if Nuke just gives a pick right back, swinging into an angle like this, or maybe he doesn't even have to swing. Gafoyo is going to be the one taking initiative and finding the frag like it's nothing. Right back to a 4-on-4 we swing, but even better off is Isurus, as they've tucked into super aggressive angles.
Just going to be tricky to work around, right? You have a player inside of Hut, not been cleared just yet as well. Destiny's going for the jiggle spots, but they've all lurked out of Squeaky Door. Yancy looks to be clearing here on the prow, but Destiny furthers his aggression in towards lobby. He's going to call it clear. He's going to loop all the way around him.
But did they expect him to be this quick into lobby? Apparently they do. Cabby is not going to let it go clear just yet, but still more work to be done as he swings back into a couple of CTs. And now once again it's a 2-on-3 retake, but this time it favors the likes of Isurus, Yenzi, and Queenix to try to claw this one back, and that might be the way to do it. Ali is a big member to take down right now.
You need to claw your way back into this one. Gafolo holding the angle towards the right side. Nox putting up nice and close to smoke for the bomb. This could be everything. It's on the opposite side of the silo. He's tapping. He's not sticking it. And he finds one kill. Yensi somehow running guns with the AK to find the other. Now with the knife out, I think the time's already expired. He's going for it. Another
You gotta stick the bomb, bro.
Yeah, it just has to be stuck, man. What on earth was that? Honestly, Yensi landing that running headshot was everything right there.
I guess I understand not sticking the bomb there. Like, you're probably gonna get killed anyway. It's just like, you might as well just take the frag and make them all rebuy. Still do it. I'd definitely be trying to stick it.
For sure. Yeah, I'm with you. One player at least has to stick. I mean, maybe you get that first tap and you try and bait him out, but after that, it has to be a stick.
Well, it's not like they're going to be short on weaponry. Again, they won so many rounds in a row that they should have a built-up bank account, but not for long, as if you lose this round, it's right back to square one, and MASONIC can still seize the day in this game. But they're not going to let that happen easily, as Isurus have already found the double opener on the A site. MASONIC's plans are not going the way they expected. Initially shut down means they have to change it around.
It's a good bounce back right there if they were just able to close this down in flawless fashion. Destiny's so worried about a position in towards many, but most of his presence left here from Sonic is going to be positioned in towards ramp. I'm going to find the only kill so far. Can you find anything else? Nice angle. Approach taken. Spotting out the opera here. Really trying to bait out these shots, but oh, it's just nailed to the wall right there. Would have wished he had an AK in his hands because he did land the headshot, but it's not enough.
And that's exactly what you needed if you're Isurus. A round like that, where you only lose one member, where rebuys aren't going to be that big of a deal in the future. Now all of a sudden, MASONIC look a bit desperate for answers, where they're giving up an eco here. It's 8-4, and we saw a similar situation to this on Ancient. In fact, I think we saw just about the exact same score, where Isurus looked so favorable, and even the economy was starting to get built up. But we all know that that half ended off 9-6. I don't know if they'll be letting that one slip again. This could very well be an 11-4, 10-5 showing.
Yeah, Masonic did have that little late resurgence on Ancient. Again, I'm more so worried about Isurus' momentum. They're winning a couple of key clutches. Now they're the ones getting those 2v3 victories, closing out what seems like near impossible rounds, trying to slip the gap in towards Mini. Decker's going to put it into things here. And keeping his distance away from those pistols is going to be so key.
Well, again, they're just building up the bank accounts. Cabby only finds one MASONIC in this round, and I told you the bottom line has to be to find at least 3 kills, and they've done nothing of the sorts in the past few. It's something MASONIC need to look into, because there's not much time anymore to work around that economy that they've been able to build up. You're going to have to go through buys for just about the rest of this half.
Just giving so much to Isurus here, really locking down these CT sides. That's been the name of the game so far. some early utility being thrown out here towards A. It seems like they might go back to the classics here. Back to what's been going on non-stop. Flashbang bounces off of Nox, and he's going to force himself off down to 4 HP. Destiny tucks in close by. But he's going to fall off soon as he has lost his teammate. He's lost his support.
I liked them getting creative because eventually MASONIC are going to have to switch it up, and I'd assume that on this rifle round they weren't going to try another bounce to fail A take, so Isurus tried to hit him where it hurt. They tried to counter them an outside, which they probably would have gone to, and they did. Just timing did not favor them. Apparently it doesn't favor the bulb. But now a lot of map control fielded by the offense as they continue their reign in towards CT and a couple down secret for the likes.
This is promising here. I mean, these rounds have kind of worked out, but look at the reaction that was being made right now from Isurus. They're very quick on rotation. They brought 2 players down towards this lower bomb site, and it's the right idea. Sonic going to hit the brakes just a little bit, though, at the time being. Forcing Destiny back in towards the vents here. He's going to take the long range of approach. If Olo's going to find the first, and still, there's no access point. They've just dealt with the A lurk right there. Now they're going to walk into Deco.
And he spotted out too. That's big. Not even the fact that he's able to find a kill. Well, maybe it is that he's able to double down. But the bomb now lies on the ground where it's almost unrecoverable. Even both spotted as he's just buying time. He's not committing to these fights. He's waiting so Gafoyo can have an impact. So Nox can rotate up. So everybody can cheer into the big picture, which is a 9 round for Isurus. No bomb plant. 3 players stay alive. There's nothing to work off of for MASONIC in that round. It almost looks like we're watching Overpass again with how dominant this CT side's looking.
I just love it. I love some of the plays that we're getting out of Deco, out of, Note and over on Masonic, right? Where they're just buying time. They're allowing for their teammates to really have the impact there. Now, obviously, Deco just nails some nice shots, right? He does have his impact. He does find his kills. He gets his. But again, like you said, just not committing to some of these fights when you know there's teammates around you, when you know that they can have their impact, that they can help out and support your sight hold. It's so, so strong. It's so good to see. Isurus really revitalizing themselves here on these last 2 maps. I mean, again, I think Overpass was, a bit of an anomaly in terms of the one-sided nature. Sure, Masonic can definitely pluck a map or 2 off of Isurus. These teams are very close. They're very balanced, but 16-3 I feel like was so one-sided. Now we're getting more of the competitive nature that we expected out of this series.
This is way more of a showing than Isurus seemed that they were going to put up. And I'm all for it. I'm loving it. They are looking so strong right now. And they're very well on the brink of finding themselves double digits. Again, I told you this could easily be a 10-5, 11-4 kind of half. And I wonder from that point, do MASONIC have what it takes to bring it back? Because we saw what their CT side was capable of on a map like Ancient, and it didn't really live up to the task. It didn't really live up to expectation. I believe only fielding 7 rounds. I guess only is a bad word to say, but still, it wasn't great. So can you really bank on yourselves getting more than that here?
Yeah, it's a tough question to ask here. Folo denying ramp access, though. At the moment, Queenix was able to slip on by and has actually dropped the B player here very quickly. No rotations in line just yet. Queenix looking to cut him off. Destiny,
no
though,
gonna be allowed,
he'll deny it.
Yeah, you can't let that slip through. Smart play from Destiny to deny it, and now it's all up to Yenzi. Bit on his own warpath as he moves his way down the vents. There is Nox not looking his way, so this could be a free kill, but the back spotted. Maybe. Probably should have taken that kill. I'm going to be 100% real with you, because now they're going to start worrying about this. Never mind. Never mind. Nox got blindsided.
We'll grab it eventually. Ooh, got some fancy flicks going out from Yensi, but again, it's all about, economic damage at this point in time. I guess it doesn't even matter at this point in time. It's all about saving a little bit of face. There's no break in the economy here of Isurus. Last round of the half here. Could walk in with an 11-4. It's not the end of the world again. I mean, if we can get the clutch factor and the CT side that Masonic put on Overpass, then that's where we're going to really see them walk away with this this series. But if not, I mean, Isurus have set themselves up quite nicely in this first half.
They've already done that. At this point, they're just looking to start to dig in the dagger this early on. I really don't think MASONIC will be able to bring this back from 11-4. 10-5, it's iffy, right? I've seen it before, so I'm not going to count them out, but 11-4, I just think that'd be too far gone.
11-4 certainly scary. I have to agree with you. Might come down to pistol, you know, if we get to that scoreline, right? But nonetheless, forced off the opera.
Remember at the end of Ancient how good Isurus' T side looked.
Yeah.
In fact, it was better than the defense. So
that's a good point. It's tough to say. I mean, the stark difference between the CT side of Ancient versus Overpass was huge. Deco somehow wins that duel, man. How on earth did he get that? Incredible stuff.
And here's the
Isurus
thing,
up
too.
a man.
Queenix is still in secret, so in Squeaky, so he hears Deco jump back into sight. They're not knowing of another mana being pushed up, and even regardless of that, Napoleon's angle is so deep on ramp again. This is going to be the bane of their existence, man. They're going to try to make an onslaught into the A side. I can only assume with that one pick going their way. It's a mini crunch, but Ali is still here posted up for it. One kill found by almost everybody on the A side defense, but now as the ops rotated in, it looks like all is said and done. It'll be 11-4. Les Kragen's got a 1v3 to show us.
Incredibly tricky, but catches Gatholo off guard. That's the first piece of the puzzle. Can't react to the reposition. The push out of heaven right there. 11-4 is how we end this half right there, and that has to be a huge comfort for Isurus heading into the second.
Pistol, I don't even think is a requirement. I think you can let them get warmed up on the defense if you want. I just don't see a world where they're able to pull this back. Because again, when you're in a score like this, everybody's going to be so scared to make those risky plays that you just have to try to pull off sometimes.
I couldn't agree with you more, and that's been partially what Sonic have really thrived in, is some of those risky movements, some of those risky setups that could go very wrong. But if they work out, you know, they can save your game right there. A-Rush is coming through, though, for the side of Isurus, and it is working out wonderfully. Another double entry coming through from Ali. So many throughout this series, and he's going to drop them all. 3 kills in the round. Full house between the duo right there. And they close out a pistol. They don't even have to worry about that.
And that's a taste of Masonic's own medicine. They've won, what? They won both pistols on Overpass. They won... They didn't win the pistol on Ancient, but they did on their CT side. So it's been 4-2 with pistols this game. Because Masonic, you know, took it off rip. You know, it's also scary to think. Imagine Masonic didn't get that pistol. That half is 15-1 without the pistol and conversions beyond that. 15-1.
Yeah, that's wild stuff. It's a brutal reminder right there. Full eco, though. Masonic, this is such a bold call. Usually, you know, on a map like Nuke as well, you're almost certainly going for the force buy here, right? Because you're down quite a bit, and this would be a rally point. You know, if you're able to win an eco, you know, force buy situation, you'd really maybe start to build up some momentum. But right now, they're likely to concede this, I will say, you know, despite this B stack, and that's really going to build some confidence in Isurus.
I've got some faith, depending on if they swing in or not. I mean, I guess that one's just all about reassurance if you're Kragen. But you got people tucked into some uncomfortable corners. It looks like the brunt of this attack's going to come through windows, which they got 3 players staring at, and the crossfire fails. Okay, well, I wanted to give him a chance. I really did.
Yeah, I mean, the issue with that one is, you know, maybe if you had like a Deagle or an MP9 in the mixer, and then again it was a force buy, you have that stack, that could have went really well. But the mobility that Isurus just threw on that take of the B bomb site is far too much for USPs to deal with. But this is the trust they've placed in themselves here, really, on these rifle rounds. They have full confidence that once they get these rifles, once they get these A1Ss in their hands, that they can lock down consistent CT rounds, and that has to be the case, because that's the only way they're going to close this map out.
Oh my. I love this fast-paced aggression. They want to get in their face, and they want to get in there early. You don't want to let them set up. Don't let them get comfortable, and on an all-important round like this, imagine you get in their face, you shut them down, you don't let them breathe, and you steal away the rifles before they can even get activated. There'd be zero chance for them to come back into this game, but the initial defense is held up well as they have to go all the way around through the ramp room and even into CT spawn just to try to attempt into the A site. Going through heaven is a death wish right now.
Odin's retaken ramp control, so they know pretty much what's going on. Although I've just never seen anything like this. I've never seen someone go wrapping into the secret. If that's seriously what they're going to do, B is kind of open for the taking. No one's going to see them outside, though, here very shortly if he keeps out this angle. He hasn't. He's moved in towards CT spawn. B's wide open. They've made such an incredible wrap right now. It's perfectly red.
I think Destiny's just going to try to make a ballsy play into the A site as soon as they're ready to exec on lower. Just to try to keep them sold on the fact that it's going to be an upper hit, or maybe even cut off rotations for Vents. Is there a nade to blow open the door? There is, so they're going to have to cross through his crosshair if they want to make it that way. Smoke deployed, but Cabby's holding the line. Destiny, that's one that you might not have wanted to give up, because now things start to turn for the worse.
I think you wanted to let your teammates draw some attention here first. Noten's going to find one, bringing the molly. He chases things down and gives up his life. Now a 3-on-2 with some decent positioning right now going in favor. They don't know that ramp is not clear. They will retake it here, so they have to hit the pause on this retake. Kraken's making a fast move towards Decon, and they have some teammates coming through as well. And Cabby.
It's not planted for him. I mean, this is bad. This is really bad, because now they've cleared out the entirety of the back lanes. Like, it doesn't really matter if you find these kills, because it's not planted for you. This kill needs to be delivered, and Ali just too flashed off to hit the mark.
There's no kits.
I don't think there's any kits, but they definitely have time to get this in, right?
Yeah, I mean, if he's sticking it right now, then I can only imagine.
Right?
Surely. Oh, God.
My lord. That's scary, bro. Imagine he finds that kill in a Kraken.
Yeah. No, I mean, I trust I trust in the fact that, you know, when players stick the bomb, they're smart enough, you know, to realize when they've been bested. And right there, he does stick it, but my God, you have to have a whole lot of confidence in your ears to go for that stick. That's wild stuff right there. But obviously,
remember,
a needed
the
round.
10-second timer is wrong.
Is that true?
Yeah. It's wrong.
That?
You didn't know that the 10-second warning was wrong?
I've never been fooled by it.
It actually plays at like 9.7 seconds.
So you got a little extra wiggle room, huh?
No. You have less room to work with. You have to
no
do it
wiggle
before
room.
the 10-second. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Because you get the 10. I think it was something like that. It was something super specific, but it was in the 9-second range, like late 9 seconds. Like 9.7 seconds left to defuse the bomb. That's when the 10-second warning goes off.
Good to know.
Yeah. So if you tap the bomb on the 10-second warning, get the hell out of there.
I mean, I guess in Masonic's case, you almost couldn't really afford to lose that round, so it was probably worth it even if they were a little unsure. But might be looking to give them a taste of their own medicine here with the nade stack of their own here. We'll see where this one lies in. No one in the back of Silo right now, I don't think.
Where's this going? I would have loved to see it.
Well, he's been spotted on the maneuver down the vents. Now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He is going to be a nuisance, though. I mean, Cabby has to watch a couple different angles. He does adjust, though.
Nox just made it in for him and everything, and he didn't take that peek.
Yeah, I know.
He had to fight there. Oh, well, they're still going to try to go in through Mini with the pick they found outside, but Yenzi's all the more wiser to the situation. Positions behind the Mini smoke, and he's got Queenix's assistance in heaven, so they're not cracking into this A site unless they go through someone.
Queenix does kind of get a little bit antsy in his positioning. Maybe for good reason. Folo showing some presence inside the lockers. There's still 40 seconds left to deal with. Making the way up heaven here. Folo looking to take an off angle. I think they have a flashbang set up here. Destiny has it out. He is able to dodge it out, and he does it just in time. That's really quick from Queenix.
That's called, too. That's just off of sheer communication. Like, Yenzi heard that and called it over to his boy. Because Destiny was too far away throwing that flash to hear the pin. Oh, he's still able to find the trade, but you're in a 3-on-2 right now with a low HP member, and you're even getting wrapped upon. Timing is everything, and they just haven't full cleared it. Bomb dropped 7 seconds, and I guess it's more lucky that you fall there than anything. Destiny was trying to save his gun for some reason.
Sonic building back here in the CT side, looking good doing so. And they keep it up. Again, I mean, they placed a lot of trust. A couple of very close rounds. I feel like if Queenix, goes down in heaven, but like you said, that effective communication, you're exactly right. Yancy getting that call in, and Masonic were able to really hold steady off the back of that call, off the back of Queenix being able to have his presence, his impact in the round. Absolutely huge.
Not expecting much from them here. It is just upgraded pistols, so we get to talk about the future of this game and wonder, how close are MASONIC going to get this? Because obviously it's not over. It's very one-sided. I don't think anybody's doubting that, and it looks a bit bleak still, even all things considered with the past couple of rounds' success. But, you sneak this up to like 13-10. You make it closer like that. You get the double digits before Isurus can really get things going. And all of a sudden, that comeback looks way more realistic than ever before, and you start to wonder, can they actually do this?
Yeah, I'm with you. That's the question here. I mean, this one should be an easy conversion. They'll build up a little bit of economy off the back of this if they do make it crispy. It looks to be a little bit slipping from the grass. Okay, coming in for a recovery is Jensen. We'll keep things in good stead. But yeah, in the CT side of Nuke, it can really be a big momentum builder. We know how good these CT sides can be from Masonic. One kill in from Destiny is all they'll have. You can see to drop the final. Distance, the gap kind of slimming here.
And with every round you don't get a bomb plant, if you're Isurus, you're giving up an eco. So you're in this rare situation where you see the CTs getting rounds 2 for the price of 1. That is if they don't allow them to get the bomb down. If you don't, it's huge. So there is a formation to make this game a lot closer than it currently is.
Got a run boost going on. See? Went for some fast-paced door peeks, actually. I thought he was going to go for some out-of-yard aggression.
Oh my god!
Taking a shot straight to the head. Only one, though, so he is able to make it down. How valuable is it, though, with him only on 10 HP? Uh-oh. This is everything. He slipped by the op already.
I saw Yenzi get timing in this exact spot the other day. Oh, and it happens again. Walks into the angle. Knocks. He's very happy with that pick somehow being manifested on 10 HP, no less. That's such a huge opener. That was a majority of your info down at the lower site, gone in the blink of an eye, so you've got the rotation pulled from Noten. But he's still, Hawaii is lonesome. Assistance will be completely gone, right? So you either hold or you don't. Kind of simple as that. Before rotations come through, this would be a retake.
Rotations from Vamp are cut off as well, so it's all on Noten. He has to find so much. Smokes are in. He's going to isolate one duel, get up to singular, but Destiny scales up in time. And in the meantime, they're able to drop down Vincent equal to a 3v3. They're very fast in this retake, and they're not getting punched.
Spam not going to connect, but it is still an honest-to-God 3v3 post-plant. Reagan's just put it back into welcoming favor for the likes of MASONIC. Low HP on him now, though, but still, you'll take that trade-off, and I'm sure they're very happy with it. But the follow isn't necessarily, as a smoke looms in, they still want to inch this one back. And again, it's not really planted for him, so they've got to fight this one. They can't let them cross through the door, or else things start to turn for the worse. And even that extra smoke now exposed on it. Do they have the lineup? I don't think they do. They're just going to stick to the fuse. They run through his smoke. It's desperation, and it pans in the favor of MASONIC. The kills, maybe not so much, but they're okay with that.
Yeah, they just need rounds at this point in time. Isurus calling in a timeout. Trying to keep things in good way right there. So close to closing that round out. Just couldn't figure that right spam line. And that's frustrating right now. There's money stacked up for Masonic. And sure, you don't want to win rounds with all 5 going down. But as long as you're keeping Isurus off of, 14, off of 15, you're going to be golden. And that's exactly what they're doing. Once those rifles rounds have come out, they have held them at 13 since.
When do you start to worry and panic if you're Isurus? Because I don't think you do right now. I don't. You said you're there?
I'm there, yeah. I mean, they haven't won a single gun round so far. They've come close in that last one, so maybe that's comforting, but I'm already starting to worry just a little bit as to whether or not they're going to be able to crack open, whether or not they're going to be able to deal with the CT side of Masonic.
I mean, that round falls to a majority of luck, but this one, hold on. This is not luck. This is just mowed down. Wow, he's been able to slip the net. No, I thought nobody was looking his way. Well, this is a bit unfortunate. Destiny finds himself in a 1-on-5, and again, you're finding yourselves in a save after this round. Like, it's got to be double digits, and I guess that's when I said things start to get worrisome. And I was just about to vouch against that. I was going to say, like, Isurus, you don't really have to worry yet, because the last round is still super close, right? Like, all kills are found, the defuse barely comes in, and you got to think. The only reason it's that close is because Nox is dinked down early round. And he doesn't really have the health to contend.
That's a good point. And they have shown some promising signs in terms of getting into good positions, right? But I feel like that overpass factor there is also in effect, where you see Masonic starting to win some clutches, some crucial rounds, and just stringing things together so flawlessly. But again, Nox pushing down towards that lower secret area. He's been, this time, through without taking any damage here. Dragon's just going to kind of spot things out for information, and once he spots anything, that smoke down, buying as much time as possible.
Well, right now, you're Isurus, you keep it slow. You don't make any risky movements. You wait and hope that Masonic give you something to start to bounce off of.
Keeping it very slow right now. What? Okay, that was Deco, not Destiny. And finally, they are finding openings. Making it quite a bit. Ali with his patented double opener kill. He does it again. They hear that vent drop as well. And Gafolo, no questions asked, is just going to walk right into the A barge. What a turnaround. Man, what a round in Deco.
I mean, he's just a hero when he needs to be. This round could have been so huge for Masonic, and I'm surprised that Isurus are actually able to swing it back. I assumed this was going to be an eco on the initial investment, but they proved me wrong. They force up into it. And despite my best efforts to say that they shouldn't, it works out. And the sad reality, at least if you're Masonic, is it doesn't need to be consistent success for Isurus. They don't need to find this big crack in the armor, this big weakness that they're going to exploit to get some consistent success, because they can take these flash in the pan rounds. They can be okay with this, because with the lead they accrued coming into this half, it's not a necessity to find a ton of success.
No doubt. I mean, they really have given themselves a lot of cushion right now, and this is a good position. You finally gathered yourself a first gun round. You know that a couple of them have been very close. I think that's kind of what has been said in the timeouts, right? You know, all we're doing is dropping a couple of 2v2s, 2v1 situations to Masonic. It's not like they're, you know, lighting out their defenses perfectly. But again, man, Ali and his double openers, I don't think you could name it a more iconic duo. Destiny, though, finds himself an entry and can't find anything else. Cabby tries to offer up any sort of defense through the smoke. Kraken's gonna go, keeping things in good stead here for Masonic, keeping them off.
No way.
Of 15, but into a 1v1. Yancy, position unknown. Deco has no idea, but he's gonna have a full clock to work with.
And here's the big kicker. You're going against the Opper. If there's any player you want to go against right now, it's Yenzi. Because even though you're on low health, that's not going to matter. You can scratch that off the scoreboard right now. And he's gotten the perfect flank. Going all the way around through heaven. He'll be right behind him. It's going to be a free kill and a free 1v3 for Isurus. Now finding 6 series points against the Masonic, who had them down and out in the first map.
It's brilliant from Deco, man. Absolutely love to see him in that clutch. Play it to perfection. Knows exactly where he needs to cut noise to pull off that flank towards heaven, man. He just knows. And that puts Masonic in a very scary reality here. I mean, look at the buy that they have going on. Pots and pans into what could be the final round of the series right here. A reverse sweep on the lines for Isurus. Ooh, Ali's taking a lot of damage, so that's a good start. Masonic needs something like that.
And it's an incredible resurgence from Isurus, man. Like, you get blown out 16-3 on the first map. How do you clap back on that? Especially the way that they are now. They're making Masonic look like clowns on their own home soil.
It would be tough to mentally bounce back from a 16-3, but Isurus not looked back since Ancient. One now to close things out, but they do have themselves into a 4-on-5 advantage right now. So Masonic not sweating just yet at finishing this series. There's still a couple of pistols in play though, so that's going to be a little bit worrying. And the map control that we currently got, Nox is going to push in towards CT spawn. He's going to slip right underneath the scout line.
Oh, never mind. Now he just takes the fight raw, because why the hell not? That's a big 4-on-4 to find back, and one of the big guns too. Now the second falls as Cabby can't respond to the op of Gafayo. And the upper take, maybe the final play that they've got in store for us. Even a no-scope to add on to it, a cherry on top, so to speak. But still, the HP is so damn low. 1v2, and now Noten spotted in the vents. Sure, the health isn't in his favor, but the movement and accuracy could cost him 10 versus 14 health. Nade bounces in, and I thought it would have bounced off the wall to catch him, but Noten saves the day, keeps MASONIC alive, and double digits is responded upon, but Isurus are still 5 series points in the lead.
Not done just yet. Noten says we play on just a little bit longer. Holding on for dear life, he grabs that up into his hands as well. What a massive 1v2 clutch to keep MASONIC alive. Now 5 in a row required. They've done it once before, but they need to replicate that. Look at that shot, man. I mean, if this does go into overtime, you have to wonder, you know, what was this game gonna be if we were just able to convert off of that kill alone.
The op 100% should have been holding vents. I mean, it would have been a bit longer to try to set up that bomb plant, but you 100% need to be holding vents with the op. I mean, he's obviously got the movement and accuracy, and maybe, like, there's a world where he gets taken down, and it's just not as much of a whiff, but still, like, when you allow him to get close, the op becomes less and less effective, so you have to just play that long-range angle with the sniper, even if it's going to take you a couple extra seconds to get the bomb down.
Yeah, it's really tough decision-making right there, right? We'll see if that comes back to haunt them. Isurus. It very well could. This is going to be rocking the glass cannon AWP. It's been tossed over his way. One to close. That's all that they need. But finally, we do have MASONIC in a much more comfortable investment here. Utility aplenty. Rifles in play as well. And they've looking to put a real damper on the momentum that's been built up here.
Well, you're still going to have a lot of ways to try to work, because you aren't going to be getting any ecos anytime soon. This is one of those instances. Full investment comes through from Isurus as they again just patiently wait for MASONIC to make the first mistake.
Some outer yard utility in. Nox has been consistently kind of lurking in that secret position, and man, has he ever been effective. We'll see if that continues to be a trend. Consistently getting those smokes down as well. One's just been thrown down towards Squeaky, but this might be a fast A play here. They look to be lining up, getting that player tucked in towards Mini. They'll have a split secret. Either Mini, Squeaky, and that hut, but one's gone down. Cabby's going to find multiples.
Good double. That might have just single-handedly won them the round, especially with the bomb now dropped in enemy territory. 25 seconds, and the timer is doing them no favors. They're just trying to buy time for this Heaven Lord to come through, but you've done it so many times, I wonder if you're going to be ready for something like this. You still need to answer back with a kill here shortly. Trigger Discipline comes through. 2, 3 kills! No! Nox! Oh, man, that was so close and so scary, but with 10 seconds to go, the ballsy play is made. He dives down the vents into the lower side. He goes! And he even gets his shot fired off, but Noten punishes the whip, and Isurus cannot close it out yet.
My God. It doesn't end. Not just yet. Able to hold on again. Noten with a big kill. I wonder if even just fighting right there would have been enough to buy enough time to close that one out. Nonetheless, we continue to play on. It's going to be another force spike coming through from Isurus as well. The MAC-10s, Tech 9s, AKs in play at the moment. Isurus, one to close. They can feel the finish line. They can taste it. Noten has HE primed, ready to go.
Perfectly placed, but doesn't do as much damage as you would have initially expected. As they have full control of the ramp room, Yenzi sits in J-hole, hoping, waiting his prey come waltzing in. The flash is missed, and he abuses again. The bomb is dumped in enemy territory. This time, maybe not as far. It's recoverable by Isurus, but their initial game plans failed them. Well, worry starts to set in for Isurus, who start to run out of options. Starting to go into the lower site. And a flash now delivered through. Still a man advantage for MASONIC, and they've got a pretty cozy setup. Or maybe not. Nox and Deco make it like clockwork. As all of a sudden, a 5-on-4 turns 3v3. And things get a bit sketchy. Cabby, he's found the trade back. But that's the low HP player. That's the one you weren't really looking forward to. Deco and Destiny, they have to be the men to do the heavy lifting. But they have some pretty comfortable positions to start this one out. Even Deco on top of the silo, and they're all going to come flustering in through the single door. It's an uncounterable angle, and Deco shows why. 3 kills found, and it's all up to Yenzi, the op against the world. And it looks like finally it's labored. It's so long awaited, but Isurus take away the series. 16-11 at the final hurdle. MASONIC tumble. They fall to the 1 and 2 bracket. They go. And unfortunately for them, that's how the story ends. Isurus, after domination, or rather getting dominated on Overpass, they clap it back and show why best of threes matter. We're going to be taking a break before we go into our final best of three of the day. Stick around, though, because we've still got one more 3-0 qualificant to crown.
Withdrawing with Astropay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose Astropay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
You got
And welcome back. After a fairly short break, we head to our final best of 3 of the day. Seeing who is our next 3-0 qualifier to the playoffs, it's either Spirit or Finest, and they're both going to fight like hell for it.
No doubt about it. I mean, a very exciting matchup that we have taking place here and now. You know, we do have a very exciting one to take on, right? Finest taking on a really tricky team. You know, one that is kind of moving forward, moving on. In Spirit, who's like you had mentioned earlier, qualified for the major recently, and I think they're trying to rally a lot of momentum off the back of that.
I mean, I don't even know if they have to try to rally that momentum. They've got it. Like, that's the biggest event in all of Counter-Strike that you've just been able to push yourselves towards. That's no easy feat. So, Spirit, I would be shocked if they don't go through 3-0. But that being said, there are some precautions that I want to daunt on this series here before too soon. I'll wait on it, though, because you know, we gotta wait for the veto before I make some of my points. I'm not gonna spoil it for all you folks at home. But, I mean, the results have been somewhat shaky, I want to say. Like, past having a good stint over at the RMR to qualify for the major, I feel like it's been iffy. They're losing to teams they shouldn't be, and they're winning against teams that they probably shouldn't be winning against either. It's a mixed basket of surprises, but the same kind of goes for the likes of Finest, who are consistently known to be a team that either simply shows up or doesn't. Whether people perform or don't dictates how well they do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, you put it perfectly, right? It's definitely a roster that has had some turmoil and has had just so many changes, right? They've gone through so many different players, different rosters, and again, you know, when you look at Finest, like, you do expect with some of the names on this roster to do very good over the grand scheme of things. And Arquez is absolutely lights out when it comes to his opping ability and his impact with that gun. But then again, you know, you do have to try and build up this core, and I think that's where a lot of this team struggles lie in. You know, the consistency with the roster kind of shows in the inconsistency of some of the results.
You know what? That's a great point you bring up. I never really thought about that. But yeah, you're right. Finest do make a lot of roster changes. Like, you got the 2 new additions in the likes of Pleasant and Twist, right? That's no new coming. I mean, they've been here for about a month, coming in from GamerLegion, or I believe it's Galaxy Racer. That's on me. But before that, like, this entire team has been together for 9 months. Like, that kind of shows you how little this team has really played with one another. Obviously, that should still be some good chemistry built up, and it's respectable, all the results they've been able to achieve in that little time. But still, you've got a great point in the fact that they don't really have all that chemistry.
Yeah, and they do have somewhat of a core, right, that's stuck together for quite some time. So you do have a little bit of chemistry that certainly is built up and definitely leads them to, when they are hitting their strides, to quite confident wins, right? And that's kind of what we know Finest for. But on the other end of things, we do have this rising in the rank Spirit roster that is seemingly looking so very good as of recent. You've got Dexter as just Mr. Consistent. I think that guy can never really fail you in his consistency. But these new guns, I feel like, are really offering up quite a bit of prowess, you know, an increase in form for sure as Spirit are getting better. I think Siren and Patsy have kind of stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised to see all the success from Team Spirit as of recent, because when they made those roster changes a whole while back, when all the controversy was spewing around about them doing so, I just saw Spirit going down the drain. I didn't really see them recovering. I didn't think they were going to be able to attribute that much of a successful roster, but they've kind of turned my mind around on that, and the fact that they've looked really, really good. Again, I always say that, you know, they're losing to teams they shouldn't and beating teams they shouldn't, but still, as it stands, they're far more consistent than almost any team in the Tier 2, if not, like, lower echelons of Tier 1 circuit. And, I mean, the results kind of show it.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, again, like I said, I was kind of in the same boat with you. I wasn't sure what exactly to expect over the grand scheme of this roster. You know, were they able to bounce back? And in the beginning stages of these new changes, I was going to say pretty confident no. I didn't think that they were going to be able to come back into the same level. Now, obviously, they have, you know, a couple of big events that they can prove that, the major being one of those. And if they can get back to that form, then they can definitely, you know, build up some confidence. And I think that this is a perfect event for them to do so, right? You know, closing out a clean 3-0 in the Swiss stage and, you know, building up a lot of that momentum heading into the major is huge for them.
Well, with that point aside, this is that part that I wanted to daunt a little bit of a weird part on. Because obviously, Spirits are the favorite, being the major qualificants that they are. They may be looking at this as, like, testing grounds for themselves with the way this pans out. Because Vertigo, Ancient, and Overpass are their 3 worst maps. Like, almost in that order for Spirit. And in combination, I believe they're the best maps for Team Finest. Overpass is a bit lower down, but Vertigo and Ancient are at the top of their map pool. So I actually just wonder if this is Spirit trying to test themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. Vertigo has been a map that Spirit have been able to take down, you know, some pretty strong teams on it. It was, you know, very close in some of their wins versus the Nomino and Endpoint at the major qualifier. You know, both 16-14s in their favor, and I think that Finest picking into that are really trying to abuse that, because right now Finest, they've recently in Pinnacle Cup taken down ECSTATIC of all teams on Vertigo, and I feel like ECSTATIC currently are one of the better teams, you know, versus, you know, many of the Tier 1 rosters. I think last time we casted ECSTATIC, we saw them take Heroic to the brink, and it really required some individuals to step up to the plate. So definitely Finest picking into some confidence here, despite some history on this map for Spirit.
And it's just worrisome to me, because I wonder, again, because like, that's the only thing that reigns in my mind. Is this Spirit testing themselves? Because Finest have looked great on this map before. Like, they've proven that they have what it takes to beat really good teams on that map. And especially if all their stars start showing up, like, you may have made a big error in your ways, Spirit.
Yeah, no doubt. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, we'll see if that comes back to bite them, though. I feel like right now, if you're dealing with a confident Spirit, then they should be able to put this Finest roster. They should be able to capitalize off of some of the, you know, maybe lack of chemistry that comes with a lot of roster changes. And in that case, then we should see Spirit closing out this one and on paper moving forward 3-0. But again, Finest have to be dealing with a whole lot of confidence themselves, as we are standing 2-0, a couple of big wins. And again, these regional switches, as ECSTATIC knows so well, can be very, very deadly for teams that on paper should be winning in these matches.
Yeah, and I wonder, right, like, are Finest going to be putting pressure on themselves? Because I hope, I haven't seen Finest in a while, I'll say that right now. I haven't, like, been in front of them for quite some time, so I hope maybe there's a bit more coordination, because from what I remember, it was super reliant on individuals for them to find rounds, for them to find success, for them to start getting momentum. It was usually off of, like, Anarchez starting to fire off on all cylinders with the op, or for people to just start delivering in the kill feed. So I want to see more from a team side from them. I want to see them all contribute to the big picture and win a game like that, if not make it close. I don't want to see something like a 2-0 here for Spirit. I want to see, even if it is 2-0, I want to see it be close, like 16-12 and in that range.
Yeah, I'm with you, and like you said, I think that it still kind of comes down to, in some of the wins, you know, is Anarchez going to have his impact? Is he going to be able to fire with the op? Starting things off on Vertigo, I think his impact is going to be called upon instantly. He has to be having some sort of, you know, entries, some sort of success in the early stages if they want a chance to close this one out. Because again, you know, if you don't have your opera on Vertigo really doing work, then it's going to be really few and far between that you can find, you know, rounds on both ends of the spectrum.
And remember, I think this is going to come down to a ramp control and how Team Finest actually go about working with it. Because, for the most part, Spirit are not a team that are just going to let you sit back, or that are just going to sit back and let you take map control and eat time off of the clock. They're very aggressive. They're very pushy, get in your face kind of play team. And sometimes that's a hard counter on a map like Vertigo, because so many teams play it so passively. They give up ramp control in the early round. And considering they'll be starting on the CT side, I like Finest are from the get-go going to have to work on punishing that. They're going to have to demand respect in a ramp, because if they don't, then they're just going to get the entire map run down on them before they can even react.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's definitely one point of the map that I'm going to be keeping a close eye out for, because I mean, the recent history shows that Finest are pretty comfortable on this map, but they have to pull through some really good T sides, and I feel like you're going to have less of a solid read of the situation. You're actually going to have more individuals, especially on the op end of things here for Spirit, that you had to deal with versus teams like Static, who I think are filling in a new opper in their roster. So while, yes, they do have some recent history and some solid performances on this map, they also have to, deal with quite a bit of firepower that Spirit can bring to the table, in which they didn't really have to deal with over on their match previously versus Static to get them into this position.
Right, but does that really tell the whole tale? I mean, they've got one really impressive result, but other than that, I don't know if there's that much to go off of.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this new addition, these couple of new additions actually that Finest have made, have really kind of changed their map pool, because they are, getting quite a bit of wins over the shoulders of some tough competition. But like, is that going to be enough against Spirit? I'm not sure. But they are looking good. I think that these new pickups here are really bolstering their map pool in a nice fashion. I think that the recent history on Vertigo on maps like Ancient are really turning around. Overpass the same, as they have left those 3 maps open. I mean, it used to be that we'd always see Finest playing things out on Dust 2, relying on Anarchist as op to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Now we're seeing some diversity in the map pool, and really a complete shift, as they actually elected to ban out Dust 2 in this one, which came as a surprise to me.
I'm with you there too, and it's not even just in the fact that they used to rely on it. I mean, you bring in 2 players who are very battle tested and war torn on that map. You think back to that Twist and Pless and Galaxy Racer team, and they consistently were picking into your maps like Dust 2, like Mirage, like Inferno, those very puggy style play maps. I wonder if maybe something clicked, maybe something changed in practice, where they're like, you know what? We can't just be relying on these puggy maps, maybe changing around the play style. Who really knows? But again, I'm always just so worried about the aggression, how that's going to work out for them, because Finest, they're very momentum based, and if they don't have it, I can't imagine them being successful. We're going to head into the first map to see what kind of Finest we see today.
Yeah, I mean, here we go into the matchup here, opening up the pistol around. Those Pinnacle odds are favoring Spirit pretty heavily here. Standing quite firmly. You can go check that one out over at pinnacle.com/odds. You can sign up using pinnacle.com/welcome. Make sure you do that. All that being said, here into the pistol, looking to take some early fights. Is Twist just delaying it up just a little bit, and they're going to scale up quickly off the back of that initial exchange.
Well, they find, though, so far an open B side, as the remainder of the CT sides just opted to play retake, playing it passive and going for the 5-on-5 site retake. Rare that I see this, but maybe they've got some confidence. A couple bits of utility even dropped in CT spawn to make this one more of a reality. Only 1 flash, 1 smoke, though. No kit.
Initial utility thrown in. There's a smoke being thrown out to cut off players from the stairs in towards site. A lightning fast headshot coming through onto Twist to open things up, and another one. Siren connects, and they have 4 kills filling the feed. The CT's overwhelming all the numbers. Shox is the only one to find a kill in response. The bomb being stuck in up on it. He has a 10-second defuse. He nearly pulls it off. He's found the diffuser. He pulled it off. I cannot believe it. Shox has done it. And Patsy, there's nothing left to do but run away. That is unreal.
That's the clutch of the day right there. Today has been so jam-packed with good coordination and team play, and denying clutches like that very one right there. Probably the best we've seen in quite some time. That's a 1v5 clutch, by the way. 1v5 Shox pulls that off. And you know, Exter, I think I'm starting to see what kind of team finest we're about to see today.
Yeah, where we're going to get the individuals Or were we going to get the unity? Man, that is just nothing but individual prowess stepping up the plate. Spirit cannot believe they let that one fall through the cracks. A scout tag landing on the Plusa, but not enough to keep him at bay. He kicks things off with an opening pick.
So far passing the test with glee as well. I mean, you found yourselves in a 5-on-4-2. Yeah, sure, Pleasant's low, but that's fine. He's on a scout. He doesn't need to have that much HP.
With the opening pick and the exchange of damage on a Dexter as well. So already kicking this one off quite nicely. Aware of the possibility of a boost. Perfect time to really spot that one out when they're on these force buy situations. Definitely have to be on high alert. I think they might try and assemble it. They have it instead of flashbang setup going on. Collapsing upon ramp. It might be well timed.
Ooh. Tag delivered, but trade found. Still favorable for the likes of Finest to instantly find 3 kills to open up the A site. And there's not really much left for Spirit to try to respond upon. You've got Magic's 5-7 with an armor behind it, but I think he's just going to take this out into the next round. Take his business elsewhere as Finest look to continue their warpath to a 3-0 start.
Quick and easy collapse from the ramp here. Near flawless. And as well. Magic's good that he can pick up that scout. Walk away with a little extra firepower. But nonetheless. Finest, man. What a start to this series. You finally get a little bit of breathing room here. After a clean one.
Well, it's not an optimal start. I'll tell you that much. But I expected nothing less on Finest's map pick. You've got to have some form of confidence to pick into a map like this, especially against Spirit.
Yeah, no doubt. I was definitely surprised to see, you know, Finest selecting into this one. But again, I mean, the recent history with the new roster is proven to be pretty effective on this map. So, you know, with a start like that, a little momentum builder, you get the ball moving, you start to build some confidence, and Spirit could be struggling. I mean, we are only pistol around in the following deep right now, but again, the fashion in which they were able to close that pistol, rob it right away from Spirit's retake was huge. And then they make the follow-up look very comfortable.
Yeah, comfort so far has been the name of the game for Finest. I mean, they were comfortable taking on B in the pistol, and apparently comfortable clutching it out in a 1v5 too. But now only up against the pistols again. Spirit's only job here is to limit the money growth for Finest. You only want to get a couple of guns out of their hands. You're not really aiming for a conversion. Find it in the crossfire, then sure, you'll take it. But that's not the goal here.
I really like this utility being thrown out. Look at how Patsy has to just dance between the HGs, the mollies, the spam. He's forced to swing in and will drop there quickly. A lot of damage here, but the site pretty much confirmed at the moment. No real resistance left to offer. And Arquez not done with his endeavors. Continue to press in upon them. Dexter and Siren, not much you can really do here other than hope for an exit.
I mean, they're sticking around for him. They're not just going to let him have an empty hand. Reaction time?
What happened there?
You are an opper. That is some sus reaction time.
It looked like he tabbed out or something. It was like, oh, someone peeking me.
Reminds me of that Amanek clip. Better than Jackson. You can't change my mind. I'm salty.
We can all have our own opinions.
Is mine wrong? No smile.
Knows. I thought so at one point.
Don't
I'm not so
critique
sure.
me, Mag 7 lover.
Fair enough. Pretty patient on this mid hold here is Shocks. He's going to start to make his move though. So the patience no longer a factor. Got a self-flash for himself.
I love this though from Team Spirit. Not being passive, they quickly take into the B step. But how does Kriaz respond? Well, that's how he does it with an opening pick. Not even taking a lick of damage. Flash comes through, but he blinds himself up as Magic's continue to want to take his fight on the stairwell. He wants the trade, but he won't find it. The only thing they'll find is a left open B site, and Finest may use that to just take themselves a fourth.
I still hit the brakes here. I mean, you do have 1:05 left on the clock. Kriaz has taken almost no damage, so He's going to drop in a one-way smoke and hope to draw presence continuously in towards that B bomb site. Keep eyes drawn in his direction. Really just split up the defense incredibly thin. That's exactly what he's doing as well. But eventually they will start to make their gamble play in towards A. We'll see how committed this is. I think best case scenario, you send Kriaz in towards B. He'll clear it out, but they're just committed towards this A fight, and this might be dire for Finest.
Committed on the right side, though. It's not an impossibility, especially when you've got all your manpower on the right side of the map, and they continue to add damage to the tally mark, though. It's all up to Dexter. And they call it off at the last second. Now, as Kriaz has crept through a very vacant B side, he's going to try to take the fight deep in CT spawn. He's been timing. I'm not too sure if he'll be realizing of this, but it could be very big, depending on the angle Dexter takes, but he chooses the wrong path. A big L falls into the laps of Team Spirit as Finest continue their untouched spree of conversions.
Lovely work being done right there. I mean, Kriaz finding a double opener on that B aggression is really, really tricky to deal with if you're Spirit. Timeout called instantly. And even despite that stat, Kriaz still lurking over towards B, calls it clear. And, you know, eventually they will find those trades towards A. Just the numbers game alone being played out here from Finest. See if this timeout helps Spirit, because they just need to get the ball moving here on the CT side of Vertigo.
Yeah, like, they just have to get something started. Plain and simple. And we haven't really seen a reason to believe that, because it's about to be 5-0. I mean, barring that we don't tune back in to see a questionable force buy from Team Spirit, this should be a 5-0 start from the likes of, you know, Team Finest. But that being said, it's the future that still scares me, because while they're off to a really good start, while the momentum is still high, like, it's the rifle rounds later on where Spirit are going to be warmed up that have me worried.
No doubt. I mean, they haven't really shown their full capability, right? They have the individuals that can win out on some of these duels versus Finest. That's not the issue, but they're just not connecting right now. It might be just starting a little bit slow, the server. We'll see if they ever end up warming up, but for now it should be pretty clean anti-force buy. Anti-half buy, I should say.
Oh, timing! That's big.
Oh,
Patsy's
man.
just opened up the round. Twists. That kill heard round the server as Finest continue their attempt into the B site. Molotovs and Veto come flying through. They don't want to wait any longer. I guess rightfully so, as the first kill's delivered. We're right back to a 4-on-4 with rotations being pulled. You've still got a little more work to do, but Shox makes the job, or rather the task, easier.
Marcus has the flank line in. Shock's gonna drop another. The scout cannot find any tags, so it's getting hot on the chase. Will not allow him to escape either. A good start. I mean, Patsy opens up proceedings right there. But then the B pop that comes shortly after from Finest is just so swift.
And here's where things could start to turn for the worst. Again, I always have this lingering fear in the back of my mind that Spirit at any moment are just going to start to wake up and become this unstoppable beast. The Finest so far are doing well to keep them caged. One more rifle round conversion and, well, right behind that could probably be a completely good half. 8-7, look, you'll take that. Oh, the spam through the wood wall! Oh, it almost connects for a kill, but they'll still inflict so much damage, well over 100. Spirit have to fall off, but what happened in middle? Shox is just once again crept up. Nobody's here. He doubles down and almost gets more. Dexter, one of the final remaining 100 HP players, has fallen low. And yeah, he's found the trade, but at what cost? You're low on utility, you're low on health, and you're low on motivation.
I can't believe that they haven't pulled the pin on this B side here. They are waiting, playing the patient game. And now they're starting to join forces. Everyone's grouping up towards B. They've really played this to perfection. Again, this patience is paying off for Finest. No one covering the B bomb site. And Shox has completely gifted them what has to be around. Surely you don't go for a retake with this HP. There's no access point. There's no way you can even get past this.
Right, I mean, especially when you've got the AWP in your hands, it'd just be suicide to risk this. Yeah, and I think they're already calling it off. This is a 6-0 start, Exner. And my question is, do Finest let them keep these guns? Because eventually you're going to know it's a save. You might as well risk it. Look at the money right now. The lowest cash you've got is $5,400 on Pleasant. There's no way, in my mind, there's no way you just let them have these guns for free.
Don't seem to be too interested in the hunt. More focused on J1S there. I thought that he was going to pick it up. Nonetheless, man, this is incredible stuff. I mean, what a call to make from Shocks to barrel out towards mid. Completely back-turned. Not expecting anyone to be there. He just had the exact right read. There was no mid presence early on, and Finest were able to capitalize off that accordingly. That's wonderful stuff.
Well, again, it's the very scary 6-0 start the Spirit have yet to really be able to touch upon. But I guess they do have an investment still cooking up with those 3 weapons saved. It's not like it's the end of the world, but you continue to drop rounds at the pace and way that you are, well, it will be.
Scoped in here, hoping to find an opening pick in which you've not done so far. Chopper gonna go down early because Twist just nails him to the wall right there. They look to retake that control, but again, plenty of time, 1:20 on the clock. We know that Finest just like to hit the brakes in these sort of situations, so they're gonna do exactly that, although Dexter's gonna take one back. Can't follow it up, though.
Not a worthwhile trade. I would not be taking that trade right now if I'm Spirit. You needed your Opera to stay alive. You needed Dexter to be able to get out.
Ooh.
Maybe that one's a bit more favorable as Twist takes a bullet to the dome. Patsy falls off on 1 HP, but still you're only working with rifles right now. The utility's not all that great. And Finest kind of have you by the balls here. Behind the pillar,
there
the
he
barrel
is.
spotted. Is he going to wallbang it? If he does, Patsy's dead. You know he's behind the metal, but, like, still, it's just a free kill. Still trying to clear out the angle, though. Maybe a bit lopsided or a lapse in the judgment. Slipping the net, I believe Siren's been able to creep into the side hall. Anarchist finally takes down Patsy, and that man advantage is secured.
I don't know if they'll expect Siren to be here. Oh, they got flashes. They certainly do. Anarchist hard clear. He's looking for the last. He spotted Magic's out, but forces him in towards a more passive line. And he'll just go down to Kriez. Easy as you like right there. The op doing a lot of the heavy lifting. But the game plan is rock solid from Finest, man. Find your openings. Find your early picks. And wait things out. Wait for the mistakes to come through from Spirit. And they certainly are.
This is crazy stuff. I mean, even Spirit are starting to look lost for answers. You can see the worry starting to set in because it is map 1. It is Team Finest's pick where you'd expect them to have something up their sleeve. But not this much. This is a 7-0 start. And you do have enough money to invest back into a rifle. Again, 3 players saved in the previous one, so you can throw another buy under the table. But you're not going to be so lucky after this round. And again, Finest's pace and momentum is just looking unstoppable because they keep getting these perfect reads. Shocks and Co, they keep opening up middle. They keep finding opening picks. And Spirit haven't been able to claw back these 4v5s.
Kidding. It's a good game plan. And they're going to probably stick to it. They just seem to have every correct read of the situation. Chopper going to dive into the smoke. He's been taking heavy fire trying to go for these plays. This time he's able to walk away unscathed. That's a good start at the very least. You know, we talked about how important that A ramp control was going to be, and for now they have control, but look at the utility that they got left here. It's
Nothing.
not much.
They've got 2 smokes, 2 flashes. That's it. Again, they're relying on their weapons to carry them through the thick of this round, and so far in this game, that's not worked. That has not been a legitimate strategy to use. And even worse off is one of those smokes being on probably one of the first contact players. While he comes through, his Magics may now be forced to an uncomfortable angle, but still yet to peek in. Finest are giving them some space to work with, but the stack is being mistreated.
I mean, if they're going to play passive here towards A, if they're going to give up ramp control and then sight, they're going to need someone. Yeah, this sort of proactivity. This is great stuff from Spirit. There's no deterrence utility here to stop a bomb plant from Finest, so they have to have a fast flank because they've already given up so much control. Op's going to rattle off Dexter with a big pick.
How do you deal feel about this advantage? So far, not well. A 1-for-2 trade is most certainly not worthwhile. And again, this flank is soon going to activate with a Molotov going deep into heaven. That's their last bit of utility, or at least I thought so. Should have been used up, but we go back to a 3-on-3. An op pick found, maybe even doubling down, but all 3 remaining retakers are coming in from CT. Exactly what Finest want from them in a round that looked completely desolate. Now it looks a bit unlosable, as Patsy's now been found at the headshot angle. They hear more footsteps, and one of them's the op siren soon to fall. This one's done. This was a 5-on-4. I even think it was a 5-on-3. If you tune it back, and Finest still make it work. The A site is just unguardable, apparently. Spirit cannot hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, they had that fast flank as well. Anarch is continuing to be absolutely massive with the AWP. Oh my god, that's a sick no-scope right there, Shucks. Gonna get punished for a little bit of funny business. But you're still so happy. You're still so happy if you're Finest right now. You've won the half already. You've won really tricky rounds. And you're able to continue that by closing out a 5-on-3. That's what I mean, though. You just have to have some sort of deterrence utility. You have to have some sort of proactivity to try and deal with a potential A plant right there. And they just had none of it. Anarchist was even able to deal with that fast flank.
And this is now a save. Like, Finest have broken their backs again. So you are potentially, I want to say potentially, because every time I say something's guaranteed, it changes and something goes crazy. You are potentially about to be up 9-0.
Oh.
And you've just missed the op shot. That is so big. It was a freebie almost. Siren lucky to get away with that weapon, but still, Finest walk away 5-on-4.
I'm taking it back. The Dexters missed that one. We're sharp with the op. Usually, but that's a big giveaway. Map control's taken handedly, and oh, hello. Listen. Trigger discipline. Oh, we might have waited a little bit too long. He's able to adjust. Okay. At least he gets his one, right? But that's still so very awkward.
Oh no, the flash is misplaced. Twist isn't blind at all. Chopper's just fumbled the bag. 2-on-4, I guess the ops positioned properly. That's a W you can look forward to. He'll probably have some sort of luck on the A site. Unless the cross smokes come through. So far only the left delivered, but now the other one's assisted. A little bit late though, still picked off on the cross is Kriaz. Though the bomb site compromise leaves us all to wonder, how long is it till Finest get themselves their 9? It shouldn't be too long, because Siren, that AWP has changed hands twice now, because it just can't get anything done.
We'll stay alive for another round longer. In the hands of Magix this time. But I feel like we've seen a whole lot of saves here from Spirit. What we haven't seen is a single round on the board. This is a CT side of Vertigo as well.
Is this the most dominant start we've seen all day? I think it is. I actually don't think we've seen a 9-0 start.
Isurus
even, like, the Sinners game had some back and forth.
Yeah. Isurus also, I think they got their rounds pretty early on.
Yep.
And now they did give them a couple of team rounds. We did see a 2-13,
yep,
which is very one-sided. Man. Nothing really going in the favor of Spirit.
I don't even know what I can, like, say at this point. Because even if you just sweep the half right now with your Spirit, that is still an awful half. It's still an awful ending. And that's highly unlikely. So, I mean, what do you do?
Good question. I don't have any answers. This has kind of gotten out of control. Nearly past the point of no return at the moment. Flashbang set up here. The regression lesson will be blinded up. The spam is on the money. The Chopper's actually going to be the one to find the kill there. At least you are able to start proceedings off. I feel like opening kills have been few and far between for Spirit.
That's true. And every time they've gotten them, well, I'm not going to say every time they've gotten them, but every time Finest have gotten them, they've easily taken rounds the distance. So now they once again have to work from the back burner, and it's still somewhat predictable because after that first pick comes through on A, they decide to take map control, and it's the right play. Chopper sees absolutely nobody here, and it looks like things are starting to go a bit haywire. Finest still yet to find a trade, and the bomb's been exposed over at the B site. Less than a minute to go as Spirit eagerly await their first round, which may be coming into their laps here shortly.
If they're able to win any round, it has to be this one. up quite a bit. 5v3, you spotted bomb. You have a lot of rotations here. 4, in fact, on that B side. Magic's being a nuisance, but Dexter's going to take him down first. And
Done.
yeah, this round's over. That's
Even missed the one way.
yeah.
He doesn't know how to throw it.
Landed. Oh.
He,
and
the
it
all
goes
bounces
down.
up on the map.
Oh no. He's going to fall.
Why are they saving?
This is worth some damage. Go for a fight here.
This is actually so dumb. Like, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. Why are you saving?
I feel like
This
you can walk away with a couple of kills. Pressure that
might
CT
be
economy. It's better than nothing. Oh, might have a
The
chance
dumbest
here.
thing we've seen all day. You saw his shoulder! That might be the dumbest thing we've seen all day. There is zero reason to save that. Zero reason.
Fair. I am surprised. They've got so much economy built up right now. I did not expect a save to come through right there. Now you're kind of seeing, you know, Spirit potentially have a clawback. I don't want to give him too much credit just yet, right? Because it's only one round converted, but it was very clean, and that's how they needed it to be if they want to rally any sort of momentum. They want to give themselves any room to work with.
Well, remember this. With all of the money the Finest have built up, by the time they can't buy, loss bonus and a bomb plant will carry them through. So it's not an issue. That's why I'm so confused. Why would you save that? If you had an op, sure, understandable, but you didn't.
Very true. Flashbangs to retake. SRAM control. They're met with limited opposition here. Chopper playing very passive, looking to avoid some of that early spam damage that's been thrown on him before, but he's down to 38. He's forced to fall off. Same as Patsy, as the utility and the spam through smoke does so much work to gather this space. A minute left, and they've finally been able to take that control. Spirit are going to need some rotators to arrive.
They need to call the reinforcements here shortly, because Finest have had a lot of success on these initial A site takes, especially when the smokes are bloomed in. And now the op isn't even positioned properly to try to counter against it, so you're gonna have to work in one of the biggest deficits we've seen on this A site the entire game.
Dexter is close by to throw a molly on top of that bomb here. That's huge. Patsy regressing past the smoke. The flashbang setup is going to be thrown out for ramp control potentially.
They've got to be working this. They've done this so many times, and yeah, they are hard clearing every single nook and cranny. Socks, I thought that was a third. He'll still take 2 and then some. Bomb goes down. It's a 2v4 retake. Spirit are still in the same build that they were prior, so they have to call it a save. Or maybe not. It still seems like they have some interest in swaying into the site. There's a couple of low players, but Socks hitting shots like that, it doesn't matter his health. You are not taking him down.
Nice drop shot right there as well. There's plenty of money to reinvest, so it's not the end of the world that they dropped the saved rifles, but that's what I'm talking about. With that control that's been taken right there from Finest, that early ramp grab that they're able to gather, gives them so much room to work with, and then Shock's just finding himself unbelievable opening prowess. Double entry and then punching in the numbers as well, man. His impact is surreal.
Not limited to just opening picks either, where he even finds one on 10 HP. The elevator man, who was still comfortable in going for that retake, might I add, would have been 3 on 2. Would have been favorable if you added up all the health. They had utility and kits. If Shocks gets killed there, then that round is not done.
Nope. Could have put yourself in at least a chance, you know, especially with Dexter had the molly. Could have potentially stalled out bomb plant here. And Arquez landing that leg shot. Again, man, this ramp control, we built it up to be a crucial crossroads for these two teams, and Finest have been able to handily take some of that early ground. Ooh, Krias, that's gonna spread.
Yeah, you might be screwed there, my friend. Gotta walk into the welcoming arms of Magic, who's ready for that pick to come your way. Even smokes off deep. Interesting stuff. I actually don't think I've seen that before. But, oh, you pick up this big chopper. You've just got to hold your nerve, even though that op shot's fired off. Pleasant is still behind this smoke. But speaking of man advantages being given up, Dexter does just that as they continue to go for these free swings. And Arquez isn't looking the right way, and neither is Pleasant. doubling down the advantage, stolen right back. Finest finally leveled out for another one of these rounds. Obviously, there's still the chance of a 2-on-4, but unlikely.
It's workable here again. I think at this point you're just hoping for a little bit of extra damage towards the tail end in this 2-on-4. If you find a kill or two, then you can definitely apply some pressure. They're going to start to make the move back in towards ramp. Being held in upon by Chopper, who's already done so much in this round to deny control. Ooh, boost going on.
Don't tell me they save again. Don't tell me.
There's
literally no reason. There's no reason. Their money is so low.
I really don't understand that right now. 13k on shocks.
Nobody needs a buy.
You're gonna head into the 13th round. You have two. There's no chance that you could run dry. Even if you lose these next 3 rounds, you're still gonna be good.
Like, I'm trying to think, because there's always those niche purposes.
Yeah.
There's always those little niche reasons. What is the purpose in that?
I guess maybe they have utility. Like, I don't know. I'm with you. I'm trying to do the math in my head right now, but I'm definitely surprised. It's worth going for the fight
Like,
there.
Go get it up. Make a reason for it.
Serious number for KamerLegion, and they are able to even out the numbers. Early pick going in favor. Pick fourth continues. Chopper this time going to be bested by Placid, who goes down low but can't finish the job. And that ramp back and forth will continue.
I don't know who is the team mathematician for Finest, but I'm about to go math teacher on him and say, you might want to check your work on that one. Because twice now they've done that.
Yeah, I'm shocked. Totally being thrown out there.
Say you're shocked. Sorry.
It's alright. It's good. It's getting late. Have to let that one out, right?
Of course. Sanity is starting to spew away, especially after some of these save calls.
Oh no. What happened to the molly? I thought it missed. I think the molly actually did miss. I think the smoke was
instinctive.
Yeah. And now, group up. No trades offered up. Patsy on such low HP is able to have everything done. Siren helping out as well.
Kriaz, if you save.
No saving here. 1v2. You have to go for this.
There's no reason not to. It's $9,000.
He's going for it. Oh, he missed the jump though.
There is no way. Okay, he's not. He's still going for it. The op posted up though, so I don't know if he's gonna get any close. Yeah, he's just gonna get shut down.
Shox is on max cash right now. Next round's the last of the half. You've tossed over an op. You're gonna buy yourself an AK. Yeah, they got so much money. Maybe that is. I don't know. Maybe it is because they saved. I'm not sure. But I'm definitely surprised that they didn't try to do some damage or try and close out a round that was potentially in their favor. Nonetheless, Extra consistently starting things off towards B, trying to find some sort of early aggression. Doesn't spot anything out just now.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. If Spirit are able to pick up these last 2 rounds, I don't think this is such a one-sided game as it, well, I don't think it'll finish that way. The Spirit on their T side could be a very scary beast to deal with. I told you about the aggression that they like to throw at the table. And Finest, sometimes they're not that great at dealing with it. So if you get 10-5 score, you pick up the pistol, all of a sudden this result could be thrown into the air. And Finest, it seems like that steam is starting to slow down. I mean, it was once 9-0. From that point forward, a bit less consistent.
Nice scale up coming through. Plesson, is he gonna go around the smoke? Patsy should have a freebie onto that. And the setup is there. Patsy gonna find the opener. He's not happy with just one though. He's kind of diving back for a couple more. Uh-oh. Hanging around a little bit too long is Chopper. Patsy gonna look to trade. He does get one. Oh, but he gets stuck in the corner. Twist gonna find the response. And the A-bomb site not clear just yet. But they certainly can scale off the back of that.
Very clumsy movement. And I like that Finest do this. We've seen this a couple of times now, where they find a couple opening picks on a bomb site, but they don't just go charging in. Usually not the smartest play to make, and we're seeing why, but potentially an overextension from Anarchaz as the bomb's now dropped on the floor. They still need to make up for it in the kill feed. There's 12 seconds. Somebody's got to get this bomb. 10 left, and they're blinded up. I don't think they're going to be able to get the plant down. 6, 5, you can't tap it. You have to stick it. Nobody's swinging in. What is going on? Well, now you gotta save.
Put out a couple clotheslines right there, but they just cannot close out that round. You're exactly right. Needed to stick the bomb. There was no time on the clock. Dexter, I think that one op shot, that one shot that dropped the bomb was everything right there. Dropping Anarchaz and solidifying that round, applying that pressure.
I don't think Anarchaz knew he had the bomb. Because even if he, like, you know, even if he still wanted to take that peek, he would have just dropped the bomb. So, like, if he falls there, it's not as big of a deal. But since that happens, especially as low as the timer is, the chaos starts to ensue. Somebody's got to go back to get the bomb. And even him tapping it might be miscommunication, not aware that somebody is holding for the push and side haul.
Yeah, there's a lot that, you know, the time is going to decide that for sure.
Also, just want to point out, every round since Spirit have saved, they have not gotten a bomb plant. They have not won a round. Well, except for when it was 9-0 and then it was 9-1. But, you know, there's literally no reason for that save. Come on now.
Lesson. Gotta go 1-for-1, but this off angle that Patsy just takes and the confidence that he's having in some of the ramp duels has certainly changed the tides. Molly goes slightly past him. Magic's gonna be pressured here by two different players. Smoke to cut off any sort of help. He's gonna need it though as he's mollied out of position. Flashes pristine. Dexter gonna drop one though. The Molly goes back and forth here. Shocks again, has to get those numbers punched in, but he's also getting flanked. 30 seconds on the clock.
Isn't unwinnable, but this flank kind of dictates everything. Never mind. I thought the flank was further away than it was. I don't think that was unwinnable. If Patsy wasn't able to shut down that diffuser, then I think your first look is probably towards the stairway.
Yeah, I think he needed one more kill, right? He needed to find either one on a Dexter playing with the op.
Yeah.
He was just a little too safe, so a 3v1. Much more doable here. Tech pause to start things off, but 4 strung together. Here for Spirit towards the tail end has to be somewhat of a confidence builder, right? I mean, at least you do have a little bit to work with, a little bit of cushion. I will say though that, I mean, this map has become more and more CT sided with the changes of the A1S, with the spam potential, all the utility that's being thrown towards ramp. So we might see Finest kind of coast towards a victory with this sort of scoreline.
Well, again, this game may not be as one-sided as it may seem. A pistol win from Spirit right here could throw them right back into the thick of the game and just potentially destroy this entire castle that Finest have built up for themselves.
That would be quite a resurgence here. Spirit are able to pull it off, though. That's the question. Everything looking all fine in the Finest camp. Looking very nice and comfortable. As they should feel. I mean, they've given themselves so much room to work with. They've got to be feeling confident. They're hitting some beautiful shots right now as well, man. Like, some of the individual entries that they've had. You know, the multi-kills. Especially when you're talking about, like, the extremity lurkers, just finding multiple openings. It's got to be such a bolster to the game plan, to the calling that's coming through from Finest to really solidify things.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's a mixed bag right now because the way I see Finest is maybe not that aggressive of a team on CT side. They usually play it fairly passive. And Spirit kind of counteract that. They're usually a very in-your-face, fast-paced team that doesn't really let up on the pressure, but they both kind of go hand in hand, where if Finest are hitting their shots, then in theory they should be able to counter that play style by just sitting back and waiting for Spirit to waste time and waste utility. But if not, I mean, then they don't really have anything going for them in the fact that they're not that kind of team that likes like re-aggression and flashes and such. So if you're missing your shots, I feel if you start to slow down mechanics wise, then your one ace in the hole as Team Finest starts to go away from you.
Yeah, that's for sure. And they did kind of slow down towards the tail end. 1-5 run. Still, they should be having a lot of confidence in themselves that they've given themselves this half. But once you start to slow down, and that remains true, especially, you know, if they're able to win a pistol round here for Spirit, that's when things can become scary. That's when this match can become a whole lot more competitive, and, you know, maybe you could see something. And look at the Spirit. They show no signs of worry either.
Not too sure what's happening. Let me see if I can't get some elaboration on the issues we are experiencing. Ooh. Monka W. Health problem. That is yikers. I gotta say, that is a bit Monka W.
All as well.
Love goes to the Finest camp.
Of course.
Well, I wish I could get more of a grasp on Spirit because it's just been inconsistent. And I honestly want to blame most of the rounds that they've been given, not on their own success, but more of on Finest's own mistakes, whether they give up an opening or like a bit of an overzealous kill, wait a bit too long, they're a bit too predictable. We think of that one round where they went for an A hit and ended up getting flanked. It was a 3-on-3, and I don't think they converted that one. I believe Anarchez ended up swinging behind the smoke. I'm pretty sure it was that round. But you think they slowed it down, they forced Spirit off of ramp, they threw utility over in the B steps, but very commonly at that point in the game, had Spirit been putting players in B steps and super aggro on the B site. So it's like, they didn't even bother swinging in. They didn't flash in to get info and see if anybody was there. They didn't take any contesting. They just kind of hoped that nobody on Spirit was too aggressive and was going to be there to flank. I mean, obviously they were still caring about it, but it's not just about if somebody is or isn't there. It's about the fact that you throw in all this utility at B, then you make no noise for like 20 seconds. Eventually, they're going to start to clue in to what's going on and push through, come in on that flank, keep you trapped in the A site, pull 4 players on rotation, so you're walking into stacks at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that was a couple of the problems, right? I mean, they definitely were eventually finding out, you know, a couple of the aggressive movements. Even towards A ramp, I feel like Patsy really came into form. Chopper had a couple of multi-kills to actually gather themselves some rounds, in which we really didn't have. The defense, you know, on B stairs and A ramp was potentially good for a kill or two, and then the trades would come back so quickly from Finest, or just entries alone, you know, even if there wasn't trades. And towards the tail end, I think that Spirit did hit a little bit of a stride.
I guess so, yeah. It looked a bit sharper when it came to aiming. Looked a bit more coordinated as a team. I'm also glad to see that the health issues are not too severe to the point where we have to either sub somebody in or game has to be canceled. It's good to see that everybody's back and ready to play some good old-fashioned Counter-Strike.
It's very good. Very good indeed. Back into the action here once again, though. See how this pistol round fares out. A lot of early pressure from Team Spirit, double peeking that B stairs area, but Finest aren't looking to give up any sort of aggression early on. Got one player jump shotting. Anarchist taking some pop shots here, but he doesn't realize how close they are, and yeah, goodbye. Gatsy able to scale up perfectly around that.
Such an awkward angle there, too. Not the one that Patsy took, but Anarchez, because there is that always lurking possibility of somebody walking up on that left wall and you just being completely unaware to it. Nobody who's even here to trade. What's the game plan here from Finest? Because they are currently completely vacant of the A bomb site. And that's where Spirit's so happy to be walking up right now. There's a little bit of utility. In fact, a whole hell of a lot of utility to try to counter them. And I'm not too sure what they were attempting here. But I'm pretty sure their game plan is to shut down this plant with nades.
Nade stack, or rather one nade that actually did get thrown in a little bit too late. They have so much HEs. But they didn't stop the bomb plant. They didn't get that first piece of the retake down. So now you got yourself a 4v5.
I want to see if all this utility is going to pan them out well, because, like, obviously, yeah, aim punch is a thing, but it's like, you've got flashes and all sorts of stuff. I don't know if they're saving just yet. I still think they're giving this one a bit of a look in. Like, it's the pistol, you've got kits, you've got some time. But now they're calling it a save, certainly. Nade rains in, not hitting the mark, at least good enough. Aim punch, not going to be that big of a factor, though. It's 1v3 for shots, so he just hopes to keep the little bit of utility he has left, but unsuccessfully so. Spirit with a stealing away pistol.
That was a bit awkward right there. I mean, Anarch is going down very early on was a huge key. Because he's jump spotting. He's really not, you know, going for too many aggressive duels. I mean, he has this knife out. He gets blindsided by Patsy, who's able to know the angles, know where he could be spotted. Anarch is certainly caught unaware. Forced by, though, in response here from Finest. They're not too happy giving over this consistent momentum from Spirit. It's been taken away from them 5 now in a row from them.
Yeah, things are starting to get a little bit worrisome, right? Because this lead, while it is still big and triumphant in front of you, and will carry you through this game for quite some time, it's not going to be there forever. You need to add on to it. The game's not done. You're still playing. So they throw in the force buy because they've got some extra rounds to play with, see if they can't make a miracle happen. But eventually we start to worry. Is Spirit getting warmed up? Are they ready to start contending?
Assembled the boost here over towards A right now, but the mid control is going to be a huge factor. Spotted out though. Oh, Wise from Patsy. Walks away, doesn't get taken down by Plesson. They still have a player on sandbags. There's no molly for this position. And they're starting to head this way. They seem aware of, you know, the possibility of sandbags. But it's hard to really expect when you know that you've already, you know, disassembled a boost.
They're even continuing to try to bait out this fact with the smokes coming through, all the utility flying in, still yet to be cleared, and Magix has got his head turned. And he's going to be the one to hard clear it. It will be Magix, but the first kill doesn't go his way, and now things start to get a bit chaotic because there's a man behind enemy lines, but thankfully Patsy deals with him before things get too far out of hand. Now starting to go back to the realm of realities with 20 seconds to go. Spirit fielded 2-on-3 advantage with a man coming through middle. This bomb soon has to be planted, and above the smoke! Oh, twist! That could have been so huge. No, Anarchist misses too! Bro, the Deagles! What is up with them today? They're shooting blanks. The barrels are just curved.
I cannot believe it. Just body swinging in the back. I'm not sure if it would have changed the result of that round, but it certainly would have helped. But there you go, Spirit. They're able to close out a scary round thrown out for them. Nearly closing that one out. I mean, the sandbags position right there. If they didn't have Patsy finding a big multi-kill, that could have been done and dusted. Now just a B-rush here with what is everyone hovering around the ramp. We'll just take this for free. So we're going to get an 8-10 scoreline, much more competitive than the start of this game. Looks like Spirit have warmed up.
And that's a scary sight. That is really scary. If you're a Finest, it starts to seem worrying in the fact that you drop this next rifle round and that lead that you once had is completely gone. 10-1 in the blink of an eye just disappears. And imagine Spirit taking this game. Imagine how heartbreaking that would be if you are Finest. Not even in the fact that the series would be done, but it might be. This is your map pick. This is where we're supposed to see your best. And right now, I mean, we're not seeing it anymore. It started out that way. It started out really good. But ever since that initial stint of round has come to a halt, we haven't really seen a reason for them to go back on that high horse.
It's a lot of damage done, though. A really good way to close out the round from Finest. You might not want to hold on to those scores, although Plesson might keep it. You know, it is a pretty solid alternative to an M4 35 bullets. So you will see him hold on to that. But that becomes very expensive for Spirit. They really wanted to clean that round up. That was only USPs that they were really dealing up against.
Yep.
Extra has
That's
the B
definitely
spawn
a
though.
huge loss to take. Now Finest need to wake up though, because again, this is probably going to be the only rifle we see while they're in the driver's seat. You drop this one right here, and all of a sudden it's a tie game before you can really opt to reinvest.
Yeah, I would move there quickly as well. Oh, nice nade. Lands right onto Twist, causing some notice here. Seems like Dexter has the right line. That volley gonna force him out of position, but back and towards the quad pillar. He doesn't take the shot though. Oh!
That's another pick from Dexter that's going to be a bit worrying. Left it all up to Shox at the side, or rather Plesson's come in the nick of time. Cut off the mid-rotation. Shox was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Plesson bails him out of it. The advantage swings back in the Finest welcoming arms as that double-digit margin is about to finally increase. Been waiting for it for so long, it seems, even though it's only been 3 rounds. Anarchez continues to cement that fact. With the op being brought out, it seems like they're ready to wake up on this defense, and they're not about to drop Vertigo yet.
Not at all. Magic's making his move on towards B. I've given over a lot of space, but you're on a 2-on-4, so you're somewhat in good standing right now. You don't want to give Dexter too much room to work with, though, with the AWP. That's going to be the one concern that I have. Low is Shox on this retake as well, so maybe there's a couple of things you really have to worry about. Bomb's been dropped on the site, and they're going to send Dexter far forward. Clearing out multiple different angles. Flashman goes in. Oh, but the bomb's been dropped, and that should be the round.
Dexter, he can try to fight his way back into this round with 6 seconds to go. It only seems like time is remaining on his lifespan. Finally getting themselves their first CT-sided round. And even walking into the next one with a couple of AKs upgraded, the extra AWP. Really the whole 9 yards for Finest to continue their reign of terror that, well, was once so triumphant in the first half.
Doubt. 11-8. They win the first gun round, and again, I mean, we talk about the implications of so many going down. And round number 18, and now we're seeing the full impact right now. Dexter, sure, you have yourself an op. Everyone else is dealing with pistols here. So you're going to have to do everything in this round, and you've been HE'd, targeted from the mid-nades.
Well, that's definitely not a welcoming start to the round if you're Spirit right now. But they will continue their path in through middle. There's 3 players here defended by the EWP as well. Looks like he's going to be the one attempting to lead the charge. Default angle and jump up is played by Shox, but could catch a timing here before too long. Footsteps heard though, so he decides to vacate instead.
Giving over a lot of space towards mid. I think it's the biggest of deals. They're going to assemble a boost on top of this box here. Shox looking to retake ground. Oh, the dink. The connection's been nailed right there. That'll certainly do a deterrence factor, but Priaz is going to be the one to open up proceedings here.
I like that angle from Dexter too, right? Because then he just gets a free shot with the EWP, and even if he falls, it'll bounce right back into his teammates' welcoming hands. So, it's a small detail, but smart by Spirit, who really don't want to let themselves go empty-handed in this round, but I don't really think there's a choice. Twist, he has fallen, so it's not like it's all for nothing. Though still, it's not that great.
Might actually save this op here. It's pretty unfortunate position to be in, but if you're able to grab that, stay alive, probably preferably onto Magic's, right? Yeah, I toss that one over. Then you can actually toss that to Dexter. Dexter can drop you a gun, and you can get a good buy-in, but I don't know if that'll be afforded to them. Out middle, the chopper will drop. That's the important part. 3 seconds left, but Aku's on the flank. Kriaz. A lot of angles to anticipate. Oh, it's going to come down to some awkward timing. He's alive. Good lord.
He lives those.
Oh my god.
Were you worried?
Yes.
Amateur.
Very scared. Very nervous. But all is well.
Well, let's see if that's the case for too long, because again, the rifles are brought back out from Spirit, who look to come right back at you. Finest fielding once again a big gap to work with, 4 rounds in front. Game's still not over just yet. Trying to find a lucky frag through the spam, but barely doesn't connect. That nade could, though.
Just a tad bit deep on that one. Some very forward positioning going on, though, inside the smoke. Patsy, he's been a real menace in the ramp side of things, but good for one, then dropped by Kriaz on the AK. They've got mid coverage as well. I guess they did at one point. No longer the case, and they've slipped by the gap here.
Ooh, head spotted. Dexter pulls the trigger a bit too early, so he'll be able to get away with all that extra information of where the op lies as well. But turn your attention towards B, because that seems like where Spirit want to try to contest. And Chopper may have slipped the net up through middle, just holding that elevator angle for the time being as Shox tucks into the site. 40 seconds remaining on the clock, and Spirit will soon have to make their move. But again, spotted out upon as Shox continues to frag out in from the middle of the site. You just can't stop this man. He's been going at 100 since the pistol. But finally put to an end. 30 seconds remain, and this bomb needs to go down. Dexter's got it on his back, and he's really not the one you want getting this bomb down, because Magic is on 40 HP. You don't want him to be your great protector. Just one stray bullet, and that'd be the end to him. He's actually swinging to try to deny, or maybe they will. Kriaz gets the kill, but traded instantly right back out. It's Anarchist 1v1 with the AWP. Catches a second win as he's able to stay alive. Tries to fire off another shot, or no. Now opts to stick the plan as he goes around the generator. Timing is everything, and maybe the reaction time is too, because he's got it on lock. And a 1v1 pans out his way. Some BM for your spare measure too. And Finest right up to 13.
Oh man, what a big clutch right there for Anarchist. Needed to hit that shot. Was missing a couple of them, but makes up for it by closing that round out and saving the day. Or Finest. Would have been scary situations if they were to lose that one as well. They really set themselves up nicely in that round. But now look at this buy that they got going on. Chopper's fully sold on it, but the rest of the team, not so much. Tech 9 and Utility bought from Patsy, but this is all over the place in Team Spirit. They really need to buckle down. They can't really afford much else to go in the way of Finest. Otherwise, we're definitely going to be looking at a closer.
This doesn't seem like a buy they really wanted to bring out. It almost seems like a couple of players tilt bought and then they just had to go with it. But now there is no going back. It's not that very cringe game that allows you to sell your weaponry and such. No, this is the real men's FPS.
Exactly.
Not a baby game, so now you gotta commit.
You gotta stick with the decisions you make here, that's for sure.
It's a representation of life, really.
Yeah. Actions and consequences. They've lost control of ramp. They had it at one point. No longer the case. Now they're forced to retake that ground. Anarcha is able to strike. No one on the right side. No one really left to deal with him. He's going to continue to hold the line, swing again. He's able to land the tripwire. Can't adjust for the third. Stays alive a little bit longer. You still have one fighting. You have to be careful. Krias is going to give up his life. A lot of damage done and a kill from Shox should solidify things as there's a player in sandbag, so there's no way you can anticipate this.
Well, they could still attempt to hard clear it, but there's not any utility to make sure it's cleared as well. But, so you're just rawing these fights and hoping it goes well for you, but decide to swing out first. Oh, spotting them both. Pleston, that was a risky trigger discipline maneuver, but it pans out successfully for him as he doubles down, shuts down the investment from Spirit. Now up 14-8. There's really nothing in Team Finest's way.
There's a slimmest of angles right there that you can kind of tap through if you're uncrouched. And I thought maybe he could have gone down to that, but he just takes the best approach possible. Take down the player that's the real threat. Top per second. Not time to adjust. Look at this. 6 stuff from Plesson to close things down. Not much to work with here. Again, the actions... consequences, rather, of your actions here coming into full effect for Team Spirit.
There's about to be map point here, too. Kreyas has already found the opening pick, so your chances of converting this round have just gone downhill. I don't think there's any way you're pulling this one off. You've been walking in the middle. It is a one-and-done angle that I like to call it for shots, but should have some assistance coming on the horizon, or maybe not. That kill comes through untreated, but now it starts to turn around. Bomb drop, 2 kills manifested by Kriaz, who wants to get this one quickly dealt with. Team Finest looking like an absolute contender for Vertigo. And this is shocking to say because remember, this is one of Finest's worst maps. They were testing themselves, and so far it is nothing but flying colors.
No kidding. A resounding A+, it seems. As they gave up the pistol the following, but their CT side has been very, very lights out. Not struggling whatsoever here. Once they got the rifles out, it's just been clean as ever. No questions asked.
So, now we tune to what could very well be the last round of Spirit's Vertigo stint. No AWP to try to help them either. Hey, he missed that nade, by the way. Just for anybody who was wondering, he missed that nade.
Went a little bit off.
Yes, come on. I know you're feeling yourself, and I know your whole team is too, but this is a bit audacious. That might be pushing it. And at least respect is demanded on that peak, but they want trades back, and they want them now. Korea has to deliver once again, and we're sent back to a 3-on-3. Low HP on a couple of these players, but not Dexter, as he's good enough for another frag. It's left onto the shoulders of Plastin and Twist to try to close out this game.
Had nearly everyone on Finest towards that ramp. Twist was the only B player. They gave up mid control. It comes down to a 3v2 at the end result. I think if you're Team Spirit, you're probably surprised that you're able to get away with that much. There is Patsy and Dexter quite low on HP, full utility belts, though. That's going to be a real game changer right now. If they can just kind of scale up the ramp and not drop any more numbers, they can get an execute going on. They'll be golden to close out this round. But they're so worried. They're so scared of a possible flank here. They're going to continue to let that clock go down. There's still a molly in Twist's hands. If he groups up towards A, that could be everything.
I think that's what you do at this point if you're Finest. You might as well. It's like, if they go B, oh well at this point. I'd rather just stack A and hope to contend than split up and guaranteed lose this round. They're going quiet. The silent approach. Twist is still here in elevator, but now as the utility comes flying in, they've got a bit of an indicator on what's going on. That Molotov could start to cause some disaster because with 14 seconds, the timer is not in their favor. But Herd is the tag. Twist, his anonymity is now foregone as Patsy wants to push the envelope. It will be a 9th for Spirit, who stay alive for the time being, still wanting to do some extra economic damage as he goes around and through CT.
You can't afford to go down, though. I think that's more important right now. There's so much economy going on in Finest camp. They got plenty of money to buy. So I think it's more important to prioritize holding on to your rifles. Twist has made it very easy to do that. He's far removed from the situation. Bold play, though, from Patsy, I will say. The guy jumps on top of default box, 2-1-3 with only 21 HP to his name, and he nails a headshot, man. That's a tough call to make for a young gun, and he makes it look so good.
And imagine if he loses that aim duel. He loses that aim duel, it's a 2-on-2 with a Molotov sitting in the middle of the site. You're not getting that bomb down. That could have very well been the game, so yeah, very ballsy play from Patsy. And surprisingly enough, Team Finest don't want to let this get too far to hand. One round, yeah, sure, it's not that much, but they think otherwise.
Concern limited in the Finest camp. They look nice and comfortable. Some communication take place. Trying to make sure that they can close this one out with relative fashion. You really at this point, you don't want to be broken in the economy. So this round is the round to close here and now. Stop them at 9, and you move on to Ancient with a whole lot of confidence in your CT sides as well, in which you'll be starting things off in.
Finest, you still gotta close this one out. It is not done yet. I know I keep saying that, but at any point, I mean, we saw Spirit go on a pretty big spree. I believe it was 7 rounds in a row, if you count what they had going in from the first half. Maybe it will come to a quick... Oh my god! Jesus, man. They are not playing around, but neither is Shocks. No, that's Twist. Shocks is still yet to be contested at the B site, or no, he went A. It was an A stack this round, but look at all the help that's been taken down. This would be so unfortunate if Finest don't even give this a look in. They're all so low. It's so damn winnable. But they call it off. Oh, it hurts. It hurts to watch, Exner.
Just don't know if they realize how low Spirit are right now. They have no idea this round. Nearly in the palm of their hands. It's still not easy to pull off a round like this. You still have to land some nice shots and deal with some crossfires. But they're going to play the exit game instead. And Kriaz, he set up nicely. This Vertigo bomb, a bit of a dud, that's for sure. But everyone's hovering around the stairs. Oh, the molly. It's going to cause them to scatter. Shox is going to hold on to the op, though. So one goes down. They do get the op as well.
I'm worried. I really am. Because even though they are very far in front right now, that could disappear as quickly as it did from the first half's lead. In fact, we end off with Team Finest 5 rounds in the driver's seat as we go into yet another tech pause. Come on now. Come on now. Don't tell me you, like, spilled water or something. Like, okay. It was maybe just an oopsies.
Short-lived. That's for sure. See, oh my god, his face is inside of his monitor. Oh man. That is wild stuff. Gotta get close, nice and nearby.
Bro.
Need to get some gunners or something. That is some eye strain if I've ever seen it. This is a cool boost though.
I swear too, those are the type of people that are telling me native is bad res. Yeah, no wonder! No wonder you need things stretched. You can't see anything!
Ooh,
Oh my.
nice 1-for-1 trade there. Blessed, keep things in good stead. He has to do a whole lot
That's
more here.
his
That's gonna
eye.
half. Ooh.
That's a worthwhile trade. That's very worthwhile because you still got the op alive on Anarchez and they still want to contest into this A site. Maybe
That
not so
Molly's-
much, but I assume eventually Finest will read onto it.
I don't really know if you can be secure in that molly either, so they might have to check sandbags. They've got the op positioned in towards A as well. Not the easiest of rounds to close on, 3v3, but they're making their move towards B. This is the right direction.
I wonder though, will Finest ever trigger something in the back of their minds and say, something's not right. It's not going to be A. Shox is probably going to give them all of this information, and he could even catch a timing on a Dexter if he's lucky enough. Double flashing in, Anarchist is fired off an op shot, but still yet to make a transition. Shox! Oh, what a shot! Because even though the B site's left vacant now, this is 3-on-2. There is no kit, but they can very well go for this retake if they do please, and I think they have interest in doing it too. Anarchez B-hopping around the server. Very, very content on making this one an attempt. No surprise too, like, you got the secondary op on the back of Shox, you might as well see if you can't find a pick before all is said and done. Again, I think this is such a blunder to not go for. This is your eco. This is the round that you can opt to toss away. Coming in from the generators, they know where both players are. Shox is giving the information. But now as they miss the op shots, the glass slipper cracks. Team Spirit find an 11th, and there will be no chaos in this round.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good reposition from Team Spirit. They probably knew that the double op retake was taking place. They have that one saved over from the last round. They just picked up Dexter's op as well. So they decide to push up. They decide to play a closer approach. And it is exactly what the doctor ordered for them to close out that man disadvantage situation. Perfection coming through from Team Spirit in the decision making here. Marcus again taking this deep approach towards middle. Last time he got race car peak, but this time, oh, the nade tracks down Plessin. That's right on the money.
Still not on the money when it comes to the kill feed. 2 frags rain across for the likes of Team Spirit, and Finest once again look in the dumps. Yeah, you've lost one from us, but I mean, still, like, we haven't seen them claw back around like this on their CT side. Good enough is the fact that they've been able to push up aggressively. Twist has full control of the B steps, and he's even gone into connector. Or, well, I thought so, but I may have just misread the map. But Finest, if you want any chance of contesting for this round, I mean, you either got to gamble stack something or get some information.
I'll make a pretty aggressive move. I like this mid lurk that's going to come out here soon as well from Chopper. That's going to certainly bolster things up. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they're going to walk right into
weird
Anarch's
angle.
op. Yeah, he's holding inside the ladder. We expect seconds.
It's the bomb! No way, Anarchist! If he hit that shot, the round is thrown up into the air again. That was the bomb. And Shock's trying to track where they're going through the floor. You can get, I guess, a better grip on the noise. I've seen a couple of players do that. But this is about to be 12. Spirit are eating back away at Finest. And this is what I'm talking about. When the pressure's on, teams just don't do anything aggressively. And Spirit will eat you alive for that. You can't just give them all of this respect. You can't just sit back on sites and every now and then throw a 1-for-1 into their way. Like, you have to do some coordinated aggression. And they haven't done anything at ARAM. They haven't done anything that aggressively as a team. Maybe every now and then they're throwing out a peek. You have Anarchist trying to find a shot. You have maybe somebody trying to respond off of a flash peek. But they're never setting themselves up with 3 players off spawn. They never are. And they're not even throwing in the smoke, by the way. They're not throwing in that ramp smoke because they keep trying to find picks all the way deep.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves as they get close to closing this out for Finest that are showing. A lot of cracks in the armor right now. And Team Spirit, now all they have to gather, 3 rounds left. A couple of those could be egos as well. Finest just consistently put onto these rounds where they just have to leave off and save because these early exchanges are swinging in the way of Team Spirit. They have no other options.
And now all of a sudden, this game does not seem too far off of overtime. You're going to be going into a save into this one, so past the rifles you've brought into it, it's really just upgraded pistols. After that, you've got one more really good investment into the 29th. 30th isn't going to be so fortunate, though.
This is more aggressive than what we've seen here. Oh, lucked out.
Wrong way to do it. Wait, was that was just straight up through a smoke. That was just straight luck.
Yeah, got blessed up right there. There's no doubt, but it's a nice pick off right there. I mean, again, we see aggressive movements. Right angle here. Shock's able to nail it. He has been sharp as ever, despite the slowing down. The Finest.
Honestly, even though he's sharp right now, if I were him, I'd be trying to find Anarchist, get that gun over to him. 4 health, not going to be very good to utilize it, and I think that's what they're trying to exchange over on the A site, but a good trade. Anarchist on the P250 vault. Come on now, man. That seemed like a bit audacious. Again, I know he's getting the AK, but it seems like he was just going to continue to run forward. And yeah, this round's done. Again, there will be no magic coming through from Finest, and you'd think with 6 chances to close this game out. 6 or 5, still a big margin, a big amount of error you can make. It just seems unlikely.
Yeah, they've hit a brick wall. No. I don't really favor Shock's chances. They got a flank going in. Maybe if Chopper wasn't flanking, he had a chance to deny a bomb plant, something along those lines, but I think it's slim to none. Now he's making a lot of footsteps, and all the noise is does peek in. He drops the first, jumping up though. Look to get that molly down to buy further time for the chin. 13 locked for Team Spirit before another investment comes on out here for Finest.
And this is going to be their last really well put together buy, because if you lose this round, you're going into the next with, like, scraps, MP9s, stuff like that. It's not good. So you're really hoping that this is the way you close out this map. If not, you might as well kiss it up to overtime, and at that point, I don't think Spirit drop it again.
Thrown on out. This time a much more aggressive approach. They're trying to get that spam. They're trying to use those A1Ss to perfect effect. But look who's right around it. Patsy to open up proceedings. Siren joins forces right behind them with a double entry of his own. And now that's A compromised here. Shock's the only one left standing.
He's got to give it his all. He has to battle. I'm not too sure if he's been detected, but he will be now. His shots rain off. He's got to find them all, but he turns around Siren. That's his third in the round, and it's all up to Twist. And he's long gone, vacant in the B site. 15-14 now. This game going the distance. The outcome, who the hell knows?
Bomb has been planted.
Unbelievable. What a round right there from Siren. Patsy, he's been a pretty menacing factor when it comes to early ramp control and aggression. But Siren just stepping up right there. I mean, the 2 new additions that have been rising in form here alongside Team Spirit, giving them that 14th round, taking it the distance here. Twist, I mean, it's well worth the hunt. Plenty of money for this next round. So Dexter is interested. Oh my god.
That one. That's a really good hunt from Dexter, too. With all the cash you have built up, you might as well try to take the gun out of their hands. What's the worst thing you're going to do? Give them another rifle? It's not like they're going to save it. And yeah, it is just scraps coming into this one. I actually wonder, right? I know Shox has been so good with that rifle, but does he pick up an op here? Because I feel like it would make your campaign a lot easier. He won't, but think about it. You give him an op. They haven't been doing anything aggressive at B steps in the early round. You have Shox take an aggressive angle. Because of that, you can just stack 4A, or rather 3 over towards A and 1 caring about mid, which would make your life so much easier considering how many times Spirit have just run it down in the A site.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I've very rarely seen an op presence so often hovering towards middle as Anarch as and his op so far. And, you know, he does try his luck towards ramp, but Siren just had an absurd round right there.
Yeah.
So
And
now,
he's been quiet, too. He hasn't even been one of, like, the big names for Spirit. I mean, until last round, he was bottom fragging.
yeah, it's a great time to come alive right there. No doubt about it, man. You got to be happy with that one. Huge round from him. Actually giving Team Spirit a chance because they kind of did what you were hoping for. They really tried to fight for that control of ramp. But when they go for that and they get punished so handedly, that's going to just dismantle the confidence after all of these timeouts are going to end. Does Team Finest have what it takes to close this out, to get 16? Or have they already given over too much to Spirit?
Well, there's again no op in this round to work with, and they decided to get a bit aggressive this time over at A ramp and tuck themselves close into the wall. Anarchaz, did he make a footstep, or am I crazy?
Oh yeah, he made some serious noise getting to his position, that's for sure. And you can see that they've kind of fallen off. They're trying to avoid some flashbangs, I think, potentially, playing this sort of deep angle.
They're gonna molly him out too, meaning he's got to dump some utility and get out of dodge. They continue their aggression into the A ramp with 3 players now sat behind the smoke. Spirit, the utility, it's starting to tack up.
Oh,
Kriaz is the one to find opening blood. Spirit finally give up an opening pick, and at this late stage of the game, that is not something you want to do. Alongside that, aggressions come through, kills rain the feed, and it looks like there will be no comeback. It's fake as all hell. It was 5 rounds in a row from Spirit, but 6 might be just too much to ask for. Plus, Dexter's got a 1v5 up his sleeve. We're going to be kissing this to Ancient, but a flick maybe secures him some extra lifespan in this game. Starting to creep back through Connector. You're playing this one loosely. Finest don't want to go anywhere near an aggressive stance. 30 seconds left. He's going to inch his way up to the B site. He's got 2 flashes and 1 smoke. To the counterpart of that, there's a nice little stack coming through. So if he walks into this crossfire, the only way he's able to pick them apart is if they whiff. And that's a big if. Shox hasn't been doing much of that this game. And this is just so difficult. How do you pincer through this? Now even running out of time, having to make some noise. Shox, of course, the man to take him down. And Finest don't allow Spirit to bring that one back. They take their map pick at the very last hurdle.
a labored effort, man, that's for sure, but Team Finest have to be happy by closing that one out, denying that overtime, denying that potential from Team Spirit, and then heading into Ancient. Going to be playing out that CT side. We'll be heading over to that map here after this short break. Make sure you all stay tuned.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number. Enter the confirmation code. and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Welcome back to Ancient, where currently Finest sit up a map as they head to Spirit's home turf. And a bit worrying for the boys over at Spirit, who, well, it was a fake comeback at the end, but ended up losing. It's just not something I would have expected, especially from a team at Spirit's caliber. It looked one-sided for the majority of it.
Yeah, it sure did. I mean, until the bitter end, when Team Spirit were really starting to string things together, it was Team Finest holding in the driver's seats all the way. Spoke, I think, attempted to be blocked, but no luck there. Patsy opening up, proceeds
Oh
to
my.
Blessin doles out 2 headshots, diving in and out of the smoke right there. That's a 3-on-4 now, and they're going to be happy with that when he goes back for a little bit more. He does find another one. That guy is an absolute menace through that smoke.
Absurd. And they even know where Patsy is with the bomb lying on the ground in the B site. He's got to attempt the 1v3. He's already picked up the 1, but now with 2 more targets in front of him, Anarquez is not one he'll be dealing with. Finest open it up with a pistol.
That is lovely work, man. What a round right there. I mean, I wasn't quite sure if they were going to be able to deal with that level of aggression coming through up the ramp. Blessin. And oh man, he's able to give in that defense right here, because this is where things could become dire. You've lost one of your cave players. They're starting to scale up the ramp, but the fact that he just finds 2 headshots is everything right there in terms of the defense.
Well, oh well, I mean, look, it's an impressive start for Finest, and I say, even though it is only just a pistol, letting Spirit clap back with a pistol win to start off their map would not be welcoming defeat, let me tell you that. Especially with how much they were able to mount comebacks in the first map, it's just not something you wanted to let happen, and thankfully they didn't have to face that. But what they are facing is annihilation in the second as they quickly deal with the Glocks. It's a second round in the favor of Finest and a lot of cash right behind it.
Lovely stuff. Making quick work of that. Kind of just Glock by, nothing too crazy being brought out. And now here's where the real action begins. The AK is being brought. A lot of money stacked up here for Twist. Exactly what you want your MP9s to be doing.
That's the real test.
Oh my
wow,
goodness.
that's not a good way to start it off. Twist gives up the opening pick. Sure, it is just the MP9, but the second one's already fallen as well. Magic's 1 bullet away from fatality, but running out of bullets. Blessin just can't find it.
Kickoff right here. Magic's just double entering, making light work of pressure here. Shocks on the top ropes of the smoke, looking for an answer back, but so far nothing delivered. Still just a steady 3-on-5. Blessin looks to aggress. Chopper waiting for a patient. Against the crosshair, primed and ready to go. That's just a lovely held, lovely patient. But it's just gonna work out all throughout the map. Everyone on Finest is just walking into their demise.
Easy as you like, apparently. Shocks 1v5. He was a shining star over on Vertigo. But 1v5 is just a bit out of the question for me. I don't think he's going anywhere close to this one. Maybe a couple of kills if he's lucky, but apparently he's not. As Chopper catches him with his head turned sideways, that's the opposite of luck.
No doubt. Very clean opening gun round. They're right there from Team Spirit. If this is how their T sides are going to look throughout, then they might be in good way. A good chance to try and take things into a third if they're this comfortable. Although I will say that was a bit of a bonus, right? So I think you're going to see Finest go for some plays that they usually would not make. These rifle rounds, like jumping through the smoke with an MP9.
Just pistols to respond with for Finest here. So, probably not going to see much. Maybe if they're lucky, you get a couple of kills, but get stuck on a wall. Kriaz, that's unlucky.
No. End of the world here. Sticking around for a little bit too long is Blessin. He is quite good around the utility that's been thrown out from Team Spirit, but in this case, it's too much firepower. On the other end of things, Twist is still holding about towards the ramp. He has to deal with a lot of flames in the cave. Doesn't even realize, but what is that shot? How does he found that? Not even showing enough to take a head off. Twist gonna get out of dodge as well. Safe and sound for now, but it will come at the cost of B-bombs, like, getting taken away from him.
Well, Magic's starting to put things back into welcoming ways. Ease the worries of Spirit, who don't really have too much to worry about anymore. It is just the PT-50 of Anarchist against the world. And I like this from him. He just wants to save up for the op, get it out as early as humanly possible. As he clears everything out in middle. It seems like he's a bit behind the pack in this regard.
For a little bit of a close in. Here's Anarchist. Just trying to keep him contained. weapon to be dropped into his hands would be quite nice. But he has plenty of money for an op in the next, so no real worries here. There you go, Team Spirit up to 2. Again, I kind of mentioned this earlier in our last series where you talk about some comfortabilities. I think you want to walk away with around 5 rounds. 4 is okay. But if you can get that sort of comfort and wiggle room, then you could be setting yourself up quite nicely for a solid CT side. Op is in play. Plesson? He's heavily prioritized that utility. Look at that. MP9 in his hands, full belt. Same case for Kriaz, so I'm surprised actually to see the lacking of firepower coming through in this round. So much emphasis on the util. Anarchist looking to do the heavy lifting as he has the big green, but he misses his first shot, misses his opportunity, and he's going to pay a heavy price for it.
Is he even going to be able to get out alive? Probably not. That Molotov should burn him at the stake. Oh, my lord. Phew. Well, sigh of relief comes off of him. His twist is a 1-for-1 at B. Kriaz just holds down the line, and Cave may wait for the remaining prey to come into him.
Got himself a post plant already. 3 on 4. This is called off. Finest giving this one up. Almost certainly Kriaz was locked out of that sight control, and Team Spirit able to just waltz their way up ramp free of charge. Incredible. The gaps that they're creating, and I think that all came off the back of Anarchist calling in for reinforcements, calling in for help there.
That's a bad foresight, I gotta say. Spirit already taking a lead like this and keeping the money of Finest at a pretty big downfall. Problems are going to start to arise here very quickly if they can't get their act together on this CT side. Because, look, I mean, I need to see a bit more aggression from them. I mean, we need to see them get in their face early on. We saw Anarchist try to take a fight in middle, but that was really it when it comes to aggression. Other than that, it was passive, played back. At most, maybe flashing in for your opper. You need more across the whole map. Look, only one man taking some initiative. That's really not a way to do it.
No doubt. Got a smoke thrown out the top. With B, it's a really interesting one coming from T-spawn. I like that though quite a bit. We're close to the line right there. Really connecting onto some spam. He's anticipating this boost, he's ready for it, and it will come his way. Nicely done from Kriaz to open up proceedings. A needed bit of grace going his way.
Well, Finest, they have a lot of information to work off of alongside that opening pick, and all the footsteps being heard around middle. And with the utility starting to bleed away from this T side. Alongside that, the timer's not really doing him anything good as well. Minute remains, in Spirit don't really have an intended destination as it stands. Anarchist with that op could also still be a bit of a nuisance. Same with Shocks and Donut. This is such a hard angle to clear sometimes, and I don't think he's going to commit to any of these fights, or maybe he will. Jiggling in for just a bit too long. Dexter and Patsy both strike. And Finest starting to run out of answers. Leave it all up to Anarchist. He's got to maneuver something in from Temple. That's a way to do it. Finding one, you need a little more. But that bomb's still yet to go down, and he's just dropped it. 2 on 2. Weapons retrieved. It's up to Kriaz. But a very winnable scenario. Barring he catches timing on a Dexter, which he may be able to do. 20 seconds now remain. The bomb lies on the ground. And Kriaz, well, he has slipped it out into Dexter. He may be caught on the response. Yeah, he will. Dexter clears all his nooks and crannies, so Spirit get themselves a 4th.
Oh, man. Nicely done. Great closer right there from Team Spirit. Again, you're down a man, but you're able to pull it back. And even still, Anarchist looked to put a nail in the coffin by his aggressive movements. 2 to 4, though. Again, they've hit that benchmark, and they look to have no struggles. These gun rounds, once the rifles have come out, have looked very one-sided. Team Spirit have been able to find entries. They've been able to find, good executions. Not a lot going the wrong direction. Anarchist, though, ready to deal with this aggression. He does land the blind shot. 2 trades back. He goes back for seconds. Unbelievable. And no trade delivered from Spirit.
He almost even finds a 3rd there. The swing came through from Chopper. He really wanted to get that bomb, and it was lying in the open. But Kriaz, that overextension. That could be a big L to take right now, as they've completely given up the B site. And timing is literally everything for this engagement. Twist is about to take, even caught the shoulder spot, and Magic is easily going to bring this back to a 2-on-2. Last Twist swings around, which he won't. This round is all of a sudden Spirit favored. And Finest have been blindsided by it. Somebody needs to make a response, and it's most likely going to be Shocks. The other man with the AWP isn't going to have much of an impact here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to pull off everything like that. Shock slow, clearing the corner, and will be dropped. Save already called out here for Anarchez. Giving this one up, and given 5 to the side of Team Spirit. Unbelievable pullback. I mean, it starts off just resoundingly well. They got themselves a 4-on-2. Anarchez is shutting them down, but Chopper and Magic's, I mean, really just able to deal with some overextensions, some repositions. And now they're up 5.
Just a big throwaway. Again, I told you earlier on, Finest, they aren't doing the aggression properly. They keep giving up 1-for-1s across the map. Take a gander at any single spot, right? Where the first kill comes through, I believe it was in Donut. Then you've got the re-aggression from Kriaz after Anarchez single-handedly saves him in the round by finding 2 at the A site and dropping the bomb. But Kriaz takes an unnecessary 1v1 on Chopper, gives that kill back. Twist is all by his lonesome at B, working around 1v1s, gives that back. Shocks takes a 1v1 in Cave, gives that back, and all of a sudden Anarchez would be stupid to go for a 1-on-2 like that.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's tough to really say what exactly was the straw that broke Camel's back right there, but that mid-aggression and a 4-on-2, sure, it might be seemingly a free kill, but I feel like when you get to these certain points in rounds and you're kind of feeling comfortable, you can just really hold your positions. You can hold angles and succeed in that way, but instead, Finest, they get a little bit hungry. They get antsy. And that's a frustrating one to lose. It has to be for Anarchez and Shocks individually, who started that round off and pretty much should have solidified things.
Yeah, it is rare, especially from that position, to see an Opera have that much success. 2 kills, walks away untouched. How do they lose that one? How do they toss that away? Finest have made a lot of big mistakes this series, but that might be the biggest one.
No doubt. No doubt at all. Starting to make their moves out of A. Again, it's just a perfect read of the situation, isn't it? Look who's here to deal with it. Shocks, he's a good player, but a 1-on-3 with only a deagle is a lot to ask. I think he's thrown a little bit of a one-way smoke. Maybe that'll help out, but again, it's a numbers game at this point. He has no support.
Yeah, Chopper on the boost completely invalidates it. This round is unfortunately for the likes of Finest done. This will be 6-2. And remember, this is the T side of Ancient that you're already dominating this hard, man. It doesn't go uphill from here, let me assure you. This is huge from Spirit. And I don't think the success is going to stop here. They're looking so good, so solid. There just doesn't seem to be a way that Finest can crack the code.
No doubt. Ooh!
That just sounded deadly, bro.
I thought Patsy just hit the jumping 180 right there.
Anarchez would be lucky to hold on to this op, man. With everybody starting to pinch around on this location, it's a death trap wherever you go.
They know he's not despawn. They know he can only be in one direction.
That's a really bad result.
Six rounds strung together now, man. When is it going to end? When are they going to buckle down? I don't know if it's going to happen, but Team Spirit, you know, maybe Vertigo wasn't the best look despite their win rate. Some lesser teams, I think, really played on that. And they almost pulled it off still. Now they hop into their map pick, and they are looking good as ever on the T side.
Exter, what an opener. Kriaz gets flicked into oblivion, and Patsy just compliments it with the kill onto Anarchez. All of a sudden, 2 openers found, and it just seems rinse and repeat. I keep telling you the same things, and it still stands true. Look at that. Just look at the X's on the minimap. In mid, nobody's there to support Anarkez. In cave, nobody's there to support Kriaz. Same with Ramp and Twist. Nobody's playing together right now on Finest.
That's wild. I mean, yeah, you couldn't have said it better. 3 isolated duels, 3 duels gone wrong. It's tough to play Ancient like this, too. I mean, you cannot win. Has to be a unified effort. Has to be utility set up for these sort of aggressive maneuvers. And it is not there, man. Another dropped. Polar opposite to the finals we had on Vertigo, where it was the opposite, man. You could give them an isolated duel, and you'd say they were going to win it every day of the week. Not anymore.
This is the problem when you let Spirit wake up. I mean, just look at their logo. It's literally a dragon. They're beasts. They're unconquerable. So, you let them start feeling themselves. That's what you're going up against. That's why it's 7-2 right now, because there just isn't an answer.
Needs to be soon. I don't know. This seems a little bit out of contention now. Look at the money. These rounds aren't even close, some of them. Everyone's above 10k on Team Spirit on the T side of Ancient. I don't think I've seen that in my personal case of casting a game ever. This sort of one-sided nature.
Yeah. Because usually, like, games that are this one-sided at least have some close rounds to eliminate the fact that economy can get this far out of hand. But no, I'm with you. Like, this is so one-sided that there is literally nothing to look forward to if you're Finest. Remember, the only 2 rounds they have was the pistol round and the eco round win therefore after. 7 in a row is Team Spirit on right now, and soon to be 8.
Should be 8, that's for sure. They're able to find another opening pick. Lurking out of Donut, unbeknownst to anyone on Finest.
By the way, where Shocks is standing is not on the map. Again, that is not an us issue, that is a Counter-Strike issue. They are so hell-bent on changing around wingman maps that 5 people play, that they do not fix issues like this.
Just quick roast session.
Had to do it.
Fair enough.
Give me my major stickers.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I've been saying.
That's what I've been saying. I need them this instant.
I need them Copenhagen Flame stickers, my guy.
Go get that recycled. Get my Team Spirit stickers.
Get my team find it. Oh, wait.
Oh, come on now.
Weren't they close? I thought they were close.
They might have been close in the qualifier. I don't know. They didn't make it to the
I know.
yeah,
I know
the LAN. Yeah. But
I thought they were close in the qualifier.
it might have been. I mean, a lot of teams, you know, did make it through the qualifiers.
Maybe I'm
So
crazy.
they could have been one.
I must be out of my mind.
They didn't play in the qualifiers?
Nope.
They might have been looking for. I don't know. I don't know why they
Who
would have
knows?
played.
Well, this is starting to look a bit bleak. We go into another rifle round, desperately hoping that Team Finest will be able to change around the story that's been so one-sided thus far. But even if you went out of this half with 7 rounds, what then? You worked with a T side that I guess was really good at the beginning of Vertigo, but hit a wall and started to slow down.
There was some figuring out being done for sure from Team Spirit towards the tail, and that's another opener, man. No resistance on this CT side. Op shots missed there, and B. They'll take that site handedly. Op dropped
my
instantly
God.
as Jumper swings for the fences. Another kill in. How do you pull this one back? This is brutal stuff from Spirit.
That is unreactable. I'll just go ahead and say it. Downright unreactable. There's nothing Anarkez could have done there. That's not a him issue. That's not an, oh, where's my team issue. You played that right. That is just unlucky.
That's the way to put it, man. Had the right angle. Just gotta be a step quicker like Chopper was in that exchange. My God, was he fast.
Lightning fast. Team Spirit up to 9 rounds. I mean, this half has taken one hell of a course down the drain for Finest. we're going into the 12th round, and it does not seem like they are any closer to cracking the code. They're lucky to walk away with the op, so Friaz gets a dub in the very end, but it's a small dub in the grand scheme of the half.
Yeah, I mean, even up against Ops, it seems like Spirit take no fight and, you know, lose it. So I don't know if that'll be the most helpful thing in the world, but nonetheless, I think Spirit have warmed up. Say that for sure. No doubt in my mind. A very close affair on Vertigo, despite the fact that it was a 10-1 scoreline at 1.90 as well. They were in such good positioning, and I think Spirit have utilized some of that momentum, some of that confidence, and they've taken it all the way to the bank here on Ancient.
I mean, it is very obvious to me now that there is a reason they picked this map. Like, Jesus. It's looking like the beginning of Vertigo, so maybe I should rein it back in, because we saw how one-sided it looked when Spirit were the ones down the drain and down the gutter, but this just seems different, right? Oh, wow. Alright, well, maybe I should be quiet. Who knows?
Dude. That is unreasonable. What was that? 3 bullets left in his A1S? And he's able to find a 3rd kill, walks away. I just cannot believe that one. Chopper now. Got himself to a 1v3. He's wondering what happened to his teammates in middle. The setup was strong here from Finest, and so now all he has to do is do a little bit of damage on his way out. There is a player around the corner. Anarchez on prepped for the peak. Chopper gonna drop him just in time. Make this round a little bit more winnable. Up against a pistol at 5-7, and Krios on half HP. It's not the end of the world. There's still a full clock to deal with here. So plenty of time to maneuver. He's got the smoke flashbang combo, but definitely could be worried about this A-bomb site. Position right now from Krios is pretty strong, and there's limited time left on the clock to really work with. He's got to make a move on it, especially as he's clearing out more and more angles.
Honestly, at this point, I don't even know if it's about attempting the clutch and winning the round, more so than just destroying the economy of Finest right now. He's not going to clear it yet. This is a free kill for him. No way you're checking the boost in a spot like that. Kriez catches him with the back turned again, and Finest finally get themselves a little more CT-sided success. And that's their first rifle round conversion.
Lovely stuff. I mean, you needed a round like that. You needed an individual like Kriez to just knock them all down right there. Shox has been surprisingly limited in his impact this series, despite how good he was over on Vertigo, so maybe that's also a bit of a factor. But if you can walk away with 6, I won't say it's quite enough. I won't say I'm convinced at all, but it's better than the slow starts you've had so far. Shox going fast towards A.
Seems like they've been a little bit reinvigorated with how aggressive they are in this round. I mean, 3 of them this time take mid control. It's way more coordinated than usual. You've got Shox all the way pushed up in the A tunnels. But once again, I mean, they get the map control. I guess it's not too bad to cheat a couple of players over towards B. It's just more so in the fact that Pleasant is left all by his lonesome in mid.
Yeah, a lot of utility expended for that early control, all to be vacated later down the line. Now, sometimes that's just how Ancient can go. You're hoping that actually Team Spirit might be pushing forward passive smokes and that you can collect a couple of freebies, but not the case. Team Spirit playing a more patient game as the result of last round was pretty evident of the attempt to push early CT utility. A lot of presence towards A though right now, and I don't know if that's a right call at the moment.
I think Anarchez is holding this. I'm not too sure, but even if he's not, they're taking the 50-50 in Donut right now. Still yet to field a kill. 40 seconds left. Spirit are taking their sweet time on this one, but they're going to start to cheat towards the right side of the map. And now it's just the fact that Finest aren't doing enough. They are going to be blindsided by a B hit because they have no information on what's going on. The rotations, yeah, they're going to be pulled, but it might be a bit too late. By the time you can respond, the B site's compromised. Only 2 players here, and they're even starting to clear out all the little nooks and crannies. Twist good for the one as he dances around the pillar. That's all he'll get. His lifespan ends with one unfortunate kill, though. Pleasant, apparently he is here in time alongside Greenaz. They're putting up a fight. Now it's up to Dexter in 1v4. He spotted the Opera, but he'll need more.
There's someone flanking in behind him. He hasn't sucked the bomb, though. Shox is going to finish the job. with his flank. And the fuse is safe and sound. There's 4 on the board. Finest doing some good work. They need to keep it up. And you need to walk away with 6. I think that's their only lifeline on Ancient if they want to pull up a 2-0. And again, like you said, they had some pretty solid T-sides, I will say. Vertigo, they were up 10-1. It's just a whole different ball game when you talk about Ancient and the CT-sided nature of this map, right? You really have to nail some individual moves if you want to pull things back. Patsy, though, going through the smoke, no luck there.
I mean, it's good to see Finest starts to wake up on this CT side because, to be completely here with you, they pick up these 6 rounds, they win the pistol, and if they look sharp at the beginning of the offense, then maybe they can make something of this game. I still think it's unlikely, and I still think Spirit are very good and safe contenders to close this out from this point forward. But, I mean, I obviously want to give Finest a chance and not necessarily count them entirely out of it, but again, who knows? Maybe they get a couple of kills here, lighten the workload of their duties in the next round, force some rebuys, and go into the last with a bit of an economic advantage.
1-2. Bit unlikely here. Anarchist has been sharp with the AWP, holding some of these lines, so that B bomb side is not appealing whatsoever. They will make their way into that direction. 1 player in Cave 1 in the back lanes. 1 smoke on Dexter. They're going to boost on top, and this is going to be a good angle here. Dexter seems to be prepared. He's going to peek out. C spot. Nothing just yet. Once he jumps up, he's dead to right, so. What? A big angle advantage. He's able to find that pick. That's the B site called clear.
Now we can get this bomb down. Things start to get a little more interesting. There's still so many angles you have to worry about, including that cave spam, and there it is. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, I'm afraid to say. There will be no attempt on the clutch here, as Siren's only good for the 1, but again, still, you force 3 rebuys. Actually, it's not going to matter. You got all this cash built up.